Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my god!
Raw baby, shake raw beef. Let's go. Let's go next.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
There has been no oppression for the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you want to sit here and act like, and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle, that y'all are the ones being oppressed, that y'all are the ones that are being harmed. Is because you can then misuse words.
Listen, I am definitely of the opinion, that we should have some DEI hires in this administration, the ones that definitely earned it, because clearly we've got a bunch of incompetent fools that are trying to run our country, and actually they are running our country. They're running it straight into the ground. The fact that you literally are going to plan enemy attacks on a signal chat and then you don't even know who's in the signal chat, and then y'all want to come at us and act like people of color are the problem or that women are the problem? Like, baby, you probably need a good black woman in the room who can check you and tell you that, first of all, you shouldn't be doing this shit on Signal or anything else. But y'all still mad about Hillary's servers. Is that what I hear? Yeah. So anyway, literally, I don't know if your homeboy was drunk at the time that he was sending these messages or what, but clearly this administration is not ready for prime time. And this is not a matter of being a Democrat or a Republican. This is literally about competence versus incompetence. And right now, these people are about to really have us in some shit if they don't get their shit together, or if we don't just boot them first. Honestly, we should be in a very bipartisan way saying, you know what? Sorry, boo, but this is just above your pay grade, and we need to get some people that are actually qualified. So maybe we need to go ahead and open this pool to, say, black folk, brown folk.
Meanwhile,
Dance party with Beyonce. Hit the like button, y'all. Portia having some technical difficulties. As always.
No, I'm not.
Well, you put me on the main screen for then.
You hopped. I felt like you had something to say. What do you think about what you just heard? Hey, everybody, welcome in.
I don't know what that bitch talking about. I don't know what she be talking about. All I heard was a bunch of neck snapping and hand twirling. I don't know what she be talking about. I can't. I tone out when, you know, women get like that. It's just one ear not the other, you know.
Oh, is that's what you do. That's how
Yeah,
it works.
yeah. I'm like, are your panties off yet? What are we talking about? Right? Take them, take, take them panties off. I'm trying to see something. Trying to see something real quick. So what'd you think
Well,
of it?
it's just this Jasmine Crockett thing is just it's a whole lot. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like what we're seeing from her. I don't like what she represents and how you know, she's basically hijacked the black woman. And although her actions are her own, of course, it's just why? What is the point? Why are you behaving this way? So the hot button thing that they've been talking about all week thus far is Jasmine Crockett at this human rights event.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
I
With
found
the
the whole
equal
clip.
sign, with the equal sign and shit.
Yeah. I found the whole clip, and I felt like it's worth exploring and dissecting, and seeing what the greater goal of Jasmine Crockett is, and why is she the one that's just all out front? Why is she, being pushed and promoted in this way? I don't believe I've seen anything quite like it, and they're calling her the ghetto version of AOC, but I don't see it. Do you?
Nah, I don't see that really either, honestly. I did see what the View had to say about it. Kind of interesting.
The View.
Yeah, they commented on her comments. Yeah, cause
Well, that
I
is.
yeah, I
I'm
can't I
gonna have to
can't
find
really.
that because I can't.
Yeah, cause I can't really listen to Jasmine Crockett. I don't know how people take her serious, honestly, but there are a lot of people that actually take her serious. So I mean, she does speak to somebody. She speaks to the people that embrace, the ratchet culture, and then she also speaks to the people that promote it. So
Hmm.
it is interesting.
For me, it's like, why is again this pedestal that they put her on? I feel like if I were Jasmine, I'd have some questions,
You
especially
know,
in a country that I say is so. If I'm Jasmine, and she always says that America is so racist, it's like, so if it's so racist, why are they propping me up?
yeah, no. I think she represents what liberal liberals, Democratic Party. It's what they want to see black women act like. Michelle Obama, they're phasing her out. She didn't play Michelle Obama wasn't willing to sell out in that sense to politics. So
Hmm.
she's the new phase. She's the, radical, um, ratchet, retard black woman, you know.
Are you saying um that Michelle Obama wasn't hood enough?
Yeah, no, not well. Michelle, trust me, Michelle Obama grew up in Old Block. She can get hood if she wants, but I think she just has too much grace and dignity to lower herself down to pandering to black people. And I think, obviously, Obama has no problem with it. Kamala has no problem with it. I think Michelle has too much dignity for that. She's not gonna, lower herself down to pandering to people and, pandering to black people or being the good little good little, ratchet nigga bitch that the media and the left want black women to embrace. She's not gonna do that.
Well, for every Michelle Obama, I guess there's a Jasmine Crockett. I want us to take a look at this, and then we'll hop back into it. And The View. This is just a very nice montage of Jasmine Crockett 2025.
Jasmine
The
She
leader,
makes me physically ill. Honestly, she makes me physically ill. I never grew up around any of that. None of the black women in my family ever acted like that. It's disgusting, man.
I can't say. I'm trying to think about my cousins, even like my ratchet cousins. Like, there's just a certain way to behave in public, and that's not it. That's not the way. Her mouth is just so foul. It's so foul. But Lou says that she's entertaining as hell.
I don't know. I don't. I like to separate things. I like my ratchet music. In music, I like my politics to be dignified. I don't like to kind of mix the two, really. I think it's a time and place for everything, but politics, I got a feeling she's probably got a white boyfriend too. She can't put him out there yet, though.
I know you said that, and I'm trying to see it. Her being with the white guy. You said that she was on The View. I haven't seen this.
They talked about her on The View. They talked about her.
Excuse me. Yeah, they talked about her on The View. Excuse me. Thank you. I'm curious to see. Am I going to be shocked, or is it to be expected?
Yeah. Check it out. I want to hear your opinion on their take of it.
Okay, let's go.
It's not you just don't mock people with disabilities. I mean, you don't mock people. I was gonna say you just don't mock people at all. And I admire Jasmine Crockett. I do think she's an effective messenger. I think this was a mistake, and I think when you make a mistake, you have to own it. You have to do that because it gives you a lot more credibility when you do that. I did not know that Governor Abbott was a paraplegic. I had no idea that he went around, and the people in the audience also are shaking their heads. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was a tree.
Everybody knows that Governor Abbott is in a wheelchair.
Listen,
as much as they talk about Abbott on The View for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
They've even made comment. They've even said what Jasmine is saying. They've said it. whatever.
Fell on him when he was 26. A lot of his photos are taken from the step down, from the waist up. But she is the representative from Texas, so she very much so must have known that he is in a wheelchair. And so I hope that she does the right. They want to censure her for it, and I don't know that that's not appropriate, but it is appropriate for her to apologize.
If you want me to take everything you say when he talks about different people, you said, no, I was just joking. Okay, then let's all do that right now and say, she made a mistake.
Yeah.
And we're going to move on. We're not censoring people. We're not going to do it. We're going to say to people, just don't do it. Don't make jokes. As Joy says, what is it?
Leave it to the comedians.
That's right. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I want to comment to Free Zone. Free Zone, I do agree with you. There is a little, especially with Trump, there has been a little, it's not as dignified as, say, like George Bush, you know. So I will agree with you there. It's not as dignified, but, you know, I think Trump is kind of he's like he's what happens when you push too far left. You're gonna need somebody else that's willing to push just as hard right. And I think that's what Trump represents. Yeah, he's not as polished and dignified, but I mean, who would you rather like go out in public with, Trump or Jasmine Crockett? Keep it real. Keep it real. Would you be embarrassed to be out in public with Trump, or more embarrassed with Jasmine Crockett? You know.
You know, I don't. He says, I don't know where the comment went. Well, okay, he said, you know, MAGA is in there, right? They aren't dignified at all. Dignity left long ago. What does MAGA have to do with Jasmine Crockett?
Well, no,
But
it's just
white
because
white people do it too. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, just because, okay, if Trump jumps off a bridge, I'm MAGA. Do you think I'm going to jump off with him? Two wrongs make a right. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I
Is
guess so.
this what we're teaching the people?
Well, white people do it too, Portia. They do it too. That is a.
What about white people?
They do it. I mean, it is an argument. You gotta, you know, white people do it too. White people do it too.
I don't care what white people do.
They do it too. They do it too, though. That is an argument you hear all the time.
No,
white people do it.
No, and I think that's a lame argument. And I think that that's a cheap argument to make. And I think that it's the easiest argument for Black people, because whenever it comes to their behavior, no matter how vile it is, it's just like, well, white people do it too. Okay, so why am I comparing myself to white people? Why am I putting myself at their level? If anything, more than nothing else, it's going to be, I'm going to be more dignified. I'm going to be better. I'm not going to be this.
Yeah.
It's a crutch.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
As far as the View is concerned.
Yeah. What'd you think about the View? No. What'd you think about the View?
I think of the View the very way that I think of like a Stephen A. Smith. The Democrats know that they're done. They know that their approval rating is in the toilet, and I don't even know how they're going to come back from it. And so what I see and what we just watched is, in my opinion, they're playing. I feel like they're playing with me, you know, because I know that everything that they said, they just don't mean it. And even if, let's just say, Sonny was trying to be genuine, well, here you come with Whoopi Goldberg, just don't censure nobody. She made a mistake. Get over it. Like, you know, it's just no. I'm not taking that from them, because they've done too much, and they've said too much about everybody and everything.
Yeah. No,
So,
I get it. Well, But what would you say to people that say, well, Trump said Rosie O'Donnell is a fat pig? What would you say about that?
And who cares? Trump doesn't, he is our president.
Yeah.
Yes. Biden was our president, Obama was our president, Clinton, Bush, all of these things, that's great. But that has nothing to do with my representation as a Black woman. I could put that patriotism to the side.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Great old USA. But I'm a Black woman, as is Jasmine, and she's right up the road.
Yeah.
From me.
Yeah, she is kind of a bad representation of Southern Black women, honestly. I could see if she was from Chicago, but damn.
I mean, she's from St. Louis.
Oh, okay. That actually makes way more sense then. Okay, well, yeah, she's from St. Louis. What do you expect? Yeah, what do you expect? I thought she was from. Yeah, I thought she was from Dallas. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes a lot
of the
of
imagination,
sense.
And I always have to make sure that I remind you, great people, of this. When it comes to Jasmine, you know, you'll see these different videos going around saying she's putting on a front. She's not really a tough girl. She's not. I don't think that that's the greater issue, whether she's hard or not. It's just what she represents. And because, again, she is spreading like wildfire. She is the talk of the town, all of the attention and things that she wants. And to my point, being a Black American and a Black woman, the responses that she's getting and just seeing all of it online, I just don't like it. And there is a clip that I have that I want to play for you.
You know who else is from St. Louis?
Get it.
You know who else is from St. Louis? Proud Black woman.
Who?
Sexy Red. Pound Town. Just left Pound Town.
Really?
Time low in popular.
I didn't know that.
My pussy pink, my booty hole brown. Yeah, she's from St. Louis too. So I mean, that's the ilk that you're talking about here. That's the ilk. Pound Town. Just left Pound Town.
I had no idea that Sexy Red was from St. Louis.
St. Louis. Yeah. I think they grew up together, her and Jasmine Crockett. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They both left Pound Town.
Oh, so do you think that that's why Kamala Harris was able to get Sexy Red to perform at her rally?
Hey, you never know. Well, did she get Sexy Red? I keep hearing that. I don't remember that. I feel like y'all putting some extra sauce on it. I know she got Meg Thee Stallion. Did she really get Sexy Red? I feel like y'all are y'all piling on now.
I covered every single piece of Kamala's rallies.
Wow.
I will pull it up for you.
Sexy.
I will pull it up for you in just a moment.
Sexy Red also said, dreadheads do it the best. That's what she said. She says she's trying to get her coochie scratched.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. She wants her coochie scratched. I don't know how you scratch a coochie. Like, why would you scratch a coochie? I don't know. Maybe you should ask Jasmine Crockett if she's ever got her coochie scratched.
No, I don't think I want to ask her that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sending a letter.
I'm going to hold off. Let's listen to some more of this, and I'm going to pull up Glorilla and Sexy Red and Kamala's rally.
55% have a negative view of the party, while 27%, just over a quarter of registered voters, have a positive view of the party. That's the party's lowest rating in NBC News polling dating back to 1990. Meanwhile, though, a new CNN SSRS poll finds the Democratic Party's favorability rating at just 29%, a record low going back to 1992, and a drop of 20 points since January of 2021. What's more, just 63% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents have a favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration.
Boy. So we got to talk about ghetto Congress.
Your goals. Is there anything you're trying to pass? How much of it is going on offense? How much of it is going on defense, trying to stop the Republicans?
Trying to pass? No. I should probably be a better politician and tell you, yes, we've got all this amazing legislation that I can absolutely imagine Donald Trump signing into law, and I'm just not gonna lie.
And just to pause here for a second, so essentially they're asking her, "Hey, you have a job. What are you doing? Are you working on anything? Have you got anything coming down? To put on the docket, any legislation? Are you working, Jasmine?" No, I'm not. Yes, I have this amazing salary. Yes, I represent tens of thousands of people in my district in Texas. Well, about give or take about 850,000 or so. And yeah, so no, I'm not working. The only thing that I'm working to do is undermine Trump. That's my job. That's what we're paying her for. She just said it.
Also Sexy Red also said she's looking for a baby daddy.
Doesn't she have like 3 of them already?
Yeah, she's looking for another one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, fellas, if you guys are looking for a baby mama, according to HB, Sexy Red is looking for a
baby daddy.
Yes.
You gotta have dreads, though. You gotta have dreads. Go ahead.
I think that right now it is about preserving our basics and getting back some of the norms that make sure that people have food on the table, the norms that make sure that people aren't going through any extra layer of stress when it comes to figuring out education for their kids. So right now, I can tell you that unfortunately, I am not working towards very much that I would consider being the progress train. I am working to make sure that I can minimize the regress train right now. And I think, and I hope that my district appreciates that I am being honest.
Never promoted violence whatsoever.
How do you win elections in Texas as a Democrat? What do you do? Especially statewide, but
I think that you punch. I think you punch. I think you're okay with you okay with punching. I think and I love Colin, and I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But it's Ted Cruz. I mean, this dude has to be knocked over the head hard, right? There is no niceties with him. At all. You go clean off on him, right?
Your words have consequences. And what happened?
HB, what does going clean off on him, what does that mean? Could you explain that to us?
It's like when you sock somebody clean, you sock them right in the chin. That's it. When clean, stole off on them. Stole off clean on him, gave him a clean John, right on the kisser, Mwah, right in the kisser, right there. It's a clean shot. Yeah.
I don't know if HB's definition helped any of you. I hope it did. I don't know what a John is.
John Galt. I am that nigga. Doggone. I am that nigga. Stanley! Stanley! Nigga's son is he the greatest. That nigga's son is the greatest. He got him a goddamn Asian woman. He the greatest. Stanley!
Oh my goodness.
You should be proud, Stanley. You should be proud.
Says crisp and clean with no caffeine.
Oh! Wow. Let's go, Humble's president. Let's go.
Hello, Mrs. Helen. Hello, hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Mrs. Haynes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, let's see.
And after she said that about Elon Musk, she's a Texan in her own home state. After she said that, this morning, 3 explosive devices were found in Austin, Texas. So she needs to unequivocally denounce the violence. She must apologize immediately, not only to all Texans, but to our country, to the American shareholders of Tesla, because she is promoting violence. And then you showed the clip of what she said about Senator Cruz. I believe she probably will be censured by Congress for saying that. You know, people don't learn. She's using her public persona, her public...
Pause it real quick. Pause it real quick. Now, you know, I'm not the most political nigga. What exactly is a censure? Is that some sort of like a new weed strain? Let me get some of that censure. Let me get some of that censure. We about to roll up some censure today. Rolling that shit up. Smoking some censure pack. What is a censure, Portia?
A censure is it's a form of discipline that they use in Congress and in the Senate, and it can be used towards its members. So in this case of Jasmine Crockett, it's essentially condemning her, denouncing her. It's a formal statement of disapproval handed down by the votes and stated and put into record by the Speaker of the House, which is Mike Johnson. So it's not a good thing. Does that mean that it removes her from her office? No, because she was duly elected. So you can't fire her per se. The way that you do that is by you vote her out. But being censured can come with a whole host of things. They can go ahead and say, hey, we're going to censure you. All right, so that's going to be a stain on you, your history, your position, but then they can take it further. They can remove her from any committee that she's on, and they can also keep her from speaking.
Okay.
Whenever they have hearings and things like that. So they can take it as far as they like, but again, she would still be the rep out of Dallas, Texas, District 30.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow, you're so smart. Wow.
And here, blacks, when they silence you in Congress, it's a slap on the wrist.
Okay.
So it's just,
wow.
You know.
How'd you get so smart? Wow.
Jeez.
Platform to increase her followers, to increase her significance, and she is threatening lives, safety. You know, when she did this at Tesla, Sean, people's lives are in danger. This is America. We're in a free country, and she's yet encouraging this violence in our country. Think of all the lives that could have been jeopardized in Texas just today by her words and what she.
And also, this white woman on the screen that's talking, this is Pam Bondi. For those of you that do not know, she is the current active Attorney General of the United States of America.
Oh wow! Wow, I thought she was a OnlyFans model. Wow. Okay.
Actually, she's not. I can see why you would say that, but I don't even want to say that she's not. Allegedly, I don't know what she does in her free.
You sure this is not the girl that did that that 100 guys, and you sure that's not the same girl?
You know, it's not, but they do look similar.
They do look alike, yeah. Or it might have been the girl that did 1,000. I think the girl that did 1,000 guys in one day. Yeah, they look very similar, huh? Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Another thing, how old do you think she is?
Well, she's white, so what is she? About 26? 26, 27?
She's actually 59.
How old is she?
She's 59. She's getting ready to turn 60 this year.
God damn, for a white woman, wow, she looks gorgeous.
Doesn't she?
59,
Yeah, she's 59.
man. Jesus Christ. Wow. I'm not mad at that. Man.
Yeah. She looks great, doesn't she?
She must eat all her vegetables. She's yeah. Wow. God bless
Done,
her.
but she didn't stop with that. She continued on with Senator Cruz. She has to apologize immediately and denounce the violence.
Hi, this message is for Jay.
All right, before we get into this clip, I want to show you this clip first. So what we're seeing happen right now, Twitter, it's pretty wide open. You can say whatever you want, and apparently post whatever you want on Twitter. It's as free as speech can get these days. But then there's also the component of, like we were just watching that clip from Fox, and people like Megyn Kelly or like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or whoever. You can see, I don't want to call it racist or anything, but it's just, I don't like how it makes me feel hearing these people say this stuff. Now, for me, yeah, I'll say it, but it's just like, man, Jasmine, you're just setting yourself up, and they're speaking about her in such a way. It's really, to me, it's unbecoming of women, especially Black women, and just her role and her position. And I want you guys to listen to this video, and then HB, of course, let me know when to pause. But this is a very.
Hey, Blacks, if you want to come up. I gotta go for a second, Portia. So you're gonna have to hold it down. You got it? You think you can hold it down?
Yes.
All right. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
All right, so we're gonna take a listen to this guy and what he says about Jasmine Crockett.
Imagine you are in corporate America and you have a coworker like Jasmine Crockett. Just imagine you're in middle school and you have a fellow student in your class who acts like Jasmine Crockett. In the past 24 hours, this woman called for Elon Musk to be quote unquote taken out. That's a threat. Okay. That's essentially a death threat. Then she scratches a reporter in the Capitol Hill. All right. I mean, this is Charles Downs. He's a reporter for Laura Loomer. She scratches him. His hands have scratches on them from those long nails of hers that she.
And I don't know if you guys saw that. So Jasmine Crockett the other day, a reporter was trying to talk to her, and essentially, I guess she assaulted him. She knocked his phone out of his hand because he was recording her. So just to give you guys some context, let me share this with you. It's just a quick little 7 seconds.
Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congressman, will you condone violence at the test? Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congressman, will you condone violence at the test?
So this is what he's referring to, and I guess her nails scratched his hands, but you know, keep your hands to yourself, Jasmine. Keep your hands to yourself.
Puts on to act like she's Cardi B. And then she goes to the Human Rights Council. Then she goes those long nails of hers that she puts on to act like she's Cardi B. And then she goes to the Human Rights Council. She's standing there with human rights behind her and says Governor Abbott is a hot ass mess and he's Governor Hot Wheels. Governor Hot Wheels. Governor Abbott had an accident about 40 years ago where a tree fell and snapped his spine, okay? Governor Abbott is a disabled man who stays in a wheelchair because he cannot walk. And this woman calls him Governor Hot Wheels.
Abbott, shout out to Abbott. You know, that's my governor. He was 26 years old and he was jogging, you know, working out. You guys, you know how it is. You wake up in the mornings, and if you live in a really nice neighborhood, or maybe not, but you know, you see the white women running in the morning, you see the white men, they have the dogs, all of that. That's what Abbott was doing. And a tree fell on him. A tree. I don't know if you've ever had a tree fall on you, but he made it. God bless Texas, God bless Governor Abbott, and God bless America.
Jasmine Crockett acts like she is Glorilla or Ice Spice or Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion. She's none of the above. She's an Ivy League educated woman, okay? She's a lawyer. She's very intelligent theoretically, right? She is not who she's acting as. She's acting this way because she's trying to bring in a coalition of people that don't vote normally to look at the Democrat Party and say, yes, queen. No, Jasmine Crockett, you're not a...
I mean, you see, I'm not saying that he's saying anything wrong. It's just the fact that he's saying it at all. I don't know if any of you have picked up what he's dropping, but he's dropping quite a bit. These are like a lot of digs that he's taking at Black people. Now, mind you, again, I've heard no lies told, not one. It's just, it's like, ouch, ooh, shoot. It's like, I'd rather hear John talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't even know what Stanley would say, but I'm willing to bet that Stanley would not condone her behavior. It's just, ugh. And you're giving people that aren't Black every reason to talk about you and the rest of us. You just heard him. He's not just talking about Jasmine. Here you go. Cardi B, I know she's not Black. She's what, like Dominican and Puerto Rican, but you got Meg Thee Stallion, Ice Spice, Glorilla. It's just like he's pulling other people into her. And unfortunately, the stereotypes and all of the things that are, you know, plagued, that Black people are plagued by, if you will. Again, I know that I agree. It's just, it just bothers me for some reason. It really does. And then he says, she's trying to pull in a group of people that don't vote anyways. I've talked about this here before. A lot of Black people don't vote. A lot of people, majority of the country does not vote. So yeah, I get that, but I know he's talking about Black people. You trying to pull in some people that wouldn't vote no way. You just trying to get them in, who whatever, ghetto hood rats, and a lot of people. Well, I guess it depends on what state you're in. They probably can't vote anyway. But I see what he's saying. You know, I just don't like it. Where's my
queen? You are queen of the ghetto. And here's the thing. And you're queen. No, Jasmine Crockett, you're not a queen. You are queen of the ghetto. And here's the thing. You're not even. You're a poser. You're a fake. You're a fraud. You're a phony. And you think you're going to get away with this. You think that you can continue to act this way and not get censured or expelled. Well, you already got a censure. in Congress. Hopefully they vote on it, and hopefully they actually censure you. But in reality, I've seen people get expelled from Congress for much less than this. Jasmine, get your head together. Get your act right, all right? Just stop. You're not AOC. You're not going to steal the thunder of AOC. Nobody knows what you actually do in Congress other than make these little breakfast.
You see? You're not AOC. You're nowhere near AOC. You're Glorilla. You're Sexy Red. You're Meg Thee Stallion. You're Cardi B. She's not even AOC. You see, she's not even her. And I think AOC is a hot mess. Do not get me wrong. I do. But she is not the same version and or level of hot mess even Jasmine is. I don't know if you guys remember that clip. Let me pull that up really quick, that clip of AOC. And she's like, baby girl. It's like, okay, yeah, she said that, right? But like, she's not cussing people out and, you know, getting on stage talking about, yes, honey, dropping F-bombs every which way. AOC's not doing that. She's not. But Jasmine is.
Club phrases. You're a hood rat, and you're not even a hood rat. I mean, who acts?
Did he just say I think he said the Breakfast Club? That's another one. We talked about Breakfast Club last night.
You're not going to steal the thunder of AOC. Nobody knows what you actually do in Congress other than make these little Breakfast Club phrases. You're a hood rat, and you're not even a hood rat. I mean, who acts like that when you're not even like that? You are an educated woman. Act like it. Be the person you actually are. Be worthy of some respect. Stop trying to act like you sit there and play around with Young Money and Birdman all the time, being the little hoe for them. You're an educated woman. Talk like an educated woman. Stop trying to act like you're a hood girl. You're not a hood girl. You're trash. Get the eyelashes off your eyes. Get that tacky little weave off your head and start acting like an actual congresswoman. 197,000 people voted for you. You think this is representative of what they want? You think this is what people look for? You're threatening Elon Musk. You're walking around scratching people like this is Real Housewives of Atlanta. Who the fuck are you, Nene Leakes? Who are you?
Who are you? The Housewives of Atlanta? Love and Hip Hop? Nene Leakes? I'm like, man, this guy wrote Jasmine a check and he cashed it. Okay? He is going in on her. But he's not the only one. He's not alone. And for some of the other clips that I'm going to show you guys, this is mild. This is mild. But they're doing it all over. And of course, the majority of these people that are putting out this type of content, and this guy, he's not on the right. He's not on the right. Of course, you just heard him mention, you know, the thunder of AOC. He's a Democrat voter. It's coming from every side. It's coming from all over. And it's like, God, dog. I mean, I guess they say it doesn't matter what you say, you know, keep my name in your mouth. You're making me famous. I mean, I guess, but I personally, I would not want to be known for this. I would want to be known for my work, what it is that I'm doing. I would like for my accolades to represent me and the work that I'm willing to put in and what I'm capable of. The only thing that I know that she's capable of doing is being ghetto, or a hood rat, like this guy just said.
You get your head together. Go find Jesus or somebody. I don't know who you're talking to, but you're acting like a fool. And it's a shame. There's 435 members of the United States Congress. The fact that you are acting like this as one of them is a stain on the entire United States of America. Be ashamed. Be ashamed.
Ooh. My Lord. So AOC, she was in Congress one time having a conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and so he said, "You'll never steal her thunder." Let's see some of AOC's thunder.
Lady's words for the second set of remarks, not the first, the second that applied to me.
She has no idea. I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm the only one recognized right now.
We objected at the time. Will the member state the word she wishes struck?
She told me, or she asserted that I was not intelligent. These are the specific words. They're like, we can have it read by the clerk.
It was made immediately.
And it was made immediately. I am not moving now.
I don't think it was
I am not moving now.
It was made immediately, both by the gentleman and by me.
Mr. Chair.
You know, this clip, I don't know if this is some of you all's first time hearing it or seeing it, but the one thing about this clip, every single time I see it, it's like, man, this is probably why they didn't want women, you know, out of the kitchen. This is probably why they didn't want women to vote. Somebody called AOC a name and they're having this whole hearing over it. And then you see the men in the back, they're all scrambling around. It's like, oh, her feelings are hurt. Her feelings are hurt. You know, what are we supposed to do? Like, they should be, you know, handling and dealing with other forms of business. But, you know, she called me unintelligent. I want something to be done about that. Could you go through the notes, clerk, please? Because I want them to know that she said this about me. That's it's like, oh gosh, oh, women, ladies, you got to bring it in, ladies. It's just not a good look.
It was made immediately.
It was made immediately, both by the gentleman and by me.
To us.
Yes. She said, "You don't have the intelligence to talk to me," is what she said.
Oh, Twitter. I do not like it when Twitter does that. Let's see. Oh, let me refresh it. Technical difficulties. Twitter does that. And I don't know why. It's still loading. Anyways, we'll get back into it while Twitter is playing with us. So I was thinking,
Crockett, who is
I saw this clip and I want you guys to listen to it. And of course, comment in the chat, let me know. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if this is good or if it's bad. I just know that I don't like this either. But take a listen.
Acting like she is straight from the hood. Jasmine, we know that you are not even hood material while you around here acting like a straight up fucking hood rat. I just want you to know, first of all, you got us fucked up to the highest of fucked up activity, okay? Now,
I wish HB was here so I could ask him, is that a word? Effed up activity. Is it a word? Is that a word?
Told people when they see Senator Ted Cruz, they should hit him straight in the head. Then you call Governor Abbott. Poor man in a wheelchair. Mr. Hot Wheels. You know, that shit is totally embarrassing, chick. You made it to fucking Congress, okay? You in fucking Congress acting like a whole ghetto ass motherfucking bunny, which you are not. Which you are not. And on the other hand, we have a Republican.
A ghetto bunny. My first time ever hearing that. I've never heard that. A ghetto bunny. I need to, what is it called? Where you can look up slang word, the urban dictionary. Yeah, I need to look that up.
That are not even willing to address you. But guess what, motherfucker? I will. I'm LaVon Spicer. And I think that you are one fucked up, hot ass, ghetto bunny ass motherfucking mess. First of all. Second thing is that you around here acting like an ignorant ass fool, like you ain't got no motherfucking sense at all. But let me say this to you, All of us are not having your bullshit. And I'm one that is not having it at all. I just want you to know, girl, you need to go get some motherfucking respect, first of all. You need to go get some motherfucking respect and learn some motherfucking manners. Some of that shit you saying totally is not cool. And trust and believe. Trust and believe. If I was in Congress, I would have no problems addressing your motherfucking ass at all. I want you to know you are one ignorant ass motherfucker. And especially when you gonna talk about a goddamn man and call him Mr. fucking Hot Wheels, that's real fucked up, yo. But anyway, I just want you to know one thing. You're one ghetto ass trying to be hood rat. And that shit is so not motherfucking cool. And in case nobody had the audacity or the nerves to tell you, I don't have no problem doing just that.
I put out a statement.
What do we do with all of that? Free Zone Lou is up here. You can, I don't know, maybe it sounded like he was driving. I think he dropped off. There's a lot here. I see Deacon Dave laughing. Humble president says, "Ooh, child." Yes. I'm like, yo, oh my gosh. This is bad. Because I don't like that either. I don't like that either. But then I had a thought. I thought about this. Is this what we need? Does Jasmine Crockett need a version of her, but that's a Republican in the House? So whenever she's running around carrying on like this, there's another Black woman like this woman that we just heard. Will that fix it? Is it gonna fix it? And I don't know. I don't know if it is. I just don't. Oh my goodness. I just don't know. I don't know if that's the answer, but maybe I don't know. I think all of this is very ghetto. All of it. But y'all let me know. Hey, Kimmy Cakes. Hey, Kimmy Cakes. Yes, I don't know. Whenever HB comes back, if he does come back up here, I wonder what he thinks of that. It's just a whole lot. All of that was a lot. So here, Jasmine Crockett is being asked about the comment that she made about Governor Abbott. And some reporters are saying, hey, you should apologize. Or why haven't you apologized? Let's take a look.
You didn't apologize. I put out a statement. Why would I apologize when I put out a statement? My statement was clear. But you didn't apologize. My statement was calling him Governor Hotfield when he gets around in a wheelchair. I don't know how that's offensive. I don't understand. People have a disability need me to repeat this to you. Right, but why won't you apologize? I put out a statement. They did not have an apology. So read my statement. I did read it. It did not have an apology. Okay, well, I'm done. You don't feel bad about making fun of someone who is in a wheelchair, calling him Governor Hot Wheels? I put out a statement regarding that.
There you go.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? She said, you don't feel bad about putting out a statement like that about, a disabled person in a wheelchair? She said, I don't. This is the one thing that I wish Republicans had done for the last 4 years. Stand on it. You said it. You meant what you said. And you said what you said. I'm not apologizing. Do I agree with her for saying what she said? No, because I told you guys last night and earlier, we call Governor Abbott Hot Wheels. That's a Texas thing. We do that here. It's normal. It's not out of the usual. Even Governor Abbott, he calls himself Hot Wheels. But it's just something about you keep it at your house. We're not going on public platforms saying a sort of thing. It's just kind of like a Texan kind of joke kind of thing, So I don't really think what she said is bad like that, but I'm gonna be biased because I'm a Texan. So I actually do have a video from a Texan who sums up my thoughts greatly. But before we get into that, here's a black guy. So let's hold on, wait. We got Lou back. Hey, Lou.
Hey, what's good, Forrest? I had a phone call. My bad. I think you misunderstood my comment. I wasn't making a racial white people comment. What I was saying is that that's the energy that's in politics right now, and with every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. I wasn't justifying it, but I understand where all of the energy is coming from. You see what I'm saying? That being said, Jasmine Crockett is absolutely insane, man. Absolutely insane. And ain't nobody doing nothing about it. That's the crazy part. Ain't nobody doing it. Nothing is being done about it.
What do you do?
What can you do?
Yeah.
She was appointed, right?
You know, she was elected.
She was elected, so like the people chose her.
Right. I want to go, like, I want to really break her down all the way. I don't even know if I have the time to do that today. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, she was elected. She got her well, she was running against a black man, and she just completely destroyed him in the election. She had like 89% of the vote.
Damn.
Yeah, in Texas, in Dallas, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And so I hear people saying, I do hear people making the argument. They'll say like, okay, when Trump did the whole the thing, that when he did that, they're saying that why can't he do that and Jasmine Crockett not do that? To which I respond, it like Trump doing that is actually consistent with his brand as far as MAGA goes. I don't think, at least correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember any MAGA, like, other than the kid, the disabled is not really like on their priority list, whereas the left it is. They're fighting for the little one, the minority, the marginalized, and all that shit. So yeah, you can't do that shit on that side. And I think that's the difference.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's not a moral thing. It's just it's the framing in politics. That's how I look at it.
Yes. Okay, see, so I'm thinking of right now. Hey, Kitty Cakes. I'm thinking of, y'all remember whenever I did a show about Victoria's Secret and disabled people and how they brought Victoria's Secret back? See, like, this is the kind of stuff that they've been doing for years. Like, y'all put females in wheelchairs that was missing their arms and legs and lingerie, and they walk. Oh my God, why would you do that? So the fact that she's saying it, because that's not on par with what the Democrats represent, that doesn't work. I got it.
It looks bad because both sides are gang kind in different ways. I'm definitely seeing it, and it's just that's the energy now. You know what I'm saying? There's your side, there's my side. And it's just like, that's how we rock it. What are the rules? There aren't any rules. What about the rules from 2 months ago? They make the rules now. Like, that's what it seems like now.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree. Kimmy Cakes, what do you think?
I think a few things. I think, number one, we have to get back to where decorum is just a standard with our government officials, with anybody who's in a professional setting, who's a leader of the free world. Like the guy said last night, it's less than 500 people in this entire country that has that position. And it's prestigious, and people should conduct themselves according to that. The same way that guy from Texas got ousted out of the speech because he was acting a fool and disrupting the overall sense of decorum, they need to start holding people accountable for that. They're elected officials. So I think it comes down to accountability. It's not right. It's not okay. And I do agree with Free Zone and everything he said. But, President Trump, he gets a pass. He's hands down one of the top 3 funniest people of all time. And it does go with his brand. So he can get away with saying stuff like that. It's him. And I think as brash as it is, he kind of always has a point to where I think Jasmine Crockett is kind of just being nasty and she thinks it's cute. And I don't know. I don't respect that. But we have to get back to a place where there's some decorum. Like, the world is watching. We're still a superpower. This is not all right. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Y'all remember whenever Trump called that one lady, the one that said that he assaulted her in the fitting room or something? Whenever he called her ugly.
Oh, yeah, the one that pressed fake charges.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even touch that. Ooh, I was like, God, dog.
She asked for it.
I wouldn't even.
Yeah,
touch
I mean, because the Trump thing, like, it's definitely the framing, because people saw all of that, right? Like, people forget that Trump had all of this stuff going on before he ran, and he still won. So people who voted for him have a sense of what to expect from Trump. And it's just, even with the first 100 days, like, he's just doing a lot of most of the people who voted for him. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily a political reason, because the common thing that I hear around from people who voted for him is that he is wrecking the old establishment. And that's what people want.
What they refer to as draining the swamp.
Draining the swamp. So when he starts draining the swamp, it's like, why are y'all not stopping him from draining the swamp? It's like, this is what he was voted in to do. So I understand it. My whole thing with politics, I just want to know where the money is. So I know with the tariffs coming in, I'm looking at oil, and I'm gonna start buying oil. Like, that's the way I look at politics. All the social stuff is like, a lot of this goofy stuff has been going on since Bush, and it's just intensified from there. It was probably going crazy before that, but I wasn't around politically. You know what I'm saying? I was a kid, so I didn't know. But I know since Bush was saying some craziness. Obama say craziness. We know Biden say craziness with his mentally deranged ass. So this is like right on, and it's just amplifying. So I can only imagine what the next president is going to do.
Yeah, you got a point there. I wasn't planning on taking us all to hell so soon, but just to speak to what Lou was mentioning with the brand of the Democratic Party, this is a young lady who got to model, got to become a Victoria's Secret model. Let's see.
The young woman making history as the first model with Down syndrome to star in a Victoria's Secret campaign. Our Stephanie Ramos with more on this trailblazer and the 24-year-old's new dreams.
Rompiendo barreras, breaking barriers. This is what 24-year-old Sofia Hirao has done as a Puerto Rican and the first model with Down syndrome to be featured in a Victoria's Secret campaign.
What was your first reaction when Victoria's Secret called you and said, we want you to model for us? ¿Cuál fue tu primera reacción cuando Victoria's Secret te llamó?
Una sorpresa bien grande para llegar a Los Ángeles, a pensar con la cámara, foto, video, foto, y a bailar música alrededor.
Sophia's dreams of being a model.
You know, I was
niggas kept all I heard niggas saying was that they were saying this is a shame, this is a mockery, and they was going. That's all I heard niggas say when this shit was coming out. And I'm like, you niggas, man. That's why, because you niggas. niggas was like, oh damn, like.
I know.
I was like, y'all nasty. Y'all don't give a fuck about genetics, huh? Okay.
It's awful, you know. That's what I'm thinking. That's why I had to pause, because I'm like, yo, I know, like, just her being, you know, whatever, and I'm like, I still know guys they would go all the way there. They would. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. That is a lot. I'm going to show you guys one more, then we're going to get back into Victoria's Secret, Lord, into Jasmine Crockett. You know, and they've been very, very aggressive about this whole disabled thing. Do you guys remember whenever John Fetterman started working? And everybody on the left made such a big deal about the fact that people had something to say about John Fetterman coming back off of a stroke. And they just called everybody ableist. Everybody's an ableist. And we're shaming him because he's showing up to work in some sweats and a hoodie.
Mm-hmm. What did Jasmine say?
I don't remember.
She started cooking them.
Something.
Yeah, she was cooking them, talking about why we listen to a guy who don't even own a suit. She was punching on him.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see if I can find the clip.
I don't feel like I really remember Jasmine Crockett beyond end of last year. She must, I mean, I'm assuming that she's been making waves like this for quite some time. I just don't remember her that way.
Like being ratchet like this.
Click on this comment, man, and check out this video.
While
you saying you don't remember her being ratchet like this?
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm not saying that she wasn't. She just didn't grab my attention until like, half a, like maybe from August or something.
I mean, once the bad built bleach blonde body, once that thing happened, that was
that
was it. I don't remember. Yeah, when was that? Was that 2 years ago? It seems like it was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Once that happened, her name got put on the map, and we've been hearing about her ever since. And I mean, it's from the Democratic standpoint, I don't hear anybody else. I just hear her.
Right. But that's how big she is, and that's how big she's becoming. And so you said you can't even see the party, you just see her. And then for me, I just see Black women. I see Black people. And it's just, to me, it's like, why would you, whenever you, like Kimmy just said, this is a prestigious position. You have to show respect to your position. Like, you need to have better decorum. And then I'm like, and you're Black. So yours should be the best, right? Because you had to work 10 times harder than everybody else, right? You had to, grow up as the ancestors of slaves. You had to do this, you had to do that. So the only thing that you should be doing, if nothing else, I don't care what Trump says, I don't care what Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I don't care about none of that. You have a position that is so esteemed. Our people, speaking of the ancestors, they fought and died to be in seats like you. And you know what? A lot of them died not ever even getting a chance to see it or even knowing that it would ever happen. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing, Jasmine.
And the thing about it is that even all these videos, like, she gets a lot of support. That's the crazy part about, like, I'm even on these panels, I hear a lot of people say that they like the fact that she's unapologetically Black.
Yeah.
So, there you go. You know what I mean? There you go.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
27%, just over a quarter of registered voters, have a positive view of the party. That's the party's lowest rating in NBC News polling dating back to 1990. Meanwhile, though, a new CNN SSRS poll finds the Democratic Party's favorability rating at just 29%, a record low going back to 1992, and a drop of 20 points since January of 2021. What's more, just 63% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents have a favorable view of their own party, down 9 points from January and 18 points from the start of the Biden administration.
Boy. So, Lou, to what you just said, all you see is the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
And they're talking about the numbers and everything.
Their numbers are in the tank. Yeah, like don't nobody want to hear from them. So she, being that is the situation from her perspective, I think that she sees that what's happening on the other side, and she's trying to do the same things, not understanding that your party is a completely different party that advocates for completely different things. And it just looks crazy. It just looks crazy.
It sure does. So you have, with the people that are in support of her, they encourage her and things like this and that. Oh, okay. I was wondering what happened to my little.
Is that
video.
black though free? I wouldn't say. I don't think that's. It's nigga shit, but I wouldn't call it black. Yeah, I wouldn't call it that.
What is Kimmy says, I think it's CRT in the indoctrination that BIPOC should not have to code switch. What is BIPOC?
Something people of color.
I can't. I heard it before, but I just went blank. Dwale, howdy, Habibi. All right, let's see this guy. My video.
I don't know.
Switched around.
Backwards indigenous people of color. Okay. That's what it seems like. But you know what's here's the craziness. Like okay, let's take it to a street level. The ones that make it out in the end tend to be the ones that code switch. The ones that are able to read the room and understand, okay, that street shit is not going to work here. Those are the people who tend to make it from a street perspective. And I would imagine that that's the same in regards to politics.
Black indigenous people of color. BIPOC.
Oh, okay. I was
For those
close.
of you that didn't know, because I just kind of went blank. So let's listen to this guy, and then we have one more that I want to show you from a girl from Texas that kind of brings it all together, and then we're going to get to this actual speech from Jasmine, and I want you guys to pay attention to just everything that you're going to hear in this speech, and I think that that's going to take us to something probably bigger that y'all probably did not know about and weren't expecting. And this is going to be one of the things that just really bothers me the most about everything with Jasmine and her blackness and all of that. So let's hear from this fella.
This young lady say, Lord, not y'all trying to bring a black woman down while Trump and Elon are currently robbing us blind. How? By exposing corrupt spending, fraudulent spending. And I bet you listened to Jasmine Crockett when she stood her goofy ass on that stage and said she's a part of the oversight committee that regulates the spending that Congress does. But yet, they allowed all of the frivolous and fraudulent spending. So she's a part of the oversight committee that gave the $177 billion to Ukraine, in which 100 and some billion of it is unaccounted for. She's a part of the oversight committee that paid out the billions of dollars to all of these other programs, kind of like the one that funds universal health care in other countries when we don't even fucking have universal health care in our country for our citizens, but we're paying for someone else's country's citizens' health care. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all are so stuck in these identity politics and trying to shame people for fucking speaking the truth.
You see, in no lies told, but just like that other black lady that I showed you guys earlier, it's like, is this the, gosh, like, did she just bring it out of everybody? You know, we're just dropping the F-bomb all over the place. We're just talking like this, you know. You can't just give me your content or your opinion or whatever. And it's just, I'm still trying to see. And since you're up here, Lou, did you see that clip that I played with that black lady that was calling Jasmine an MFer and this and that? They ain't gonna talk about you. Like, what do you think of that? Do you think somebody black needs to meet her where she's at, or what? What do you think?
No, I think she's going to continue doing what she does until the guillotine falls. Like she's been emboldened to act this way at this point. So I don't think there's anything that's really going to stop her aside from a hard consequence.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So plus them politicians don't really listen to people like that. Let's keep it real. They do what they're intended on doing until something lawful stops them.
Yeah, that is true. I just wonder, like, if there were to be a solution, if there were to be an answer to anything at all, is that answer Black Republicans going off on her and checking her and calling her out? Will that make any difference at all?
It would have to be Black women of her own party. I think that's the only people she's gonna listen to. She has no reason to listen to Republicans.
You need to chill.
Yeah. She has no reason to listen to a Republican because they're all on Trump's side in her mind. So she's not gonna listen to any of them. Was she gonna listen to the white men on her side? Like, she's not listening to them now. Black men, okay. That only leaves black women. That only leaves other black women to check her.
They're encouraging her.
There you go.
Too, I just thought about this. They don't think that we're Black. People that voted for Trump or Black Republicans, they said that they were not Black, so that wouldn't.
Correct.
That wouldn't help. Oh well.
Not trying to bring down a Black woman when that Black woman ain't doing shit for Black people, right? But y'all are just thrilled to have a Black face in a perceived position of power that even if that Black face is fucking y'all over, it don't even matter as long as y'all can smile and see one that looks like y'all. But Elon is robbing us, right? You know what the Democrats don't want to tell y'all slow ass? Is that every single one of the fucking contracts that Elon Musk got was awarded by the Democratic Party. First two contracts he got in 2011 and 2012.
That is true.
Given to him under the Obama presidency in a Democratic-led Congress, right? His most recent contract last year was granted by the Biden-Harris administration, and again, a Democratic-led Congress. But see, they don't want to throw that out there. They want to distract y'all with how much money he got. They want to distract y'all with, he's not elected. Well, Kamala Harris wasn't elected to be the fucking Democratic presidential candidate. She was appointed. Kind of like how y'all trying to say Elon Musk was appointed. All Black folk ain't kin folks. Pay attention to this. Almost every single time an influential Black person in this country was killed and or derailed, it came at the hands of the aid of a fucking Black person. But yet, y'all see a Black person in power and y'all think that they fuck back Black people. Now wake the fuck up. Government will never put a Black face in position that's gonna be beneficial for Black people. But y'all bring a Black woman down. How the fuck is telling the truth bringing a Black woman down?
I am also happy to say.
Oh, Goodness gracious, he
Well,
said.
all right.
Well, I think he meant to say all skin folk and kinfolk. All skin folk and kinfolk. I think that's where he was going. But y'all need to wake up. They're never going to put a Black person in a position of power that is good for Black people. What do you think about that?
I'm conflicted. On the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I think that this statement is somewhat irrelevant. Because at this point, I mean, Black people got to do for themselves. And that's that whole monolith thing. It's like they want Black people to be, they'll say that Black people are not a monolith until you do something that's against Blackness, or you vote a certain way, or it's goofy. All the other groups, when you look at how they vote, it's pretty much down the middle. So I just don't understand this way of thinking. I don't go to politics for any sort of liberation, so I can't even really relate to it.
Yeah.
But I feel the spirit. I definitely feel the spirit.
Yeah. It's interesting, just, you know, because a lot of times, you know, you'll hear people say, well, it doesn't matter who I vote for, they're going to pick who they want to pick anyway. And then you get this guy, he's like, well, okay, they might have got someone, yeah, they voted for him, they got the job, but they're never going to put anything good or positive, not anyone good or positive or uplifting to Black America in our face. And I think for me, like, that's one the major component about what Jasmine Crockett is doing, because she's not representing the best of us. You know, I will snap, crack, and pop when it's time. That's me. But I do so much, you know, just work, a teacher, and the, you know, politics, the community, stuff like that. And I just don't carry myself that way. But I feel that it's going to be ever increasing, even now, going and doing stuff for the party. Like, even whenever we have elections next month, it's just like, man, Jasmine, you don't know how hard it was for me, where I'm an election judge. See, you are in Dallas. I am not. I'm in the hardest red precinct in the state. Before they got to know me, do you know how many of them like just walked out and would not vote, even though, see, in Texas, we have the blue side and we got the red side. So the Democrats, you vote over there, the Republicans, you vote over here. Them thinking that I'm some sort of op and I'm gonna mess up their vote. I'm gonna cheat. I'm not gonna make sure their vote gets cast. It just having to formulate that relationship with people in the community, of course. And whenever I'm block walking, phone banking, I mean, now they text me and call me all the time. You know, you need some help. I got this, I got that. Literally, whatever it is that I need, they are there no matter what. But it took a long time. And it's not something that I'm saying to be proud or braggadocio. It's just that, Jasmine Crockett, you complicate things for other Black people that are trying to essentially one day be in your shoes. Maybe not on your side, but in your shoes. Like, I just couldn't fathom. The first Black woman, who's a Republican, the first Black Republican that was elected to Congress, she passed away this week. And not that I knew her, not to even say that Jasmine Crockett knew her, but it would have been nice to hear her say something, you know, make some sort of comment or statement, because that woman was history and she died young. But we've not seen another one. She was the only one. And so she's gone. So she's not that voice. Now, of course, you have your Condoleezza Rices, and there's other, you know, prominent, Winsome Sears out in Virginia. You have other prominent Republicans that are Black women, but for the most part, they're not, because here we are too busy with our Fannie Willises, our Cori Bushes, our Maxine Waters, those types. And of course, the biggest of them all, Jasmine Crockett, that I don't believe that she is. I don't know what she thinks, but if she thinks that what she's doing is a good thing, it's not. It's just not.
Nah, she's the I don't feel no ways tired. She's that in blackface.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, she's Hillary. She's Hillary in blackface. Yeah.
You see this, Webster says she's setting women back 100 years, back to the kitchen. I don't know. So this is the thing that's been, on fire, and this is what is going on with Jasmine Crockett. This is what things that has her just all in the news, and just people can't stop talking about her. They can't stop talking about her. Now she's going to be talking about this lady, Kelly. She is a director of this human rights campaign. And I don't even know if you guys know exactly what this is and where she's at. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you. Not yet. But I don't even know if you guys know what this is. Do you know where she's at, Lou? And what the human rights campaign is?
No.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. Just because I figure, I don't know what everyone knows, but y'all know I'm extra, so I'll be digging. This is where she is. Let's listen.
That I was always endorsed by Stonewall Democrats, and that was in my race for State House as well as my races for Congress. And I can tell you that Morgan has always been one of those people that will ask, what is it that you need? A lot of people see you out front fighting, but nobody's really asking you, what do you need to maintain that fight? So thank you so much, Morgan, because we in these hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes. Right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move on because I got other people this also hot in these streets. All right. Got to make sure I got through all my thank yous because we're about to go off script. So I want to say also thank you to each of you for being here tonight, because your presence, your passion, and your persistence are what make this movement unstoppable. But tonight we gather under the banner of people, purpose, and progress. And so I'm now going off script, just so y'all know. This is where things may get a little off the rails. I know y'all are like, I thought it was already off the rails, child. But I'm gonna be quick, I promise. So first I wanna talk about people. And one of the reasons that I said that Morgan actually stole some of my thunder is because one of the people that I love the most, honestly, the last time I was at an HRC dinner, she was on stage speaking. And her name is Libby. And Libby is a young trans girl right out of Texas. And
Libby is a young trans girl right out of Texas. Now, of course, at the beginning of this, yes, that was very ghetto, very tacky. The Human Rights Campaign is an organization that raises money for the LGBTQ people, community.
Oh, no.
We're focusing on her saying Hot Wheels. But the issue is it's so much bigger than that for me. The woman who heads this is a very homosexual, manly looking woman. And all they're talking about is trannies, the gays. So when you get into it and you start thinking, it's like, well, they say the first black president, okay, Obama, what did he do? Oh yeah, the gays. All right. Biden, I mean, I know he was the president, but Kamala, she was the vice president. Okay, so now we're getting rid of Easter and we have the trannies prancing around all at the White House. Well, you got Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, George Floyd, all of those, and then you have BLM headed up by 2 gay black women. Now you have loudmouth can't get somewhere and sit down and just stop talking for a minute. Jasmine Crockett. In the same way that all of these other people, with the exception of Obama, because of course he was president, so that's going to be a little bit different, but all these other black women that are being put on this pedestal and they are being fed in a way that really doesn't make sense, because there's no reason for us to even be sitting here talking about Jasmine Crockett at this magnitude. In Texas, surely, of course. But most people do not know their congressperson, and they certainly don't know congresspeople that do not represent their states. But she is everywhere. There is nowhere that you can go on social media where you cannot find Jasmine Crockett. And she, too, is another spokesperson for this group. That's crazy to me. So if I thought that I was tripping before, I know I'm really not tripping now. Black women being at the head of promoting this movement. Go ahead, Lou.
No, you got it. That was dead on. It's just nasty work altogether. It's nasty work. I want to see where this goes, though. I want to see where it goes.
Give me 1 second, because I think that I cut that out on accident. Okay, let's see here. Give me 1 second, because I want you guys to hear this part that I cut out on accident. Oh, let's see. Is it gonna? All right.
Hey, y'all.
Can you hear it, Lou?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
all right.
good.
So this is the opening part. So I think, sorry that I cut that out, but I hate it when she says, hey, y'all. Oh, it makes my skin crawl, because it's like she's trying so hard to be one of us, and she's not. She's not Texan. I don't like her St. Louis, I want to pretend, play like I'm from Texas accent. Ugh.
Listen, so if you've ever paid any attention to me, y'all know that I always have remarks and then something else happens. And so we gonna do just a couple of remarks and then something else gonna happen, and y'all just pray for me, because who knows what I'm gonna end up saying.
Don't pray for her.
There we go. The sorors are always in the building. And so it's crazy though, because Morgan decided that he wanted to steal some of my thunder, so I feel away. Because I like to tell my own stories. But nevertheless, I'm gonna do as Auntie Maxine always is famously known for doing. She's always reclaiming her time, and y'all, we a little behind. So I'm gonna make sure that I give y'all some of y'all's time back, honey. But I have to say, it is an absolute honor to be here tonight with all of you people I love, my friends, fellow fighters, and yes, the fashionistas too.
The fashionistas, the word that I would like to say, I can't say because YouTube will certainly get us up out of here. We know who she's talking about. The homosexuals.
Them rainbows.
Yes, queen. These black men, white men, you know, the fabulous, the sweetest of them all. those are the fashionistas she's talking about. Okay, that's who she's talking
The sissy and the sassy.
about. Yes.
I want to start by thanking you so much for inviting me here tonight. I don't know that y'all really know what y'all got yourselves into by doing the invite, but nevertheless, let me make sure that I say thank you to the fearless warrior and leader of this organization, the amazing, soon to be dropping the baby, Kelly Robinson.
Hey, pause it real quick. Why do you think that she would say, basically, I don't know why y'all asked me to come do this?
I don't know. What do you think?
Like, I don't know. Thank you for having me here. I don't know why y'all called me here to do this, but I'm gonna do it. It's like, what? Like, but you know, unapologetically.
I mean, yeah, unapologetically, but it's like you're there, and
yeah,
this is what are you talking about, Jasmine? Like,
yeah, that's just a wild statement to lead off with. Like, that's crazy.
This isn't your first rodeo being a part of this, being at this organization, at least over the last 6 years or so, from what I found. And the lady that she's talking about, the wonderful Kelly Robinson, she getting ready to drop this baby. This is Kelly Robinson. This is the leader here of this organization. But you know, they want kids too. So she's the one that's having it. She's having the child, her. That's her.
Now, listen, being a Black woman in America is already a challenge. Kelly says, I'm gonna be Black, woman, and queer, honey, and y'all gonna get all this greatness, and I am here for it.
Oh, goodness. You guys, y'all know me. Sometimes I have to stop myself before I get too far ahead of myself. She is a Black woman, and it's already hard enough being a Black woman. How hard is it for Jasmine? She just got invited to speak at this prestigious, if you will, event. You know, what is it called? I can't think of the name, the word of the groups, like the underrepresented groups or whatever they are called. I can't think of the name, but you're invited.
The marginalized.
To this. Marginalized group. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. So you're also a congresswoman from Dallas. You got elected. You're making a lot of money. You managed to go to college and get your JD. You are an attorney. How hard is it being a Black woman? But not only is she a Black woman, she's queer. Huh. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? It shouldn't have anything to do with anything at all. But Jasmine, a Black woman, talking about a queer Black woman at a queer event. I think it's something bigger.
I am happy to say that not only is she a fearless fighter for each of you, but honestly, she exhibits why this country is truly great. So, Kelly, I love you.
It's great now. America's great now.
Then I got to make sure that I holla about Todd as well. And I got to say thank you so much to Todd as well. Thank you so much for pulling this together. And he was like, you know, she said she was going to come through. Listen, Todd was on my back. Todd was like, nah, sis, we've been in these streets. I'm going to need you to come through. I'm like, nah, Todd, I got to go home. And the people's in my district, you know, the ones that send me to, he's like, I hear you, but, and so, no, listen, I have had the honor of working with Todd behind the scenes. There was so much that went on in the campaign. And I can tell you that, you know, sometimes you meet people in this business and it's literally business as usual. And then some people that you meet and you recognize and you realize that they are going to be in your life forever. And I can truly say that Todd is one of those people. And then there's the guy that tried to steal my thunder for the night. That is Mr. Morgan Cox. And I remember when I had, there was actually an HRC event in Congressional District 30. For those of y'all that don't know where CD 30 is, it's Dallas. Because people be like, Houston girl, you from, they just believe I'm from a big city. So they just go to the biggest one. No, I represent Dallas, and I have the esteemed honor of representing an area that we affectionately call the Gayborhood.
As I mentioned earlier, her talking about the struggles and how hard it is being a Black woman. She won in Dallas, a place where they have something called the Gayborhood. The Gayborhood. Dallas, Texas. Gayborhood. You won't see anything remotely close to that where I'm from in Texas. And just to show you really quick, here in Texas, the Gayborhood, Oaklawn, of course, they have the flags and stuff like this in, painted on the street the way that they had BLM. And Oaklawn is home to Dallas's LGBT community and one of the most gay-friendly neighborhoods in the country. Oaklawn gives off a trendy vibe amongst its diverse and quaint homes. Dallas Pride, the Halloween Block Party, Purple Party Weekend. Here's two homosexuals with matching dogs. All of the gay things that you need. But if you guys remember those gay Black women that created Black Lives Matter, and they were protesting and looting and acting a fool, they had it, Commerce, downtown Dallas, but they weren't tearing up Oaklawn. They weren't tearing up Oaklawn. They got to keep their streets clean and crime-free.
I am also happy to say that I was always endorsed by Stonewall Democrats. And that was in my race for State House as well as my races for Congress. And I can tell you that Morgan has always been one of those people that will ask, what is it that you need? A lot of people see you out front fighting, but nobody's really asking you, what do you need to maintain that fight? So thank you so much, Morgan, because we in these hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now.
Lou, I don't know. He hopped up. I don't know if you're looking at this. And anybody, he said he'll be right back. Anybody who has their eyes on the screen, I'm going to go back a couple of seconds. So she made that comment, and then she has this smug look where she looks up at the audience, like she's looking directly into the camera because she knows that she's about to say something crazy. It seems very methodical, like she knows what she's doing. But I want y'all to know why she's doing it. I want y'all to know why she's being propped up. I want you guys to know why we're talking about her so much.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes. Right.
Yes. So we're gonna pull that one down, and we're gonna
is actually celebrating her birthday.
Start where we left off on same video, just a different time in the video. So she's going to tell us about Libby and some other things. So let's get into it.
Today as well. And so, yes, Aries run the world. Mine is next Saturday. Yes. We are fire signs for a reason, y'all. So here it is. Libby started testifying at the Texas House back when she was about 6 years old. And so here it was, they had the bathroom. You know, I actually went to the restroom and I was like, I'm confused. It say women and then it say everybody. What am I supposed to do? But we had the bathroom bills because, of course, policing bathrooms is where it's at. That's usually why most people are voting for their elected officials, because they're like, how good are you going to be about policing the bathrooms? You know, that's why we had so much drama with Sarah in the United States House, is because we had to make sure that we could police the bathrooms, y'all. And let me diverge just a little bit on that one, too. Have y'all ever heard of Nancy Mace? I'll take that as a yes. So literally, right? Nancy was like, you know, trans people, you know, they the end of the world. She doing videos every day. She doing at least 100 tweets a day, all about the trans people, right? All at the same time that the amazing Sarah McBride is swearing into the House. And listen, y'all, Sarah has more swag as well as more patience than I do. I'm gonna just be real about that. And so, you know, they changed the rules all cause Sarah's in the house. And Sarah's like, cool, whatever, I got my own bathroom I don't care, fine. And so literally, this is real life. I don't know if y'all know this, so I gotta tell y'all this, cause it is like too stupid to be true, but it is. So here it is, one day, and we have all these Signal chats. If you don't have Signal, get on Signal, okay? Do not trust that, get on Signal, y'all. So we got all these Signal chats. So we have like our Dem Women's Caucus chat that exists. And I know there's at least one person in this room that knows this story because she's in there.
So before she gets into this story, she opened up telling you guys about the transgender Libby and bathrooms and going to testify at the House. So I want you guys to meet Libby.
I told my mom and dad that if this law passes, I want to disappear.
For those of you listening, it says the Texas legislature is setting a record for the highest number of anti-LGBTQ bills filed in the country. Sounds about Texas to me. These kids went to the Capitol to tell lawmakers to stop hurting the trans community. One of them was not allowed to testify. Here's what she wants lawmakers to know.
The first time I asked lawmakers to stop attacking me, I was 6 and now I'm 11. I've had to miss school, which I love going to ask them to just let me be a normal kid. Lawmakers have to stop attacking trans kids. We're just normal kids that want normal lives.
One of these bills would ban potentially life-saving medical care for transgender youth. Human rights organization, if you guys need anyone to help you with your edits, if you need a graphic designer, my email is in the description. There's an error here. It says live saving. See, they didn't double check. I would though. I would. Send me an email.
Who am I supposed to be if these bills pass? I told my mom and dad that if this law passes, I want to disappear. I don't know how I'm going to go to school and pretend that everything's okay. If they don't want to understand us, they should at least not keep our families from supporting us and our doctors from helping us. Why are they so against our existence? No kid should have to worry about this stuff or have to go to Austin to ask their lawmakers to let them have the health care they need. They keep telling kids like me that we don't matter, but I know that I matter. Please stop trying to convince me that I don't.
Trans kids matter. Libby matters. Kids like Libby shouldn't have to fight for their rights. Text text TX to 472472 to tell Texas lawmakers to protect trans kids. She told her parents, if I can't use the restroom that I want to use, I want to disappear. I don't know what that means. But children, kids, Jasmine, she doesn't have any. However, this agenda within itself it's just not good. I hope that one day, whenever Libby grows up and becomes an adult, that she doesn't regret this and that she doesn't find herself angry with her parents for not stopping her, but encouraging her. Let's get back into Jasmine.
And so, I'm not going to say who, but someone was like, I went to the women's restroom today and Lauren Boebert was so rude to me. I was holding the door for Lauren Boebert and then Lauren, is like rude to me and snuffling and walks out, but then it's also Lauren Boebert, so like, whatever. So I think that's kind of how most of us took it, right? Like, it's Lauren. And so, like, undoubtedly, Lauren thought that this cisgender freshman woman was Sarah McBride. She had gotten confused. So she runs out of the bathroom to go and get her big sister, none other than Nancy Mace. And so they come back to the bathroom trying to find Sarah, who ain't been in the bathroom. And then finally, like maybe an hour or two later, Lauren Boebert finally realizes that she got confused. And she goes to apologize to the member that she was rude to, who she was rude to but anyway, they're not even good at being like bathroom police. That was the whole point of the story. Like, you can't even do that right. Go sit down. So seriously, no, yeah. Truly. Yes, you campaigned on being bathroom police and you fucked that up.
Oh God. Oh my goodness gracious. Again, she can't get through nothing. She was doing good. Ghetto still throwing shade. I got it. But you still, gosh, is nothing off limits? You do it in Congress, you do it at the White House, you're doing it at the gay place. Does she do this in church? She has to. She has to also speak like this at church. I'm gonna have to find out.
So I say this all to say that here it was, we had itty bitty Libby who started testifying in the Texas House about the bathroom bills that we're going through. And then next thing you know, I'm running for the state house and I'm endorsed by Stonewall and I get this phone call and it's like, hey, we really need you to meet this family because they are very concerned about whether or not their child's rights are going to be abridged and whether or not they will have a representative that will stand up and speak out and fight for their young daughter. And so I said, all right, like, I guess, like, hook us up, like, whatever. And so, and so they did. And truly, Libby and her parents, Rachel and Frank, have legitimately become my friends and my family, and their young daughter, Ceci, is my boss because she's gonna be the first woman president of the United States. But I say that all to say that they had the audacity to say, if you are going to run for office and represent this entire district, I'm gonna need you to understand what it looks like to represent for us. And I wanna say that every single person in this room needs to have that type of audacity. Because no, seriously. Because we live in a time in which when you have elected officials, they are so highfalutin. And it's almost like everybody else is peasants. When at the end of the day, we work for you. And I don't want you to lose sight of that. What you have heard a lot of tonight is about how much power the people have. And I just want to reiterate that because I honestly don't believe I can say it enough. When I say that the power belongs to the people, and it is time for the people to rise up and say, we are tired of this bullshit in DC. So that's the people freestyle. Now let me get to the purpose so I can go on and get to the end. When we talk about purpose, I can tell y'all that I honestly hate politics with every fiber of my being. I hate it. I can tell you that I am not the kid that grew up in a house where I had parents that were so engaged in politics. I mean, my parents always went and voted, but never did they imagine that they were going to end up having a kid that would end up being a politician. That was never part of the equation, at least not part of my equation. Now, if any of you follow me, then you know that my dad is a preacher. And you'll know that I truly am a Christian, not the fake Christians that we hear about, but like I'm a real one.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Two-parent household, very successful household. Great. I'm a real Christian. I'm a real one. You know, I grew up in church. I'm a real one. Okay. Why are you at this event, Jasmine? Where does God come in here? Why did you invite him? They didn't. Why did you? God is not there, Jasmine. Leave him out of it. Don't talk to me about Christianity. Y'all know me. For some reason or another, just to keep it kind of chill, I do not believe that Democrats are Christians. I don't believe that you can be in lockstep with this party that goes against the very thing that you say that you are, you know, a Christian. You are encouraging something that God calls blasphemy. But you want to talk to me about this here. Okay, you know, Jasmine, keep going. Oh, and Ava says, Portia, why don't you like her? I don't like her because she's a bad representation of Black America and Black people. I don't like the way that she conducts and carries herself as an elected official. I don't like it, and I don't agree with it or her. And I don't like her. She's scared. She's scared. So she told us about Olivia. She told us about the neighborhood. She's told us all of these things, trans this, trans that. And now we get to go to church. Get to talk about God. Deacon Dave says she is a walking contradiction. Yes, she is. And the reason why I wanted to play this in full and get you guys to hear it and, you know, also to hear your opinions is because, again, the Hot Wheels thing, that was a drop in the bucket. It was just a drop in the bucket.
And with that, I truly believe that God has ordered my steps. I can tell you that I don't believe that I stand here by accident, but I stand here on purpose. I stand here on the purpose that God has written over my life. But I can tell you that we all have a purpose.
What's good?
How are you?
Oh. All right, let me put my earbuds in so that my audio is better. Hold on. Okay. 1 second.
Oh, it's good. How about you? Good.
How's my audio now?
Oh, it's better. It's better.
Okay. Okay. Good. Dude, what is with all of these conservatives hating Jasmine Crockett now? That's like the new trend.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on, wait. Okay, say that again. Your audio kind of went out.
Oh, what is with all of the conservatives not liking Jasmine Crockett? Like, it seems like I've been seeing like a bunch of like hate videos about her.
Yeah, Ava, she's a hot mess. She really is. It's just, she's like super ghetto. She's over the top. She's an elected official. She's in a very high office, and she's just her behavior is unbecoming of her position.
Okay. Okay. What does she do?
Well, she's a member of Congress. And
well, I know that, but like I mean, like her unbecoming behavior.
Oh, at the White House and Congress at this event here, she's always cussing, acting a fool, making threats, being the stereotypical Black woman. She's really loud, ghetto, and a lot of people say that she's like unapologetically Black. But for me, I don't need all of that. Just do your job. It's just not a good look, not for her. Like now, if she was just a regular girl, and she wasn't a member of Congress and she didn't have such a position of power, yeah, we wouldn't be talking about this. But she is, so that's why. What about her? Why do you like her? Oh, John is. Hey, John.
I kind of like that. I feel like we need a little bit more realness and like the fact it's like. If that's who you are, be yourself, because I feel like that resonates with a lot of people, and especially with, like, the liberals, because, I mean, you guys know I'm, like, pretty leftist with a lot of things, and, like, I think that there does need to be someone in there that is, pushing the limits, pushing the boundaries, and pissing the right-wingers off, because I think if she's pissing people off, if she's pissing people on the other side off, I think that she's probably is making some actual, that's a sign to me that, like, she's a threat to them, and, like, she's willing to fight and, like, really, like, hands down fight for her constituents instead of these other fucking Democrats in office that are basically just, Republican cocksuckers. Mind my language. Like Chuck Schumer and them, like, fucking suck, dude. They're basically Republicans.
Okay. Before we go into that, so on one end, you're saying, just be yourself, shake it up a bit, but
to a certain level.
End, it's like, it's just Jasmine. It's just Jasmine Crockett is just all bad to me. I just don't think that she's a good representative. And even if she is, fighting for her party and she is, trying to shake things up, she doesn't have to do it this way. I don't think so. Especially with her rhetoric. Oh, I'm a Black woman. Everything's hard on me. Woe is me. All of these different things. It's like, well, you have free reign, Jasmine. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's taking you down. Nobody's saying, hey, Jasmine, stop this and stop that. So to me, I just believe that what she's doing is just not good for her position. She can still shake stuff up, Ava. She can, but she doesn't have to say, cuss people out, threaten people, snatch phones out of people's hands, yelling and screaming.
Dude, I gotta see this. I need to see.
The parking lot.
What? I need to see like a compilation of this. That shit sounds funny. I get it though.
Hey, Deacon Dave.
Hey, what's up, Portia? What's up, Ava? How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you? I've had the worst fucking morning ever.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But
yeah, but it ended good. It ended good.
Oh, that's good. I came up to agree with you. I think she should continue. I agree with you, but not for the same reason. I think she should continue. I mean, they should be who they are.
I mean, I've like, I guess I was curious from Portia's perspective in the sense that, like, I was wondering if she was gonna say, like, she's making black women look bad, you know, like, and I'm like, and I get that of, like, kind of, like, feeding into the stereotype.
Yeah, she's definitely making black women look bad.
Her whole persona
Yeah.
is the angry black woman trope. So
Yeah, and, like, that shit is kind of annoying. I mean, I guess I'm, like, a fucking little privileged whitey over here, so I'm, like, I kind of inherently fucking, like, doesn't trigger me, but, like, I get it when people get triggered by, like, I'm black and I've had all these disadvantages and whatever, but then it's like you're in Congress and like and it's like, okay, you seem to be doing pretty well for yourself, but then I also like get the sentiment of like it probably was a little bit harder, you know, especially the way that she carries herself. But yeah, it's like annoying like pulling that card. I get that, but you just want her to make liberals look bad, Deacon? That's like your kind of stance?
no, I want them to be who they are. Whether they're good or bad is up to the people to decide. So if you're hiding it, that's one thing. Like I like my racism blatant. Like if it is racism, if a racist person that I'm dealing with, I want them to own it. You know, if she's a hood rat to the core, I want her to just be who she is, man. Just, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I think that, like, honestly, that's appealing to a large demographic, especially of like liberals, like, versus it because it's a very different, like, it's a very refreshing compared to like the typical shit that we see with like, you know, the older Democrats and like the, you know, like just boring cordial like I don't know. It's I think it gets people excited.
I think they're shooting all over the place. I don't think they have a goal. What is the goal? What's the end goal of this? Because I mean, if you want to appeal to the people, you got to be appealing to the people. I mean, how far are you gonna get with the hood rat persona? I mean, at some point you're gonna say there's a certain amount of professionalism that.
Well, I think when I say that, I'm not even talking about like the like acting hood or whatever thing, but more so like just the confrontational kind of like snappy, witty demeanor. I think is like, because I think that people are very angry right now. Like, people are fucking pissed, and like they are wanting to see the exact kind of behavior that she's doing more than ever right now. Like, I think that just like that confrontational, like, fuck you, it's like that represents, like, come fight me in the fucking parking lot. Like, that is how the fucking like half of America feels right now. So I think that they're fucking loving it. Like, I see from the media that I watch, I see people loving this woman. But then I also see from like Chaotic Truth and John Galt, like, I'll see your guys' thumbnails of like, Jasmine Crockett, crazy bitch.
I can see why Portia would be invested in it if that's not what represents her. I mean, Portia, you strike me as a woman with class, and Jasmine does not.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's just I just think that there's a time and a place. I feel like even me in my positions politically here in Texas, whenever I go and do political stuff, I'm doing political stuff. Now, if I'm turning up and I have my ratchet moments, I'm not doing it at the Texas house. I'm not at the Capitol, you know. I'm not going out in public on national TV acting like that. There's a time and a place, you know, and I'm glad she's being herself too. And I want her to continue to be herself. I do, but only to a certain extent. And the thing about Jasmine is it's like she, you know, the whole saying, if it don't apply, let it fly. Typically I can. And it's a lot of bad things that Black people do that I feel don't define me. But Jasmine Crockett is different. And it's so bad that she has literally taken over that persona of what a Black woman is. And I don't like it. I think Ava, her service isn't good. She was cutting out. Oh, yep, there she goes. She said sorry. Ava says she's driving through a mountain forest. Oh, driving through a mountain forest in Tennessee. I'll rejoin once I have connection. Might be a minute. Be careful, Ava. Please be careful. Be careful out there. Frieza Alone, you're back.
What up? What up? What I miss?
You probably missed quite a bit, if you weren't listening, about this event and her speech, for the trans kids, and her talking about her dad being a pastor and she's real Christian.
After dropping a couple bombs on the mic, she said something about I'm tired of that shit, but I'm a Christian.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I think that this is not that far back. Let me try to get back to that part, because I want to hear what you guys think of this.
I just seen a clip of
to understand what it looks like to represent for us. And I want to say that every single person in this room needs to have that type of audacity. Because seriously. Because we live in a time in which when you have elected officials, they are so highfalutin. And it's almost like everybody else is peasants. When at the end of the day, we work for you. And I don't want you to lose sight of that. What you have heard a lot of tonight is about how much power the people have. And I just want to reiterate that, because I honestly don't believe I can say it enough. When I say that the power belongs to the people, and it is time for the people to rise up and say, we are tired of this bullshit in DC.
Let's see. All right, there's a little bit, but I'm gonna actually have to find exactly when she says that, because I hate whenever they do this thing. A lot of these Black women, they get these positions, they go to churches and act a fool, but then they come to stuff like this, and we know what this is about. And she's saying us. Is she one of them? Is that why she's not married and doesn't have children? I don't know. She might be. But they always throw God into it. Why? Why do they do that?
It's a virtue signal.
Pretty much.
I
Pretty
I
much.
can't be playing with God like that. I ain't got that kind of time.
Yeah, but a lot of these, and this is the error of expecting a moral authority from a politician. They're just trying to get votes. Most of them are godless. They just want votes.
I don't know how you can say God so much, but then stand on the side that wants to mutilate children. For me, that's just a no-go. I mean, if nothing else, that's enough.
There you go.
D. Wade's son, anybody?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
I also like the little political. She did kind of like a little sleight of hand where she said, "We're here for you, the people," and then she gave the people a bunch of shit to do. We need you to stand up with us because we here for. It's a weird kind of. You see how you understand how backwards that is to say I'm here for you, as if. And then tell those same people to stand up as if you don't know why they put you there. Like you don't know the concerns of the people. A lot of politicians do this.
You said it right. She's a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like whenever she's, saying the people for us, I don't feel like she's talking to us. I feel like she's talking to that community. And I find it interesting that it doesn't matter what day it is, it doesn't matter what time it is, for whatever reason, with Black women, especially like those in positions of power, why are they so involved in this community? And Black people, they'll talk about, oh, the Blacks, we ain't got this, we ain't got our reparations, we ain't got this, we ain't got that. But you have combined our issues, our quote unquote Black trauma, our experiences, you're combining it with that. And I've always hated that whenever those types of people say, well, we it's the same thing. Your struggle is my struggle. It is not. It is not the same. But y'all have combined two struggles, if you will, and made it one. And who gains more from this? Blacks or the gays?
The gays.
Gotten more legislation passed. They can even get married. All sorts of stuff.
Why are you gay?
What have you got?
The gays.
Hey, Juan.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you guys.
What up, Juan?
Good to see you.
Juan Pablo Fresco Bar. What's up, man?
Nothing much. How are you guys doing? So we're looking at Jasmine Crockett call Governor Abbott Hot Wheels again, huh?
Your mic. Let me see if I can fix your mic. Hey, Juan, can you say something again?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Let's see. Okay, try again. It's still kind of
testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you probably have to drop off and come back up.
Yeah, your mic is clipping.
Cutting in and out. Yeah, but I really want to hear whatever it was that you're about to say. So if you hop down and come back up, that'll probably fix it, hopefully. Let's see.
So that's the people freestyle. Now let me get to the purpose so I can go on and get to the end. When we talk about purpose, I can tell y'all that I honestly hate politics with every fiber of my being. I hate it. I can tell you that I am not the kid that grew up in a house where I had parents that were so engaged in politics. I mean, my parents always went and voted, but never did they imagine that they were going to end up having a kid that would end up being a politician. That was never part of the equation, at least not part of my equation. Now, if any of you follow me, then you know that my dad is a preacher. And you'll know that I truly am a Christian, not the fake Christians that we hear about, but like I'm a real one. And
I'm a real one.
Hey, Portia, you gotta clip those and put them together. That last section and this section, you gotta clip them, put them together, like you can see the instant contradiction.
Yeah,
like
I should do that. Let me write that down so I remember to do it. Because again, and like whenever I was saying, I don't even know if you guys know what this event was about. The only thing that y'all got it is Governor Abbott being a Hot Wheels. You don't even know what's going on here. But see, y'all, because y'all are listening to Politicking with Portia here at the Urban Landlord, you guys are gonna know. You need to know. All of this all of it, okay? And now she's Christian. A real one.
A real one.
If that's what a real Christian is, I don't want to be it.
In a real way.
John Galt says, as a guy with a disability, what does Juan think about Jasmine? Oh, John. Juan, you have to come back. Shout out to Juan. You know, I broke my glasses the other day and I just got my contacts. And I'm happy to be able to see clearly now, but I couldn't when I broke my glasses. Juan, we love you. Everybody can't take the bar the way that you did and pass the way that you did. Shout out to Juan. John Galt says, who are the fake Christians she speaks of? I don't know. What do y'all think? Who are the fake Christians? Is she talking about like us? Like,
she got to be talking about her.
Like
she got to be talking about her.
About Republicans? Is she saying that's Republicans? The fake Christians? She couldn't be. Surely she couldn't be. Let me see.
How much of this goes back to this whole the party switch back in the day, and where the racists are on this side? Like, I really don't. I must have been living underground for the last I don't know how many years. I've been a Democrat forever, and they always tell me that I stand with racists. Somebody has to break that down.
Dave, did he cut out or did he pause?
I think he cut off.
Okay, because I think he said somebody needs. I don't know if you heard him. What he said that did this happen? What does this have to do with the party switching?
I think that's what he said, but he kind of went out. I didn't get it.
Hey Dave, can you repeat that? Because I was listening, but you cut out.
I've always wondered how much, because I have people tell me that I'm racist on the racist side of my political beliefs, and I wonder how much of that has to do with when they say that parties switched or something like that. I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
I don't know.
That's a
wild random.
I'm willing to take it, but
when she says fake, she got to be talking about her. Like she got to be talking about their side. I don't know.
And John has a question for you. He says, as a guy with a disability, what do you think about Jasmine as it pertains to what Jasmine said? Okay, Juan. Okay, I got it.
And with that, I truly believe that God has ordered my steps. I can tell you that I don't believe that I stand here by accident, but I stand here on purpose. I stand here on the purpose that God has written over my life. But I can tell you that we all have a purpose. This is not just about any one individual. It never has been. It never will be about any one individual. Right now, we have so many people talking about who is our.
Okay, you guys do what you want. Everybody's grown. All right. However, I would encourage you, if you call yourself a believer, do not play with God like this. Okay? Treat him the way you want to be treated. I would not want someone to play in my face like this. You know your purpose, you know this, da da da. Okay, listen, you agree with murder, that's a commandment. You agree with 2 men, 2 women, that's blasphemy. You are an advocate of people breaking the law and not following the rules of the land as God says we do and should do. You don't do any of those things. Stop playing with God. Y'all don't play with God. Be better than Jasmine. Don't treat God the way that she's treating him. Okay? Be better. Juan says, I think, so, and then Juan says, I think Jasmine is an actress. She's pandering to the ghetto community for drama votes. And we know that name calling is a part of that mantra. So for me, I don't care about her in that respect. My question about her is this: what is she trying to deconstruct? Oh wow, y'all are on it today. What do y'all think Jasmine is trying to deconstruct? If you could pick.
She's trying to deconstruct. I would say that the work that Trump is doing, but I also think she's deconstructing her own party. I think she's taking advantage of a moment of weakness and chaos.
You think she's trying to deconstruct her own party? Wow.
Yeah. I think she's coming in during the lowest point of the Democratic Party, and it's almost like I don't want to say a hostile takeover, but I mean she's managed to find her way to being the only relevant thing of the Democratic Party.
In a time where ratings are in the tank, and it's just she is the face. So I could see that. I could
Correct.
take that.
Correct. And to my knowledge, I don't see that she's. Is she bringing anybody with her? Is she bringing up her fellow Democratic contemporaries? Is she doing that? It just seems like it's all about her.
That's true. Hey, Jihad. It does seem like that. I do like that question. Juan, that's a good question. What does she want to deconstruct? Huh. And then you're saying her party. That would be very interesting to explore. And I wrote that down because I want to think about that while I'm thinking about Jasmine. Because I think it could help me look into it more and like figure out other things. Even when Dave was trying to say, the party switching. I don't know. This is
because I mean, my thinking is like she has the Democrats need something to keep them in the game, and I think that the only way that they can really do that is to borrow some of the tactics from the MAGA party. So that's when you get your controversial statements and just that unapologeticness. And she's standing on it. Like somebody put I just saw a clip of somebody coming up to her and asking her if she gonna apologize, and she said no. I'm standing on it. I'm not apologizing for it. I called him Hot Wheels. Like she don't care.
And and that's what she does not care. Juan says something really good in the back. You guys are getting my thinker going. I'm trying to. This is interesting to me. He says, I think she's trying to deconstruct the entire political order. Her antics to me seem to be an attempt at accelerating the Republican system of governance. I feel like we need universal. Yeah.
That is an interesting statement.
Isn't it?
Let me read that again. Let me read that.
Yeah, Juan's mic is protesting against him. And so he's writing us the messages for me to read aloud in the back. That is, you see, I wonder. I wish John was up here or HB too, like just to get other people, up, to comment on it. This is interesting to me. So her accelerating the Republican system of governance, and she's trying to deconstruct the whole political order. But why her though? Why it gotta be a black woman, man? Is it because a black man wouldn't do it? Is that what it is? Why her? Why this behavior? Why her?
I think, and this is an opinion. I'm freestyling. So I think it's because to some extent, at this point, black women are still a protected class. Like, yeah, they're getting black women out of here in certain areas, but like a lot of people approve of this kind of stuff. So like we can't
beginning
forget that
to-
she has a big pool of supporters, not only politically, but the people support her. Hell, Roland is pushing her heavy.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into Roland after this. But you know what? Juan, I don't know if you heard, but Ava was up here. And Ava's perspective was also interesting. She said she thinks that Jasmine is what the party needs, like she's shaking stuff up. And her behavior, you know, is so different from anything that the Democrat Party has ever seen, or liberals or what have you. And that's inspiring. And she said that Democrats, Jasmine is actually the representation of all of the things that Democrats feel right now. They want to go outside in the street and fight Pam Bondi. They want to get in the parking lot and throw hands. They want to cuss somebody out. They're angry. And she is that example for them, which is, it's like, wow, that's okay. I'm glad she called in, because I'm not even thinking about at a level in which Ava presented. Like, that's what she represents, and she really likes that about her. Jihad says she might have some backdoor deals with Republicans, or she's just going for a power grab at the detriment of her own party. Juan says, why her? Because she's a slow person who thinks she's smart. Jasmine is the useful idiot of our time. Oh, wow. So somebody, y'all go ahead and I'll play some more if you want to play some more.
I don't know if she has backdoor deals with Republicans. I just think that she's copying the Republican playbook, the MAGA playbook. I think that she's just copying the style, the boisterous, controversial, you know, controversy sells. That's the time that we're in. I mean, I think it's a lot of that, because you got a lot of people in politics now that don't know shit about politics. And so a lot of them can't really relate to the civic aspect of it or any of that stuff. They're very, very, very surface level. And this kind of thing attracts surface level people on both sides, mind you, the controversial aspect of it. Because politics at this point it's a reality show at this point. It really is like a reality show. It's like real I don't know, Real Housewives of DC or the White House or some shit. It's on that kind of level. You know what I'm saying? Both sides are doing it. I don't know if you've seen Marjorie Taylor Greene going off about the Signal Gate. She went off on a reporter about that. And she did a whole lot of, it was some ghetto shit. It was definitely some ghetto shit, but it was also controversial as hell. And so that's the thing that gets a lot of attention. And you kind of figure it out later.
Interesting.
Our leader, who is our leader? Let me tell you, the person that you've been waiting for is sitting right here. It is us. No one is coming to save us but us. But we have to truly sit within ourselves and really decide what is our purpose. And I can tell you that kicking and screaming like someone who has been called to the ministry, I stand before you as a politician. It's still, but I can tell you that regardless of my official title right now, I have always had a heart to help people. And for whatever reason, God decided that the best way for me to be able to help people was by being a politician. And I still got questions for him. I got a lot of questions.
We got questions too.
And honestly, I know I'm not the only one that is questioning why we are suffering in these times. But one of the things that I always like to repeat as I go out and I'm talking to people and I'm trying to encourage them, because I can be very dark. What I repeat is that on the day that the person that should have been president had to deliver her concession speech, I honestly didn't know how I was going to get out of bed. When I tell y'all, I'm getting emotional, that I traveled this country.
Oh, God.
Because I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't know it was going to be this fucking bad shit, but
You see, she can't help herself. Just whenever you start to get into kind of listening to her and maybe hearing her side, trying to see where she's coming from. What does she do? I'm about to start crying. And then boom, another F-bomb. Hey, John.
Here's a portion. Portion, you know, I hear so many people saying that, you know, she's acting ghetto. I think it's the other way around. She's acting formal, and she's normally just ghetto.
Oh, you're going to have to expound a bit on that.
Like, you know, if you worked in corporate America anytime, how many black people have you known that they come in, they can speak the corporate speak, and then as soon as they leave their office, they're kind of acting ghetto again. You know, if you send Jasmine out home, if you were to go into Jasmine's home, how do you think she talks? Do you think she talks like with the formal English, everything, you know, or does she talk kind of ghetto when she's with her people? I think she talks kind of ghetto. And I think a lot of the black Americans are cosplaying, you know, like, as if they, you know, they don't speak like Jasmine. But when it really comes out, Jasmine speaks like she's speaking right now. A little bit of cursing, kind of ghetto. And that's why she's able to do it so well. Like,
Yeah, because, so essentially you're saying she's being herself. This is who she is.
Like when Hillary Clinton said she carried hot sauce in her purse, nobody believes that. Right? But when Jasmine does this ghetto antic, she does it so convincing that you have to believe that this is probably her. When Kamala did it, you didn't really believe Kamala was ghetto like that.
Yeah.
But you can see this woman like pretty much being however she's acting. At least that's the way I see it.
So what you're saying is that Jasmine is not putting on a front. Like, and I've been seeing like a lot of Republicans saying that, you know, she went to private school, she did this, she went to this college, whatever. And so they're saying that she's putting on an act. I actually think Jasmine is being herself. I do as well. But what you're saying is that this is just how she is. It doesn't have a switch. So if she's in a formal setting, she's herself. If she at home, she's herself. Right?
Well, you remember that clip of Jasmine talking white? Remember there's a clip of Jasmine talking white.
Yeah. Whenever she
Right. Now.
Yeah, before she got into Congress, yeah.
That was probably an act. Right?
Okay.
That was probably her really doing her best to talk white. But normally she talks like this, like criticizing people in wheelchairs, stuff like that. And I just think that this is normally her. Black people would love to think that she's putting on that act. But I think in reality, this is her.
That's Black people would love
So John, are we talking about a lack of class distinction at this point?
Well, I guess that's what it would be. Like, I heard a lady cursing Jasmine out. But she was talking just like Jasmine Crockett, right? It wasn't like she was giving a professional takedown of Jasmine. It was a ghetto takedown of Jasmine. So
you're talking about the clip that I played earlier, John?
I may admit, was it a black woman cursing her out?
Yeah. I'll pull it up again, but go ahead.
And so, like, even her constituents that disagree with her, more or less talking the same language as her. But I think that a lot of blacks find it embarrassing that she's not code switching in public. Right? Like, she's airing our dirty laundry. We really talk in public.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I think that too.
Let me ask you this. in your opinion, when do you think was the defining moment that Jasmine Crockett realized that she didn't have to code switch anymore?
Well, I think it's the lack of leadership in the Democrat Party. You know, Nancy Pelosi's kind of lost her way. There's really no one to tell her to get her in line. And I think it's, more or less a problem with the Democrat Party. And they've let all these radical groups get out of control without like a big man to tell them, hey, Jasmine, tame it down a little bit. There's no one that can tell them to tame it down there.
So this is the clip I think that John was talking about. So if you guys hadn't seen it, we'll watch it again. And my question was, and John, maybe you can help answer after I play this, or some of it anyway. I was just like, is this what Jasmine needs, or does this make it worse?
Hi, this message is for Jasmine Crockett, who is acting like she is straight from the hood. Jasmine, we know that you are not even hood material, while you around here acting like a straight up fucking hood rat. I just want you to know, first of all, you got us fucked up to the highest of fucked up activity, okay? Now, you told people when they see Senator Ted Cruz, they should hit him straight in the head. Then you call Governor Abbott. Poor man in a wheelchair. Mr. Hot Wheels. That shit is totally embarrassing, chick. You made it to fucking Congress, okay? You in fucking Congress acting like a whole ghetto ass motherfucking bunny, which you are not. And on the other hand, we have Republicans that are not even willing to address you. But guess what, motherfucker? I will. I'm Laverne Spicer. And I think that you are one fucked up, hot ass, ghetto, bunny ass motherfucking mess, first of all. Second thing is that you around here acting like an ignorant ass fool, like you ain't got no motherfucking sense at all. But let me say this to you. All of us are not having your bullshit. And I'm one that is not having it at all. I just want you to know, girl, you need to go get some motherfucking respect. First of all, you need to go get some motherfucking respect and learn some motherfucking manners. Some of that shit you saying totally is not cool. And trust and believe. If I was in Congress, I would have no problems addressing your motherfucking ass at all. I want you to know you are one ignorant ass motherfucker. And especially when you gonna talk about a goddamn man and call him Mr. fucking Hot Wheels, that's real fucked up, yo. But anyway, I just want you to know one thing. You're one ghetto ass trying to be hood rat. And that shit is so not motherfucking cool. And in case nobody had the audacity or the nerves to tell you, I don't have no problem doing just that. Peace out.
It doesn't matter how many times I hear that. It's oh gosh, John.
Yeah, I'm here, boys. Yeah.
So was that the lady you were talking about? And
yeah, she's more or less talking to her.
Needs?
Yeah, she's more or less talking to her in her ghetto language, right? She wasn't talking to her from some elevated black woman talk. She was down on Jasmine level, saying, "Don't, portray us like this ghetto ass floozy." She was talking to her like a ghetto ass lady, right? Cursing and, in the language that Jasmine will understand.
Yeah.
I like it, but I still think it's more of the same.
Let me ask you this, guys. If Jasmine Crockett's father had owned, say, a construction company or something, versus being a preacher, do you think there would be a difference in her behavior? like I think there's a big difference between, say, a preacher and the way that he extracts money out of the black community, and say someone who earned it, by providing a product or something. If someone had earned his living and then sent his daughter to private school, I think that's a big difference in the black community than someone like a preacher's daughter, where he made his money, more or less extracting off of the women and the black grievance to, to send his daughter to private school. I think it's a big difference.
I can see what you're saying. It does seem kind of despicable that that was the source of the income. And then she got sent to the best of schools, and then this is the product that she puts forth. Like, at what point did you decide to quit code switching? You should have kept what got you there going. And
Right.
I think that's what's pissing people off. So, yeah, I do see what you're saying. It is worse that, the father was a pastor and used the people's money for that. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, imagine if T.D. Jake's daughter went to Harvard, right? Now, we know what T.D. Jake's, all the bullshit he's in, correct?
Yep.
What would you think if you heard that T.D. Jake's son went to Harvard, the daughter went to Harvard? You wouldn't say, well, he went to private school. You said, well, that's T.D. Jake's son. He's just bullshit artist anyway. Puffy hanger-on. I think we're assigning intellect and stuff like that to her. She grew up in an affluent background. She went to private school. When in reality, her father just extracted resources out of the black community, but didn't want his daughter going to school in the black community. And this is the result, as you said.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't think about that. Here, I have on the screen a picture of her and her dad. She says, "You've probably heard me say I'm a proud pastor's kid, and it's my daddy's leadership and love in the church that raised me and inspires me to this day to be the best congresswoman I can be. Happy Father's Day to Pastor Joseph Crockett." I mean, he ain't a bishop yet. He seemed old, like he'd been doing it for a long time.
You said he failed at pastoring too?
That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, as far as that lady goes, it just kind of went in one ear out the other for me, because it's like Deacon Dave said, it's more of the same. You need to show us some motherfucking respect. Respect. You need to respect.
Hold on, wait.
It's
wait. Respect with what? Respect with what? With a K.
With a K.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, how are we supposed to take you seriously if you sound just like her?
Yeah, that message would have been better received from somebody with more, who could put the words together a little bit better.
See, now if it were me, you see, I would read Jasmine like a book, and I would not need to use curse words at all.
Hey, Portia,
Let me
ask you this question. When Ava was up here, what was she saying about Jasmine?
Well, she said that Jasmine is what the people need.
But she was kind of defending.
She represents.
Would you say she was kind of defending her, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the lack of, when Jasmine gets feedback, she's getting it from people like Ava. She's not getting it from that black woman. And that's why she continues on behaving like this.
Yeah, them white liberals stay working.
I know, but that's the thing that I don't like. As I was saying at the start of this, you see, they encourage it, they like it, but they're not doing this. They're not acting like this. Jasmine Crockett and other blacks like herself, whenever they're giving you this much airtime, you always have to ask yourself why is this happening? Why?
I mean,
because there's no way that it all seems orchestrated, all of it. And then John, I don't even know if the video, because I'll pull that back up here in a second. If you know, she said the Hot Wheels thing about Governor Abbott, but I don't know if you knew where she was speaking. It's at a gay thing. They're raising money for the trannies, John.
And I think, she probably went out. I don't think that was acceptable to them. I don't believe that. You know, white people tend to be pretty empathetic to like disabled and stuff like that. And for her to say something about the disabled, the same way Jesse Larry said it about the little boy with cancer, I just think that, you know, it doesn't go over as well with other groups of people. Well, with white people, I should say, because white people are very empathetic to the disabled, to the you know, cancer stricken, you know.
Well, I found her dad's church in St. Louis, and you know, these people do not waste time. The comments on the church website, I mean, well, on the church Facebook page, one of them says, "You should be ashamed of the piece of crap daughter. Oh my gosh, she's going down. You did a poor job on her." All of this stuff is just talking about that is so crazy. People, you know.
Portia, is it a mega church?
Nah.
It's a small church?
Yeah.
Really?
That's what I was saying in that picture. I was like, dang, he ain't a dinky yet. He been a preacher for a long time.
He's always been at this church? And I know y'all got the big mega churches out there in Dallas. So
yeah, we do. Yeah.
But, you know, in the inner cities, you're not gonna get like real super mega churches. If he's in St. Louis, I'm wondering like what size church is he? Because it doesn't take much to peel off a Rolls Royce out of these inner city black churches. You know what I mean?
Let me see what I can. My internet is on this other computer is kind of going crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna look and see exactly where. You might know. I don't know. It says this was the last Sunday for Joseph Crockett as senior pastor of Salem United Methodist Church. We want to thank Reverend Crockett and his wife Renee for all they've done for Salem the past year. We pray God continue to use Reverend Crockett in a mighty way in the kingdom building. So no, it's not a goodbye, but all of God's blessings on the next chapter in their life. That's interesting. So this is a church that he was at, but he's not there anymore.
He's not leaving, but he's becoming like a senior pastor or something like that.
I didn't hear what you said. I heard background stuff.
You say he's leaving, but he's not leaving. He's becoming he's not leaving, but he's a senior pastor or something like that.
Yeah, so she's saying that basically the post is saying that he's still going to be doing God's work, just not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just not here. Let's see.
I knew. And I knew that the obstacles were going to be even greater because not only was it a woman, but it was a woman of color. But man, if you saw my DNC speech and you saw me compare the resumes, listen, there was no comparison. And I'm telling y'all, there were times that I hit 5 cities in one day and no PJ, just so y'all know. Fighting to make sure that people understood what the stakes look like and making sure that they can make a choice that was really going to deliver for them, because it wasn't ever about Kamala Harris. It was about us. And I kept saying that if you think this is about whether or not she gonna be hurt because she lose, this is about whether or not we gonna be hurt if she loses. And I can tell you right now, we are the ones that are hurting, not Kamala Harris. So here it is. I'm trying to make sense of, God, why? How is it that you would put somebody so evil into literally the highest post of power? And then I just decided that sometimes we got to go through the hard times before we can truly get to the good times. And so as she was supposed to deliver this speech and I'm struggling and I can't get out of bed, all I could think about was all the people that showed up for the rallies and they had her back when things were looking good. But I wondered how many people would stand with her when things didn't look so good. And so that's when I put a hat on because I had taken my braids out. And
oh God.
Yeah. I know the black women in the room definitely know the struggle. Yeah.
Oh God.
And I was just like, I hope don't nobody recognize me. And yeah, no, I looked a hot mess. But I rolled out of bed and I went to Howard's campus, and I just wanted to be there. And
what you talking about? The dress?
Left shoulder. It looks weird on her left shoulder. I mean, I know it's not pertaining to the speech, but the dress kind of looks weird, you know.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
You think if she wasn't a congresswoman, she'd be working at the Urban Boil?
Something like that. Something like that. You know, in that portion, you know, I ain't coming on appearance and anything like that. But you know, like I don't know, it's just she's on the way. She should be a little more. Michelle Obama was more toned than her as an older woman.
Exactly. There you go. See, Michelle Obama, she's always, to me, carried herself with class. A very poised woman, no matter what. Even on this podcast that she's doing with her brother, she ain't running around cussing and acting fool and carrying on. Michelle don't even act like that.
Right. Like, and I think it just shows you how far they've fallen. Like, from Michelle Obama to this is a step down. You know what I'm saying? This is a step down. You know, just the lack of class there. This is my opinion.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Let's see. We'll listen to a few more minutes of this, and then we'll hop into Roland Martin and their crew and Black Girl Magic.
I didn't plan to see her on that day, but I knew her staff would make sure that they told her that I was there. Because
oh yeah, and another thing. So Black women have been at the head of all of these things that are ridiculous, in my opinion. But the gays have said, my struggle is the same struggle as your Black struggle. But what Black people are doing, the same as what they've done with the illegals, you know, they're going out testifying and protesting with them and speaking on their behalf, talking about they shouldn't have their houses, you know, broken up because somebody got to go back where they came from. Black people are standing in solidarity with them. You got Black people standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ. You got Black people standing in solidarity and all of these things, even as she is talking about this woman who is not Black, Kamala Harris, who lost. You're bringing all of this stuff into a space and you're elevating it while Black people are still declining. There's nothing for us to gain out of Jasmine Crockett or her behavior. None of it. Nothing.
You know, Portia, as I think about it though, like of the Black women, there were a majority of Black women that voted for Kamala. But the few that didn't, do you think they look at Jasmine's behavior like you? You look at Jasmine's behavior and ugh, right? But there are a lot of Black women who might look at her and say, okay, go girl. And the small percentage of Black women and leaving a little bit larger percentage of Black men who look at this and they're like, what the hell? They've been run away. But at the same time, there is that the base of the party identifies with this. I mean, that's quite possibly what it could be, because otherwise, why would they let it go on? They could easily quiet this woman. They could easily do it. She could not be here speaking at the Human Rights Campaign. They could have brought someone else on a little bit more mild manner. But they keep elevating her. Why do they do that?
They're trying to find an identity, in my opinion. I know you was asking Portia, but yeah, somebody's gassing her up, and maybe it's Mama Maxine, maybe it's Pelosi, but they want a fresh new face. That's what they believe that they need.
Well, I'm assuming Pelosi probably doesn't have the political chops to tell her to shut up. At this point in her life, she's an older Democrat guard. She can't tell her to shut up. But Maxine probably could as a sister gal, right? Girl, come on, girl, reel it in a little bit. But why doesn't Maxine Waters reel her in? Some of the older Black Democrats reel her in a little bit. Obama, why don't he come to her and say, girl, just reel it in a little bit? Where's the political leadership on the Democrat side that could reel her in?
That should be Chuck Schumer, right?
Well, but I'm assuming that from a race standpoint, he probably can't
Oh,
go.
oh, okay, yeah, my bad.
You understand? But there has to be someone on the black side that should be, hey, sweetie, reel it in, right? Just a little bit, reel it in. There's no one that's there to reel it in.
You know, like Jasmine, you need to chill out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the opening of this speech from Jasmine John, but she started off giving praise and thanks to Auntie Maxine Waters, honey. And I'm gonna do Auntie Maxine's her tradition, because if you know anything about Auntie Maxine, honey, yeah. So I don't even think Maxine can do it. So she's saying that, you know, essentially.
And that's kind of my point. Maxine Waters probably agrees with this. Maxine Waters says some inflammatory things herself. She agrees with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she ain't finna tell Jasmine to get somewhere and sit down. She ain't finna do none of that. I just do not understand, and maybe I'm not supposed to, why Black people don't ask that question, that why question. That's important. You look over it, you just act like, to me, you know, they think that they're doing something in honor of Blackness, or this is pro-Black, and I'm, you know, standing up and doing this for my people. But it is not, because still, at the end of the day, Jasmine, where you may have forgotten, even though you say it, you opened up with it, you keep on saying it throughout this speech, I'm a Black woman, everything is so hard for me, I'm a Black woman. But you don't realize that you actually are. And then it takes for you to have a Joy Reid moment. Because they're gonna remind you, Jasmine, and your day is coming soon. It's coming. But you keep on being the face of movements that do not impact your people. You elevate everybody else's movements, elevate everybody else's concerns, but not your own. I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's see what else she says here, and then we'll go on.
I thought that was important. But Kamala Harris did what she always does, at least when it comes to me. And somehow when it seems like the chips are stacked against her, she somehow found a way to inspire me on that day. And she said that in the darkness, that is the only time that we can actually see the stars. And so it's time for all the stars to start shining as brightly as they can.
Imagine that. And to your point, John, imagine that. Kamala Harris is her inspiration. Whenever her back is up against the wall, she always finds a reason to get back up and keep going. All I think about whenever she starts to say those words, well, yeah, her back was up against the wall a few times. Knees on the floor, up underneath desk, ain't no telling. She got where she got by essentially prostituting herself off allegedly to a very married man. But that's the bar. That's what I need to see. That's going to inspire me. I should look up to I'm supposed to be inspired and look up to a fake Black woman, Kamala, and this ghetto trash, Jasmine Crockett. This is not good. I don't think this is good. This is not good for Black women, to me. It is just not. Talk about putting the stank on it and making everything worse. It just makes me feel like, gosh, I ain't gonna be able to go nowhere, do nothing, you know, within my party because of people like Jasmine Crockett. Now, the big talk, like I said, is about this Hot Wheels, all of this heat on Texas and Governor Abbott and stuff like that. She said Texas is what Governor Abbott is a hot ass mess or something like that. Now, the way that Jasmine talks about Texas, this is another issue. Texans are what they are. We all know, y'all know I'm a Texan, a very proud one. Even Black people in Texas aren't going for this. Not so much so because of Abbott. Like I told you guys, we all say that down here. but you're dumping on Texas, and Texans don't like that, which is why I always remind you guys that she is not from here. She's not from Texas. She's from St. Louis. But whenever you start to upset the Negroes in your district, just because of the way you're talking about Texas, and then you get up on TV and tell everybody that you're not working, you ain't focusing on nothing but Trump. Black people, a lot more of them are starting to pay attention, Jasmine. They are. So let's hear from a Negro from Dallas. This another Black woman.
When I say I love everything about Texas, I love how big we are. I love that it takes you a long time to get in and up out of our state. I love that people are flocking to Texas because they see that it's a lot of opportunity out here. I love that our governor has protected our borders and shipped all the illegal criminals up out of here. I love that about Texas. What I don't like about Texas is Jasmine Crockett. I don't like how she is a representative of Texas and she does not move with dignity and class, not the type of dignity and class that I'm used to seeing. Like, Texas is a prideful state. Like, we really do feel like we are our own country over here. But Texas is a prideful place, and for her to disrespect Governor Abbott the way that she did, like, yes, there are other people who have called him that. However, we talk about our family inside the house, but when we get outside the house, you show nothing but respect to your family. You don't say them same things that you say behind closed doors to the public. It's just classless. And Governor Abbott, regardless of what people say about him, he has done a great job as our governor. And we have created lots of jobs. Our economy is good. Things are good over here in Texas, except for Jasmine Crockett. So when it's time to vote her out, Texas District 30, Sheldon Daniels, that's who we want. We want Sheldon Daniels representing this great state of Texas. And we want Jasmine Crockett to stop disrespecting our governor. We want Jasmine Crockett to stop with the rhetoric against Elon Musk. And why did she bop that White House reporter like that? Sister girl, you are a state representative. You are going to be asked questions. You can't get in your feelings and hit reporters whenever they're asking you questions that you don't like. You could have just easily walked away. You did not have to put your hands on. Now you're facing an assault charge. And for what? Then on top of that, the words that you said against our governor, we're going to respect Governor Abbott around here. So this is just a PSA to everybody in Texas District 30. Vote for Sheldon Daniels. Get Jasmine Crockett up out of there. I don't like her. It's time for her to go. She is just making us all look bad.
And that is a message from a beautiful Texan woman. I don't want you guys to just think it's me. I know you guys don't really get to see a whole lot of Black women out here that are very out loud, proud Republicans, but I've told you guys this. I've been Republican all of my life. I have never voted Democrat. I've never even thought to. That is not how we are down here. Texas is not a Republican stronghold just because of white people. A lot of us vote Republican. Most of us do. Most of us do. But Jasmine, as this young lady said, Sheldon Daniels, there's a Black man who is a Republican that's running against her. And he got it all lit up in Oak Cliff, DeSoto, Duncanville, basically where a lot of the Negroes are. It's just not a good look. It's not a good look. It's very unbecoming of Jasmine, and the fact that so many people are coming out against her, it's amazing. Now, she mentioned Jasmine assaulting someone. I showed you guys a video earlier. There's been an update to that because she is now facing assault charges, as the young lady also mentioned. So for those of you that didn't get to see, this is Jasmine.
Recently on a Tesla takedown call, calling for violence on the 29th. Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congresswoman, will you condone violence at the Tesla? Recently on a Tesla takedown call, calling for violence on the 29th. Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congresswoman, will you condone violence at the Tesla? Recently on.
So essentially, she shoves the phone in his face, scratched him, whatever happened with that. But that happened. I wonder if she'll actually, because she did tell Pam Bondi to catch her outside in the parking lot so that they can throw hands. I wonder if I don't know if John is still here, but I wonder if Jasmine would actually put her hands on somebody. Like in Congress, like I wonder if, like, let's say she was close enough to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I wonder if she would like hit her. You think she would?
If she wouldn't worry about charges, probably I wouldn't put anything past, like ghetto behavior, to be honest with you. They so empower her, like the way, she doesn't know where the boundaries are.
Yeah, not at all. I just feel like all I'm hearing is "nuck if you buck," and I feel like she would really put her hands on somebody. And then, of course, you have the response from people that are not Black. They are tearing her up, and it's just like, this is what she's looking like on the main stage. So you have MSNBC, of course, whatever. I cannot ever think of that Black lady's name that hosts the show. But MSNBC, you have her. And we can't forget about Van Jones. And hopefully this time he isn't crying. All right. We talked about this a bit last night, but you have men like Van Jones and Roland Martin and the Rashad Richies and all of these other Democrats that are men that defend the behavior of Black women, and they justify it in some kind of way. But then they'll turn around and say, not all Black men, of course, but then you'll have the turnaround where it's like, oh, well, Black women this, Black women that, but it's just like, gosh, you are in the prime position to correct their behavior, but you don't. Go ahead, John.
And I was just about to ask you, like, what percentage of, Black people at least will overlook her behavior? Well, they may say, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene act that way too, right? Or just totally say, well, she like as an example, Stanley doesn't see any problem with her behavior, I don't think. And there has been a lot of Black Democrats who probably, don't see a problem with the way she behaves.
Yeah, because exactly what you just said.
She was reelected, right?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, or yeah, she was. Or they'll say, "Oh, Trump this," or somebody else did it. You remember, this, or you remember that, whatever it is. But I'm not comparing her to anybody. I'm just talking about her. Period.
Well, I guess when like Fannie Willis was reelected, right? And how much different is Fannie than this
Fannie
one?
Willis?
Yeah.
Fannie Willis, she was reelected.
Was reelected. And right. And Fannie is probably not much different than this woman. And could this be like a reflection of the Black women in the Democrat Party?
Yes. I would say so. I would absolutely say so. I don't think I got to get to Fannie last night, but Fannie, she got reelected. She was charged in order to pay, a fine for that waste of a time trial on Trump, but she was also ordered to stay away from Nathan Wade. And lo and behold, some couple at the airport, minding their business, going on a trip, they spot Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade.
Wait a minute, she was ordered to stay away from him. Why?
Because of the hearing, the trial.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And the last time we talked about Fannie is because her pregnant daughter, got pulled over, and on the body cam, he was all on the body cam. Now they all out in public at the airport. She does not care. She doing what she want to do.
She living her best life.
And y'all gonna vote for her again.
And I bet you she won pretty much overwhelmingly in the Black community, probably overwhelmingly. And so again, that's what I'm saying. Like does Fani and Jasmine really represent the majority of black women, and is that why they can't rein them in? You know, to rein her in would be to correct all black women, or a large majority of them. So you kind of have to let that behavior flow.
Yeah, but it's just like, at what cost, you know? I wonder if it becomes so bad and distasteful to a point to where black people start to disassociate themselves from the party and the behavior because of the behavior. Do you think that'll happen? Oh, I think he stepped away. Let's play some of this.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I'd like to
read it.
this NPR article.
Have you been to a MAGA rally where Trump?
Yeah, I think in reality, like the Hispanics would be able to step up and be more effective, be able to cosplay. And if you look at St. Maxine Waters' jurisdiction, she can't hold that much longer. And the Democrats have not cultivated a what do they call it, like a bench, like effectively step into her position. So as she goes, it's going to be interesting to see how her district goes. That's my thoughts on it.
Hey,
and I mentioned Maxine because Maxine is in a heavily Democratic, heavily Hispanic district, and you know, and it's heavily Hispanic, and I think, you know, she'll be kind of like the bellwether of how these black women will go. Like, and so it'll be interesting to watch how her career goes.
Okay, let's see.
Is mocking a disabled journalist or a POW, or saying we should punch him out. I mean, it is rich. And let me tell you, I have been very, very out there on criticizing Trump for that disgusting, disgusting rhetoric that has coarsened the language around politics. It's gross. He's why we got here. And what she did was disgusting. And I am not going to accept her spin of this. It's disgusting and gross to mock someone who is disabled just because you don't like them. And if Democrats, this is your idea, this is what your party is going to do now, is do Trump but gross but worse, and then pretend it's not. I'm not here for this, and please do better. Please, this cannot be the answer.
It's Trump's fault.
I don't know if that's what she's saying, actually, Portia. I think she's saying, like, if you're going to do Trump on your side, it can't be this gross. And they don't have anyone to do it, you know, as well as Trump does. And so hence you hear the name calling, the ghetto name calling that the blacks will resort to. She can't do it any better than ghetto name calling and disrespecting the disabled and stuff like that. And I think those things are kind of over the line in polite society.
Yeah, but you know, as we listen to more of this, you'll hear the whole, see, Trump set the stage for this because Trump is always saying crazy stuff. So he made the table and now everybody's just pulling up and taking a seat.
I think
it's a true statement, but it's not completely. Here's how I view it, okay? I say that this is the people's fault because the people voted for this. Every group of every people get the government they deserve. The government is just a reflection of the people. And this is what majority, not all, but this is what the people want.
You know, I would take it a step further, honestly. I think it is, if you listen to this white woman complaining about what she's saying, I got an email earlier this week about empathy. Blacks don't display the same level of empathy. I've been in third world countries where I see the handicapped blacks, they just sitting on the side of the road, nobody cares about them. You see the same thing in India. And what Jasmine Crockett did when she criticized a man in a wheelchair, for most white people, it just will draw their that would get emails going like the one I got. And I ain't criticizing nobody in the email in a wheelchair. But I think with just normal white people, it's just a bridge too far. You criticize a man in a wheelchair. But on the Democrat side, where the blacks are, like, that's fair game.
I don't know if I fully agree with that, John. Hold on. Wait. Before I disagree, you said greater white society? Is that what you said?
Yeah, well, you know, here's the thing. Look at them. Helen Keller, they're blind institutes, cerebral palsy institutes. Man, white people having institutes and orphanages and things like that for disabled.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, you know, I heard it different. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Man, somebody sent me probably a 2-page email saying, John Galt, you don't have empathy, and you're running the white people off like Barnaby. And they mentioned him directly, specifically, saying your lack of empathy runs white people off like him. And this person sent me he took the time out of his day and wrote me a very long email. No black person is gonna write me an email talking about my lack of empathy because we're kind of centered differently. And her lack of empathy towards the man in the wheelchair probably hits a little different with black people than it does with whites. It repulses some elements of white people where maybe a lesser percentage of blacks. That joke hits well with black people. Maybe it doesn't hit that well with white people, as an example. But Barnaby can comment on that.
What you want me to talk about? Empathy that my people have?
Well, someone mentioned you in an email saying that, John Galt, your lack of empathy runs people like Barnaby, Lindy Lou away.
I mean, to tell you the truth, like I feel like I'm going to meet you one day. We're going to hang out. But after watching you go in on kicking that guy out and getting an erection over it, I'm like, oh, this dude's a little crazy. Like, I'm a little bit scared of you now. Does that make sense?
See what I'm saying?
Like, you crazy. Like, that's too much. You took too much joy out of kicking this motherfucker out. You spent like 16 hours just reveling in his demise. Whatever happened to that man? Or is that for another show? Sorry.
You see what I'm saying, Portia? Like, that shit,
bro. You are scaring me off. Like, you're crazy. Like, you're sadistic. That's sadistic. That's sadism, my dude. You have it in you. You got evil in you, sir.
You see what I'm saying, Portia? But every black person just laughing. Oh, kick him out.
Yeah, kick him out. Let's see. Time's up.
Right?
Street life.
There's a difference between the blacks and whites. There's a level of empathy that's lacking in the blacks, for whatever reason.
That's because we know, and that man owed you money. You kind of got the right to treat him how you want to. In my opinion, somebody owed me money. I'm not being nice about it. You were super nice about it, but you made it funny, and that's what rubbed people the wrong way. I didn't have a problem with it.
It's just like, I don't know, man. Like, if you set a deadline, you're like, if you ain't got my money by then, you're out. And you just did it. That's one thing. But you just like dragging him on. And whatever happened to that guy, John?
He's still there.
He's still there? He found the money?
Yeah, he found him. He's his employer, baby.
So you put the fear of God in him that gave him the drive to go find the funds.
That's amazing. That's good.
That's
work.
the kick in the ass that white people don't understand.
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
That's what I'm pointing out with Jasmine Crockett. For people who worked in the private sector, you can't criticize somebody in a fucking wheelchair. You know that. Bro, you know that. You can't fucking crack a joke on somebody that's disabled. Anybody that's worked a real job knows that. But yet this woman came out and did it anyway.
Look. Okay, you're just gonna brush over the shit that we've been hearing now. Apparently, Texans call them Hot Wheels, but you're not allowed to say it outside of the state. I mean, why are you gonna put me? Why do you have to put me in a position where I'm standing up for Jasmine Crockett? That's some crazy shit. Like, let's be honest, right? Let's not be like Jasmine Crockett. Let's be open and honest. Maybe in that state they call them Hot Wheels. To me, it is extremely distasteful. I don't want to bring the wrath of God upon me. I don't want no karma. I don't ever want to see the wrong side of a wheelchair personally. So you ain't never going to catch me saying that. I don't care if everyone says it. I'm not saying it. But maybe that's what Texans do. You know, they roll differently. So, I mean, you have to at least admit. You have to at least admit that allegedly
Barney,
they call him that in the state. What's up?
I said that was a good one. You said we roll differently.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. But no, John. Yes, it is true. Yeah. So like that's.
So does she need a pass?
That's the thing in Texas. So for me, her calling him Hot Wheels, that is not what bothered me. It's where she was at and everything else she said afterwards. So I don't care about the Hot Wheels thing. Governor Abbott calls himself Hot Wheels.
Was she speaking in Texas? Was this a speech in Texas?
No, she wasn't in Texas. Here, no.
I'll tell you the funny part to me. The funny part. Okay, Hot Wheels is kind of funny. What's even funnier is her clarification on why she called him Hot Wheels, because of his policies in regards to the transportation of migrants and all that stuff. Like, she turned it into a political point. That is hilarious.
So maybe it's not that bad.
Let me pull.
Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I mean, look, man, you don't be like there's people like there's some people out there that hate Trump so much he could create world peace, cure cancer, and end AIDS, and they still would say something bad about him. Don't be like those people, right? Maybe as horrible as she is for a multitude of reasons, maybe what she did is not as bad as we preliminarily thought.
Do you think Hot Wheels as a term of endearment?
Absolutely not.
I think there's
Somebody trying to talk or something.
No, that's my baby. I think there's snowflakes on both sides. We can't cry over the small stuff too at the same time.
Oh.
I have to find her response because she did put out a response about it, and it was kind of wild. It didn't make sense. But John, you asked, was this event in Texas? Why did you ask that?
I mean, if it was in Texas, her referring to him as Hot Wheels would be, crowd appropriate. I never heard of him being called Hot Wheels. So outside of Texas, it doesn't really, I didn't really get it. It was offensive to me, and I think that's what this lady's saying. It's time for everything. Maybe she said it in the wrong places. Ryan says it was at the Human Rights Council that she said this.
No, she said this in Los Angeles, bro.
Yeah, the Human Rights Council, right?
She did that shit in LA.
So let me take this down for just a second here. So we have Hakeem Jeffries being asked to comment on this.
Thank you, Leader. Have you spoken with
Who is this guy?
Jasmine Crockett regarding her?
He's the leader of the Democrats in the House.
Bernie, you should know who this guy is. If you in the politics, lady, you don't know who this is?
I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I know shit if I don't. Sorry to let you down. I don't know everything.
Would it be like 4 steps from the presidency? 5 steps? I don't know. He's like the head.
Speaker of the House is third, but he's not Speaker of the House.
He's 4 steps.
The 4 steps, okay.
4 steps, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The House Minority Leader, yeah.
Yeah, 4 steps.
Comments towards Governor Abbott, and how are comments like that affecting the party's brand?
I have not had a conversation with Jasmine. I did see that she issued a statement clarifying her remarks, and her statement speaks for itself.
Thank you, Leader. Have you?
She issued a statement. She, it speaks for itself.
What's the statement say?
That's her. Oh, I'm pulling it up.
Why won't you apologize? I put out a statement. They did not an apology. So read my statement. I did read it. It did not an apology. Okay. Well, I'm done. You don't feel bad about making fun of someone? I'm done. Why won't you apologize? I put out a statement. They did not an apology. So read my statement. I did read it. It did not an apology. Okay. Well, I'm done. You don't feel bad about making fun of someone? I'm done. Why won't you apologize? I put out a statement.
So
I don't like how they just ambush people. Like they should
That-
make themselves
you know, hey,
available or
that-
not. Just ambush journalism.
That's what I was wondering that from the first clip when I guess she scratched the camera guy. Like, where's her security? How's somebody just able to just walk up on you like that?
Yeah,
the better is the better question is if Portia like slowly rewinds it. The question you should be asking yourself is, what about her? Look at her staff.
What about him?
Mm-hmm.
What? What's up with staff?
Look at the staff, Portia. Those will be her probably the senior people on her staff. Look at the two. Look at the two of them. If you go back a bit. So you see the black guy there, right?
Mm-hmm.
See the other black woman right there with where's the other black woman? There's a black woman to her right.
Yeah.
You see
Look,
her,
so you
right?
got black woman. There's a black man. There's another black woman back there, and then there's this white girl.
And you know, like there's a woman. Was it Sheila Jackson Lee out of Texas?
Yes.
There were articles in the news about how her staff was like constant turnover. You know, only the lowest of the low would work for her. She's hard to deal with. I imagine that Jasmine Crockett staff is kind of the same. Like, she doesn't have a strong staff around her that can give her good advice. They're just yes men. Look at that black man around her and look at the black woman. Like, this is what you end up seeing is that, like, there's no, like, it ends up becoming the echo chamber. Those people need their jobs. That black man probably ain't go nowhere else and work. So no matter how much food she asks, he did yes, well, whatever you need me to do, boss. Just like Sheila Jackson Lee was, ordering her staff around, running errands and shit like that for her.
It's the boss.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's what you're seeing there.
Oh, John says Jackson Lee is always cussing out her staff. She passed away, unfortunately.
There are articles here in the DC media talking about like the high turnover of her staff. I've rented to people that work for her. I've known people that work for her, and it's like it would be like the lowest common denominator job on the hill. If you work for her, it's an indication of like who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, well, now you're just taking it too far, man. If you're young, if you're inspired by this kind of sassiness, I mean, she's actually 43, so she looks good.
Yeah, 535 members in Congress. If you find yourself working with her, you settled at the bottom.
No, people stop it. People, to you, and to me, sure. But some people are really inspired by the sassiness. They see this young acting woman standing up to, Orange Man, and they love it. They're inspired by it. And for you not to understand that is like, really? You don't understand that? To them, it's a win. Stop. Go ahead.
Let's say you
That's what
work.
Ava said earlier when she called it exactly what Barney just said.
Let's
Sorry,
you work for Jasmine Crockett.
What's up?
Let's say you hypothetically you work for Jasmine Crockett. You want to enter a career of politics,
and that's the only job I can get. Yeah, that would be hard for me to deal with.
Well, but you've now hit a ceiling. There's not much room for that kind of politics. No one else is going to want to hire someone from her staff. Period. She can't go. Her staff members, there are very limited options to go to the Senate. Certain committees, they're just not going to put her on. Because
I think you're wrong, man. This is what's that movie where everyone gets stupid? This is Idiocracy, and we're living it. And she is popular. Everyone's talking about her. She's like AOC. She's like MTG. I mean, are these the real leaders, or are these just the clowns and the jesters? But either way, they're the ones I think that can get funding for the DNC. These are the ones that they're like, who's the guy that wears a clock around his neck? It's like that. He's good if you use him right. What's that guy's name? He's like the Flavor Flav. And he can kind of bring a crowd, and he can kind of get a crowd, and he can get people to open their pocketbooks. I mean,
I think what you're trying to say is that she's the chitlin circuit.
No, she's not. She's not. I'm telling you, people like this. She won twice. Didn't she win twice already? This is what people want. And she's giving it to him. And she's being her genuine self, in my opinion. You can't pretend to be like this. Like Hillary Clinton, when someone tries to act street and ghetto, you can sniff them out a mile away. But this woman, it just comes natural. That sassiness, right? Just a difficult kind of woman to work with. This is all natural. And there's always something endearing about a natural politician. Even politicians that I can't stand. I used to love Bernie because I thought, I mean, he totally sold out and he's a cuck now, but anyone who stands up there and speaks their truth, it's like refreshing. And that's how she feels. I don't think she's the smartest or the brightest, but I can at least understand why people like her. And I think maybe, John, you need to, I don't know why you don't see that.
I understand why people like her. It's just batshit nuts. Like it's insane.
She's just like the bad kid in the classroom, right? The troublemaker. Like, do you want to sit here and do your homework or do your schoolwork, or do you want to watch the bad kid like yell at the teacher? It's fun. It's exciting. It's entertaining. It breaks up the monotony. And here she is.
Let's run the thought experiment, right? Take a walk with me. The Democrats need a Trump equivalent, right? But they've already established this kind of distaste for white men. So they can't use white men that are like Trump. So what's the next logical type of person that they could use that's kind of Trump-like? That would, and by Trump-like, I mean like that will say the things that will bring the party attention. What's the Democrat equivalent to that?
The Democrat equivalent to Trump is a sassy black woman. That's interesting. Maybe
I'm just
no.
Hey, Barney, walk with me. Like I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure it out. That loud, boisterous kind of. I mean, of course, you're doing a caricature of what you think Trump is, right? Because Trump is, even though Trump has that aspect of him, we have seen various sides of Trump. You know what I'm saying? Whereas with Jasmine Crockett, it's kind of like it's sass. Even when you're trying to be serious, you interrupt it with sass.
Trump has lowered the bar of professionalism. That's for sure. This is part of the Trump effect. You guys were kind of laughing at that, but I believe part of this is Trump's fault. He's lowered the bar for cordiality, or what's the word I'm looking for, or just the manner in which you should conduct yourself in the halls of Congress or whatnot. And it's just devolving.
I don't think it's a politician's fault, because in order for Trump to get to where he is, yeah, there's money behind him and all that, but ultimately, who makes the decision? The people, and they overwhelmingly chose him. You see what I'm saying? But so if the culture was different, they would overwhelmingly choose somebody else.
I didn't vote for him because he's out of pocket. I didn't vote for him because he's disrespectful. I didn't vote for him he has a lot of bad qualities, right? It's just right. Harris next to Trump, it's like there's no option. There's no choice. No choice but Trump. And again, he's not all bad, but there's plenty of bad things about him compared to Obama, the best dressed, best looking, most refined, and as don't forget, Joe Biden called him clean. He was just so professional. He just exuded professionalism. The only thing Obama ever did wrong socially was he wore a tan suit once. I don't know if you remember that or not. That was like a big scandal. Mm-hmm. His scandal was he wore a tan suit. And sometimes Michelle Obama wasn't dressed, befitting of a first lady getting off a plane. You could say that. Sure, I'll agree with that. But, Trump is just inviting this and lowering the bar. And then, the equivalent of her is on the right is actually Marjorie Taylor Greene, her number one nemesis. Mm-hmm. Remember, MTG, she came in, she was crazy. She was cute. She was a QAnon candidate. She was literally a QAnon candidate. Somehow she woke up and became more intelligent, but she's still sassy. She's out here posting her CrossFit pics. I mean, come on. I don't care about that. And shout out to Jasmine Crockett. She is butch body built. I don't want to get off topic. It's definitely not professional of a congresswoman, but MTG is butch body built.
Yes, it is too.
She got some strong ass hands, man.
She got that big head. She looked like a bobblehead or something, right? I don't know what's going on.
That shit crazy. But she keep it tight.
A bodybuilder. Yeah, she's like a bodybuilder and like a power lifter or whatever. But Jasmine Crockett, and she but they both are built badly. So Jasmine, when she responded, she said,
"What's Jasmine look like? She's a bit more heavier. Her face doesn't look heavy, but I think her body is, isn't it?
She thick, bro.
She's thick.
It's just not.
She's sloppy thick.
Just doesn't.
Doesn't.
That's
suit
tough.
her?
I'm sorry, Portia, but that's tough to say because she's never actually. Like she's usually overdressed. You know what I'm saying? She's got the jacket on. She's got her body is covered up. Same thing with AOC. They cover their bodies up to not show their physique.
Well, good.
So you don't really know what they look like.
Good, as they should. And the best dressed politician, female wise, in the world, love it or hate it. Sorry, not sorry. Kamala Harris always looks great professionally, and I'll take that to the bank. It used to be Hillary Clinton, but she's a little too foo-foo. Put her up next to Kamala, perfectly dressed, on point every single time. She doesn't look, she kind of hides her whole past, and she really looks professional. So shout out to her, even though I can't stand her.
Hey, before you read this, Portia, here's another thing to consider, Barney, in regards to Trump. One of the biggest appeals to Trump was basically him saying, from a political standpoint, what everybody already thought. We as politicians, we are bullshit. And I'm not going to hide the fact that we are bullshit. But I'm going to be bullshit right in front of you. That was basically what he ran on.
I love it.
And it worked for him. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying with the people deserve the government that they want. People wanted a person who was unashamedly, unapologetically.
Here you go.
Not too bad, actually.
Go ahead.
But you see what I'm saying, Barney? Like Trump confirmed from a political standpoint what the entire country basically thought of politics. We are bullshit.
Yeah.
And it worked for him.
Yeah, he's like one of the few politicians that on occasion doesn't lie. I mean, he lies most of the time, just like most of them. But that sometimes when he tells that truth, God, it is so refreshing, man. It's like a Ricola in the middle of winter. It is just so. Oh, and I'm like, that's why I voted for you, Trump. And then I call him Daddy, and then it's easy to see why we like him so much. But at the end of the day, same with Jasmine Crockett. I was listening to this interview the other day, kind of behind the scenes, a little bit of an ambush journalism, and they were asking her about Israel. And it's just the same goddamn talking points that the rest of them do. They have a right to defend themselves. We're going to give them everything they need. They're our number one ally. And it's just, this America first policy never happened, right? At best, we're America second. And it's a damn shame. And Trump is failing.
Definitely Israel first. Yeah, that is absolutely insane.
Trump is a failure, just like Biden's a failure. Just like all of them are a failure. And at some point, it's like, is someone going to do something about this? What are we going to do here? This is insane. This is insane, and it's happening. And in Jasmine Crockett, same thing. She says the same thing. And Governor Abbott, that is the biggest Zionist governor in the world. It's like he got up on stage with all these Israel flags, just sitting up there like, bro, you're a governor. You're not even international. Why are you sucking up so? It's just insane. It's insane what's happening.
Let's not go too deep into the Israel thing. But you're right. Okay. So let's talk about it. Bad built or no?
You mean butch body built? No, okay, look at MTG. MTG's got she's overweight, but she still has that female figure. She got a bit of a fupa, but she's cute. I mean, let's be honest. Who would you pretended they weren't sassy? Who would you rather walk around with on your arm, her or MTG? Definitely Jasmine Crockett, looks wise, 100%.
Nah, man, I had those wig holders with one of my exes. Nah, man, I won't go back.
What do you think her natural looks like under that?
Smash chocolate cake.
Smash chocolate cake, fucked up edges. What's going on under that? Tell me.
Yeah,
do you have
man.
a picture of her with the natural or not?
Look at that, man. Are you serious?
That actually looks natural right there.
You with it? You going?
Yeah, I'm going with MTG.
No, pull up a picture of MTG. Maybe you forgot what she looks like.
No. I'm saying I'm not. We're not saying that they got stellar bodies. This is the body. This is the battle of the bat built. That's what this is.
We're not talking attitude, right? Just pretend they're both nice.
Oh, you're not even adding the attitude. Okay. That don't make it any better.
If you look at MTG, she got a big head. Just strangely
Yeah,
big.
of course, if you could, because I actually, I don't know why Barney's on. I don't know. I want to see what he's talking about.
Jasmine Crockett is cute. Sorry. Yeah, she needs to eat less. Do some more workouts. Maybe her and MTG could work out together.
Yo, would you consider yourself a liberal?
What's that got to do with rating
I
women?
don't know, man. Because it's like,
Yeah, he's a liberal, man. Look at that mustache. Yeah, he's a liberal.
Nothing wrong with that. All right,
clean.
I'm not trying to come at you.
Stash.
I voted for Trump. I did.
Yeah, because
that doesn't mean you're not liberal. No, that doesn't mean you're not liberal, though. That doesn't mean that.
I mean,
Trump is a lefty. Like Trump is a liberal. Let's say neoliberal something. He's pretty liberal.
He was the first pro openly gay marriage president the world has ever had. Go back to her. Hold on.
Whoa. Hey, wait. What?
It's not. It's like it is butch body. It's butch body, man. It's butch body.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. You want me to believe what you just said?
Look, she has less body fat. Yes, sure.
Look, you want me to believe my ears over my eyes?
Jasmine is more attractive, easily.
Give me 1 second, so I can.
God damn it, Barney.
I don't know what the problem is.
Nothing. There's no problem, man. You have a right to your opinion. I respect it.
I think Jasmine has a prettier face, and I think MTG has a better body.
It's butch body, bro. I never heard of that term before she said it, but as soon as she said it, I was like, nailed it. Butch body built. Let's see if there's an actual butch body built. It's too much. Like if I need like help on the farm, if I'm going to go on a horseback camping trip, I'm talking survival. Yeah, I'm taking MTG 100%.
Oh,
but
there we go.
Perfect. Well, Portia, what do you think from a woman's perspective? Which would you be more if you had to hit the gym? Which body would you be going for?
No, if you had to wake up tomorrow with one of these bodies, Portia.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Honestly, I don't know.
Because look, MTG's that's like as good as it gets. Jasmine is overweight, but if she worked out and ate less, her body would get nice because she has the natural appeal. Does that make sense?
It does, but then you just throw in another dynamic of me having to make her lose weight.
Well, she don't have to lose weight. Even as is, she's still better. I mean, look at MTG. She looks crazy. Look at that big nose. Right? And look, she's like, you know what's worse is she thinks that what she's rocking is like awesome. It's like, okay, good job. But she's like, hey, baby, look at me in my bikini. I'm a congresswoman and I wear a cowboy hat. She thinks she's like, nailed it. I'm sexy. I'm sorry, MTG. You're no AOC. I mean, honestly, this is really going to throw everyone off. But the most beautiful congresswoman, make sure you're sitting down for this. What is her damn name? Is Ilhan Omar. That's a fact, man.
Okay, I can agree with you on that. To an extent.
No, I don't.
The face card never rejected, always wins. Ilhan Omar.
If you had to pick out of the three, I'd give that to you for sure.
We can ship her back to Somalia any day, but she is the prettiest, and that's a fact.
No, I think I think Paulina is.
Well, maybe there's one I don't know, but
You're about to get to know her. I'm about to show y'all.
Okay.
I've shown her you guys before, and Anna is absolutely stunning. She is, wow, you know. Jeez. Let's see. I don't even know which picture. I mean, all of them look great. Okay, let's start with this one.
I feel like I hijacked the show and took it to a lower level.
Oh, you didn't. You're fine.
Okay. I mean, there's a hottie that used to be married to that rock band called The Cars, and her name is Paulina Poroskova. It's kind of a white people thing. Maybe you heard of her. Definitely not a congresswoman. But poor thing, when she died, rockstar husband wrote her out of the boat. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, she wins. That's the winner right there. Never heard of her, though.
Oh, they had a meme on her for a big mouth, right?
Yeah.
I spotted it.
No, Stanley, we off the beaten path, bro. We off the beaten path.
Oh, but here's the thing. I just wanted to say, and sorry for derailing the show, but Jasmine Crockett, like a lot of these politicians, I don't think throughout history that they were as smart as we think they were. Some of them are smart. Some of them understand what's going on. And then there's a lot of fillers. Don't forget, Ronald Reagan was a goddamn actor for like 20 plus some years, right? Married a couple times, actor. Freaking actor, right? And a lot of these people are like that. And they're not as smart as we think they are. And back in the day, no one had Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. So we'd only see pictures of them or how they presented themselves or when they made an official speech. I don't know how much has really changed other than social media. I don't know if people are getting worse. People throughout history have just been obnoxious and maybe not so intelligent. The thing about her, I think, and a lot of them are, they're just kind of figureheads. And if they can ignite a crowd, the people who really make decisions and form policy and have money, just give it to her. And if you hear her talking about that little country in the Middle East, like we were talking about, they give her money. Absolutely. Because she talks that same talk that they all talk. And that's what they are. They don't even have to be smart. They don't write the bills. They know how they're supposed to vote ahead of time. And they always vote on party line anyways. It's rare that someone doesn't vote on party line. Those are the people maybe we should look at. The people that are standing up for something. So she's no different than anyone else. It is embarrassing, yeah, and I do kind of blame Trump for it. But it is an exciting time. Oh, go ahead.
At the end of the day, we gotta keep it real. These are salesmen.
Yeah, they are.
They're salesmen that use you as the product. It's actually kind of, they don't just use you as the product. They figure out what you want, so they can go up there and advocate for it. And then a lot of the time when they get voted in for you to do the thing that you wanted them to do, they end up doing something else.
I mean,
or they don't do it to the degree that you voted them in for it to be done, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect example is AOC, right? She's like, oh, we need $15 minimum wage. We need Medicare for all. We need to stop funding wars. As soon as she gets in, don't have Medicare for all. Doesn't say nothing about minimum wage. And she funds all the wars. And it's insane. It's insane. It's that bait and switch. And it's just, it's like when when your spouse cheats on you. It's like, come get with me. I'll never cheat on you. I'll love you till the end of time. I promise I'll do all these things for you. As soon as you put that ring on it, they just turn around and disrespect you all the time. Jesus Christ.
What you got going on? What you doing?
That's Anna Paulina.
She's got my vote. Listen, I gotta go before I say something crazy.
Yeah.
What state does she represent?
Go ahead, Barney. What were you saying?
I'm done. I'm out of here. This is too much. All right. Peace and
Yeah.
blessings. Stanley, I'm sorry I didn't pull up, my dude. I got you on my list, Stanley. I'm not going to be like these politicians that just let you down.
Of course it called it.
Because you said that Ilhan Omar was, and it's just, I think she's beautiful. I do, but like Anna, she's like, she's like the one,
Yeah, I didn't know who that was, but yeah, that she's she seems like a very intelligent woman, and I'll just leave it at that. All
right. Oh my gosh, Barney is something else. Thank you, Barney. We always love having you up. It's so funny because a lot of people, they don't get Barney's personality, and they think that he's, like mean or sort. I mean, it's a lot of things, and it's just like, no, it's Barney. You guys just have to get to know him. He's fun. He is so funny. But yeah, that was Ilhan Omar. Excuse me, Anna Paulina, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Jasmine Crockett. So,
to be fair, you have to give Omar the same kind of photo as Anna Paulina to compare.
Let's see.
I don't think she would have nothing like that.
Yeah, like
Isn't
Anna
she
Paulina, like she was a model and stuff.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna. What's Scott Jennings doing on the screen, man? What's Scott talking about?
Oh, let's see.
Party. I mean, I think actions speak louder than words. And in this instance, I think we have a president who, when the plane crash.
Before Scott starts talking, I don't know if you guys really listen to Scott. He be cracking me up, and he just says anything. And like with these women, they always put the camera on him like this. It like you can only imagine what's about to come out of his mouth. Do y'all watch him?
Oh yeah, he be cooking. He's funny.
Yeah, that's a chef face.
This CNN that dynamic that they have now is very entertaining. Very entertaining.
Wildly. It really is. It's, if it wasn't for this, I feel like they would have been up out of here. But this is great. Let's see.
Happened in Washington, D.C. He blamed it on people with disabilities. When RFK says that autism is a threat to the American way of life, which is a disability. Apparently, the White House has ended ASL, American Sign Language interpreters, in briefings, which is making it inaccessible. Questioning and gutting Social Security, which a lot of disabled people rely on, Medicaid, Medicare, people rely on. And in his first campaign, mocking disability. Two wrongs don't make a right, but actions speak louder than words, and the policies of the Republican.
Just like Jasmine Crockett did earlier, you talk all of this gay stuff, and then you say, I'm a proud daughter of a pastor. I'm a Christian. I'm not a fake one. I'm a real one. You just named off all of these things, and now you're saying, I'm not,
That's the game. That's the game, girl.
Whatever it was, the word that she just said, the few words. Let me rewind it back a few seconds.
ASL, American Sign Language interpreters, in briefings, which is making it inaccessible. Questioning and gutting Social Security, which a lot of disabled people rely on, Medicaid, Medicare, people rely on. And in his first campaign, mocking disability. Two wrongs don't make a right.
There we go. Two wrongs. I just forgot. I forgot. Two wrongs don't make a right. You just named all of these wrongs. Okay. And you say that they don't make a right, but you're about to do the very thing that you just said. Two wrongs don't make a right. It's like they talk in circles, and I don't even know if they hear themselves.
Yeah, they hear themselves, but they have a goal, and this is the political deflection has been going on for a long time. It's actually happening on the. It's happening on both sides too. Pete Hegseth with the whole Signal Gate. Anytime one of those Republicans get asked about it, they start talking about Biden. It's like this constantly happens, and it's nasty work. It's nasty work because nothing ever actually gets solved, it's like somebody commits an offense, then they do this blame game shit, and then they move on to something else.
Yeah.
But she finna get cooked. She finna get cooked on this. Let's go.
But actions speak louder than words, and the policies of the Republican, including undermining special education, ID, the Individuals with Disability and Education Act, making sure that schools are not going to be accessible. Those are the actions of this administration. Those are the actions of the Republican Party. I would rather folks be demonizing those things than...
But to be clear, you don't agree with what she said, right?
Well, her explanation was that she wasn't referring to that policy. If she
so you buy that?
Oh, and I forgot, that is something that I was supposed to be reading. This is what Jasmine Crockett said in her response. So we have that context. Let's see here. All right. So Jasmine says, I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles he used to transfer migrants into communities led by Black mayors, deliberately stoking tension and fear among the most vulnerable. Literally, the next line I said was that he was a hot ass mess, referencing his terrible policies. At no point did I mention or allude to his condition. So I'm even more appalled that the very people who unequivocally support Trump, a man known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking those with disabilities, are now outraged. You know what? This is my first time reading this, and you know, I'm trying to stay calm and cool.
Yeah.
Is she she Hot Wheels. Are you for real? Let me screenshot this. Because I know I got you have to be kidding me. This has to be a joke. She wasn't talking about his wheelchair. I played you guys the video from the other girl, the Black girl from Texas. And she said that too in the video. We call it, that's something that we do in Texas. He calls him that. You know, we got the wheelchair jokes or whatever, but it's something that we do here. And like John said, yeah, everybody doesn't know that unless you're from here and you get into the groove or whatever. But I wasn't offended by Jasmine Crockett saying that. That didn't bother me at all. It's like, oh yeah, Hot Wheels, right? But she said that she was talking about the wheels on the plane, the train, and the cars that he used to transfer migrants into communities led by Black mayors. Are you kidding me? I mean, how far do we need to reach?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh God. That is bad. That is bad. I don't even know how do you spin something like that? How do these people come up with this stuff? Oh gosh. I wasn't talking about his condition. I'm talking about the cars and the trains and the planes that he sent to Chicago, a Black city, on purpose, sending migrants there on purpose.
That's that bait and switch.
That's it.
Girl.
And it basically turns into, why you worried about what I said when he said all this?
Right, and that's why I wish John was still up here, because it's like, John, I know that's what you're thinking, but this is what they're doing. Like, Jasmine Crockett said this, and it's because of Trump. It's his fault. Trump wasn't even there. He wasn't there.
Yeah, but if you're better than somebody, you don't justify being worse than that person.
Exactly.
I mean, if you want me to believe that you're better than Trump, then don't act worse than Trump.
That makes too much sense, you know?
Uh-oh.
Too much sense. And unfortunately, they don't have any.
here's the thing. If you make fun of somebody because of their disability, I do not agree with that. As a person with a disability, as a person who has family members with a disability, as a person who has taught children with a disability, that is not acceptable. She said that's not what she was doing, and so I know Jasmine, and I believe Jasmine if that's what she was saying.
Well, I don't know her yet, and so.
You know, Black Women Unite, Team Sister Girl.
Yeah,
Wait.
that's the
Yeah.
bull.
Yeah. Do y'all think Van Jones gonna stand on something today? Are we finna
No.
see Van Jones stand on something? I want to see this.
He should if he want to be. He could actually put himself in a better light if he did, but I doubt it.
He's starting off good. He said, hey, I'm glad you know him. You know her, but I don't. Let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes.
Here's how I see it. She's new. She's young, and she's trying to find her way. I think that this party is scrambling, trying to seem tough, and I'm seeing this party traffic in a lot of curse words. That's supposed to be like the new cool thing to do. I don't think that's going to be as useful. I've even heard Pete Buttigieg with a whole bunch of curse words. I don't know who gave that memo. I don't think that's very useful. I think you have to be very careful when you're talking about people with disabilities. And I don't think she was careful, and I don't know her enough to say she's not being honest. I'm going to tell you, it sounded bad. And I just want to finish. I think this party is trying to find a way to look tough and to show fight, but this is not the way. I don't think the cursing is going to work. I think I've been on stage and I've gotten a little bit hyped sometimes too. I hope that she will take this as lessons. You talked about learning lessons, that type of stuff. It doesn't sound to me like she's actually taking full responsibility. If that's true, I don't like it, and she can't do that again. She's too important to us to do that again.
What I fear is that no lesson could
Okay,
ever be learned as long as we're doing these
Van.
things in front of audiences who roar.
Right?
Portia, what you think? What you think? Did he stand on it?
He didn't cry this time.
He
I
didn't
think he
cry.
still. He gave her an out. He issued a challenge to say, "Let's see where you go. If you take this advice, and you can get a different outcome." I think he's still giving her an out, because if he was against it, or if he really felt a way, he would tell her that ain't the way. But instead, he giving her an out. So I don't think that he's really standing on anything.
I just say,
He did say that ain't the way.
He's not crying.
Wait. You didn't hear him say this ain't the way?
He's giving her an out.
And I'm gonna tell you how he gave her an out. I do agree, but when he said she's new, it's like, yeah, you standing on it, but you leaving the door cracked a little bit.
Yeah, you're saying it better than I did.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything? I mean, the first day at my job, I don't go in the place hooting and hollering and yelling, pointing my finger, wagging my finger and rolling my neck and dropping F-bombs, MF this, calling people hoes and bees, and I don't do that at work on the first day.
I give him a 5.
Fifth year, it's my 5th year at work. She's been in there for a second term at least. So I mean, how much more time do we need to give her for her to be able to stop cussing?
And that's the problem.
No.
Yeah. I'll give Van Jones a 5 out of 10. That's the highest score I think I've ever given him.
I'll give him a 4. I want to see somebody stand on business.
Well, hit play. You finished.
I know the white man about to cook. He lacing his apron.
As soon as that sizzle gets going, somebody is going to put that sizzle out. Let's hear.
When you do it, when you have comedians who are broad messengers for the left making unfair jokes and people are roaring, when you have politicians being vulgar and saying
Now, please hit the like button if you haven't already. You guys are listening to politicking with Portia here at the Urban Landlord. We do something here. It's called having panels. We like to have our community, our audience, engaged with us. One thing you might notice here on the panel is that whenever someone is talking, typically it's always a Negro right there in tow, waiting to interrupt. You can't finish a sentence, you can't complete a thought. Oftentimes, Negroes will interrupt you and then say, let me finish. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Well, here on this show at CNN, you got Van Jones and Scott. And so Scott is talking and Van Jones just finished. And Van Jones said, please just let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Well.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. Hey, Deacon Dave. I think it's down to 3 out of 10 now. I think he just bumped himself down a couple. he tried to stand on it and now he's backtracking. Let's go.
Watch, yep.
Talk about not doing what you just asked someone to do for you. Van Jones, everybody.
What's the lesson?
But we're trying.
What's the audience? It says a lot about the audience.
But what we're trying to deal with is that Trump has done this and he's been successful.
Yeah.
So when you have somebody who does this stuff and they're successful, you start thinking, well, is that the right way? I would like for us to say it's not. But I think it's hard for us, you Republicans scolding us on it when your guy does it all the time. We are trying to find a way forward. Jasmine is too important to make these kinds of mistakes. I think.
How many points?
Oh my God.
I told you it didn't sound convincing at all.
We have plummeted.
Yeah, it's as bad as the market. I just smell too much bitch ass.
Not even 30 seconds later. He stood on half of something for like 30 seconds.
But that's the play though. They're not allowed to call out their own side, man. They're not allowed to be honest because that side will eat itself from. I mean, they'll tear each other up for just being honest. They're volatile, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, that's rough, isn't it? You know, he said all of that, and you know, he acts just like a woman. I was showing you guys earlier, for those of you that were here, AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress, and I made the comment that, you know, maybe this is why men didn't want women in here, because they're arguing about being called names. I don't know, they could have been on their periods. You know, women, we're emotional. I'm emotional. However, there's always this over dramatic, you know, effect that you see from the women. Well, Van Jones does that. He actually did it here. Whenever he starts talking, it's all doom and gloom. He almost cried. He didn't, but he sounded like he wanted to. And then he condemns it, so he says, but now he's telling us, but she's too important. And your guy does it. And whenever he does it, it's right. And we're trying to figure out, we need to find a reason as to why. He just said that they have to find a reason as to why she's acting like this. If you need to diagnose it, assess it, what are we doing? What are we talking about? Hey, Warren, welcome back.
Right. And so I ask again, is Jasmine Crockett the Trump of the Democratic Party right now?
I hope so.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you. You sound clear. You good.
Okay, thank you. I don't think she's the Trump of the Democratic Party. And the reason why is because when Trump goes after somebody, or when he gives the nicknames, remember when he would do the little Marco and he would do the Lion Ted and, you know, the Crooked Hillary and all of that stuff, there was an added reasoning behind that. So, for example, when he called, for example, Lion Ted, it was because of the Canada situation where he caught Ted lying regarding his father and regarding him being born in Canada, right? And then you looked at what was her name, Pocahontas, for the same thing, because she claimed to be an Indian tribe, and then of course that came out that she was 1024th Indian, and
yeah,
you know, the point is he had a method behind the madness with the nicknames, And Jasmine Crockett just comes in slinging mud pies, but with no direction and with no rhyme or reason. So like when she called this other girl, what was her name? Macy Grace, bad built butch body, I think was the name.
No, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Margaret Green Taylor.
Oh, okay, called Marjorie Taylor Greene that. But the question was, okay, what's the point behind that particular name? It
was just an insult.
No, the point. Wait. The point behind the insult was, bitch, you're talking about my eyelashes, but you a bad built body, built whatever that shit is. Like it connected
Not
in
really,
that
because
particular situation.
It had nothing to do with the substance of what they were all talking about during that particular committee hearing. Whereas when it came to Ted Cruz, when it came to Elizabeth Warren, when it came to all of the people that Trump gave nicknames, they did something politically that had everything to do with what was going on. It wasn't, let me just throw mud pies at you and you throw mud pies back at me. Well, that's what I saw anyway.
Right. Well, no. Okay. So overall, I agree with you because I have a thing like the left doesn't know how to meme.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I swear to God.
You know what I'm saying? So what she, when I say is she the Trump of the Democratic Party, she is playing a caricature of what they think people are attracted to Trump about. So they think that Trump, the reason why people like Trump is because he's unapologetically him and he says what's on his mind and he just, you see what I'm saying? That crashness, that not crashness, that brash, like he'll say a lot of the same kind of shit that's controversial. That's emotionally charged.
I think there's layers to what he's saying. Like,
no, I agree. I you talking about Juan?
No, I'm talking about what Trump's saying. When Trump does it, it's more of like it's relevant to this, and this. You combine them together, and you got this great barb, you know. But what she's doing is she's returning fire because she felt a personal attack, and it wasn't relevant to what was going on in the situation. It was more of like playing at dozens when it's going to take us off the track of what the general point was, you know.
Yeah. And that goes back to the point that we agree, right? The left can't meme. That's what that is.
It had no layers other than just trying to assault her personally or, you know, get under her skin. But it didn't have nothing to do with what they were talking about before that happened.
Yeah. To me, it's like it's like a white guy that will try to act, I guess, quote unquote, act black, which meaning like be a caricature of what they think a black person is. I'm not talking about like white guys that actually grew up around it. I'm talking about the ones that are completely inauthentic. You know what I'm saying? You've met them. You know the difference. Where they just like, or they'll meet you and they think you talk a certain way, so then they'll try to say it, and you just gotta be like, nah, that's not what we do.
They'll put it on too thick, and it just looks inauthentic, and it's like, why?
Right, and that's what Jazzy's doing. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying there. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's gonna work until the guillotine falls.
That guillotine gonna fall in that, and whenever they what's the other guy that they wanted to post up to run against her? Because Portia played that clip, and the girl, she said, "Let's vote for such and such instead of her."
I didn't see it.
I'm sorry. The cleaning people came into my room. I'm still at work. However, let's listen to some more of this. It's only a few. We'll just let it ride out.
She has a bright future. I hope that tonight she's looking and says, you know what? I don't have to do that kind of stuff to get an applause line. She's too important.
Latest installment of the Chronicle.
Okay, so yeah, that was that clip for you.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that they're covering for her, and she's not even apologizing for what she did. She's standing on it.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I wish that Republicans had been doing that over, the last several years. It's like she said, and y'all saw her, I ain't apologizing. She don't care about none of that. But, you know, every time, you know, a Republican does something or whatever the case, they coming back issuing statements saying, I shouldn't have said or I apologize. I ain't apologizing for nothing, especially if I meant what I said. So they talked about her on Roland Martin's show. Of course, we don't want to forget about Roland, but just to add a little bit more on top of the whole thing that we're discussing with Jasmine Crockett, I don't know if you guys remember Justin Pearson, the one who was ousted from his seat. Well, him and another black dude, but he got back in. He's the guy with the afro, Martin Luther King.
Was he the same guy that got ousted for sure with Jamal Bowman?
No, not him. He's out of Tennessee. Let's see here. This one is, okay. I was trying to find an older one, but why not? Y'all should remember him once I put him on the screen. Or maybe this is your first time seeing him. I don't know. We'll see. Justin Pearson, an elected official, state official in Tennessee. Let's see if he might be similar to Jasmine or if she's setting a standard for other blacks.
Oh, okay. Before you play, I don't know who he is. He's the guy that got expelled, and then they voted to bring him back in. Okay, got you.
Without before someone calls the question. I appreciate the conversation and discussion because that's what democracy requires. Our participation, our questions, our conversation, our discussion, not just the end of debate because you don't want to hear something. This bill is to repeal permitless carry. In our state, we have had this since 2021. And since this bill has been passed, against the will of our chiefs of police, against the will of our sheriffs, we have seen a sad increase in the number of homicides and suicides as well. When this body repealed the permit requirement to conceal and carry a handgun in most public spaces, gun deaths have increased. And I saw some folks here from the Tennessee Firearms Association, a leader there, John Harris said, if you want to carry a gun for self-defense in Tennessee, go get the permit. 59% of Tennesseans disapprove the 2021 bill, and we are continuing to live with the ramifications of the decision of too lackadaisical attitude and legislation related to guns and firearms in the hands of people who should not have them. I am a proponent not just of the Second Amendment, but of the right for people to responsibly carry firearms. In our state, giving anyone who can walk into a gun store access to a firearm that can hurt them or to hurt other people is wrong. It is detrimental. It is immoral. And it is consistently leading to more problems for our communities. If indeed child health is a critical indicator of a society's well-being, as one of our own state agencies have said, the burdens of homicide among Tennessee children is higher among blacks, males, and children aged 15 to 17, with firearms being the leading means of lethality. We have a responsibility to do all that we possibly can to protect our communities.
Okay. So Justin Pearson, you're talking about Jasmine Crockett. There's the whole code switching thing, all of that. Justin Pearson, of course, he's talking about gun rights and stuff and all of that. Well, things got a little interesting.
The Tennessee House of Representatives. It is a pathetic excuse for you to not answer the question of why we are doing nothing about the gun violence epidemic than to personally attack me. But let me explain to you what I have been doing, Representative, since you asked.
And I want you guys, y'all see that white woman with the black power fist in the air?
Uh-oh.
She can do it. It's okay when she does it, you know. she's sitting on this side of this black man with his afro and his African tassels or whatever he got going on over his shoulders. And whenever there's a really good black man, there's always a even better white woman behind
doing the red salute at that. Imagine that. Kami confirmed.
Uh-oh. She's sitting on business.
Yes. And like I told you guys earlier, like with the Jasmine Crockett, these people, for the life of me, I don't know why they talk about black people so much, and they really want us to believe that they really care about black people, but they're always promoting other people's issues that have nothing to do with yours as a black person. And then they always hooting and hollering about how horrible and racist white folks are, yet they call them allies. Y'all pull these people in and y'all trust them. And what do you have to say for it? What have you gotten? Have things changed for your people? If things look different, or are they seemingly getting worse? But let's keep watching. I want you to keep watching. We're going somewhere.
My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024. And since that happened, it shattered.
I want to make sure y'all get this next part in full, okay? I'm sorry,
My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024. And
gun suicide. Do you know what his brother did?
No.
He killed himself with a gun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, I got that.
So he killed himself with a gun. Nope. What does that have to do with your advocating?
It don't.
For
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
This. Yeah.
And
This is not going to pass in Tennessee. Tennessee will have nothing to do with this.
What is he trying to say? Had my brother had to have a requirement to get a permit, maybe he wouldn't have deleted himself. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, he could have jumped off a bridge. He could have used a knife.
Well, he could have pew illegally as well. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. Are we sure that he got it the legal way, or did he just go meet some guy in the alley?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, if he killed himself, I mean, I don't even know why we're having this conversation. But let's keep going. Just wanted to point that out.
Since that happened, it shattered my family like gun violence has shattered so many families. Shattered my nephew's lives, my mother, my father, my other brothers who are remaining. I buried my brother. I planned for his entire funeral. My fiance made his obituary. I made sure that he was taken care of, even in death. That's what I've been doing. But also not just...
That white woman is standing with him. She made the obituary. She was right there the whole time. She's always had his back.
Oh, that's his wife? Her fiance?
Not yet.
Oh. The battery. She's the battery.
Yes, she is. But the other thing I was going to ask is he actually reading a speech, or is he practicing for slam poetry? I'm listening to the Secret Nation, and I'm like, listening to the state legislature. If I'm listening to Russell Simmons' death poetry here.
God, Juan, that's good.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm thinking, Stanley. It's like this sounds more like a mental health issue than an actual gun issue.
Yeah, they need to bring back insane asylums, right?
Right.
They sure do. I wish they
The
would.
hug me sweaters in the padded rooms. Yeah.
The dolly. How they used to strap you to the dolly.
Let's keep going.
I met with their principals and their teachers to ensure that they are okay. I gave them and made sure that they had grief counseling and that they're seeing a psychiatrist. That's what I've been doing. And while you're talking about hard work, you need to realize that our job is not just in this state house with these marble floors. Our jobs are on the streets and in the communities that we serve. And so while you've been here passing bills that have been hurting transgender.
Okay, we're building up here. See, I started off the way I did on purpose. You see, he was poised. He was calm. making his claims. Very nice, seemingly. Some self-control. And you see, now he's switching. We had that Justin, and now we get this Justin.
Gender children. Why you been here passing bills that have been hurting the poor, hurting the marginalized, hurting the disenfranchised? Why you been here passing bills that have not ended poverty? Why you been here passing bills that have not helped people who need Medicaid expansion? Why you been here doing the hard work of making sure that our state is not the state that it can be because you have decided?
Representative Pearson.
You see, he kind of sounds like Jasmine Crockett. We ain't hearing no cuss words yet, but the finger wagging, yelling, this what you gonna do, and this what I ain't finna do, and da-da-da-da-da, just going off, going crazy. And y'all can hear, of course, the white man in the background, Mr. Pearson.
Yeah, tighten up.
Mr. Pearson. And has he stopped? Of course he hasn't. Why would he?
Reality of our situation is only to be.
Representative Pearson.
Why you been here doing that? I've been in my community.
Representative Pearson.
Meeting with young people, going to school, registering.
Representative Pearson.
That's what I've been doing. Hard work doesn't just happen. Witness legislation that happens.
Representative Pearson.
And if you will, Chairman, just one more minute, because Chairman Former seems to think that he somehow
Representative Pearson.
seems to understand my life better than I do. You need to understand.
Portia, remember the story of the guy that tried to filibuster in Congress in the 1840s and he got beat up with a cane?
Sorry, could y'all hear him talking still?
Yeah, he was firing on.
Okay, just making sure. Juan, go ahead.
I said, do you guys remember the story of the congressman in the 1840s that tried to filibuster and he got beat up with a cane?
No.
This happened right prior to, I think, the Bleeding Kansas incident, or it could have been after the Bleeding Kansas incident.
Mm-hmm.
But for some weird reason, the only thing that I'm thinking while this guy keeps talking is somebody please get the hook. Because to me, he's making much ado about nothing. I understand the emotional arguments, but I don't know. I'll just leave it there.
There should be a training for your emotions. Like, you're supposed to be logical and sound, and then when you get to your emotions, like, everything you say after that doesn't even matter. Like, people dismiss that. I especially would. Maybe I'm speaking for myself. I don't listen to the emotional argument.
Yeah, you
And
just
Stanley, the chat's actually correct. It was Charles Sumner. I don't know if it was I think it was an attempt at a filibuster or it was something else. I don't know. You can correct me, Stanley. That's fine. But yeah, Stanley's correct. It was Charles Sumner back during that time that got caned. And no, I understand we don't remember we didn't live back then, but I mean, history lessons from college, history lessons from AP courses in high school, possibly. That was why I was bringing that up.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Doing the hard work of justice and love and mercy.
Okay.
And it's taking your
All right.
and your pain and your heartache and it's standing in front of people who you know may not like you. Standing in front of people who you know will disrespect you. People who you know will talk down to you. And saying in the honor of people like my brother, in the honor of people that died from gun violence, in the honor of people who died from suicide, we need to pass better laws.
Representative Pearson.
And fight for a state where
Y'all see this black man, this bald-headed black man right here? He looking around like, oh, I think, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know he ain't finna stop. Whenever you just wish that you could just ease your black way out of this. I don't want to be associated with this. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Yeah, you stick your finger up in the air like you disappear when that happens. That's why I pull one of those.
Yeah, let me find a reason. I lean up, I push my little button, bathroom break, and I would just have to walk on out. That's what I would have to do.
They should make you.
from the pain of gun violence that me and my family are experiencing. That's what you need to think about your law. Come on. And if you can't think that, learn to shut up.
All right.
And then you hear them in the background, y'all, this is not church. Yeah, it's not.
Amen.
We're not at church. Save it for Sunday. No, your decorum, right? You set this sort of a tone, and we're going to get through this because it only gets worse. Of Black people in positions of power. They're elected officials. They are finding themselves, it doesn't matter where they are, they're acting a fool. And again, I know if it don't apply, let it fly. Sure. But it's starting to become so egregious that it's just like, oh my gosh, I don't know where I'll be able to go or what have you without that being something that's hung over my head. And of course, for me, I take it more personally than probably most, but that's only because of my position politically in my state and all of the things that I do. And it's just like, God, dog, this is going to be rough. So Portia, be the difference. Of course, I can try to be, but sometimes I like to go there too. Maybe not like this, but it's just, let's keep going.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
And so what we're about to see here. I've told you guys, a lot of these Black people have gotten so comfortable. Now they like to tell you how Black they are, or like Jasmine, or like this fella here, Justin, he wants to show you and tell you, scream at you and tell you how Black he is, whatever his plight is. His brother killed himself, whatever. He's doing this in his neighborhood, that's fine. They always do this. And in the midst of doing this, they forget that they are Black. I don't care how many times you sit here and say it. I don't care how big your afro is. I don't care about the little garb over your shoulders. None of it. I care about none of it. You are still Black, okay? Yes, we're Americans. You are Black. I need you to not forget this. But you keep forgetting. Do I take joy in saying these things? No, I don't. The stuff that I was showing you guys earlier, the responses that Jasmine Crockett is getting, no, I don't. Al Green, whenever he got thrown up out of the chambers during the presidential joint address to Congress. You are putting yourself in positions for the rest of the world to see. Now they can call it racist or whatever you want it to be, but what I see is this white man is finna remind you who you are. He finna show you. He's finna show you. You don't, to me, the way that I was raised, I ain't finna get punked like this by no white person. I ain't doing it. Not me. You ain't, and if it happens, you won't ever see it. But I'm just letting you know right now, it's just not going to happen. But you forget who you are. They already kicked you out once, Justin. They kicked you out already. Yes, you came back. Good for you. But you are putting yourselves in this position for white people to show you who you are. I don't know what you think you run, Justin. I don't know who you think you are. I don't know who told you were special today. I don't know if it's that white woman with her fist up. I don't know if it's her. But you're not. You're not. You don't run nothing over here, Justin. But let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean.
Chairman Farmer, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Pearson, it seems that it's very common in your party when you disagree with a comment. Now, it's not disrespectful to you. That you resort to yelling. Basically, everything you just told me, you just did. I have a family. I've made sacrifices every year.
Representative Pearson, ladies and gentlemen, we are going, ladies and gentlemen.
See, and I told y'all, Van Jones did it. Okay, now we got Justin doing it. They want you to shut up and listen whenever they talk. Okay, but whenever you talk, Negroes can't help themselves. They always got to interrupt. Always got to interrupt. But I appreciate all of you Negroes on the panel. Y'all are very honorable. Snake, I love you. Saw you in the chat. Happy late birthday. But y'all know if Snake was on the panel, we wouldn't have made it this far. Not this far. No, we wouldn't. I love you though, Snake. I love you. I do.
Mr. Representatives, Mr. Representatives, I know this is a very difficult time for you to be back up here. I'm sorry for all the things that you've experienced. You've been a great uncle. You've done the things that you were supposed to do to help your family. I understand that. If I was in the same situation you were in, I would be doing the same thing. I understand that. Okay. I know tensions are high up here today.
Disrespect is high here.
But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do our best to be as civil as we can up here. Okay. And I appreciate that very much. So with that being said, I'm going to go to Leader Lamberth. He was next on my list.
Move previous question on the bill.
It looks crazy.
Previous question has been called on the bill. We have objection. Okay. We are now voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes prevail. We are now voting to send House Bill 1392 on to full judiciary.
She ain't put that hand
Does
down
anyone
yet.
wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 ayes, 7 nays.
The noes prevail. House Bill 1392 fails.
No, sir.
5-minute recess.
Good Lord.
Hold on, wait. Let me rewind it a few seconds. He thought that all of that hooting and hollering and yelling and screaming that it was going to, it didn't change nothing. What is the vote? Any objections?
7-2, I believe it was, right?
We sending it on up. All right. Ain't nobody worried about nothing you talking about. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. He proceeds to walk away. Of course, his white woman, she's with her flag, and look at what he does. I asked John earlier, and I wish he was still here. I asked John, I said, do you think that Jasmine would put her hands on somebody? Will she run up on somebody? Well, let's see.
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 ayes, 7 nays.
The noes prevail. House Bill 1392 fails.
No, sir.
5-minute recess.
Why'd he do something? He's a punk. You gonna run up? Do
you
something.
see how unbothered this white man is? He ain't took the hands down. He just sitting there.
I think if he would have touched him, dude would have flipped him. He know jujitsu. He wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight. Running up didn't do nothing but embarrass himself.
He Juan is like, oh, I need a drink. I need a drink. If I thought I saw it all of these
5-minute
folks
recess.
running, and he's sitting here unbothered, hands. He ain't worried about nothing that this man is doing. I don't know who or what you think. And the white woman, come on, baby. Come on. Before they shoot you, come on, baby. We'll try again. We'll live to see another day. Let's just wait till the next one, okay?
Look at him, man.
He just got punked by his own wife.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, I'm telling you, whenever I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, these are not the things that you want to see, because it should never come to this. You ain't got to run up on nobody. You want to follow the process because you believe this is a democracy. Isn't that what they always say? Well, trust it. Try to get bills passed. Try to come together, meet and sit at the table. No, he's running up on you because he's about that life. What do y'all think of this? What do y'all think? Where are we?
Weak, man. It's weak. It's unbecoming behavior.
Mm-hmm. Oh, tropes. Yes, he did. He did look like a porcupine or a hedgehog. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm like, dude's hair is insane. The dramatic chick with the banner, that's his fiance. Black Manta says black politicians acting like hood ninjas is not a good look. It is not. It is not a good look. And again, I don't know. I don't know the point of it. I don't understand why. For what? Is it for attention? You know?
You think that this is what they want? I don't know. The optics is like you're gonna lose trust in like black representatives. I hate to say it, but if you got this type of behavior going on every corner,
We already are. The stuff that I see on X regarding how we should be, how segregation should be the law of the land again, and how Plessy versus Ferguson should be overturned is I've never seen so many comments in favor of that, and then you have shit shows like this, part of my language, that give them a defense behind their rhetoric.
and I don't know. It's not proving anything. It's just showing who. It's showing what? It's showing what you don't want to see. I mean, these are the people you vote for to represent you, and more than likely you voted based on a. I don't know. I don't want to say it.
Well, he's responded. He has responded. Do we think that he's going to apologize for his behavior? Is he going to stand on business?
I doubt he apologized. He kept the same energy. I wonder how much later his speech on it was after this actually happened. Did they pull him outside the chamber and talk to him, or is this something that happened a few days ago?
This happened yesterday, and he spoke today.
Oh yeah, he got the same energy.
Let's see. Let's see what he had to say. Mr. Justin Pearson, sir.
It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
From WREG in Memphis, this.
Do y'all know where y'all's children are?
Do you remember that? Juan, you might remember that.
I'm like, what?
Nah, they used to come on TV. You used to say it's 9 o'clock, I think.
It would come 2020. Before ABC News is 2020, you get the ding, ding, ding. It's 10 o'clock. Parents, do you know where your children are?
Yep. You don't remember that portion?
No. This is my first time. That's why I
this was before Portia's time.
Do y'all know where y'all kids at?
This happened right Generation X, the Zennial generation is when it stopped, like 88, 89, that's when it stopped.
Oh yeah, that was the street light rule.
I'm just sitting here watching it with y'all. And do you know where your kids are? No.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Okay, so that's something that used to happen. That's so funny. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry.
This is News Channel 3 at 10.
It is so hurtful and denigrating and painful to have on really one of my first days back to be experience treatment like this.
State Representative Justin J. Pearson talking with us after a heated exchange with another lawmaker. The debate coming as Pearson was presenting a bill to end permitless carry, which ended up failing. Hello, I'm Greg Hurst.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Skurlock. WREG's Brian Didlake sat down.
He was the victim.
That white guy said, yeah, to end the bill on permitless carry, and it failed. Okay, off to you, ma'am.
Sports.
Justin, I don't like seeing this stuff. I don't. It's just like, man, that doesn't bother you. Like, I'm not so hard pressed to put on a show or something and just act a fool just to get a white person's attention. I just want them to listen to me. So I must yell and scream and wag my finger in their face. You know, I got to run up on them. I got to cuss them out. I got to go all over the country. Jasmine, I just got to act a fool. I have to. For white people to go ahead and shut me down? Absolutely not. No. Go ahead, Juan.
Now, Portia, you gotta read at least the first 5 comments upon our videos like that, because you're gonna have somebody who supports it wholeheartedly, and you might have somebody who condemns that behavior. But it's just interesting to know, you know, who's impressed by that.
Right here we have Pastor Pearson should take all his fight to the violent criminals that get a pass in his failing district.
Ooh.
Keeping those stereotypes real.
Look at that comment though. Keeping those stereotypes real. Those are the comments, and after those, usually on X, there are the additional comments actually supporting segregation again. Something that we tried to get rid of 60 years ago, 70 years ago.
Here it says, you need to understand, you can't be aggressive. It says, Pearson, disarm yourself in memory of my brother. Everyone, nah. Pearson crashes out. Everyone rolls their eyes. Dollar store Martin Luther King is back at it again. I truly hate the argument had to be with someone white. Let's just watch how this plays out. Pearson is a complete embarrassment. I'm saying you represent a poor Black district. What about all the poor people in your district? He is trying so hard to make a name for himself. He is neglecting the people who voted for him. Poor Black people need resources. There is no interaction between anyone, just you, bro. Yep.
They get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually surprised.
Pearson, who says, while this may dominate the conversation today, tomorrow the fight continues.
I can disagree, and we can disagree on any policy and legislation, but you do not attack people's family.
And that's where Memphis State Representative Justin Pearson said.
What a great fellow.
Justin Pearson, with all of the respect in the world, your brother is dead. He attacked himself. Nobody had nothing to do with that. I don't know what he was going through. Okay. I don't know why he did it. I would be more interested in us taking a look at the suicide rates of Black men. There was a time in this country where suicide was something, it was less than 1% of Black America. It was just something that we did not do. Over the last 10 years or so, we've seen those numbers skyrocket. Why is that? I would be in favor of us doing a study and looking into that and what we can do to prevent that. I'm not about to tell somebody that they cannot defend themselves because your brother killed himself. You don't attack people's families. Y'all attack people's families all the time. All of you politicians do. It's on both sides. Your brother did it. Respectfully, sir. What do y'all think before we keep going? Dave?
It's just weakness, man. I don't know. The guy has no self-control. I mean, didn't he say gun violence? He considered an act of gun violence that his brother popped his own top. That doesn't... He has every right to be mad about that, but he's got to control himself, man. Got to.
I would just like to say I would like to propose a bill that requires that you have a permit before you have your hand in this motion, like he did with that poor guy in his seat. And if he doesn't have a permit, it shall be a felony conviction with mandatory jail time and or a fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, what?
he said the fight continues tomorrow. I don't know. I got a good feeling that they're gonna expel him again.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, what kind of discipline can they give him for that? Do they jump straight to expulsion, or do they give him a timeout?
No, they'll probably censure him. I don't think he would actually get expelled. They don't want to be on the news like that again.
This is worse. This was worse than the last time. This is his first day back since he got back.
Oh wow.
He's unfit, man.
You got kicked out already. All right. You got to come back. And this is what we're doing. Like how Van Jones said about Jasmine Crockett, she's new. She's new. And this is not how you go to work. This is not what you do at work. Okay? Okay. I don't know. You know, he's a pastor, so I imagine, you know, at church, you're up there in the pulpit on Sunday preaching. You expect a certain level of decorum from your parishioners that come in. You know, you don't expect them yelling and shouting you down. You know, at this point, you're grown. Decorum, have some. But to justify it and make it okay like it's good, it is not. It is not. I don't know who said it earlier, but that politics right now is like Love and Hip Hop. It's like a reality TV show. This is where we are. This is where we are.
He didn't even apologize. He didn't apologize for his actions. He just went straight into what the other guy did to him. That's a sure sign of immaturity.
Yeah. Yeah. But we'll see. We got to finish this one. Maybe he did say he's sorry. I don't know. Let's find out.
Response coming after this. A heated exchange between Pearson and another state representative, Andrew Farmer. The debate starting as Pearson presented House Bill 1392, attempting to end permitless carry.
We have the power to do something about the gun violence epidemic, and we don't just have to offer some empty thoughts and prayers.
I know every member in this committee's been here this year working during committee, during session, voting on bills.
Yes, sir.
And I know you may have some things going on, but you have not.
This is the first time Pearson had been back at the state capitol since the lawsuit.
Oh, God. See? Oh, man. Come on, Justin. Come on, man. You ain't been going to work, bro. You haven't been showing up to work. And you coming in here with all of this? Come on, man. God, dog. This is ridiculous. Your brother died. Sorry. Sorry. I hate that for you. I would not, if my brother died, I would just probably be done like with the internet and all of it, period. I couldn't fathom losing my brother. And I couldn't fathom losing my brother to suicide. It would just really, it would mess me up. But I'm not airing that out with y'all. If I need to miss work, I'm going to miss it. But we're talking about now. Your brother died last year. So why aren't you coming to work? Here again, another example. You are doing all this stuff in front of white folks and they airing you out, making sure everybody know. And you respond this way. This is unbelievable. Oh God. Oh Jesus. I can't.
Of his brother last December, who died of apparent gun suicide.
I wouldn't treat him that way. This wasn't about policy. This was about human.
Oh, hold on, wait. They kind of did that real quick. Okay, here we go. This is a post that Justin Pearson made on Instagram. I am heartbroken this morning to share that I lost my brother. Oh, Timfrance. That's a different one. That's a different, it's a different kind of name. I'm gonna have to look that up. It must mean something. Temperance piercing yesterday to a self-inflicted gunshot. My brother was an amazing son, brother, and father, a great man. He is dearly loved and will be dearly missed. I am so sorry to have to share this news with those who loved my brother. If you knew him, you knew how funny he was, how he was an amazing dancer, a great listener, and a wonderful friend. Please pray for my family during this difficult time. If your loved one is contemplating suicide, please call 988. The pain we are feeling is unbearable, and if we can save a family from feeling this, let's do it. Thank you all. Listen, Justin, I'm one of those people when it comes down to suicide. Hey, if you're ready to go, you're ready to go. You know, you're ready to go. A lot of times they don't call these numbers because they know that you're going to try and talk them out of doing it. A lot of times they want to. Hey, it is what it is. It sucks. But some people they think that that's the answer, even if it's not. Like I said, I don't support it. I don't want you to do it, right? But what can I really do? Justin, what could you have done? You're his brother. You know, he's really great. You love him, all of that. But outside of you, he was a father. He had kids that he left.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he had kids. You just his brother. They lost their father. He left them. Imagine their pain. And you taking it out on the guns? Ain't got nothing to do with guns, Justin. Ain't got nothing to do with the guns.
Who died of apparent gun suicide.
I wouldn't treat him that way. This wasn't about policy. This was about humanity and dignity and how you treat people. And he was disrespectful.
He reached out to State Representative Farmer by phone and email, and at this time have not heard back. But during the exchange, he dismissed Pearson's claims.
Representative Pearson, it seems that it's very common in your party when you disagree with a comment. Now, what's not disrespectful to you?
Unfortunately, for today's headline so far, it is talking about the heated argument and exchange between you and Representative Farmer. But what do you want the conversation changed like tomorrow?
Look, the interaction between Andrew and I is one thing, but what I was arguing about and what I was fighting for is what was most important.
The Memphis Shelby Crime Commission says a public opinion survey in January of last year stated 87% of respondents felt the city needs to come up with a way to restore the requirement that individuals have a permit with required training and a background check in order to carry a handgun in public. Memphis police previously shared this graph showing more than 8,000 gun-related incidents in 2023 alone.
Go to too many funerals due to gun violence, and this is not a way for us to live.
Pearson says gun violence is a state problem, not just a Memphis problem, as he encourages.
What does
It's
that
not
have
a way
to
to
do
live.
with suicide? I'm sorry for sounding cold, but because your brother deleted himself with a gun, now you want to go ahead and take that out on all of us by making us have permits to own pew-pews in Tennessee. I'm sorry for your loss too, but yeah, no.
No self-reflection. He didn't consider it. He just went straight to, I want retribution. I want something to make this, impossible to happen again, regardless of whatever else it affects. It's a personal motivation for him.
I'm like, I don't, it seems like it's just getting worse. As the days go on, it's like it's just getting worse. And you're talking about, okay, 87% of the people in Memphis, hey, they don't want any more gun violence. I go to too many funerals. Believe you me, if y'all put those laws into effect, it would not change nothing about that gun violence, okay? The people who get these guns and do bad things with them, they are criminals. They will get them again. They're not trying to go into the gun store or go to a gun show and purchase the gun properly. They're buying them off the streets. They're doing whatever. They got the 3D printing, ghost guns, all sorts of stuff. This is what they're doing. The behavior needs to change from the people that's actually committing the crimes. Lock them up. How about that? But what does that really do? Because there's always another little knucklehead out there ready to turn up and shoot somebody. So the best defense that I would think is I need to make sure that I'm strapped, just in case one of y'all try and run up on me. I'll go ahead and send you to a place that you'll never come back from. But I'm safe. That's the answer from a Texan. Other people, I guess maybe you might not feel the way that I do, but you're not taking my guns. You're not.
Just others to get involved.
And we need to consistently draw attention to the issue, which is gun violence being preventable if we get the right leaders in place to act now.
In Memphis, Brian Ditlake, WREG, your Channel 3.
I never understand why they don't talk about the people that are, getting involved in the gun violence. I never understand. It's like you can go, I don't know, you got a church, have some sort of youth group, sit down, talk about it, encourage, try to make it not look so cool and glamorous. I don't know. But your brother, he did it. He did it. Whether you had those laws in place or not, he would have did it anyway. If it's what he really wanted to do, and obviously he really wanted to do it, so that's why he did it. Hey, Stanley.
Hey there. The hypothetical that he would have done it anyway, don't know what to do with that one. Is the permit part of a safety training requirement? What I think one of the more important things you can do, especially with younger people, is the safety class. In some places, that safety class is part of the permitting process. Did the story talk about the safety training part at all? Is that part of, are they getting rid of the safety classes along with the permitting? That's my question.
Oh, I don't think so. That's not what I
Well, how do you
that.
know? Do you know or don't you?
No, I'm actually about to look it up. I was just
Thank you.
responding right now.
Because if the safety class is required, but the permit is not, to me, that permit basically says, hey, I took the safety class. If you don't need the piece of paper, but you're still required to take the safety class, that makes me feel better. And if the safety class is not a requirement, now I'd like to hear a justification for that. Why is the safety training not important?
We take
I don't think that it's
one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying, Galt, go ahead, because I'm trying to find.
No, like I said, I don't really care. The guy is histrionic. I will give you that. But I would be a tad annoyed if the safety training goes away.
I don't think it should be a requirement, Stanley. The thing is,
You don't think safety training should be a requirement, Juan?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that please justify that interesting objection
Because I
to
can go
safety.
to the safety classes and I can pay. I think I pay $50 for the.
Okay. The requirement is my point. Not that you can pay for it. The requirement.
I can pay for it and I can go to the class, Stanley, without the government telling me that I should.
Okay, you know what, Juan? You know that we're not going to agree on this.
Right.
That you would say, oh, I can voluntarily do it. I'm going to be a responsible citizen. Correct. What about most people who won't be? Not everybody's a Juan.
Well, I mean, I guess here in Texas, it's different. You're on your own.
Okay,
And you're
you know what?
responsible.
You know my thoughts on Texas. So here in Texas, I could care less. I don't live in Texas. What do I care?
Understood. Understood.
Most people don't live in Texas. As a matter of fact, you're not talking about Texas. You're talking about a state you don't live in.
Correct.
And my question, and this is maybe you and I don't share the concern over gun safety. That's obvious. But I think, especially in a state where, it's a gun culture, and in Georgia, that little 14-year-old, or maybe he was even a bit younger than that, his daddy buying him a gun at such a young age for Christmas, I would like to know that there was some sort of training involved. If you're going to be buying kids guns, I would feel better that they know how to use them.
Well, as parents, Stanley, we are responsible for our children.
Absolutely. I would like to know
and if I'm not
that
mistaken,
there is a requirement, a training requirement, if you're going to give a gift to one that young. You might have to force some parents to be.
And you're right. And if I'm not mistaken, the parents of that 14-year-old are facing manslaughter charges themselves.
Irrelevant to my point. I was talking about the permitting and the training.
So here I'm saying it says background checks are required along with the 30-minute safety arm class. If you want an enhanced handgun carry permit, you have to take an 8-hour handgun safety
Right.
class.
And my point, if they get rid of the permitting, how are they handling the training?
Okay, so background checks are required along with a 30-minute class when buying from a licensed dealer, but not for private sales. So it looks like they still have to take it whenever they purchase it from a licensed dealer.
But not when you go to a gun show. That's the gun show loophole.
Nice. And that is a problem, but a separate problem. If they get rid of the permitting, is the training requirement from a licensed dealer still in place?
Yes, yes.
Based on what? Nothing you read would convince me of that.
I'm reading it right now. I don't.
Well, I mean, what's the new legislation? Is that what you're reading?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to read fast so I can answer you. The gun safety classes, the permits. Yeah, and I don't see anything wrong with the safety class either. I don't see an issue with that.
Well, no, it in my opinion, and I don't have a problem with guns. I grew up with them. One of my rites of passage and my brother's is shooting that 30-06. He didn't know how to handle it at like 11 and putting him on his ass.
He got a bruise from that, didn't he?
Exactly. However, I would hope, and you know what? If the answer is we want your daddy to do it, Jason, that's his name, right? Might have to live with it. I don't like the histrionics. However,
Justin Pearson.
Justin, I'm sorry, I said Jason. No, I don't think that behavior, and you have to kind of know your audience. I agree with that. Those rednecks aren't gonna, that Martin Luther King. What was the comment? Dime store, Martin Luther King. That's exactly what those rednecks in the Tennessee House are gonna think.
Right.
And he plays into their hands. I agree with that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. I just don't. It's just like, why?
Well,
like said,
it doesn't really matter. It was just a question. I don't live in Tennessee either. I live in a sane state. Georgia's just a little bit less rednecky and perfectly fine. At least our governor has a brain.
I forget. Is it who's your governor?
Kemp.
Kemp. I was gonna say, is it Brian Kemp? I was just like, is that him or not? Okay.
Well, you didn't think it would be a black. You didn't
Let's
think it would be what's her name, did you?
Stacey Abrams. That was the girl that ran against.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what? She's my girlfriend. You didn't think it was Fonnie Willis, did you?
Oh, that's your girlfriend?
Funny.
I wish she was.
I thought you was holding out for Harrison.
For who?
Harrison Buckner.
Now she looked a little cuter when she was young, but you know what?
Come on, Stanley, you could do better than her. Come on, man.
I mean, really?
Hey, you know what? If you've ever actually heard her speak, you can just tell she's really smart.
You a sapiosexual. That's probably why.
What she's saying, but you'll like how she says it. But Fonnie,
Yeah.
I'm holding out for Fonnie. I hear she's free these days.
You gonna pay that fine?
You know what? I actually do think she's cute.
Yeah. Are you gonna pay her fine?
I don't have to.
Okay.
She's an elected official. She'll pay for it out of her campaign war chest. And by the way, she's just up the road from where I live. It's not out of the realm of possibility. and if that does happen, you know what? Her are going to get on the line with John Galt, and I want to see what shit he has to say to her.
We'll never hear from you again.
No, you know what? I'm not going to give up my friends. That would be, I mean, not even for Fonnie, and we're both older. She'll understand.
Stanley said, not even for you, Fonnie. Well, she was at the airport the other day with Nathan Wade.
Oh, you've got video. Oh, that's Nathan Wade, her former beau.
Oh, okay.
Well, this was the other day, so apparently they still together, Stanley.
Are they really? Good for them.
Together.
I'm kind of jealous though. Oh shit, that's her.
Yeah, that's her.
Making her carry her bags. Oh,
Yeah,
there you go. There's the gentleman I expect.
She looks loaded down, and he's freehanding.
Yeah, well, she's one of those women. She's probably like, I got it.
Is that a tramp stamp on her back?
Have you ever heard a woman go, I got it?
Yes, I got it. I wouldn't want to carry my bags in the airport though.
I don't know. She looks like she's lost a little bit of weight.
Yeah, it looks like she's been in the gym.
And she got reelected to office. They're still together. I love it. They are defying those courts.
Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. Taking a
you know what? Hey, she's over 50. I'm 60. There's nothing in that sweatsuit that would deter me. Yeah, I'll stop picking on. I am sounding a little ghetto here, aren't I?
Hey T, lovely.
Hey,
Little
T.
ghetto. Damn, Sam, I didn't even know you was into that.
Hey, I have my passions even at 60.
There you go.
I'm sorry, Stanley. I couldn't see that. I could see you with Jasmine Crockett because at least Jasmine Crockett.
You know what?
Than she does.
I think she is actually attractive, but a little too young and a little too firebrandy. And speaking of her, the comment that she's young, remember AOC used to be full of piss and vinegar like that, and Nancy Pelosi tamed her ass. And I think the same things, you to actually be effective. And I don't know where this piss and vinegar thing, I mean, her training, if you look at Rhodes College or Rhodes University, whatever it is, Amy Coney Barrett, that's Amy Coney Barrett's alma mater. So I'm kind of surprised she's not a little bit more Barbara Jordan like. Juan, you know who Barbara Jordan is, right? Oh, look her up. I think she was a Texas rep. She was a U.S. representative from Texas back in the 70s. Now she was a little bit odd as far as speaking style. Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, that's who these young ladies need to be channeling. I think she wound up being an ambassador too at some point. But no, I think she was a lawyer as well. Oh no. If you hear her speak, you will sit and listen. She reminds me of my 4th grade teacher, oddly enough.
Yeah, this is the lady you told me about one night.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about until you told me.
There back in the day, there used to be people like if she were a senator or I'm sorry, a representative congresswoman now, she would be a leader. You should, there's the odd speech out on YouTube. You really just the speaking style. I did a Shirley Chisholm little segment on a show months ago. And even the conservatives, even the Black MAGA folks is like, oh my God, they don't make them like her anymore. She was on Face the Nation, and maybe I'll dig it out and show it again. Yeah, there are actually Black politicians that there's segments of that I do wish a Justin or a Jasmine, and they must know of them. I wish they would be more. You pull out the piss and vinegar when I'm going to say when the recipe calls for it, but you don't have to be like that. You don't need all that attention. You want to be taken seriously, and that little that little redneck with the mullet was not taking Justin seriously.
I don't know if you got to see.
And I'm being a little facetious. I don't know that guy. He's probably okay.
He seems like a good guy. But hey, listen, Stanley, there's good people on both sides.
You know what, dude? My brother-in-law is like, I've told the story about the first time we encountered each other. First thing I thought is, oh shit, I'm gonna have to fight my way out of this. He's like 6'2", red hair, like cold blue eyes, and this motherfucker was lumbering towards me, and I had no clue who he was. And I'm like, oh shit, because I'd lived on that mountain and had not met anyone for like 2 months, because it was winter and you don't get out much. So he comes up to me and he goes, "Can I help you?" Because I was fumbling around with tire chains, with snow chains. So I thought I was going to have to fight. This motherfucker helped me put chains on my car. So, yeah, and we wound up being, well, eventually, in-laws. So, I am loose-lipped when it comes to hurling insults, but never doubt that I do know I'm hurling insults, just kind of willy-nilly. I know what I'm doing.
So it's safe to say the time and the place to hurl the insult.
Oh, it's a tool. Words are tools. Yeah, and Mr. Lawyer, you know this.
Well, I'm not, again, when it comes to speaking, not so much, but when it comes to writing, that's when
Yeah.
I can do it.
Well, every lawyer or future lawyer has a gift, and you may wind up doing legislation. Thomas Jefferson, my favorite founding white man, it's a joke, was excellent with a pen, horrible public speaker.
Speaking of Thomas Jefferson, Stanley, I have a story to tell you.
Sure. I want to hear this.
the school that I went to, because it was an alternative type of legal education in California, we were required to take the baby born. And so I went.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had to take that because in California, to make sure you're not getting a Cracker Jack box degree, that exam is designed to stop you for the dummies that are enrolling in that type of program just for the easy A's. They'll get the easy A and then they'll get dismissed because they didn't pass the exam. Well, there was a person that I met actually that was a seventh generation descendant from Thomas Jefferson.
He's got a lot of them.
I'm sorry?
He's got a lot of them, black and white.
It was by way of one of the slaves that Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, wow. Well, it would be Sally Hemings, at least as far as I know. She's the only one he procreated with.
She was the known one, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, that one, it's a separate conversation. One of these days we ought to just do a show on Thomas Jefferson. Like we should do, and it would bore people to death. We'll have like 2 viewers. One of these days we ought to just do a show on our favorite founding fathers. Doesn't that sound boring?
Actually sounds like a lot of fun to me.
Yeah. But so what was he like? Was he smart?
Extremely. He's
Really?
licensed. He's licensed in like 5 different jurisdictions in 2 states and 3
Holy
different countries
shit.
right now. Yeah, but he was brilliant. And brilliant, that's an understatement, Stanley. When I spoke with him, I'm like, dude, why the hell aren't you at USC or what? You know, you're in Alabama. Why didn't you apply for law school at Auburn or at the University of Alabama? And he's like, I needed this particular route because I had a family and kids to deal with. And I was like, this dude,
Nice. Well, you know what?
smart as a whip.
Wow.
Smart as a whip.
But see, that's the other odd thing, and you know, I lightly touched on it. And Portia, I don't mean to take over your show. I'm sorry. Me and Juan get to talking.
No, I need to leave work anyway, so I'll call from my phone, but I'll still be here. But
Okay, well, when you get home, because I do have to get sleep, and I still need to make dinner. But
I'll be home in less than 15 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
less than
good.
10.
You live close. Good.
So yeah, y'all keep going, and I'll play this video whenever I.
Well, no, play it now, because you know what?
A couple of minutes.
I have a thing for trailer trash bleach blondes, and her district's just 1 district north of me. She looks like she's gained some weight in the face, though. You think she's pregnant? That's a joke.
Good Lord.
She's over 50. She's over 50.
She's been she has a competition coming up, so she's getting all
Bulked
swole.
up. Is she what, a triathlon or something?
She's a power lifter.
Well, I know she was in the CrossFit. I've seen
Yeah,
like a
CrossFit too.
clip of her workout. Oh my God, that woman is a monster. I'm like, holy shit. You know, I do think if it ever came to like a one-on-one encounter, Jasmine would lose that one because that woman is gonna bench press her.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that too. She like the bodybuilding, like she does those competitions. Like the ladies that get like really, I don't know, like I think somebody said bulk up, like she gets like really big and.
Well, Ava has that kind of physique.
Oh yeah, like Ava, she called in earlier. She's
Did she?
always in the gym. Yeah, she did. She's driving through the hills in Tennessee, I think.
In Tennessee. Wow.
Yeah, her service
Wonder
went
if
out.
she's
But I'll
on her
go
way
ahead
to
and.
see me. That's a joke.
Stanley, you were just you got the jokes today.
Yeah, me getting pissed off. Oh yeah, my mind goes into overdrive. I'm loaded for bear. So
Poor people.
but
This was just yesterday. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jasmine
Is
Crockett
this the
in the
Doge
House.
committee? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, let's see this.
This is about the PBS and NPR. So let's see.
Oh
here.
my God.
5 minutes. Thank you so much. It should not be surprising that the president is doing everything possible to make it more difficult for the media to hold him accountable and for the public to be informed about his reckless and illegal behavior. Yet here we are. The Republicans have actually organized this goofy hearing to try to convince the American people that PBS and NPR are, quote, domestic terrorists or domestic threats. My apologies. Not the incompetent, unqualified Secretary of Defense who's texting war plans to journalists. But it's y'all, PBS and NPR, the American people are supposed to be worried about. You can't make this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. The American people should be worried about the president threatening to investigate NBC for treason for reporting on his felony convictions, or arresting reporters and stripping networks of their licenses for not saying nice things about him or not using Gulf of America. The Republicans' witness, Mr. Gonzalez, went so far as to suggest that because NPR and PBS reported on the murder of George Floyd, they, quote, represent a danger to our physical health as well as to civic health of our body politics. Miss Mayor, do you think reporting on the murder of George Floyd and highlighting instances of systemic racism is a domestic threat to America?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe it's our responsibility to report on all issues of interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger, what about you?
Oh, she's weird.
I agree. Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Ability to report.
She sounds like she has a very masculine sounding voice. I guess I have to
She
look
looks
her up.
like she hasn't
On all
gotten a lot of
issues of
sleep.
Yeah, that too.
Interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger,
She has
what
an
about you?
NPR voice.
I agree. I think it's important for us to report on the important
She does
news
too.
of the day.
So let's talk about the critical role of public media. During his first term, President Trump's own Department of Homeland Security highlighted the importance of public broadcasting's role in public safety. In 2018, his administration stated, quote, PBS and local public television stations play a crucial role in protecting communities by delivering essential information to individuals and first responders. These benefits are all made possible by public broadcasting stations' unique reach, reliability, and role across America, and are especially vital in rural and underserved areas. Madam Chairwoman, I would ask unanimous consent. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2018
Without
report.
objection, so ordered.
And Madam Chair, I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2019 report titled Modernizing the Nation's Public Alert and Warning System from Trump's.
Without objection, so ordered.
In the report, FEMA encouraged, quote, the use of public broadcast capabilities to expand alert, warning, and communication capabilities to fill gaps in rural and underserved areas. Mr. Ullman, what's a more significant domestic threat, reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Can you please repeat the question for me, Congresswoman?
Which one is more of a threat? Reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Dismantling the emergency systems.
And isn't it true that in Barrow, Alaska is the only, isn't it true that KBRWAM in Barrow, Alaska is the only broadcast service available in an area of more than 90,000 square miles?
That is correct. It's also the North Slope, where the majority of all the oil production that comes from Alaska takes place.
Thank you so much. And isn't it true that without these stations' broadcast, Americans in rural communities would lack access to life-saving information and public safety alerts?
That is correct.
So in your opinion, would eliminating funding for stations in rural America like WNGH Channel 18 in the Chairwoman's District hurt Americans?
It would hurt Americans, yes.
In fact, Georgia Public Broadcasting serves as the official distributor of evacuation route information during state-ordered evacuations, and the chairwoman is here advocating to strip their funding. Look, the DOGE agenda isn't about government efficiency. It's about breeding corruption at the expense of the safety of the American people, particularly Americans living in rural or remote parts of the country. They don't care about public safety. They don't care about emergency management, and they don't care about free speech. all of which are harming American people. In fact, I'm gonna skip off real quick because they have tried to come for you, Miss Mayor, and I just want to clarify: you did not work for NPR when those statements were made, did you?
That is
He
correct.
is
ma'am.
And to be
entertaining.
clear, free speech is not about whatever it is that y'all want somebody to say. And the idea that you want to shut down everybody that
Oh
is not
God,
Fox
no.
News is bullshit. We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here.
What
You
is
don't
this
want to
woman
hear
doing?
the opinions of anybody else. And the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing of religion or
Okay,
prohibiting the
that
free
is a
exercise
bad
thereof or
argument.
abridging the
The gentlewoman's
Okay, I don't know. You know what? It's going to her head. Make no law doesn't mean funding. She's a lawyer. She should know better than this. And bullshit, really. Now Trump has used the same word, by the way. So, you know, I'm going to do that whataboutism, but yeah, this is a little racy. And she's no Barbara Jordan.
time has expired.
Sorry.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Chairwoman, can I put something into the record? Unanimous consent, please.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I'd like to put under this NPR article what Biden preemptive pardons for family members could mean for presidential powers. If I could submit to the record.
Without.
I am going to say this, though. I'm NPR and PBS. I am going to go on the warpath about that. Those don't need to be cut. It's a pet project, pet peeve. But I literally can remember, there was a PBS. PBS. I used to watch as a kid, as a high school kid, 8th grade, 9th grade through high school. Used to watch Firing Line, McLaughlin Group. That's how I know so much about Bill Buckley. And it wasn't so much that I understood his politics as much as I just liked, the way he ran the show. I've read his books because of, you could just say PBS, WVAN, Pembroke, Georgia. Classical music. There was one right over, I think it was in Beaufort, South Carolina, right across the Savannah River. I used to listen to that, driving to work. It's played an important part in my life, and I do take umbrage to that. These clowns on Doge and Trump in particular have no clue what they're doing, and it is annoying.
Let's see. So here she is again.
Oh, this is another one?
No. I'm just saying. Oh no, I mean, there's more. This is one of them.
Oh, that's right. You got a whole show about her.
Yeah. So it's just like the thing is that like, okay, I feel like I could hear her better without all the yelling and the cussing. I don't know why she's doing why.
You know what? I kind of agree with you there. She doesn't need to.
Yeah, she doesn't have to. You just told us that we know she went to Rhodes, and then you just gave
Well,
her
and it surprised me. Apparently, it produces Supreme Court justices.
Right, and so it's like
And Houston is not a bad law school. I think she went to University of Houston. That's
yes, she did. Yes, she went to
decent.
University of Houston. Yes, wonderful institution. Wonderful institution. It's just like she doesn't have to do this. Oh, Black Manta is talking about the lady. Yeah, they talked about that yesterday. Black Manta, the lady that got killed. Or they talked about it one day. But I do have like more to the story, and I can probably bring that up in a minute. Well, whenever I get home. However, I just don't understand why she acts like this, because she doesn't have to.
Well, do you think somebody's going to teach her? There, I can't think of a senior black politician like someone in the Senate who's kind of a veteran. Even a John Lewis. John Lewis didn't do this sort of stuff. He would get passionate, but never, the bullshit. Never. I don't think I haven't, seen every speech he ever gave, but now I have some problems with his speechifying style. But there's no senior black to be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I were Barack Obama, heaven help us, I'd do like a coach. I'd be like a coach.
Yeah, to help.
I would take Jasmine aside and go try a pithy joke. Let's do this a different way. So that's what I think Barack Obama should be doing. Bringing up the next generation. Like I don't know that again, if it were me, I would see this and be alarmed.
Yep, it's interesting
And
that
not
you say
that
that
she's
because I didn't
wrong.
even
I
think about Obama.
I
Because
don't
I
have
was
a
like,
problem
who
with
could
her.
talk to her? Who, if anybody, who could do it? And it's like, yeah, Michelle Obama, Barack
No,
Obama, they
not
could talk to
Michelle,
her.
because she abhors politics. That would be like a finishing school. I have something to send you, by the way, if I can remember to do it. There's a YouTube channel that's almost like an online finishing school. And it's a black lady who kind of does it. I'd be interested in your thoughts. I'll make sure and do that. I'll drop a link. I think Barack Obama should do it. Michelle Obama, not so much. She doesn't like politics that much.
Stanley, I'm gonna hop out and come back in, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'll be here when you get back. And at some point I will have to go. I just have this bad habit, and I had a question about the guns. So Dave, are you still there? He's probably hugging his son.
Yeah. I gotta feed him.
Oh, how old is he now? He's how many months?
3 months on the 30th.
Hey, it's the perfect age. You know what? You've had kids before. I appreciated being able to leave them. You walk away to use the bathroom or something, and you come back and they're still there. They're good until they start crawling. Then you have to, that's when the constant supervision starts.
Oh, he's rolling already.
Oh, shit. Oh, I got a story about that, of course. Oh, you better watch him now that he's rolling.
Yeah, man, you do. You can't turn around too long, man. He'll be in a different
Has he
spot.
started climbing yet?
Nah, he's not standing, but he's rolling.
Well, I have a horrifying we didn't know he could roll moment. And I'm not going to tell it now, but it involved me getting a very upsetting phone call and me dropping everything and rushing home. And thank God I only lived like 15 minutes away. Oh, it scared the shit out of me. Scared the shit out of everybody. And, the upshot is kids bounce. Thank goodness.
Oh yeah, I don't want to hear that boom. I think my son made a boom one time, and I don't want to get into it. I think we can draw a conclusion on that.
That blood running cold. Ooh, you remember those moments.
Is that a fatherly thing? Like when your son falls, you feel like you got kicked in the nuts. Is that just me? But like, I could feel my kid's pain.
Well, you know what? My wife was hysterical, and I, to this day, of course, not to this day, but she was not a hysterical woman. So when she called, I was like, "Holy fucking shit! Oh, the shit has gone south." So for me, it's the military. You get all hyper rational. Like, don't panic. You need to think your way out of this. Like, I've had so many moments in my life where I would actually get scared after the situation was resolved. And I'm going, well, goddamn, what if? But in the middle of the firefight or whatever, oh no. If you lose that bubble, you are cooked. You must never panic. So if I hear a bounce, I go hyper rational. It's like, God damn it, you go into problem solving mode. How am I going to get us out of this emergency?
That's a father thing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like everything is real clear. You get like a clarity.
Yes. Oh, yes. I wear glasses. All of a sudden, I don't need my glasses.
Yep.
I am seeing, 2020.
It's a superhuman strength that comes over you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hear about mothers lifting cars. Like, motherfucker, I will solve this problem.
Yeah, man, look, I embraced having kids, man. Matter of fact, when the first two got older, man, I was like, man, just give me a baby. It's strange. I'm just strange like that.
Dave, I honestly wanted balance. My wife and I, we were both, my wife was 40 when my son was born. I was 41. And I actually did want a daughter. And I had a name. It took my wife and I most of 9 months to settle on a name. And I already had a name picked out, which my wife had rejected if we had another. I would have called her Dahlia. I love the flower. I love the name. And my wife was no. However, we talked ourselves out of it. And probably, it wasn't a bad decision, but it made me regret getting married so late. If two would have been enough, because I'm not a noise guy, but giving your kid a playmate, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I think one by himself is harder than having two.
I don't know. I honestly, it's the way it worked out. One was enough, but yeah, two is perfect. What's up?
That statement from experience. Like, I had the first one, and then when the second one came, it just seemed a hell of a lot easier and perfect timing to have them both together. And they weren't really together, but the oldest one took care of the youngest one.
Between the first two.
Sorry, what?
What was the separation? Like, I'm 16 months older than my sister.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, 5 years between them. But it gave my daughter, she was first, gave her something to do. Like, she really embraced her little brother. Super protective of him.
Right.
And wouldn't let nobody else deal with him. Like, that was her little friend.
Mm-hmm. Good for her.
So then we get quiet and we wonder, what the hell are they doing? So
What's up, Richard? And John, Stanley, not cantankerous cross. Whatever that means. I think by now we've settled on cantankerous is a bad personality trait of mine.
Hey, I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna come back later.
Okay, well, I'll wait for Portia to come back, and then I don't know. We'll hang out. Well,
I'm driving, and I know my mic sounds really bad when I'm in the car.
Excuse me.
So, I mean, I'm thinking, like, if anything, I suppose I can end it and maybe start another one, or I don't know. I think John is back in the chat. Hey, Samuel. Hey, Richard. Thanks for joining the panel and hanging out today, Deacon Dave with the baby and Free Zone Lou.
Deacon Daddy.
Well, you say it like that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my mic sounds crazy. Do I sound like really bad?
We can tell you're in a car, but it's not bad.
Okay.
Black Manta. No, I would make it insufferable. I'm the last person you want to give power, son. Because I would personally make NPR my crusade. So it's up to you, Portia. Just if you're not that far from home, I can hang on till you get back, and then you decide what to do. I hadn't intended on even coming up, but the gun issue, was kind of a concern. And it's so weird. Georgia, I don't know what it is about Georgia. It is a tolerable Republican-run state. I admire our governor because, well, two things. He understands his state really well. He is almost the anti-Abbott. He doesn't like a lot of fuss and muss. He doesn't like a lot of fireworks. He's just quietly competent, and it may work against him. That, and he has a Southern drawl. And I'm not sure that's going to play well on a national stage. So, it's worse than Jimmy Carter's. And I didn't think Carter's draw was that bad. But I like our little Republican state. Not a bad place to live. And the people are friendly. And I'm from here, by the way. So, it's and quite frankly, and I know Juan's and Portia hopefully is muted and too busy driving, but our barbecue's better than Texas, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that.
What? Now you're back?
Go ahead. We're listening. We're listening about
that silly brisket stuff. No, when you say barbecue with Georgia, it's
real.
It's
come
real.
on, Stanley.
And sometimes chicken.
Where Gully? Tom, are you hearing this? Are you hearing this right now, Tom Gully?
Well, all I have to say, Richard, you keep doubting, but I know. Silly brisket.
Yeah, I was gonna let him get away with it, but
HB, you silly brisket.
I've never heard anyone say that before.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
I haven't. You're the first.
So let's see. It's ATL when you're a Republican state with a the gay capital, you have to be tolerable. No idea what that means, HB. I had no idea that it. You know more about the gay capital than I do, and I live 40 miles from it. So, tell us more, HB, about the gay capital. You seem to be, you get around the country. I guess you know about all the gay capitals.
Stanley, I don't know if you heard earlier with Jasmine Crockett, the place that she was speaking at, it was like a LGBTQ, like for a fundraiser for trans kids and trans people. And so she opened up and she was talking
the Hot Wheels. Yeah, that's.
So she was talking about the neighborhood.
Yeah, Portia.
She was talking about the neighborhood, the neighborhood
really?
in Dallas, and I was showing, I was showing it on the channel. So I just think, because people,
Hot Wheels.
I'll pull it up. I'm actually at home pulling it now. But
See that actually. Yeah, her problem is she's letting it go to her head. And she's not a young lady. She's over 40, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is a bad look for a woman of her age. Yeah, that is. See, when I first became aware of her, I thought she was still like maybe in her 30s, like young 30s, mid 30s. If she's over 40, this is problematic. She wants to be like a Sheila Jackson Lee of that ilk. And to be honest, it's a weird thing about what we call the Black community. Like that shit would never fly in Georgia. We're just not that, even in Savannah. I don't ever remember that flamboyant a Black politician in Georgia. It just isn't done. And maybe we are too sedity to use a word that's not often used. We just don't do that. That holy roller stuff. Look. Oh, you would have to hear my mother because she was a cradle Catholic too. Hearing her talk about the Protestant, some of the more flamboyant preaching styles in Protestant churches. Even I would go, "Oh, what a snooty woman." It's just not done.
Yeah, and and two, that's the thing. Like everybody's like, the congresswoman out of Texas, and it's like, gosh, she's not from here, okay? But it's just, I know she represents, in Texas, but it's one of those things where I just don't like it. I feel like with a woman of her, like she's very successful.
Well, let's just say she's accomplished. I don't know that she's successful. I mean,
accomplished. Yes, that's a better word. Go ahead, Stanley.
No, who is she actually influencing though? I don't know. She's getting headlines, but so is Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't taking that seriously, even in the Republican Party.
Right.
You heard about Elise Stefanik, right?
No, I didn't.
I've got a news story, excuse me, somewhere. She was at, Trump had nominated her for UN ambassador, and she has been asked to stay in the Congress, supposedly because of the thin margin. Now that may make sense because I don't know if New York, how they replace their representatives. However, I actually see it, and it might be a real thing, but having her up for UN ambassador, and then she's like, "Oh no, we need you to decline the nomination so you can stay where you are." And she is in leadership. I think she's number 3 or something. To me, that's kind of like, that's a slap in the face. UN ambassador is a fairly important job, and I don't know how to take that. What's your take? You're the Republican.
It seems like there's some reason. I kind of would need to know more as to
Well, I
why.
saw the story. I actually have it. I put it in the chat, and I haven't had a chance to read it. So, to me, that just seems like, well, she's been very loyal to Trump. Kind of changed her whole political output. She was a lot more moderate at one point. So yeah, maybe you're right. I need to read it and maybe assess it better.
Because like sometimes, whenever and that could be anybody, any president, they'll nominate someone, and they try to make the best decision on whether they should go forth, or should they stay where they are, because it could be another position that they need to take. I can't remember besides Doge what Vivek Ramaswamy was supposed to be, but they sent him.
Head, and now he's running for governor of Ohio, which
I
don't think that's going to happen. Oddly enough,
I don't either. I don't.
However, after his comment, and I know people are going to kind of shit on me for saying this, after his comment about, and it was part of my Asian overlord. By the way, after his comment on the mediocrity, we embrace mediocrity in this American culture, I respected him. I don't agree with most of his politics, but that comment at least made me know he has a brain and he's self-aware. And by the way, I meant to mention this morning. My Asian overlord, I'm on this political Discord and have been for a few years now. I've been thinking about the Asian overlords. I embrace my Asian overlords. It started out as a joke, but it's kind of formulated into kind of an outlook. I actually do think, and I'm actually serious, that if we're to emulate a community, it would literally be the most successful, and they're a minority too. So,
yeah, it's gonna be.
But I don't talk politics with my son. I literally never have. Because I don't. He has a brain. He can figure it out.
I just I don't think that Vic. I don't know why I keep on wanting to call him Vivek. I don't think he'll win, but I know that they put him there, so he could fulfill his job somewhere else.
I've known about Vivek way before he got famous. Do you know who Adam? Damn it, what's his name? He's a black journalist. Adam Coleman. Do you know who he is?
No.
You need to know who he is. Believe it or not, he's fairly well respected. He's written for the Wall Street Journal. I knew who Vivek was a little bit before he got famous, because that buddy of mine in Nigeria, believe it or not, knows Adam Coleman, and Adam Coleman did an interview with Vivek right about the time Vivek started becoming famous. So, I know someone who knows Vivek, and I've never been his politics to me are typical first generation, rah rah go America. However, the dude is actually smart.
Mhm.
Even if you don't agree with his, some of his politics I can't figure out. However, his point about America worshiping mediocrity, like we're worshiping Jasmine here, not you, of course, but it's a problem that we want to put her on TV and say she's doing a good job is problematic. Okay, Black people can do better. And she can do better. That's the problem. Who is telling her to act like this? That is actually my question.
I don't know. And here at the beginning of this speech, her talk, she's shouting out on Auntie Maxine, and just carrying on. And like, I've never actually met a Black woman or heard a Black woman say honey like how she's saying it. Maybe
No, I
to
never.
the significant other, honey, but she's
I've
like,
heard.
whatever, honey. Yes, honey. I'm telling you, honey.
Is she channeling Ann Richards? Who, by the way, I need to talk about one of these days. You remember Ann Richards? Well, you may not. You should remember her. Texas governor.
Oh yeah.
Didn't she say honey a lot?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You know what? Maybe tonight, if I think of it and it fits in. But I was a big fan of Ann Richards, oddly enough.
Ann Richards. Let's see.
She's kind of brassy.
This is just the opening of this when she talks about the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I for the people that didn't hear this earlier, I know the big takeaway was the Hot Wheels, but I was just thinking about like where she's at, what she's talking to, what she's speaking about. And I thought it was more than that, but this is just the beginning.
Hey, y'all. Listen, so if you've ever paid any attention to me, y'all know that I always have remarks and then something else happens. And so we gonna do just a couple of remarks and then something else gonna happen, and y'all just pray for me because who knows what I'm gonna end up saying. There we go. The sorors are always in the building. And so it's crazy though, because Morgan decided that he wanted to steal some of my thunder, so I feel away. Because I like to tell my own stories. But nevertheless, I'm going to do as Auntie Maxine always is famously known for doing. She's always reclaiming her time, and y'all, we a little behind. So I'm going to make sure that I give y'all some of y'all's time back, honey. But I have to say, it is an absolute honor.
You see the way she's saying honey like that?
I'm
gonna reclaim my time, honey. It's like why? I just feel like it's a theatrics or something.
I'm gonna bring up Ann Richards tonight. She sounds like that's who she's channeling.
Yeah, that'll be good because that'll be interesting seeing that.
Honored to be here tonight with all of you people I love, my friends, fellow fighters, and yes, the fashionistas too. I want to start by thanking you so much for inviting me here tonight. I don't know that y'all really know what y'all got yourselves into by doing the invite, but nevertheless, let me make sure that I say thank you to the fearless warrior and leader of this organization, the amazing, soon to be dropping the baby, Kelly Robinson.
So the leader is Kelly Robinson. Here's a photo of her. She's going to tell you who she is a little bit more, but this is Kelly Robinson, and she's getting ready to have the baby. She's carrying the baby in the relationship. So she's the leader of this organization and event.
Now, listen, being a black woman in America is already a challenge. Kelly says, I'm gonna be black, woman, and queer, honey, and y'all gonna get all this greatness, and I am here for it. I am happy to say that not only is she a fearless fighter for each of you, but honestly, she exhibits why this country is truly great. So, Kelly, I love you. Then I gotta make sure that I holla about Todd as well. And I gotta say thank you so much to Todd as well. Thank you so much for pulling this together. And he was like, you know, she said she was gonna come through. Listen, Todd was on my back. Todd was like, nah, sis, we've been in these streets. I'm gonna need you to come through. I'm like, nah, Todd, I gotta go home. And the peoples in my district, you know, the ones that send me to, he's like, I hear you, but and so no, listen, I have had the honor of working with Todd behind the scenes. There was so much that went on in the campaign. And I can tell you that, you know, sometimes you meet people in this business and it's literally business as usual. And then some people that you meet and you recognize and you realize that they are going to be in your life forever. And I can truly say that Todd is one of those people.
Shout out to Todd.
And then there's the guy that tried to steal my thunder for the night. That is Mr. Morgan Cox. And I remember when I had, there was actually an HRC event in Congressional District 30. For those of y'all that don't know where CD 30 is, it's Dallas. Because people be like, Houston, girl, you from, they just believe I'm from a big city. So they just go to the biggest one. No, I represent Dallas, and I have the esteemed honor of representing an area that we affectionately call the Gayborhood.
The Gayborhood, we affectionately call the Gayborhood. So let's take a look and see what the Gayborhood is. Of course, whenever you go to the Gayborhood website, which it is in the description box if any of you are interested in going, join our gay agenda. Dallas, once the epitome of social conservatism, holds now one of the largest gay concentrations in the United States. Home to a vibrant gay community, Dallas ranks number 8 among the nation's most gay-friendly cities. See, we're not that bad. You know, in Texas, we have a Gayborhood. A cosmopolitan city par excellence, Dallas has a thriving cultural and commercial scene, and there are plenty of things to do and see. Whether your interest lies in arts and culture, shopping, dining, or partying, Dallas can please any taste and need. For nearly 30 years, trendy Oaklawn neighborhood has been the epicenter of Dallas's gay life. Gay-friendly restaurants, bars, cafes, and nightclubs will help you make an idea of what Big D's gay scene is all about. And that was inappropriate. Big D's gay scene. Oh, that doesn't sound.
I'm gonna have to start calling Dallas that from now on. Tom Gully lives in the Big D.
Oh, that is so inappropriate.
Oh, I can't wait to use it.
That is too funny. And let me go to this other site so you guys can see like the streets.
Now, did she say why? I mean, she doesn't represent Dallas, does she?
Oh, she does.
Is that? I thought it was like closer to Houston, or are they in the same district?
Oh no, she's Dallas. So South Dallas.
I thought she was Houston. Okay, my bad.
Mm-hmm. So, and that's what she was saying. People always think that she's from Houston. No, it's Dallas. So she got like Oak Cliff, Duncanville, DeSoto, and she even has areas closer, like coming towards Tarrant County, Grand Prairie.
Hey, I know some people in the YouTube streets are from Houston. She acts like she represents Houston.
Don't shut up. Who you telling, Stanley? I accept it. Or
that ghetto shit. Honestly, that's why I'm like, she's got to represent Houston.
That would make more sense. It would make more sense to us too. Dallas is not even close enough to Houston for her behavior, but Houston is very, very ghetto.
You
Very
know what?
ratchet.
Now I have way more questions about her behavior. I thought she was representing, the hood in Houston.
No, 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 no.
Damn it. I was way off.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so here's a picture, they have like the painted streets and stuff there and all the LGBTQ stuff. It's really nice in Oakland too, by the way.
Huh.
It's very, very nice. But gay neighborhoods usually are. So yeah, so that's what this event that she was at, she was, speaking for this organization that is LGBTQ friendly, led, and raising money for,
Interesting. Well, I mean, if that's your cause,
astrologers.
and she is their representative, but yeah, I mean, I her behaviors, maybe she'll grow. Isn't that what somebody on CNN said? Was it Van Jones who said she'll grow? She's young.
Yes. Yeah, she's young.
I'm sorry, ma'am. 40 is not that young.
Did I say that? Did I say she was young? Oh,
No. Somebody, maybe it was Dave, said, Deacon Dave said, someone like a Van Jones or somebody, her name came up and about her behavior. And I think it was Dave. Somebody said she's still new in politics or something like that.
Oh yeah, Van Jones. He was saying that she was new, like
Yeah, and AOC was a little bit firebrandish. And she's acquired some gravitas over the years. Though she'll never be president, mainly because of her voice.
AOC.
Yes.
What's wrong with her voice?
Well, it's a little bit high pitched.
Huh. I guess
No,
I didn't think about that.
I'm actually, and I think I'm not saying she would make a good president, and I'm not saying I'm absolutely right, but I just can't and she can't help her voice, but I just don't see that commanding the attention of a Putin type.
I see what you're saying.
Can you imagine going,
Greedy
meeting
girl.
on the world stage with Putin and you squeak at him? The power and might of the United States. It's not going to work. And me, I'm not like red pill. I think women are just as capable of being good leaders, but in different ways. But I don't have a problem with a woman president, but there has to be some gravitas.
Mm-hmm.
Jean Kirkpatrick, you remember her? You might be too young to remember her. She was an ambassador to the UN, I think, under, I think it was Clinton. Look her up. Yeah, she had gravitas. Barbara Jordan had gravitas. Now, they were little, they'd be accused of being kind of masculine, but they had gravitas. What's up, Joel?
This lady's name?
Jean Kirkpatrick. Kirk Patrick. She was real. She was an ambassador, I'm pretty sure, to the UN. I think it was under Clinton. I could be wrong. And I think she was a Republican.
Jean Kirkpatrick.
I can't remember where she was from. Wouldn't surprise me if she was from Texas, but I don't know.
Trying to
And the reason I thought of her is I actually saw an article, or I don't know, might have been an essay or something. Let's see, Jean. I think it's Gean Kirkpatrick. I mean, she was actually a mentor of with an E. I'm sorry, Jean with an E. She was actually a mentor of Condoleezza Rice, if I recall. I'm sorry. No, it was under Reagan, I guess. I thought it was Clinton. She was a Democrat under Clinton. Interesting. Man, my memory is going to pot. Oh, she switched to the Republican Party in '85. After serving as Ronald Reagan's foreign policy advisor in his 1980 presidential campaign, she became the first woman to serve as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. But if I recall, she was a mentor of Condoleezza Rice. Might have even been a professor. Man, I need to go back and reread a bunch of stuff. My memory is starting to get old.
She looks like she means business.
Oh, yeah. And again, now her voice wasn't like deep, like that sort of thing, but she looked like you don't F with me.
Yeah, that's exactly what she looks like. Let's go to dig to find something of her.
Was she I can't remember, does it say where she was born?
Where? Let me see. In Oklahoma, Duncan,
Oh,
Oklahoma.
well, close.
Let me see here. Oh, I'm gonna turn it off.
This is funny. My buddy in Nigeria has a show called From DEI to DUI, Hexeth debacle.
Oh, DUI to okay, yeah.
That's tomorrow. Yeah, that's her.
Hey, Jewel. Hi, Jewel. Am I the only one who saw sexual tension between Megyn Kelly and Putin when she interviewed him a couple years ago?
The relevance of some of these chatters.
I didn't even know she interviewed him.
Yes, you were the only one who saw that, Jewel. And you were probably the only one looking for it.
Oh, stink.
Maybe the tension was between you and Putin. You know what? I guarantee you have a poster of him riding shirtless on a horse somewhere up on a wall.
Not a horse, on a bear. A bear.
Well, no, there's a picture of him riding a horse shirtless.
Well,
and I just have a feeling that that's the sexual tension she was looking for Megyn to have. And tell us, Jewel, were you jealous when you noticed the tension? He's mine.
I've seen like the little AI pictures, or before AI, like people they would do like Putin riding bears, and
he was riding
drinking vodka.
It was a horse. He is a man. Damn, he's riding bears.
Yeah, it was, just like as I guess like a joke because of Russia, bears, vodka. I don't know, but I've seen. Those are some things that I've seen before. Oh yeah, this lady, I forget. I wanted to hear what her voice sounded like.
Oh, it wasn't like super masculine.
Always taught to do my duty. I was always taught to. This Ten Commandment kinds of things, honor my father and mother, and God, and do my homework well, always do my best, work hard, and sort of be as like that advertisement on television about the army. Be all you can be. Make sort of
Sometimes it sounds like she has an accent or something,
Uh,
or it seems like her voice is changing.
well, she's older, but it's I don't know. I guess I've heard her over the years, and no, her accent doesn't seem funny to me. She's very precise in her language, um, and sometimes you tend to speak slower when you're actually thinking before you speak. Um,
It just sounded like I don't know. It sounded like an accent, but I can understand her age. Like it, and when I say an accent, it sounded like she's like from somewhere
probably
else.
dentures.
Oh well, yeah, I guess you got a point there. I wonder if she's talking in this one.
Oh, she was tall. I figured she was pretty tall, apparently.
That you just determined to any dictator, to anyone anywhere on the face of this planet that
Testing is a vital part of ascertaining and maintaining the reliability and safety of our nuclear weapons. It is also a necessary step in modernizing our nuclear weapons. Testing is vital to maintaining the reliability and credibility, that is, of our nuclear deterrent and our confidence in it.
I don't think we ought to make any more contributions until after we have paid our dues, myself. I think we should, in the future, really always make contributions to other organizations in the UN and contributions to other activities only after we have paid our dues. And we resigned from UNESCO, which was the most outrageous. It was fraudulent.
Yeah, she
But anyway,
she reminds me of like a teacher, like
right.
the way the teachers
Well,
used to be,
she
and she looks like she doesn't play around.
yeah. In a way, she kind of reminds me of Margaret Thatcher, and they were probably friends. But again, she was a mentor of Condoleezza Rice, if not an actual professor. I don't recall. I've actually read Condoleezza Rice's, I think it was an autobiography years ago. So, yeah, she's a serious woman. And I would think, she became a Republican. These are kind of like, the four women, the political kind of like decades old, somewhat forgotten, women who men took seriously. She was Reagan's UN ambassador. So, she was a serious political mind. Barbara Jordan was a serious political mind. Ann Richards, I know less about her. I just kind of liked her style. She had a, kind of a ballsy sense of humor. These are Republican women that were to be taken seriously. So, Hillary Clinton, for instance, actually, she just was kind of humorless. She was just kind of prickly, I guess. There have been women like a Jean Kirkpatrick today would be president by now. People just did not fuck with her. For some reason, they took her seriously, and probably because she was an inch or two taller than they were. But they took her seriously. It is possible to take a woman politician seriously if you act with some gravitas, and actually you need to be maybe smarter than the men, but you can be taken seriously without, and I'm getting back to the Jasmine Crockett thing. You can be taken seriously without all that stuff, without the accoutrement. There are women models out there. There's Condoleezza Rice. You can be taken seriously.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you can hear me.
Yep.
I need to switch. So, I suppose since we've been talking about politics all day, I know Black Manta was talking in the chat earlier. Story with the lady that was killed on a conjugal visit with her husband, who so I figured, we can kind of get into it. Her son and her family, they're all speaking out now, but they have a whole lot of details on this particular story, all of the things coming out. Now, I believe they talked about it over here during the morning roast, but I think I can't remember exactly, but I think someone was saying like it was an accident, or like he didn't kill her on purpose, but he actually did. He's killed a lot of people on purpose, so it's not his first rodeo. Not his first rodeo.
Well, did he kill them by strangulating them?
Yep.
Did he really? Okay, well.
Well, what you gonna say, Stanley?
Well, then, modus operandi.
6:36. I suppose after we finish with this story, I'll probably go ahead and end it.
Okay.
I know you need to go to sleep though, Stanley. So
I do.
Let's see there. Oh, so you can stay if you want to.
No,
but
hey, since I'm here, I'll walk you to the door.
Okay. So let's get into it.
I actually would have sworn that I had seen every kind of murder you could imagine. Name a location, a victim, a motive, a suspect, a weapon. I've covered 10 of them. But never a woman killed on a conjugal visit to a husband. A husband who's serving 4 life sentences for murder. That one is a first, for me, anyway. Still, if any inmate would strangle a loving and trusting and clearly devoted spouse, David Brinson is a pretty likely candidate. Back in 1990, Brinson stormed into a Los Angeles apartment aiming to rob a retired tavern owner who he thought was a drug dealer. But alas, there were no drugs. There were no big wads of cash, just 4 men sitting there watching a basketball game. So David Brinson made a plan. He forced all 4 of those men to the floor and he shot them one by one in the backs of their heads, also known as execution style. David Brinson was convicted of that, and he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. And at some point, while David Brinson was marking off those long days at the Mule Creek State Prison in California, he connected with Stephanie Dowles on the outside. Stephanie was known to her family as Stevie, and she was a successful salon owner, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 6. Stevie believed that she was helping inmate Brinson find redemption, thereby making him a better man, and soon she married him. Not long after that, the state of California allowed her to be alone with him during something commonly known as the conjugal visit.
Okay, so this woman, his wife, she was very beautiful, very good looking woman. And it's just like, man, she was successful, like she had her own things going, but she still married this dude. Is that not crazy? Hey, Virgo.
Hey, Portia J, what's up?
You know, talking about this guy that killed his wife.
Well, I have one question.
We're married him anyways, but you know. Hey.
And this is an important question. Did she marry him while he was in jail, or were they married and then he went to jail?
No, she met him while he was in jail.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You know what? I'm done.
So
I'm
is she.
Well, she said that she thought she could change him.
You know what?
I don't know why some
How do
women
you
do
change
this.
it? How do you change a man who's not getting out of jail? You're not going to change that.
Uh-uh.
Well, Stanley.
You know, that's kind of a ridiculous. You know what? I don't know. You can't fix people who would think something like that.
Yeah, she
So
was just such a pretty lady too. I just felt like, you know, she could have got any guy. Hold on, wait, let me rewind this for a few seconds because she actually says it here. Like, let's see. Look at her. She's in great shape, great skin.
yeah, well, her, you know, that attire is questionable.
She has the stuff hanging out, you know, the boobs and whatnot, but you know, she was feeling sexy, I guess. I
Speaking
wouldn't
of
want my
which,
grandmother looking like this. I wouldn't want my granny to do this, but
Well, she's age appropriate for me. maybe she should have tried to change me.
Stanley, I honestly don't think you can be
It
changed.
would have been safer.
Well, true.
yeah,
No changing, but at least she'd be alive.
Exactly. You know, she would live to be disappointed.
well, let's see. What she said, something she felt she can change him.
Stevie believed that she was helping inmate Brinson find redemption, thereby making him a better man, and soon she married him. Not long after that, the state of California allowed her to be alone with him during something commonly known as...
This is in California. See, I didn't even realize that. I have to find an article too so we can, you know, get whatever they don't cover. Because I didn't even realize that they still did this whole conjugal visit thing. But apparently they do.
I don't think all states do, but a few of them, quite a few do.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know. Okay, we can keep going.
the conjugal visit. Nowadays, there are only 4 states that allow conjugal visits. Bet you didn't know that.
Okay.
California is one of them. Inmates with good behavior can earn what are called family visits that take place in apartment-like facilities on the prison grounds. And those visits can last up to 40 hours. That also surprised me. Stevie and David, they were on a conjugal visit last November 13th when David picked up the phone and told the officers that his wife had passed out. The paramedics tried to revive her, but less than an hour later, Stevie was dead. For the next 4 months, her family was led to believe that Stevie died of natural causes. But then the coroner determined...
Okay. Wait a minute. This didn't just happen? Oh, God. This didn't just happen.
Took them 4 months. 4 months.
Oh, my gosh. This didn't just happen. She died of natural. How can you cover this up? Why would you want to cover this up? He already in jail for prison for killing people. Oh Lord. Ooh wee. Why would he even be granted conjugal visits with his charges? Okay, let's keep going. I'm sorry. Oh, Stanley and Virgo, do y'all have anything to say so far with the new information?
No, Portia, I agree with you. Jail time should be punishment, not reward. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Don't give a damn if you have good behavior. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to humble yourself.
Yeah.
But anyway, carry on.
Let's see.
Apparently, you're
something
feeling
else.
better, Virgo.
Oh, it wasn't as serious as, I've had this done before. So the only thing that shocked me was the gallstones, and that's easily
You
fixed
were
with some
galled at the
medication.
gallstones?
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one, Stanley. That was a good one.
Oh, that was so horrible. But I
It was a good one.
couldn't help it.
So, if anybody plans on committing a crime, like a really bad one that would land you in prison for like at least 5 to 10 years or even 20 or more, and you just really want to get in trouble, do it in California, because you'll be able to still have a woman and you won't have to worry about the men as much, I would say. I don't know. Just a thought, just in case you thought about it, because 40 hours alone together, they're doing everything, right? That's what I would think.
Coroner determined that Stevie was strangled, apparently by the man she married and conjugally visited at the prison. While Stevie's last visit on November 13th seemed to be the final chapter for her, we are now learning some new details. David Brinson had apparently engaged in several conjugal visits with Stevie, including one in which her 3-year-old grandson was present. Let that sink in for a hot minute. He's a multiple murderer with a wife and grandson on the premises.
You know what? She was a beautiful woman and everything. I know she's like older. I mean, let me see, how old was she? In her 60s? Oh, no, she was 47. Oh, no, I guess I was just looking at the hair. Hold on, no, wait a minute. Murder wrapped after his spouse, 47. Stephanie, is she 62? Listen, I don't know. However, why would you bring your grandchild to this? Like, the more that I hear, she sounds like a not so good lady. Like,
And probably the mom left her kid in her custody, because where's the mom in this? I wouldn't let that. If my mom was crazy enough to go see a man in jail, I don't care if it's a husband or not. My grandchild, my child wouldn't be going.
Crazy. This is crazy.
We've also learned that Brinson attempted to take his own life back in July and failed, and yet was still allowed his visits with Stevie afterwards. As of yet, no charges, additional, I should say, have been filed against Brinson. DA says he's still waiting for a full report from the prison. But Stevie's family is heartbroken. They want justice, not to mention answers. They want answers. Why are murderers with multiple victims being allowed these family visits? Why did it take 4 months to classify Stevie's death as a homicide? And how many more times will prison officials let this kind of thing happen? Because I hope you have a drink, because this story is about to take a turn sideways. Stevie was not the only woman killed.
I don't have a drink. Let me see.
Oh, I got my wine.
Black Manta, I hope you're still in here, because we're playing this for you, okay? So I hope you have a drink.
I got me
On a
some
conjugal
Pinot
visit
Grigio.
at the Mule Creek State
Black
Prison.
Manta's trying to plan
Also
a
last
conjugal
year,
visit.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Well, I'm sure he knows I'm joking.
One-liners, or I don't know what they're called. Can't think of it right now. Okay, he's still here. Okay, let's keep going.
conjugal visit at the Mule Creek State Prison. Also last year, On July 1st, Tanya Thomas was allegedly killed by her domestic partner during her visit to the prison. A partner of hers, Anthony Curry, is a convicted carjacker and attempted murderer, and his case just went to the DA in December. I'm joined now by Stevie Dell's daughter, Natalie Jimenez. Natalie, thank you so much for being with me, and I'm so sorry for what you and your family are going through, especially just how complicated it seems and the lack of answers. How did you first find out about this, and where do things stand today?
We found out Wednesday morning, November 13th. We got the phone call that she was found passed out and they weren't able to resuscitate her. About 2 weeks later.
Did they say anything more about it?
No.
Before we go further, did they say anything about being passed out? Did they say she'd hit her head or that she appeared to have a seizure or anything else that was informative other than just passed out?
No. When David called, he called me. He said when he woke up to go to the restroom, he found her passed out. When he went to the restroom and came back, he found her passed out. But it's like, how did you not see her passed out before you went to the restroom? You know, I also asked, you know, what time did she go to sleep? He gave me about 2-3 different times. Every time I asked him to repeat the story to me, he probably changed it about 4 to 5 times.
So what happened? Like, why did it take 4 months for them to finally come up with strangulation? I mean, 4 months seems an awfully long time to come up with something other than passed out, something as serious as strangulation. And 4 months seems a long time to let you and your family know that.
It is. 4 months. I honestly think they were trying to sweep it under. You know, it was a little short after, you know, we had help from a forensic person, and when he seen the body, he said there was evidence of abuse, so to do a private autopsy. So I really do think the prison was trying to go around it, and they found out that we were doing a private autopsy, and they just decided to tell us. But 4 months is still a lot. I think they knew sooner, and they could have told us sooner. I honestly feel like they were just trying to find a way to go around it.
What did you know about David Brinson? And were you ever concerned about Stevie going inside the prison walls to spend time alone with him in an enclosed space that's unmonitored?
I'm trying to figure out whose daughter. I know they said that she is her daughter. This lady's. I don't see it. Do y'all see it? I know she said her name is something Jimenez, which I can understand it being her married name, but it just doesn't. I'm not seeing it. Maybe she was adopted. I don't know.
I mean, you know, speaking to him, you wouldn't think too much of it. You know, it seemed like he was trying to get better. You know, he was in school. He knew I was doing treatments. I was doing chemo treatments and things like that. So he would call me, and he would do like prayers before me going to my treatments. And, you know, he would engage a lot. Well, try to engage a lot. A lot of the family wasn't a big fan of him just because he was in prison. Nobody really knew what he was in prison for. So, you know,
And
just everything coming out.
Okay. Your mother meets the guy who's in prison for the rest of his life. She marries him. You didn't know what he was in prison for? Y'all didn't look him up? Like, type his name in there, or am I asking for too much, guys? Or
No, you're not.
it seems simple enough. David Brinson, what did he do? Why is he in here? Wow. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it is her mom, and she's gonna do what she want to do. Oh gosh, this is a bit of a headache already. I guess let's keep going if y'all don't have nothing to add right now.
Well, I don't.
Oh, Jewel says, what was he in jail for? Jewel, he was in jail for shooting 4 people in the head. He executed them. He thought the guy's house, he thought that he was a drug dealer and that he had drugs and money, so he was trying to rob him. But come to find out, the guy actually wasn't a drug dealer. He was a retired guy. He just had, I guess he just had money. And so he had other people in the house. And so he just rounded everybody up and killed them. Yep, that's what he did. That's what he did.
I was going to say, what do you make of the fact that July 1st, this had happened to Tanya Thomas? She was allegedly killed by her domestic partner. It's 2 of these in 1 year. What are your thoughts about that?
No, I feel like they should have stopped conjugal visit when it happened to Tanya. They should have definitely stopped it. And even with David trying to commit suicide, he shouldn't have no type of visitation after that attempt.
Are you and your family planning to sue the prison based on the fact that there'd been a death like this in July and that, your mom was murdered in November?
Yes.
They're not going to have
Definitely, we
standing.
do want justice for.
What'd you say, Stanley?
They're not going to have standing. What standing would they have to sue?
I don't know, like would it be
Unless she was like a sole provider or something. You have to prove how that hurt you and not just your feelings.
So basically you can't sue just because they lied about how your mom died? You have to have
I would love to see how they establish a standing.
Yeah, well, you do. I can think about that. I just, people sue all the time, so it's just like, we'll sue.
Well, yeah,
You're
but
welcome, Joel.
lawsuits get thrown out all the time too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't consider that while listening, because it's like, okay, well, what grounds does she have? So
her mother wasn't a child.
Yeah.
Now maybe her mother provided for her monetarily. You have to establish how you were hurt by this and not just your feelings, like I said. She should, people really just don't. She should have said, hey, it's up in the air. People, I don't know. I kind of, maybe she's actually thinking about this. Maybe she wants to put the fear of God in someone. Maybe she wants to put it out. Some ambulance chaser will pick up the case. But I don't understand. It's an odd answer to me. Mama had needs.
Juan, if you're listening, you should come back up and tell us what we can do here.
Make me feel good.
Dave, Mama has needs. Wasn't that, didn't Halle Berry say that in that movie?
Yes. Make me feel good.
Yeah, Mama did have needs.
And Monsters Ball. Oh, and wasn't Diddy because it was Diddy that played the prisoner. She was with him, but then she had relations with what's Angelina Jolie's brother's name? Billy Bob.
Billy Bob Thornton?
Was that her brother or was that her husband? Her ex-husband.
I would more than likely think an ex-husband.
Oh, okay. I know she wore his blood around. Well,
His what?
she wore her brother's blood around her neck or something like that.
Oh, in a vial. I was thinking smeared.
Oh no.
What is going
Anyway,
on?
we digress.
Jewel says, Dave, she was a pretty lady. She could have gotten laid without going to an inmate. This is true. But
She just could have went on POF or something.
And this is where we might need Universal. She could have. But why? Why would she pick him? I know the lady said that, she felt like she was doing some good and all of that, and she was doing good, helping out an inmate and seeing their change. But I don't think so, because she's dead now.
I don't mind doing the Lord's work, but I ain't doing it like that. Sorry.
For my mom, definitely for CDRC to change their policies and be more involved with the civilians instead of the inmates. Just like inmates have to check in 4 times out of the night, they should at least check on civilians 2 to 3 times a day or in the night, whatever the case is. But yes, we do plan on going after the prison after CDRC.
Did Natalie ever tell you and the family about these visits and the security? Was there a panic button? Was there some means of communication for an outsider being brought into the inside to spend upwards of 40 hours fairly unmonitored? What kind of security systems were in place? Did she ever describe it?
No, no security really in place. I mean, when she gets there, they take away all her personal belongings, meaning like her purse, her wallet, her cell phone. So she really just goes in there with the clothes that she brought. So you just go in there, and the only one that does the check-in is the inmate.
What did you say?
Her bear spray, they took it. Or her whistle.
Oh, goodness.
They do a check-in 4 times out of the night just to make sure they're in the room.
But there's nothing for the visitor who may be in a dangerous situation to communicate to guards, I need help inside this room or in this apartment.
No, just the phone. Just the phone where the inmates have to check in. But
And
either
I have to
they
ask
should
you this,
definitely have.
Natalie, sorry to interrupt. Did your mom ever say that there were any red flags at all? I mean, she brought this 3-year-old, right? I think it was a 3-year-old on one of the visits. Did she ever feel there was any risk at all of having these visits?
Yeah, that was actually my son she would take. No. And it just makes you think, like, what if he was in that visit with her this time? Maybe he would.
Holy cow. It was her son? She says that so casually.
Yeah, it was her son.
Oh my Lord. She, you know what? I have problems with this woman.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? I said, what kind of mother is that?
One who wants to sue. I'm like, she just, she says it so casually. Yeah, that was my son.
Like almost as if she's like bragging about it.
Well, I wouldn't say bragging, but if I were a judge and she's sued and I found out that you mean you sent your son? I'd toss it out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying is she's as reckless as her mother.
Right, right, right. Okay.
Would have hurt my son as well. It just makes you think all kinds of things, but no red flags. The 2 visits that they went on, she said, and he also said that he was grateful to, have spent time with my son. And, that was kind of a connection for him of the outside world. And he was really happy when he spent those 3-4 days with my son.
Well, I am so relieved to hear that, your son is okay, and that it was on a different visit. But my God, I'm so sorry, Natalie, that you've lost your mom in this way. Please keep us informed about what happens next in your process. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So many questions about that case, about the other case, about conjugal visits in general. I'm joined now by Leonard Varey. He is the former director of the Napa County Jail System and a former prison warden with 28 years of inmate management experience. He's also the author of Elephant Keepers, Reflections of a Prison Warden. Thank you, Leonard, for being here. I wanted to get your reaction to the fact pattern that I just laid out in the interview I just conducted. Tell me your thoughts about this.
So thanks for having me. And yeah, it's a real troubling situation at this facility. It's highly irregular that they have conjugal visits. It's not very common. I think I heard you say that he was suicidal. That should have been a big red flag. And just that alone, they should have not allowed him to have those kinds of visits.
I keep coming back to the images that we see when we journalists go in to interview inmates. They're handcuffed and they are frequently shackled at the ankles. And that is policy. That isn't because they particularly fear that person at that moment. It is just policy. And then I think about how much freedom an inmate like this has with a family member, a grandchild even, for 40 hours straight. And this isn't computing for me. How did anybody come to the determination that this kind of one-on-one interaction would be safe when normally everyone's shackled if he or she's an inmate?
Well, I think it's a policy issue, and this is a policy that they've had in the state prison system where they allow these types of visits. It's been something that in California that's been historically done. The issue that I have is just what you said. The highest risk individuals are the people that are there for murder. In this case, this gentleman was in prison for committing 4 murders. He was in there on a sentence which would have kept him behind bars for the rest of his life. He did not have a possibility of ever getting released. That makes him one of the most dangerous, highest risk individuals. You would keep that person, if you had a doctor's visit or a psychiatrist visit, you would keep that person in chains, you would have him shackled, etc. But then to take that same person and then put him in a situation like this, where he's around a minor child, and he's around a civilian, and there's no cameras in those areas because it's considered an intimate family visit. I don't know if there's a panic button or an intercom where.
You see, I mean, I know he's explaining it, but like listening to it though, this sounds crazy as hell. There's no cameras. I mean, like on the outside area, okay, we get it. It's conjugal because we know that he's trying to get it in. We know what they're getting ready to do. But I mean, nothing. This guy, he executed 4 people. Like it was nothing. What are we doing? What's going on in these prisons? And I've been looking since we've been listening, and apparently this happens quite often. Believe it or not.
Somebody could have called for assistance. Just the fact that his background is so severe. He's there after killing 4 people. and serving a life sentence without the possibility of any, possibility of release. It is mind-boggling that they would think that it was safe for him to have that kind of a visit.
Leonard, can I ask you this? Clearly, someone came up with these policies long ago because there had to be some benefit to them. In your experience, is there a benefit to conjugal visits? Because only 4 states allow them now, and now we've seen, 2 horrifying deaths in just 1 year.
Well, I can tell you that the California prison system is generally one of the more violent prisons or prison systems in the country. There's always, murders. And if you just look at this particular facility, just in the last 2 years, there's been attempted murders on corrections officers. There's been murders against other inmates. This is a facility where there is a lot of violence. Now, you consider that kind of an environment, that's what these people are dealing with daily. And then you take one of those people and put him in this kind of a situation, you are not looking for good outcomes. It's a prayer and wishful thinking that I believe they've been able to keep these kinds of incidents to a low degree. But now, as you said, there was one that occurred just a few months before this incident, which should have been a big red flag. Right there, prison policy should have immediately been to stop all future visits until they could figure out what went wrong. There should have been an investigation. Outside investigators should have been brought in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that prisons do. And generally, I work in about 30 different states doing consulting work for jails and prisons. And I find that corrections facilities and agencies are generally very risk averse. They're not the ones that say, hey, let's try out all kinds of new novel ideas and increase liability. This is silly to, once they know that somebody actually was killed, and then to place another person in that same situation.
I have a feeling this might be the very last of the conjugal visits at Mule Creek State Prison, and maybe other states will take a look. I have to leave it there, but I'm so thankful for your expertise. Leonard Varry, thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen.
Any thoughts on that after hearing that from the warden?
Not really.
I
I doubt.
all I needed to say.
I'd actually be surprised if conjugal visits in.
Well, I'll tell you this much. If conjugal visits end, California will be the only state holding out. Like I said in the chat, California just needs to float away.
Yeah, that's always helpful.
Just hit him with the big one.
Well, we
tough
know
guy gets out in time.
we know that's not going to happen anytime soon. So,
Oh,
back
and
to
San
reality.
Jose, isn't she in Cali too?
Back to reality.
Be gone, California. Be gone.
So that story was crazy. Now there's sorry, in the kitchen making noise. I'm so sorry. There's another story about a lady getting killed in prison, and she was pregnant.
Oh Lord.
And she tells him that she's pregnant, and he wasn't happy about that.
Oh, so it wasn't his.
Well, obviously not.
Lord have mercy.
No, it was his.
Oh, it was his?
It's like it was she could what is it? What am I trying to say? So, you know, they had been together doing their conjugal visits or whatever. So she turns up pregnant and he kills her because he didn't want her to have a baby.
Oh wow. What a charmer.
What did he think was gonna happen? He had to pay child support? I mean, how long was he in prison for?
I don't know. I have to read the article, but
I don't think you make much making license plates.
I know that someone who was 62 recently means like in the past 2 weeks, I think, went to visit her husband, mass murderer or something, multiple bodies, in a conjugal visit, which has got to be the most crazy shit ever, honestly. And for those who don't know, apparently if you're married, your wife can come and you can have sex in a private room, which is like insane to me, especially for murderers. And something happened and he strangled her to death. That's pretty.
Well, wait, is that the story we just covered, or is this another one?
I just came in, so I don't know what. Oh,
Oh,
did you
yeah,
already cover it?
it's
you're
always
late to
good
the
just
party.
come in blazing away.
Damn it. Okay.
You're
sorry.
late to the party.
We literally just covered it.
God damn it. All right.
yeah,
I'll try again.
I'll just let them go, you know.
Does this often happen when you hop up on panels?
What I'm uninformed, behind the ball, and not up to.
Well, not
Yes.
only that, but I mean,
Yes.
usually I'll watch a couple minutes just to get an idea of what's actually been happening.
He's on colored people time.
Well, Stanley,
Already come lately.
honestly, I kind of felt bad because you're like, Barney, why didn't you show up? I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, hold on.
Why didn't you pull up? And I was like, I said, don't worry, Stanley. Can I finish? May I finish, sir?
No, you may not.
I felt bad.
Dude, you'll go to the back real quick. I asked when I asked why didn't you come up, it was so I could give you some of what I gave John Galt. It wasn't gonna be a how are you session.
Oh.
If you thought that, then you don't know me very well.
I don't know you very well, but if I may, am I allowed to speak on this show or not?
You know what? You might be, depending on what you say.
Okay, so
I'm not John Galt. I'm not impressed with you.
I guess I'll have to double my efforts, but honestly, let's talk about it.
I don't give a fuck what you do, but what you will do is not cross me, sir.
Am I crossing you right now?
You might be. Depends on what you say.
All right, well, let me know when it's my turn to talk. You're kind of starting to
Motherfucker,
cross me.
you know what? If you are waiting for my permission,
go fuck yourself.
I'm not sad that you're waiting for my permission. You have my permission.
Thanks for your permission, asshole. I kind of felt bad because I know you wanted to talk to me. So
No,
I said,
actually,
let me be. Do you just talk over me? Is that how you operate your
that's
show?
What
you
I
really
do.
are a fucking asshole.
Welcome to my world. The only reason I wanted
no thanks. I'd rather live in my own reality. Fuck you, Stanley. Nice meeting you. I'm never going to come to your shithole panel again. You really are a cocksucker.
You know what? Bring
Peace.
your lame ass up to my panel.
Oh gosh. Well,
you
Barney,
don't come in, dude. You do not come in hot after me. This is, dude. What the fuck is he thinking?
You know, I already got my own thoughts. You know, I had a dog named Barney. I did.
Did he run away too? I bet he ran away.
No, he passed away.
Barney, thanks for calling in and coming up for a minute. I know that you and Stanley had your moment. But
Oh no, I've never actually talked to Barney on a panel before, but he had some input in John's fucking circus yesterday. So and he just made some assumptions that he shouldn't have. So I basically said, if you actually have questions for me, why don't you come up to my panel and ask me personally instead of making all these wild accusations and assumptions?
Well,
So,
Portia, you know Stanley is still hot about
oh
yesterday.
motherfucker, I'm not gonna not be hot. I won't even bother forgiving, and I'm damn sure not gonna forget. It was a travesty. They gave a new definition to teammate in teamwork.
Stanley.
Yeah, I didn't even hear.
I think John tried to
I don't give a
apologize,
fuck. You know
Stanley.
what? It cannot be repaired. He might as well, we can move on, but no, it won't be forgotten. I'm not that kind of guy. You fuck up, it is a fuck up.
Let me not fuck up then, Stanley.
You know what? I don't think you could be that egregious. So anyway, Barney, you better step light if you come up, and you are not a challenge for me. I will dispatch you like all the other fucking half-wits. Sorry about that, Portia. I know you're a fan of Barney. He pissed me off coming up.
He's a friend. You know, I don't.
You know
I
what?
don't know
He's
what
your
happened
friend.
yesterday. I don't
He's
know
not
what y'all
my
talking
friend.
about. Yeah, no, I know. I know that. I just saw that, but yeah, I don't know about any. I didn't listen or hear.
Yeah,
But
everybody seems to not know much about what happened yesterday.
yeah,
Oh, I was listening.
I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening at all.
Excuse me.
But anyhow, so this lady, this lady, Jesus, the lady that we were talking about, the inmate, the lady that got killed. So she had social media and she would post content here and there. So
the one with the gray hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
I think that if we fall in love with Jesus, really fall in love with him, the worst of enemies can't hurt us. I've seen people have testimonies where somebody killed their child and they prayed for that person's soul. That's where we have to be. That's where we have to be. And I want to be that person because you reap what you sow. God is a God of his word. You can't deny that. I want to reap benefits. So he had told me to stand. He told me to fall in love with Jesus. And then he told me to get ready for a blessing. Wow.
Well, I hope she's not about to say that her blessing was that guy. I hope not. And then if they
I'm about to say she should have stopped at falling in love with Jesus. He wouldn't hurt you.
Yeah, it's just I have a feeling that she's about to say that this is the blessing. I hope she doesn't. However, she did say, I've heard about people that have prayed for people that murdered their children. So I'm thinking, like, if she goes to court with this, her daughter, that suing, I'm assuming maybe they would say she wouldn't be upset. She would pray for him. Pray for her husband for killing her. You think so? Do you think that she forgives him up in heaven right now?
Oh, I'm you know what? I'm willing to bet the farm. I'm 1,000% sure she did.
Well, here's my thinking on the matter. You know what? She made a mistake. I don't think beyond that. Oh shit, she shouldn't have done that. I don't think about much after that.
Well, I'm assuming if she was sounds like a God-fearing woman as she was getting strangled, because obviously that takes some time. I'm pretty sure she was praying. And she is up in the place that she's supposed to be. It's kind of,
Well, I kind
weird
of
watching
wonder
it
if
and
it was
hearing her.
part of the sex play. That's what I first thought.
You know
Yeah,
what,
it could.
Stanley? That's a good assumption. Yeah, maybe sex play that went way left.
I mean, that's just a theory. I mean, it's not unheard of.
Because if you don't know how to choke correctly, you
Well, there are just some things you just don't do.
well, Stanley.
I mean, you know what? Suppress that urge.
If you don't know how to choke correctly and know when to release,
Oh my God.
you might kill somebody.
You know what? I hate I brought it up now. And I'm thinking that's possibly why this has gone 4 months. He probably just
I shouldn't be laughing at this. This is sad.
No, you know what? I'm gonna be surprised if conjugal visits get canceled because of this. It's possible, but I'd be surprised. However, other than shaking your head that this woman, it was such risky behavior, a risky situation.
Oh yeah, I would never.
I find it hard to feel sorry for her. She was 62.
Exactly.
She knew what she was doing. She
should have
probably
known better.
knew the risks.
62 years old. You should know better.
She should have come knocking at my door. She was gorgeous.
Yeah, and she would have had on a new dress.
Well, the shoes were I didn't like the shoes. But it really doesn't matter now.
I don't know. I want to dive deep into the psyche of these because there are women. I mean, if you even take it back to what's that serial killer's name? Was it not the Zodiac killer? Charles Manson. I mean, he had girls just riding him in jail. Like that's why I wish Universal was up here. I want to dive deep into the psyche.
Why? So
of
he could turn this into a quack diagnosis.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Oh no. He's on my shit list too.
Oh man.
Let
me note names I cannot mention anymore.
Oh no, you mention them all you want. There'll be a pithy retort. No harm, no foul.
No, but I do want to dive deep into the psyche. I mean,
really,
man, I wish Mr. Virgo was up because he talks about this like women. He says women love the thrill of danger, and he also told me that's why we're the ones that watched like what's that channel called?
ID.
Yeah. The ID show. And we love to see that. And you know what? He's not half wrong because I love to watch those shows.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to live one.
Oh no. But there's going all the way left. There's being very radical about it.
Well, here's the deal. Since I'm the only one
Stanley,
here,
really quick. I haven't seen Atticus in a while. Hi, Atticus. It is so good to see you. I saw you in the chat earlier, and I'll be forgetting that I'm streaming over on my channel too. So I'll be, However, hi. It's good to see you. Good to see you. This is a story about a lady who got killed in prison, visiting her murdering husband. He killed her. Okay, I'm sorry, Stanley. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, being close to her age, or let's just say I am her age, there's certain urges and thrills that, and risks that I didn't even think about in my 20s and 30s. That, once you have a family, there are just certain things you don't do. Because hey, what if it goes left? You got kids, you got family. It just kind of shocks me that a woman her age would take this kind of, obviously. These are bad decisions. They're not even.
With a grandbaby too. It's like,
Yeah, that's odd.
even if you're like a bad parent, usually when you get your grandkids, like you've learned your lesson, and it's like you're so overprotective of your grandkids. To bring your grandkids to
Yeah, that's
that
true.
is crazy to
Well,
me.
the thing is bringing your grandkid. Maybe the theory is maybe she had custody or something. But the mother didn't look that strung out, and I don't know the backstory. Maybe the grandmother had custody or something, but the mother seemed to know about it, and she just didn't seem that stressed out.
Yeah.
And I don't care about the psychology. After this show is over, I will probably never even think about it again. I'm not that interested in the deep psychology of it. I just think it was stupid, and I'm willing to just leave it at that.
Well, let's see what she's what she's getting into with her social media and stuff. What is this date? Oh, maybe that's the
This
time
is a
yesterday.
deep dive.
Yeah. Y'all know I like. If I get going, I want to know. I want to know everything.
The death of a woman at a jail in Amador County while on a visit is now being investigated as a homicide. It happened last Wednesday at Mule Creek State Prison when 62-year-old Stephanie Diane Brinson was visiting her husband. He's an inmate there. The State Department of Corrections says the inmate used the family visit phone to tell officers his wife had passed out during her visit. But the cause of her death is allegedly to have been caused by strangulation. Amador County and the state prison is now handling the investigation.
Stephanie Dowell was 62 years old, beautiful, energetic, athletic, and a proud mother and grandmother. By all accounts, she had lived a life full of love, success, and strength. But in the final chapter of her story...
Wait a minute. Where did... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at these kids and stuff, and okay. Does this look like the girl that we just saw the interview of?
No, that must be another daughter.
I was like, does that seem like that was her daughter, or maybe she was adopted, or?
Well, who's to say those are her kids?
I'm just assuming that's what she's, that's what she's saying with the words and
Yeah,
stuff.
and a lot of them, look light
The
skinned.
girl has the same nose as the mother, more or less.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Virgo. What were you saying?
No, I said a lot of them look light skinned in the picture. So, just like my kids, you would never even think they were my kids,
Interesting. I was just curious. Let's see. Let me turn it back up.
And grandmother. By all accounts, she had lived a life full of love, success, and strength. But in the final chapter of her story, Stephanie made a decision that was not just bizarre, but downright dangerous. After striking up a conversation with a man online, 54-year-old David Brinson, she somehow convinced herself that a convicted quadruple murderer serving 4 life sentences plus 20 years was boyfriend material. Let's be honest, David wasn't just waving red flags, he was drowning in them. He murdered 4 men in one night back in...
See, the pictures that they just showed of him in like this mugshot looking picture, I'm thinking that she was like thirsting over him or something because of him sending her thirst traps and stuff. And maybe she just overlooked everything because she obviously is attracted to this guy or something.
That stuff works. Damn, I've been going about it all wrong.
everybody's different. I'm not judging. I'm not judging the lady. It's yeah. Let's just keep going. I'm sorry, guys.
In 1994, showed zero remorse and had no realistic chance of release. But against all logic, all reason, and all cries from her family, Stephanie didn't just fall for him, she married him. Yup, she became Mrs. Brinson, prison walls and all, as if love letters and state-issued jumpsuits were the new fairy tale. Stephanie had a slew of accomplishments, the kind most women would be proud of. She raised a family, stayed active, and built a full life. But now, none of that will make headlines, because the world won't remember her as the loving mom, the dedicated grandmother, or the vibrant woman she was. She'll be remembered as the lonely older woman killed by her prison bae during a conjugal visit. A tragic ending to a story that should have never had a second act. Welcome to the American Crime Femicide channel. Please like, share, subscribe, and hit the note.
There's a femicide channel?
Yes, this is American Crime Femicide. Guys, go over and give her a follow. She typically covers Black people only, and
Of course she does.
Black women getting killed. Yes, yes.
Did
We
she
are
say
bringing
prison
light-
bae?
Yes, prison bae. Mm-hmm.
Oh, child.
Yep.
Oh my Lord.
Yes.
This actually exists? Holy shit.
Oh yeah. You know, American
Wow.
Crime Femicide. With a pro-Black spin. So check her out. Give her a follow.
NCIS femicide.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Hey, Garion's in the building. Hey,
He's
Garion.
wondering,
Oh, Jihad's
he's
back. Hey,
wondering
Jihad.
what
Hey,
the
Lupin.
fuck too.
What's
Hey,
going on?
Garion,
Hey, guys.
sending us some,
Just hanging out.
sending us some lion steaks.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, if you
Garion ended
consume
up
a lion, you
leading
are a
someone
lion.
to a lion. End up on this show. So Garion, don't feed anybody to the lions. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Oh, you know what? Black Manta mentioned Luigi. I have a story about that somewhere. Somebody sent Luigi something like really awesome. He's getting gifts in jail.
Oh, that guy. I'll have to look that up. I'll look it up.
Notification bell for future uploads. Stephanie, affectionately called Stevie D by family and friends, was a woman of many hats, and she wore them well. A graduate of the University of Southern California with a degree in special education, she held positions ranging from law firm office manager to dental practice manager to Mary Kay director to bookkeeper to hairstylist. But it was hairstyling, her true passion, that she turned into her legacy. Her salon, Hair Elite, located on Crenshaw, wasn't just a business, it was a sanctuary. Known for its Brazilian blowouts, good vibes, and staff that made you feel like
Damn.
family.
Maxine Waters?
You see, this is getting good for me. This is getting good.
Well, my thing is, I always thought that was a wig.
You know what? It still could be. It still could be a wig, but maybe it's not. And this was, look, y'all see how good Maxine Waters looked when she was younger?
It could be a good melted lace front.
I was also thinking too, I was just looking at her, this Stevie lady. She might be like Dominican or something, or Puerto Rican. But with her having a Brazilian hair salon, that's what I was thinking at first, because of her daughter, the one that we saw on the other video that we were watching. Wow. Wow. This is wow. Hey, Maxine, what are you gonna do about the conjugal visits in California, in your area? Let us know.
Okay, well,
became a hub for beauty,
she has
laughter,
nothing to
and
do with
empowerment.
California prisons.
Harry leave the place to be.
When Stevie wasn't working, she was out living, sports games, events, family gatherings, you name it. She was a social butterfly with a full calendar and an even fuller heart, especially when it came to her kids and grandkids. But behind the fabulous hair and warm hugs, there was a sadness she rarely showed. By 2017, now in her mid-50s, she posted on Facebook, opening up about years of heartbreak.
I much like to do videos because I don't like the way I look in pictures. But this morning after my run, or during my run, I was talking to God and just saying how much pain I'm always feeling. And why do I have to go through so much? I realized, I'm a pretty happy person. I got a lot of great things going, but I suffer a lot of heartaches. And I feel like maybe somebody else can attest to this. You might be a very giving person, and a lot of times you do a lot of wonderful things. But I've been praying for like 45, 50 days now, the same thing. And God told me that, my heart needs to be even softer. I was like, oh my God, I've suffered hundreds of thousands of dollars in loss because my heart being soft, people walking over me doing things. What could you possibly be talking about? And I'm like, but there is something I harbor deep in my heart, kind of a little hatred for someone. And I've been praying and asking God, please take this away. Don't let me feel like this. And he said, I'm a God of my word, Stevie. He said, I truly love you. And I know your heart and that you love people. He said, but you have somebody that you hate. And that's my child. And I was like, God, but the wrong that was done. And he said, well, greater wrong have you done to my son. He said, but he still loved you enough to save your soul. And I said, I understand, God, but I'm not him. I'm not Jesus. What do you want me to do? How can I get rid of this? And he said, you need to fall in love with Jesus. And I said, I love the Lord. He said, no, fall in love with Jesus. If you fall in love with Jesus, nothing can really hurt you like that. Nothing. I have doubts if I'm going to post this because I look so bad. But if there's somebody out there and you've done a lot and you love people, you do, search your heart. Ask God to help you heal from whatever
that is not funny, but I can't clean it up. Jules said she found a man that would send her to Jesus. And send her he did. Send her he did, Jesus Christ.
Straight to Jesus.
It's hurting you because you have to love everybody. You have to truly love. And I think that if we fall in love with Jesus, really fall in love with him, the worst of enemies can't hurt us. I've seen people have testimonies where somebody killed their child and they prayed for that person's soul. That's where we have to be. That's where we have to be. And I want to be that person because you reap what you sow. God is a God of his word. You
I don't want to be that person.
Deny that. I want to reap benefits. So he had told me to stand. He told me to fall in love with Jesus. And then he told me to get ready for a blessing. Wow.
This shocked people. How could someone who gave so much be quietly carrying so much pain? And then came David, a man whose resume included 4 murders, 4 life sentences, and 0 possibility of parole. Somehow, Stevie went from styling blowouts to falling headfirst into a prison romance with a man locked up for execution-style killings during a robbery in 1994. Forget red flags, David came wrapped in crime scene tape. But she believed the lies, the charm, through We Read the Bible Together bedtime stories. And in one of the most bewildering plot twists imaginable, she married him, not for love, allegedly, but for conjugal visits, because nothing says forever like locking in quality alone time with a convicted killer. Stevie got fit and glowed up for her prison bae.
Hey, it's me, Stevie, just chilling in my truck for a minute.
She got fit. Oh God. I know he's in
For her
prison.
prison bae.
He's not getting out.
I can't even fix my mouth to tell anybody I know I got a prison bae.
This sucks, you know. Gosh, Stevie.
While my client is trying,
for this.
I'm sharing this because I'm
Stevie.
excited about my herbal life, my changes in life. I feel so good. I feel so healthy. And I've lost, a lot of weight, but I feel incredible. And so I just thought I'd share this with you. If you don't know what you'd like to do to take care of yourself, my blood pressure is great. I have absolutely no medications to take. Cholesterol all the way down. I'm just excited about my health. I feel so much more vibrant and alive. I look forward to getting up every day, 4 a.m. Life is good.
Her Facebook became flirtier, more playful. Her prison romance gave her a spark. Meanwhile, those around her watched in disbelief. They begged her to reconsider. But let's be real, 62-year-olds don't take advice. They give it. She told everyone to...
And that, my friends, is the definition of Stanley Cross. He's not 62. But hey, whenever we come to Stanley versus the world, he's not looking for your advice. He's not. He will give it to you, though. Ain't that right, Stanley? Is he still up here?
Stanley must have went to make a burger.
And I'm gonna say it would have been nice if Stanley would have gave one of his clever responses.
No, I'm still here. I did go to the kitchen though.
I knew it.
Okay. He said making a burger. Did he say he was making burger? Did you say he was
No,
making
actually,
burgers?
you know what? I'm gonna make some grits and an omelet.
Oh,
Breakfast for dinner. Sounds good.
Yeah, who's gonna stop me?
Not me. I don't I don't want to be tortured by the spirit of Stanley.
You know, like I said, I'm not into feeling sorry for her. It is a way I wish I'd known her. I mean, she is age appropriate and really good looking. So it's a loss.
Hey, Jordan. All right, let's hop back into this.
mind their business and carried on living out this warped fairy tale with a man who'd taken 4 lives and now, tragically, would take a 5th. On November 13, 2024, during one of their romantic prison sleepovers, Stevie was found unresponsive. Brinson calmly used the unit phone to call officers and report that his wife had passed out. Despite emergency efforts, Stevie died an hour later. But the horror didn't fully hit until 4 months later, when her family was informed her death wasn't natural, it was homicide by strangulation. Her killer? The man she married. The man serving 4 life sentences. The man nobody should have ever trusted with a toothbrush, let alone 30 hours of private time with a woman.
We spoke with the victim's family, and they're demanding answers. They want to know why an inmate with such a violent history like this was allowed to have unsupervised visits in the first place.
The most giving, kind-hearted person.
62-year-old Stephanie Dowles was always trying to help others. Her mother, Ovita Wilson, says,
I would often tell my sweetheart, you can't save the world.
Dowles was a mother herself to 2 sons, grandmother to 6. She was a hairstylist and a small business owner in the Los Angeles space, trying to have unsupervised visits in the first place.
The most giving, plain-hearted person.
62-year-old Stephanie Dowles was always trying to help others, her mother, Ovita Wilson, says.
I would often tell my sweetheart, you can't save the world.
Dowles was a mother herself to 2 sons, grandmother to 6. She was a hairstylist and a small business owner in the Los Angeles area, known to her family as Stevie. We spoke to them on Zoom.
Stevie was literally the glue that held the family together,
making her loss all the more difficult.
We were just devastated.
Dowles died during an overnight visit with an inmate at Mule Creek State Prison in Ione just before 3 a.m. last November. Now, 4 months later, the Amador County coroner confirmed her family's fears, finding the death was a homicide. The coroner says she was strangled.
How could they just, let this happen and just don't get it?
Armand Torres says the prison should be held accountable. He says his mom was visiting her husband, David Brinson, there.
They would read the Bible together. He was in school in there because she was pushing him to try to be this better person.
But Brinson is serving 4 consecutive life terms with a 20-year determinate sentence on top of that, without the possibility of parole, all after his 1993 conviction of 4 murders.
My mom was just left alone, and she, called for help, I'm sure, and there's nothing she could do.
Officials say the criminal investigation is...
Be fair.
Sir.
Okay. I know they're saying, why was she left alone?
That was the whole point of the conjugal visit. Yes.
What do you mean? Your mom.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to say, if she didn't die immediately, it actually sounds like a kink.
Yeah, the more that is true.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't dead when they found her. She was unconscious. So, grandma was a little kinky.
You have to have a safe word.
Well, damn, you. Okay. Now I know for future reference.
You do have to have a safe word.
Well, I don't know if you're being choked that hard. I mean, can you even get the word out?
Well, the point is not to do it so hard. The point is just to do it for the kink, I guess. I mean, I don't know personally.
Well, all I have to say is there's some things old people shouldn't do in being an old person. I'm speaking from, like, you know what? If a woman asked me to do that, I'd probably say no. There's some things you just don't do. Now, a guy who's serving 4 life terms, he's not going to say no, of course. Virgo is a romantic. Oh, Kelvin, you can spot him.
So you would say no because I would kill you, because I might kill you.
No, I would just say it's not me. Find something,
Jesus,
find another kink you can do, not that.
Live a little, Stanley. Jesus.
No, there's some things, he probably said that when he convinced her, hey, live a little. You don't get that joke, do you?
What if she's the one that brought it up to him?
Then she was out of her mind. There's some things you don't do at 60. Like you don't recover as well as you do in your 20s.
Well, I don't think kink should stop at a certain age. I mean, as long as you can do it safely, I'm all for it.
You know what? Kink stops at the prison wall.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, I would have never dated an I would have never trusted an inmate, But
I'm sorry.
All I'm saying,
I'm not gonna commit a kink with a prisoner.
All I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with kinks.
Do women get conjugal visits? I wonder.
I would think so. I think it would go both ways, wouldn't it? And I think California does same sex.
To reference, who knows? You know what? There might.
I think California does. California is so backwards that they do same-sex conjugal visits.
You know what?
Which is so
Hey,
weird.
I got a prison date.
Where you going tonight, girl? I'm going to the jail.
I brought you roses, dear.
Would you even be able to bring that? I don't think you could bring anything into prison.
Well, I'm going to
I mean,
find
I've
out.
never visited anybody in
I'll
prison,
find out
but I
and
don't
let you
think-
know.
Yeah, let us know what you find out, Stanley, please.
I'm a prison husband.
Stanley, you are crazy today.
You know, that just popped in my mind. Can women get conjugal visits?
I wouldn't see why not, Stanley, because if men can get
We're
it,
gonna
I
find
mean,
out. I'm going to apply. Whoever.
oh God, are you going to be a pen pal?
That's where I'm going to start. Don't they have?
You're going to be a pen pal, and then you're going to get yourself a prison wife.
Don't they?
Jesus.
You know what? That would be so funny.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
You'd have to buy her a new dress.
Hey, that's all right. I have a couple bucks. You know, I'll go to Dress Barn.
They're no longer in business.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I used to love Dress Barn, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah.
Dress Barn has
90 Day
some-
Fiance. Yeah, is there
Dress
really
Barn
a
has some
90
good
Day
dress
Fiance
pants.
locked up? No way.
You have to be kidding. I have to look that up. You know, speaking of
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
lying,
whoever said that's plain.
No, that's Jewel.
I'll look it up.
Oh,
Speaking of
Jewel.
Stanley buying the new dress, I think this is a good time. We've been going for almost
Oh,
an
no,
hour.
no. I think
You know, that was right on time. Good one. I didn't even think of that. You and me, girl, behind bars.
Stanley may not come when you want him to, but he's always on time.
That's right. I'll be there.
Wow. This is a hot mess. It really is. Let's finish the rest of this.
Is still underway. So as of now, no one's been charged with Dowell's murder. But it happened during a family visit, which the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation website describes as a visit in private apartment-like facilities on prison grounds that can last approximately 30 to 40 hours. It was just after 2 a.m. on November 13th when CDCR says Brinson used the phone in that apartment-like facility to tell officers his wife had passed out.
Given the history that this guy has already, we kind of just, wanted to know how is it even, possible for them to be unsupervised.
The CDCR website shows inmates blocked from those privileges are limited to those on death row, those convicted of sex offenses, those going through the reception process upon arrival to a prison, or anyone under disciplinary restrictions. There's no mention of multiple murder convictions. Do you think that policy should change moving forward?
It has to. There has to be something has to be done because it's not fair.
CDCR says inmates have to meet strict criteria for these family visits, like sustained good behavior, for example. And they say the visits are meant to support family connection and rehabilitation. And Dowell's family did say that she had visited Brinson several times before this, and those visits seem to have gone well. So they say at the time they didn't really think much of it, like they now believe they probably should have. Back to you.
And our investigative team also looked into what, if any, security measures are in place during those prison visits. The CDCR operations manual shows that inmates have to present themselves for account at least 4 times within a 24-hour period. And the watch commander can also order unscheduled inspections. But otherwise, the manual explains every effort is made to ensure the inmate's privacy.
The family is furious, and rightfully so. Why are prisoners with body counts getting conjugal visits? Why was there no supervision? Why did a woman get murdered on state property and it took 4 months to admit it? Of course, they want charges, but let's be honest, what more can you do to a man already serving eternity plus interest? Charge him again just so taxpayers can sponsor another trial? And yet, as hard as it is to say, Stevie made this choice. A smart, educated, accomplished Black woman with a college degree, thriving business, and a family that adored her, chose to marry a mass murderer. Brinson had nothing to offer but conversation and conjugal rights. And in the end, he gave her death. According to her GoFundMe, Stevie was the primary provider for her elderly parents, 2 sons, and 8 grandchildren. She was everything to everyone. But when she finally did something for herself, something reckless, something dangerously romanticized, she paid for it with her life. As the family prepares to give her the beautiful send-off she deserves, please keep them in your thoughts. But when we remember Stevie, don't let her final decision overshadow her decades of love, service, and community care. Remember the woman who employed others, uplifted her people, raised a family, and gave tirelessly. May Stephanie Dowell rest in peace, and may her story serve as a warning that some red flags aren't just red, they're soaked in blood.
He was slinging. He was slinging dick and chokeholds. That's all that man could offer.
Yeah,
Excuse my language.
Yeah.
I got a little Pinot Grigio in me.
Wow. Is that to dissolve the gallstones?
I hope it does, to be honest with you. Maybe not. I don't know.
I'm looking it up. See, it's saying regarding incidents where male visitors have harmed female inmates during conjugal visits, there have been no widely reported cases of this occurring. However, there have been instances where male inmates have harmed their female visitors during such visits. For example, in California's Mule Creek State Prison, 2 women were allegedly murdered by their inmate husbands. Stories that we're talking about. So I guess it's more the other cases than the men coming to visit the women and something bad happening. Yep. So Black Manta, I hope that we did this story some justice for you. That is a hot mess.
Wow.
I mean,
We are the land of depravity, that's for sure.
Like on her page, like you have Memphis woman killed in high-speed chase, and this says wanted for incest. What? And then correctional officer killed by boyfriend after he was outed for. Well, she says trans exposed her. Man. Yeah, these stories are crazy. Like I'll tell you guys on her page, like it's like Black people. Yeah, 45-year-old clown invited his kids over for a party, then killed his sons. You see some of these stories, like you just don't, you don't really hear about it with his black people. Huh. Wow. Interesting. I kind of want to watch something else on her channel. Anyhow. Yeah, so rest in peace, Stevie, and to all you ladies out there listening, don't do what she did. Okay? I think that's the moral here. That's I've been thinking that this whole time, Virgo. Jocelyn, I've been thinking that this whole time.
Stevie, what you doing, Stevie?
I know. Oh, her voice is so annoying. So Stanley, he mentioned something, and I was trying to find a bit more. Oh, okay. So this just happened. Just happened. So this is what news as of yesterday. Oh, this is crazy. It says that Luigi Mangione asked fans to send no more than 5 photos at a time. Like that's just more than 5 is too much for him. So cut it out. Stop sending him all your nudes. He can't look at all of them, apparently. So Luigi Mangione, apparently he's been getting a lot of gifts in prison. Since we're talking about, prisons and stuff. Let's see what's going on here.
Want to let Luigi Mangione have a laptop in jail after an incident involving a pair of socks and a smuggled note. The Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, has rejected a request from Mangione's lawyers to give him a computer so he can review the thousands of hours of surveillance video and police body cam footage being used against him after, of course, he was accused of killing the United Healthcare executive. The reasoning from Bragg that if Mangione gets access to that footage, he can, quote, disseminate images of civilians captured on those videos to his fans for harassment. And they point to a recent incident when prosecutors say an apparent admirer actually, in their words, smuggled a heart-shaped note to Mangione hidden in a pair of socks. I want to bring in NBC's Sam Brock. So it's not often that we talk about, somebody who has been accused of killing somebody else and is sitting behind bars, who also has fans sending allegedly love notes as well. I mean, this case has captured, I think, and captivated so many people around the country.
For a multitude of reasons, you're right. This is just a confluence of events that you really don't see rarely, if ever, Hallie. So that's sort of the baseline here. With respect to the note, here's what was interesting. This is the backstory that we saw in the filing from the Manhattan DA's office. They said they had to accommodate the defendant's fashion needs, which is to say that most of the incarcerated defendants, in their words, have to wear jail-issued clothing. But in this case, Mangione wanted to wear different clothing when he showed up in court for the various hearings. So what they did was allowed Mangione's team to provide a bag that was searched by a court officer, and then he received the clothing. What that court officer found, and this is getting to the notes you were just referring to, I'm going to read you the passage from the filing. It says, quote, among the items of clothing was a new pair of Argyle socks wrapped around cardboard. Secreted in the cardboard were 2 personal heart-shaped notes, one addressed to an unknown person named Joan, and the other to Luigi, stating in part, no, there are thousands of people wishing you luck. Now, I'm sure your first question, Hal, is going to be, who the heck is Joan? We do know that there is a person named Joan on his defense team in the communications capacity. Could be her, not entirely sure. Obviously, the second note does.
That wasn't my first question, sir. It just wasn't. My first question is, how is this happening to a point to where you're allowing him to change? Okay, that's fine. His attorneys had to have put that stuff there, right? I mean, or whoever had the bag. I don't know. I don't know what this fascination is with men that are incarcerated. I do not know. I don't know.
Referred to fans trying to show him their support. The reality is the defense team, we are expecting a response from them any moment on this very issue. So when that comes, we'll bring it to you.
I was just going to ask, what is the defense saying about this? And also, what's the prosecution's argument? Because the DA came up pretty strongly against this whole laptop thing.
Yeah, so the point here that they wanted to make was that there is not like widespread use of laptops at MDC at the Metropolitan Detention Center. It's very rare for that to happen. In that DA filing, they said that Mangione does have access to a desktop computer and that he can avail himself of those resources anytime he wants. MDC, it says, assured the people that this defendant has ample access to desktop computers where he is housed to review discovery, conduct legal research, send emails, and draft motions. The reality is there are hundreds, if not thousands of hours of cameras and films. So much of this case, Hallie, was built up on tracking Mangione and his locations and whereabouts all throughout Manhattan and beyond. There's just absolute reams of papers and videos that he has to go through. That's the argument that his defense team is making, and there's no way they can do it in the amount of visiting hours allotted, but he has access, according to the DA's office, to a computer anyway. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
Well, Kelvin says that I bet Luigi gets so many thongs. It's disgusting if you think about it. Yeah, ain't no telling what all he's getting.
Well, Calvin, don't think about it.
Oh, well, yeah. These ladies are going crazy. I mean, if you just look them up, like
the
these
funny
cookies and
thing,
stuff.
the funny thing is, if you watch these shows, right, on like what's that channel? Lifetime? Is it Lifetime? If you watch these shows with the prison people, you know, nothing ends up.
This is probably what he was talking about. I'm so sorry, Virgo. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Nothing ever ends up well. Like, it's always a situation when they get out of prison and they cheat, or they use them for money, or they go back to prison. I just don't know. Like, why would you put yourself through this? Is it because of lack of self-love, or I don't know.
Kelvin says back to Stanley. He says, God knows I'll try not to, Stanley. According to reports, isn't his unit broken? What are we saying here? What you talking about, Fish? What did he say? According to reports, isn't his unit broken? I don't know. That's crazy. So here's something that I just found, because I know Stanley said it was like a really big gift. So apparently he's getting a lot of donations. So let's see what they're saying here.
Here's now, I want to ask you about alleged CEO killer Luigi Mangione. He's apparently been receiving donations for his legal defense fund, and most recently, an anonymous individual gave the defense fund $36,500, beating the previous record to this fund of $30,000. Who on earth is giving this money, and where's it going?
Well, a lot of people are, and the reason we know that is because as of 4:30 today, the site where these donations are being accepted said that they were up to $723,000, and you know, 596 more. So they're passing, you know, $750,000, and most of these, Jake, are $5, $10, you know, the occasional $1,000, 50 or 100, but each one comes with what essentially is this note of admiration and love, and that we will always be here for you. And even this $36,000 donation came with kind of a paragraph about how they felt the case was overcharged, shouldn't be a death penalty, terrorism charges, that due process was being skipped, that the investigation was flawed, and so on. So what you're seeing is still a groundswell for an individual who's charged with shooting a man in the back.
It's so strange. I mean, one can have legitimate concerns and even anger about the health insurance industry in this country and still not support murder. bizarre. We're in weird times, John. Thanks so much.
Quite bizarre.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. They're just, man. It's like, oh yeah, let's just send him money. And I thought he was from a very wealthy family, right? Something like that. I can't even remember everything with this this guy.
I'm guessing they don't want to throw good money after bad. This is kind of open and shut.
Yeah, and you know, they're saying stuff like, we hope that you win. I don't think he's going to win anything. I don't know. I'm trying to find this other lady that got killed at the same prison. Now see, I wonder if they're going to do away with it because of this.
At the same prison? Jeez.
Yeah, the same prison. Yeah, same one. The very same one. Mule Creek. Let's see, but I want to know how the other lady died. Like, did he strangle her too?
So was that Hispanic looking lady the other person's daughter? Because in the story they said that Stevie had only 2 sons, or could that have been her daughter-in-law?
I don't know. In all those pictures that they were showing, I saw her in them, like, you know, younger and stuff.
Oh, so that could have been maybe her daughter-in-law or something, or I don't know.
That's what I was wondering. No, I can't remember. Let's see what they say in this one about this other lady, but it seems like they're talking about both of them, but I want to see about the Tania lady too, like what happened with her.
I'm joined now exclusively by Janine Rojo. She is Tanya Thomas's cousin. Janine, thank you so much for agreeing to talk with me on the program tonight. And I'm very sorry that you and your family are going through this loss, especially with this compounding story that this happened twice. When and how did you learn that Tanya had died?
Well, first of all, thank you for giving us this spotlight to air our story. It's very tragic. So she died on July 1st of 2024. However, her son did not get the phone call that she died until the very next day, July 2nd. So we did not know until the next day that she passed away.
She was, as I understand it, Janine, more like a sister to you. Did she ever mention much about Sean Curry? I mean, that she'd even been talking with him, let alone secretly married him?
She definitely did not let us know that they got married and that they were intimately involved the past few years. However, because they do share a son together, he has been in contact with her since he's been in jail for the past 25 years. So we were used to them talking here and there on the phone, but we did not know that they ended up getting married and were planning on, if he was supposed to get out on parole in January 2024, we had no idea that they were planning on living a life together.
So what did you know about him? And did you and the family think much about Sean Curry?
So we've known him since high school. That's where we met. This was, I can't remember, but we were about 15, 16 years old. And we all had the same circle of friends. He was actually a really cool guy. I mean, he didn't show any red flags. He was kind of laid back demeanor, just like Tanya. And then they got intimately involved, and she ended up getting pregnant. But then during her pregnancy, he kind of just disappeared. And then while she was in labor in 1999, that's when I saw that he was on the news. And he was on the news because he shot his 19-year-old girlfriend, Danita Brown, I believe that's her name. He shot her in the head and dumped her body at a construction site and left her for dead. She survived because of Good Samaritans that found her the very next day. But Tanya was in labor when all of this happened. And then after that, he was on the news again because they didn't find him. He was on the run and they were looking for him. That's why he was on the news.
Right. Okay. So we got lady number one. Lady number two, they meet in high school. She has a baby. He's nowhere to be found. And while she's out here giving birth, he done shot another girl in the head, tried to kill her. And you thought, hey, you know what? We should get married.
Yeah, there should be a prison wife.
Why not? You know? Why not?
Let's do this.
Wow.
She said, why not?
I don't know, Stanley. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Oh my goodness.
He was doing
You can't make
and robberies.
this
I mean,
shit
he
up.
was just going crazy for about a week or two before they finally found him. And he's been in jail since 1999.
So they share a 25-year-old child together now.
Yeah.
Did share. Is there some thought that Sean lied to her about having a parole hearing and maybe was dangling hope that he was going to get out, and that she may have actually set him straight on this conjugal visit, meaning I know that you don't have a parole hearing till 2027, and that maybe that sparked a conflict behind those apartment doors?
So he was being truthful about the parole hearing that he had in January 2024. However, it got denied. And I heard from her best friend after she already passed away, because her best friend was the only person that she told anything to. The family was left out in the dark. Tanya didn't tell us anything because she knew we would not approve, and we were concerned for her safety as far as being in a relationship with him and him being out of jail. So the parole hearing, he got denied in January 2024, and it's my understanding that he told her to wait for him because he was up for another parole hearing in January 2025. However, Tan learned that he really was not up for parole, because if you look it up in the system, it's public information, that he had the date of 2027 for the next parole hearing. So we're not sure. We're kind of speculating at this point. We're thinking maybe she went there in July to kind of bid her farewells with him and let him know, hey, I'm not going to wait another 2-3 years for you. I've already a good 25 years, and if you're not going to get out, then I need to just move on with my life. This is what we're thinking. We may not ever find out what the reason was, but that's kind of what's...
But, you know, one thing you did find out, Janine, was that 4 months later, Stevie Dowles died during a conjugal visit with a dangerous offender. What was your reaction when you heard this just 4 months after you lost your cousin?
So when I found out, I heard about it on the news in November of 2024, but they didn't give a name and they did not give a cause because it's still under investigation. And I automatically knew. I said, whoever went there to visit, he killed her. And I know that's what happened. So it was a matter of time. And I was praying that I would eventually learn her name and, her family, because I want to contact them. They need to know that this same exact thing just happened in July to my cousin. And it shouldn't happen to Tanya, but it definitely should not have happened to Stevie.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation.
Yeah, that's crazy. It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds like these women wanted this. You can't make me think anything else. It's like, you know, I don't know what else we're doing here. 25 years and she didn't want to wait 3 more. It's just, you know what? I've done too much.
You might as well wait the 3 more years. I mean, you waited 25. To be honest.
I know. I mean, what are we doing?
You know, I've done already threw 25 years of my life away. I might as well So damn, how old is the kid at this point? This kid is an adult.
Yeah, he grown. He grown.
Jesus, fix it. Take the wheel.
He almost 30. So I don't know if you guys have heard this story or if they've talked about this story over here yet. But there's this little girl. Her name is Kei'Mani Latigue, and she was killed, and her body was found in this abandoned building. And so her parents, were getting interviewed by people and everything, and they're just, asking questions. If you know anything, let us know. All this other kind of stuff. And come to find out, they're saying it was her dad that killed her after being on the news. And this story's they've been talking about this story. Like I've seen it everywhere. I just didn't know if they covered it over here yet. So I was gonna just touch on, well, not just touch, but talk about it, since we're talking about criminals and stuff. But yeah, she little girl, I think she was 13 years old. Yeah, she was 13 years old. And it's just so strange. This whole story is crazy. But apparently the dad has now been arrested. Whenever he got arrested, the cop shot him, but he's fine, he's stable. But yeah, so let's hear about Kei'Mani and what happened.
Kei'Mani was phenomenal. Kei'Mani was a helper.
Oh, I've seen this.
Her music. She loved playing video games. She played basketball for Spring Elementary. She was hot.
Virgo, you said you saw something about this?
Yeah, it was on my my news feed on my phone. Yeah. But go ahead.
Highly intelligent. She loved the friends and family that she was allowed to be around. She was phenomenal. Like I said, she was like no other kid her age.
This case is one of the most horrific cases I ever heard. This is a 14-year-old that was murdered, raped, had her hands cut off, and her throat almost cut off.
I just wish that when I was down here last, that I had just taken her to Indianapolis with me, so this would never happen. A lot of things, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the day, I just really wish that whatever happened and whoever did this, y'all didn't have to do that to her.
One of our SWAT teams was working a dangerous individual who was wanted for a serious crime.
This is an absolute animal that came into our town. Our SWAT are the best of the best. We just sent a message. You murder somebody, do not come to this town.
It's just devastating that that me and my family have to go through this.
Yep, Virgo, this is going to be one of those ones.
We are tracking new developments in a disturbing story. A 13-year-old girl reportedly killed by her father. Her body left inside an abandoned home in East Toledo.
Along with Kaylee, Mare, and Ted, I am Jeff Smith. It is a situation that continues to evolve. Toledo police issuing an alert that Kei'Mani Latigue was missing 1 week ago. 6 days later, TPD finds her body, and now new information on how Kei'Mani died and where the man who police say killed her is right now.
Here's what we've learned in the last few hours. Police say a SWAT team found Kei'Mani's dad, Darnell Jones, in Columbus. There was reportedly an altercation and officers shot Jones. Officials say they recovered a gun and Jones is expected to survive.
Lucas County Coroner's Office also releasing Kei'Mani's cause of death. An autopsy showed that she died from multiple wounds to the neck, and the coroner ruled her death a homicide.
Late this afternoon, Kei'Mani's grandmother spoke exclusively with WTOL 11. We have that full interview in just a moment.
Here's how the story has unfolded over the last week. Toledo police posted the alert that Kei'Mani was missing on Tuesday, March 18th. It was just after 4 p.m. She was last seen reported at her grandmother's home on Elm Street. That's in North Toledo. The next day, WTOL 11 spoke with the teen's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue. She's also Kei'Mani's legal guardian. She said she came home from work Tuesday morning, found Kei'Mani was missing. She called her school before making a report to Toledo police.
By Friday, family, friends, and even strangers came out to North Toledo to search for Kei'Mani. Her mother, Tiara Caston, was there from Cleveland. Kei'Mani's dad, Darnell Jones, would be charged with abduction on Sunday, March 23rd. Court documents showed he was the last person with her before she went missing.
And then on Monday, March 24th, police found a body inside a home on Miami Street in East Toledo. The Lucas County Coroner's Office would later identify the remains as those of the 13-year-old Kei'Mani Latigue. Her time of death posted at 12:19 p.m.
We have team coverage tracking all of the angles and developments in this investigation, from an exclusive interview with Kei'Mani's grandmother to her school, her life, and her death.
Plus, Andre Norrell spoke with members of Toledo City Council about what they plan to do next. And Steve Iwanek is with family and community members gathered to make sure Kei'Mani's memory lives on.
We start first with the new information out of Columbus. Police there say officers from a SWAT team shot Kei'Mani's dad, Darnell Jones, just before noon.
A spokesperson for the Columbus Police Department did not identify Jones initially, but has since named him as the suspect that officers encountered Tuesday morning.
One of our SWAT teams was working a dangerous individual who was wanted for a serious crime. And SWAT was given information that this gentleman was in this particular area. When SWAT arrived, they did make contact with the suspect in question that they were looking for, confirming the identity of, in fact, that suspect being the person that they were watching. At some point during the interaction with SWAT officers, I can confirm that an officer did discharge their firearm, striking the suspect. The suspect was transported to a local hospital. That suspect is currently in stable condition. Thankfully, no officers were injured. No one in the public was injured, but it's important to know, obviously, given this is an unusual area where we do not see a lot of crime, we just want to reassure the public that this is a safe, contained situation and there is no longer a threat to the public.
Were any guns recovered off of the suspect?
I can confirm that there was a firearm recovered from the scene that obviously was not the police firearm. So, like I said, it's still early. We're working through that, but I can confirm we did recover a firearm.
Do we know what the suspect was doing in this area?
We don't know that, and that is one of the things that investigators are actively trying to determine right now, because we don't believe there's any reason for him to be in this specific area in terms of knowing someone or trying to engage in any additional criminal activity.
Was the suspect pulled over in a car? We saw a car that was being looked at.
Yeah.
Was he in a home? Where was he?
There was a vehicle involved, and this interaction, I can say, happened outside. Beyond that, we can't get into the specifics just yet until we continue the investigation.
So you're saying he's unstable, so you believe these are not life-threatening injuries?
Correct. We do believe that he will survive his injury.
While the spokesperson for Columbus Police didn't release much information, the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 9, did. He detailed some of the disturbing details in this case and outlined his understanding of why officers were searching for Jones in the first place.
I received a call we never want to get. One of our officers was involved in a police-involved shooting. Immediately went to scene to speak to our officer, one of our SWAT officers, a dedicated officer, highly trained, as you know, our Special Operations Bureau, longtime member. He's okay. Thank God he's okay. When I heard about this case, this was an individual wanted for homicide out of Toledo. I called my union counterpart in Toledo. I said, hey, good news, we have your guy. Your guy committed a murder, chose to fled to our town. I'll tell you right now, the wrong town to come to if you murder somebody. Our SWAT team will go out looking for you. This case is one of the most horrific cases I ever heard. This is a 14-year-old that was murdered, raped, had her hands cut off, and her throat almost cut off. This is an absolute animal that came into our town. I understand some of your editors won't let you print the word animal or view the word animal. If people are more offended to how I'm describing him, how he treated that girl, that's on them, not on me. Again, I'm glad our officers are okay. Our SWAT are the best of the best. We just sent a message. You murder somebody, do not come to this town.
They are saying that the father raped his daughter, cut her hands off, and almost beheaded her. Almost cut off her head. His daughter. What in the world? Talking about calling him an animal because he black. Man, listen. He's an animal. This is crazy. I saw some of this story last week. Other people, reporting on it, and like they had the videos of her body being found. Like they were all outside, and they brought her body out, and it's like, what's going on? And her mom is in the camera, and her dad is too. Though it's crazy, whenever these people, they do such horrific things, and they show up and try to act like they had nothing to do with it, or like they don't know. I don't know how you live with yourself. How you live with yourself. And I don't even know how long he's going to live in prison, because you know what they do to people that touch kids. Lord.
This is sad. This is sad.
It is.
I know they were looking for him. I worked the street yesterday, and there was a bolo put out yesterday about this, so it was on everybody's mind. The officers are circulating area, patrol detectives, they're looking for this individual. This is what SWAT does. SWAT goes out there. Some of them have uniforms, some are in plain clothes and plain cars. And it's my understanding that they had a location on this suspect vehicle, and they did what they do. They circulated the area, they saturated the area of the short north, and one of the SWAT officers did find them. There was a confrontation. The individual had a gun. You pull a gun on his officers. We've said many times, this is the outcome you could expect. The officers shot him. It's my understanding he is in a local hospital right now.
Did he fire back?
I do not know if he fired back. I just know a gun was recovered from the scene.
Brian, can you talk about, you mentioned how dangerous this suspect was, how relieved you are that none of your officers or any of the nearby neighbors
100%.
were injured, given what it could have been?
It's my understanding this individual might have been walking around the short north area all night. You got not just a murderer, a violent murderer, a sadistic murderer in our neighborhoods is appalling. Again, thankful for the men and women of the Division of Police, our members, for going out there every day, finding these individuals and removing them from our street. I'm so glad nobody else was hurt.
Hours after police found Kei'Mani's body in that abandoned East Toledo home, videos posted to social media Monday appeared to show officers taking her grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, away in handcuffs. Police have since said that she was not arrested, and Dorothy talked exclusively with WTOL 11 Silver Barker about Kei'Mani and what she says really happened between her and TPD.
My first question for you, yesterday, lots of things was going on. We want to know specifically at your home, there was a lot of speculation online that you were being arrested, but when we checked with police, that was not the case. So can you further clarify on exactly what did happen yesterday at your home?
Well, I was called and told that there was a mob of people in front of my house. They were angry. It was more or less the people that were here earlier, waiting to see if it was Kei'Mani that was in the home. And basically some people from the neighborhood had contacted me and said that there was a mob in front of my house, and they were talking about what they were going to do to me once I came home. So the police, the detective, said that she would have a unit come out and help me get my things and more or less escort me off the property. I asked to be handcuffed just so they can get the away from my property.
Are you scared?
So no, I was never arrested. I was taken downtown, but I was never arrested.
Are you scared for your safety right now?
I am.
What are some of the things that you've been hearing and receiving from people?
They said they was going to blow up my house. They said they was going to do harm to me.
Looks like a house
it's just been a barrage of different things that they've been stating.
And now, yesterday, or let's backtrack first for a little bit. So you are the guardian of Kei'Mani, or you were the guardian of Kei'Mani, correct?
I am the legal guardian of Kei'Mani.
Okay. So in terms of taking care of her, when was Kei'Mani placed under your care?
A year ago.
You take care of her.
She's been in my home for the past 5.5 years, but I just obtained legal custody of her a year ago.
Were you and Kei'Mani close?
We were.
what were some of the things, trying to think of her and paint a memory of her in a good light, right now with everything that's going on, what was Kei'Mani like? Tell me a little bit about how Kei'Mani was in the time that you've got to know her.
Kei'Mani was phenomenal. Kei'Mani was a helper. Like she was older than what she appeared to be. Like, you know how they say somebody has an old soul? She was that. She loved older music. She loved playing video games. She loved the friends and family that she was allowed to be around. She played basketball for Spring Elementary. She was highly intelligent. So I'd like to clear up the mental issue statements. No, she was not mentally ill in any way. We had her, assessed, and they didn't feel as if anything was wrong with her mentally. So,
it's kind of messed up. Anytime, I know these reporters and stuff, they have to do their job, but, obviously this is like a very hard time that you're asking me all of these questions, and then coupled with the fact that people are trying to threaten the grandma, and she's just been trying to do the right thing. Y'all saying the little girl she's special needs, something wrong with her, and now she's having to clear all of that stuff up during this time, and that just seems.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? What if she was special needs? What does that have to do with what her own father did to her? It's
yeah,
just,
that's true.
It's just disgusting.
Yes, yeah, that's, man. Oh, Joel said I knew. She was gonna say old soul. Yeah, I guess Joel, I'm thinking, how she said she asked them to handcuff her and take her away. So, she wanted those people to leave her the F alone. She looks like, you could just tell she has all of this stuff pent up. She looks, of course, angry. And then she mentioned she loved the family she was allowed to be around. I wonder what that's about. I guess we'll learn as we watch some more.
Yeah.
That was not an issue. But back to Kei'Mani, she would, like, say, for instance, someone would come over and they had children. They didn't have to worry about their kids because Kei'Mani immediately embraced them and would play with them, kid stuff. She was phenomenal. Like I said, she was like no other kid her age.
What school did Kei'Mani go to?
She went to Spring Elementary.
We were told that at that time she was doing good in school as well, too, correct?
She was. She had brought her grade point average up from a 3.4 to a 3.9. And, actually they have an award ceremony for the basketball players today at 5:30. But when I divulged to them that she had passed, they've rescheduled it. She was going to receive her trophy for being, on the team and stuff.
And she has a birthday that's coming up.
Her birthday is Friday.
And she would have been turning 14.
She would have been 14.
Did you have any plans
14,
for her?
you should be in high school. Why is she still in elementary?
A birthday party because it would have been her first birthday where, once again, all of my children were together and could participate in the party. Her mom was supposed to come and everything. So I asked her early on, what type of party do you want? She said she wanted a basketball themed party. So that's what I bought. Things that revolved around her playing basketball. I'm still receiving stuff in the mail for that.
That's crazy.
So there's been some confusion now in terms of when it comes to family, who's.
Oh, okay. I wanted to clarify, because Virgo, I think you said something about her being 13. So like my school, for example, we have pre-K 3 all the way up to 12th grade.
Mm-hmm.
She could have been at a charter school or it could have been one or the other, but
okay.
So it's the name of the school, but they have all of the grades.
Kind of like
Stanley, please do.
My daughter goes to. She has
So like they have
elementary
have
through
those,
high school now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe grandma
Angry Snowman says it's middle
misspoke
school.
and
Yeah.
it's fine.
Y'all know I know. I mean, no, even I'm just like I'm not sure, but I'm assuming because she's about to be 14. She's 6th, 7th grade, 7th grade, no, 8th grade, maybe 8th grade, going to 9th grade. Honestly, guys, with COVID, the kids are all over the place with however it is, whatever ages you were supposed to be. COVID has helped make that very difficult. However, my school has just one name, you know, it's one name, but it's all of the grades. So that's what I'm thinking here. So, you know, this is pretty crazy. So she said her mom was supposed to be there, you know, all of this. And it's just like, I'm just wondering why is she with grandma? And what is up with her not being around mom and dad? But hopefully that we'll learn. We'll see.
Who's her biological father? Who is her biological mother? And then also, was she? So there's been some confusion now in terms of when it comes to family, you know, who's her biological father? Who is her biological mother? And then also, was she in the foster care system? Can you clear up a little bit of all of that? You know, when Kei'Mani was placed in your care, you know, when is the LCCS? Who exactly did she come from, and how did she?
She came from her other legal guardian. I choose not to state her name, but she came from her other legal guardian because the other legal guardian and I were best friends. The other legal guardian is my daughter, Kei'Mani's mom, godmother. And we had already discussed when early on, because she's been with this person since she was 9 months old. My daughter has never really had custody of Kei'Mani. So she's been with this person since she was 9 months old until, like I said, maybe 5.5 years ago. Now, off and on, this person, we would interact and, you know, do different things with her, for her, or I would contact her and tell her, well, I need this, or Kei'Mani would like that. And she would come by and oblige, and we would commence. It's just too much.
Earlier you mentioned when you were talking about what Kei'Mani was like, you know, you had mentioned that when family members did come over, who were allowed around her. Can you expand on that? Is there family members that weren't allowed around her?
No, it's just not very many that came around, and those that did,
She's asking the right questions.
you know, she acted, as far as I'm concerned, she acted accordingly. She embraced all children, bad or good. Okay, next question.
So now we do know that Darnell, you know, people are looking for Darnell Jones right now. The police are looking for Darnell Jones, and there's an arrest warrant out for him. Do you have any idea of his whereabouts?
Oh, well, to my knowledge, he was just arrested in Columbus. He just recently had a shootout with the police in Columbus. They're saying that he confessed to her murder, and no, I take that back. They're saying that he confessed to her rape and slitting her throat.
How does it feel to learn that?
I can't even say.
You know, as the police report mentions, Kei'Mani was last seen with Darnell. You know, do you have any regrets of letting Kei'Mani go with, as you're her guardian? Do you have any regrets of letting Kei'Mani go?
Snowman, yes, you were correct. Ohio. Hey, Jewel. Oh, maybe not yet. Okay, we'll keep going.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm so sorry about last night. Seen it yet? Hey, Virgo. Hey, Stanley, if you're still there.
Hey, Jewel.
Hey, yeah, welcome up. Hey, Crown Reese. Oh, these
Crown
questions.
Reese, hey.
I want to know the answers too. Don't get me wrong. I want to know. It's just like,
This is just
oh
too
my
much.
gosh.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's just like, gosh, she's over here trying to hold it together. She's still getting packages from Amazon for her granddaughter's birthday
Mhm.
party, and you're asking him, so hey, do you know where her dad is right now? Do you know where we can find him? Why would she know that? Oh Lord, but she's still asking good questions. Yeah, I'm curious. So let's see.
Go with Darnell.
I do. Only because, like I said,
Go with Darnell. Letting Kei'Mani go with as her guardian. Do you have any regrets of letting Kei'Mani go with Darnell?
I do.
As the police report mentions, Kei'Mani was last seen.
I mean, imagine on top of everything else that we've heard, okay, she's now asking this grieving grandmother, do you have any regrets for letting her go see her dad? Do you take some ownership in that? You know, it's like, come on.
I got something to say about that, but I'm gonna wait till this is done.
Yes, okay, listen. We're gonna get through it, guys. I'm sorry. Y'all know I'll be liking the pause and stuff.
With Darnell, do you have any regrets of letting Kei'Mani go with as her guardian? Do you have any regrets of letting Kei'Mani go with Darnell?
I do only because, like I said, I feel deceived. I feel like this was pre-planned. I feel like you meant to do this. I feel like you was grooming her.
When you say grooming her, is there things that you saw before this?
No, I never saw anything out the ordinary. But when molesters decide to choose prey, they groom you first. So they give you gifts. They try and make you comfortable with them. They try and say little things to you that you and they can keep secret. And then eventually they pounce. And that's how I feel that how all of this is played out, I feel that's what happened. She was a virgin. She didn't like boys.
There's also comments, and we're just trying to address those and get those addressed. But there's comments online and speculation again that, Kei'Mani, her home situation, she was abused. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, abuse in whose eyes? Because she was not abused. Yes, she was chastised whenever she was wrong or did things wrong. Other than that, she was not abused. She was not just whooped for no reason or just because I felt like it. I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSB on her behalf when she went to Bennett Academy. And they came in, they did a case study and closed it. They've stated there's a way to chastise children without physically harming them. And you need to whoop them on their behind, nowhere else.
I'm telling you right now, as my children are in heaven, I hope they listen. If you call them, they're taking you, okay? Because if you get a whooping, do you hear me? You gonna get it, okay? It's fine.
And you gonna get it
Don't
good.
be acting up. Don't be going crazy. Don't be doing all that. But if you call the peoples on me, you're gonna have to
You can
leave
go.
them. Yep, you're gonna have to go. Calling the people on me. I don't know what you think this is or what you think you run. You don't run that. Get out. Get out. That's just me. I don't know. This story's starting to feel a little weird in a way.
Because I whoops ass.
Abuse and
Portia.
who's and Virgo, I believe in it. I'm a proponent of
I
it.
whoops
Where's
ass.
the belt? Where is it at? Don't make me find it. You go get it and bring it to me. Yes. But
I went through how many years of being a single mom? I went through how many years of being a single mom? So please. I had to whoop some ass.
Sometimes it's
because my kids were not gonna run the streets acting all crazy. Okay?
sometimes. But it's kind of like the way that she's like in the eyes of who, and then she said, "I went through this twice already." So, I mean, she is light skinned. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever my sister would get whoopings, it was like they had to be kind of specific because she real light skinned. Like, what we don't want bruises.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff. So
I
wonder,
had
like, if she was
welts. I had
jabbing
welts
her
on
up,
me.
hitting her on her.
I had to go to school with welts.
Yeah, I didn't have a few. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Oh, Atticus said, "Do we really need to watch these news clips tonight? It's depressing." Yeah, I mean, we don't need to. Yeah, but I was gonna like end the show like hours ago, but I'm not doing anything, so why not? And I'm not sleepy yet. But it's just it's trending. It's what's in the news. We have to talk about what's in the news. We have to go with the flow of information as it comes. But after this, I'll find something more uplifting for you, Atticus. Don't worry. Jewel, do you have anything to add before we get back into it? Oh, okay. We'll keep going.
So, okay, with that in mind, I knew that. So she didn't have like bruises all over.
How long ago was that when they came into your home?
I would say the latest, it was approximately 7 months ago.
And so you say the latest. So was it a few times that they came into your
It
home?
was twice total.
So twice total that they came into your home. Okay. And it was all for like you mentioned, what you just said. Earlier,
Yes.
explaining.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, this whole situation, so you were not arrested, correct? And that's
Correct.
what, a lot of people seem to think as they saw you going out in custody. That's what you asked for, correct?
Yes.
That was our Silver Barker there. Kei'Mani's family came out of town to search for her. Now they say they're planning a funeral instead. Silver Barker spoke with Kei'Mani's aunt about the relationship and the things she says she regrets.
I'm Dorothy's second oldest daughter. I'm Kei'Mani's aunt. My name is Sanika. I live in Indianapolis. All this that is going on is devastating. You wouldn't think that, you see it happen around the world, but when it hits close to your heart, you really just be thinking like, did I do something wrong? Did I fail her? She didn't have the life to live that we have got to grow and live. She was only 13. So to know that somebody that I trusted, which was her father, to come through and deceive us just to get to Kei'Mani in some sexual way or a harmful way, that hurts me to the fullest. And the point I feel like I failed her. Me as being her aunt, a person that she could run to and tell anything and everything to. That was.
This is the house that she was dumped in. So like this was an abandoned house that caught on fire.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the grandma's house. Okay.
Is she living like that? They probably should have took her. CPS probably should have just went on ahead and took her, huh?
Yeah, they probably would have if that was the house. It makes sense now.
Right. Atticus. Well, yeah. No problem, Atticus. Just after this, we're gonna have to get through this. We want to get down to the bottom of it.
That was my girl. That was my baby. And to hear all of this, to know all of this, and to be going through all this and hearing it for as long as that it went on, it's very devastating. I see so many people that are supposed to be my family that's going against my mom and me for that instance, and saying like, oh, she failed her, she had something to do with it, she had this and that. It doesn't matter at this point. For right now, and until we get justice for Kei'Mani, it's all about Kei'Mani. What I would like to say is there's a lot of people on the internet starting GoFundMes, and that's not what we need right now, because it's not what Kei'Mani needs. The funeral home has objected to say that they're going to come and pay for everything. So there's no need for any GoFundMe pages, any of that. Everything is being taken care of that needs to be taken care of by her family, her immediate family.
That's the first.
That's crazy. You know what, Virgo? That is true. That is true. It being a first. But a lot of people like what happened with Chucky, Lil Ronnie, in Fort Worth, the guy that
Mm-hmm.
got killed at the car wash with his daughter. So
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people were making GoFundMe's, but it had nothing to do, like, it's like they were scams, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she's talking about other people making GoFundMe's. And so essentially what she's saying is none of us have anything to do with that. So if you giving money to something, it's not going to come to her. And I don't know how you get around that. But that's messed up, you know? God, dog. What kind of people are you? Jesus. Making these fake GoFundMe accounts to get money. And here I'm looking it up right now. It says, oh gosh, what is this? Okay, sorry. Funeral home raising funds as community continues to mourn slain teen. Businesses around the community are coming together to raise funds for her funeral. So, and of course, I am looking it up right now. Here we go. Kei'Mani's proper home going. So this is 1,395 raised, but I'm imagining that because this doesn't even sound like an appropriate amount, because typically with stuff like this, it would have been at 40, 50,000 or something like that by now. But I'm wondering how many accounts they had to take down because of what happened. And it says Katrina Moore is organizing this fundraiser. So I don't know who that is, but let's see. Hello, my name is Katrina Moore, aka Kat. I'm Kei'Mani's big cousin. Kei'Mani Royal Caprice Latigue. Oh, she had a name, didn't she? My family, friends, and community search high and low for Kei'Mani just to get sad news. Family are asking for help from the community to help donate to provide a proper homegoing and burial for Kei'Mani. Thank you to all who have been involved since day one. Now let's send my baby cousin off like the true princess she was, forever 13. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing about these GoFundMe's, man. I hate that people do that, because it's just like, I'm not donating to that. I don't know who it's going to. Anyways, let's keep going.
Does it upset you that there are GoFundMe's? Some of them, I think, in cases might be scams too, as well.
What upsets me is that people are starting these GoFundMe pages and putting Kei'Mani name underneath it, and they know that it's going to get viewed, and people have sympathy and feel some type of way about that. And some of them can be scams, but I know some of them have come from family members. When just let the immediate family handle that. Like, what y'all gonna do with the money if y'all not turning it into the funeral home? There's no need. Let us handle it. Y'all just sit back and give us the emotional support that we need. That's what we need right now. As a family, as a community, we should all come together and just give each other the emotional support that we honestly need. And that's just what I asked for everybody.
So, Virgo, you said that's different. So we've heard her say repeatedly, we don't need this GoFundMe money. I have not ever seen this.
Yep, me neither.
It's like, wow, she don't even want it.
He said, keep your coins.
Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need it. I mean, this is, wow, you want to say, these black women, they got these GoFundMe's, they just try to spend them. Hey, listen, she says she don't want it. They don't need it. They must have a really great community that they live in for them all to pull together, the different businesses and stuff to.
Yeah. And they did say that it was a good community, right?
Yeah, that's what I. Let's see here.
Everybody to, calm down, breathe. I know this is a hard time because it's not just a hard time for y'all. This is a rough time for me. I just need y'all to come together and understand that we need each other as a community, as a family, and emotional support is what we need the most in this situation.
You know, yesterday the crowd was, yesterday if you were here, I'm assuming, you know, the crowd was very upset, lots of emotions going through
Mhm.
too, you know, especially at this time with such a sensitive situation. You know, we've heard multiple comments out in the crowd, you know, attacking or pointing fingers at your mom.
Mhm.
So, you know, what has it been like trying to be her support system and helping her out?
In a way, you have to be mature enough to decide, am I going to follow along with the crowd or am I going to, you know, stick around with the loner? I'm to the point where I'm not following nobody. I'm going with what's right. If it was your mother, if it was your niece, would you console your mother? Would you console your, you know, the person that was closest to her who lived with her? I'm not out to have a torch in the pitchforks and all out to go against anybody except the person who did this, which I believe was her father, Darnell. I don't have any other anger pushed towards anybody else. I'm angry that this happened, but I'm angry at the person who did this.
Do you know if have you been in contact with Tiara, the mother?
Yeah, I've been in contact with my sister. It's been briefly. It's been over through text. Like I said, I live in Indianapolis. I seen her yesterday, but that was very brief. It wasn't even more than 5 minutes. It was more or less that she wanted to show me my other niece, Kazaria, which is Kei'Mani's youngest sister. But it wasn't like it was oh sis, what are we gonna do? Any of that. And I don't wish this on nobody. I really don't. I could, you know, your mind go different places when it's a baby. That was a baby. Like I said, I have a very close relationship with Kei'Mani. She was a tomboy. She wasn't out looking for, you know, trying to be fast or, you know, mischievous or any of that. So for her mother to come down and have all this to say and all that, Tier, where was you for the past 4 years? We haven't seen you since Kei'Mani TikTok party. You haven't called.
Ooh, is it getting a little ghetto in here?
Mm.
Phew. The mom. And she go,
TikTok party.
where you been at? Where you been at? Ain't nobody seeing you. Now you coming through and you trying to
And that's the
be all in the
problem.
picture now.
That's the problem, Portia, and it happens in a lot of these. I hate to say it, and probably Stanley's gonna ram me for saying this, but it happens in a lot of Black families. You know, it's like, you know, grandma's raising grandkids, mom is absent, doing her own thing, dad's not there. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
God bless the
I mean,
God bless the people who grew up with two parents, man.
yeah. I'm glad. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And even though my father wasn't my real father, but at least, you know, I had my stepfather there, you know, and I was raised with two parents.
Yeah, just having. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Jewel, you're oh, okay, seems like she's back now. I think Jewel
she
is
said she
having
had to drop
connection
out for a minute.
Sorry,
There she goes.
Yeah, I had to fix some things, so I think I should be good now.
Okay.
Oh, Atticus says they don't seem to truly give a F about the little girl, just saying blame shifting. Hey, Solid Snake. Hey, Solid Snake, it's your birthday all week. Happy birthday, Solid Snake. He says, have you talked about the DoorDash fast food loans? No, I haven't. Maybe we could talk about that next. DoorDash fast food loan? I don't know. I don't know, Snake. I have to look.
Gotta look that up.
It's Solid's birthday.
You haven't
Happy
sent her
birthday,
anything. You
Solid.
haven't said,
Oops. Yeah, happy birthday, Solid. Another year. You got another year on your books, Solid Snake. I hope you celebrated it and or that you're still celebrating and having a good time.
Get yourself a
"Oh,
Mad
baby, I'm gonna
Dog
come get you for a
2020.
weekend." We haven't seen you until this happened. Why we got to see you when it's a tragic moment? So, Tierra, where do you stand?
And Tierra lives in Cleveland. Correct?
Yes.
And so the past 4 years, you're saying there was very little communication.
Very, very minimum. It wasn't even, she'll call my mom. She'll go through me and say, "Have you talked to mommy?" And I'm like, "No, about what?" And she'll say, "Oh, well, she got custody of Kei'Mani and she trying to get child support from me." So it wasn't that Tierra was concerned about Kei'Mani. It was more of the why she want child support from me.
What is the relationship between your mother and your sister, Tierra?
It's very distant. They had their words. They fought. Kei'Mani mother has a godmother that Kei'Mani was with before my mom got her. And there was no communication then from Tierra. Tierra had I feel like Tierra just let her go. Because any mother would be on her toes to get her children back. That wasn't the case here. It just wasn't.
When was Kei'Mani taken away from Tierra?
I'll say about 7-8 months. And then Tierra godmother stepped in and got custody of Kei'Mani, which would have been around 9 months. Yeah, and Kei'Mani had been with that lady from 9 months all the way up until about, I'd say 5.5 years ago. So it wasn't like Tierra was actually in the picture, saying, "Hey, maybe I can start getting myself together to get my child back so nobody else can get her."
You ever worried for Kei'Mani's safety with any of the family members or anyone?
I wouldn't say I was worried because I was here. I was here every winter break, spring break, holidays, birthdays. I was here for Kei'Mani. Yes, you come and you enjoy time with your family, but I was here for my niece. I also brought my youngest sister and her 2 kids from Indianapolis to be here for Kei'Mani because we've been in the system before. So I know how it feels to feel like, dang, I'm at somebody's house or I'm not feeling not wanted. I know those feelings. So I tried to give Kei'Mani that at all.
Uh-oh, Virgo. I think we're getting close.
You heard that, Portia? Did you hear that?
We're getting close. Yes, ma'am.
They've been in the system.
Yes, ma'am. Wow.
Didn't I tell you sometimes when parents are bad parents, they when they get their grandkids, they try to turn around to make amends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
Lord have mercy. I knew this. I didn't even know this story, and I already knew it.
Yep, you said it earlier. That's crazy. So I know what it feels like because I'd have been in the system too. What? Oh, Lord have mercy. So, this grandma, she is feeling it so much. Her own kids got took from her. She got her kids back or taken away however many times. And so this is her second chance, to try to do the right thing.
Yes.
And what happens? See, other kids, they still alive, but man, what a
same thing over and over and over. It's like, when you see a bad parent, right? And I'm not giving any excuses for the dad or the mom. I'm not. But when you see a bad parent, man, you have to think about how they were parented.
Yeah. That's
God,
This is
yeah,
sad.
This is crazy.
All times, because she's wanted and loved by her aunts. And this is just devastating that I have to go through this for the rest of my life, and knowing I'll never have the embrace of my niece, the hey TT, what you doing? When you coming down here, I'll never get to hear that from my baby again. And that's what kills me the most. I just wish that when I was down here last, that I had just taken her to Indianapolis with me, so this would never happen. A lot of things, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but at the end of the day, I just really wish that whatever happened and whoever did this, y'all didn't have to do that to her. There's plenty of people out here with, grown people that put themselves out there to be, the sex worker or whatever it may be. You didn't have to do this to a child. There was nothing that Kei'Mani would have done to make you hurt her. So she was a very timid kid, tomboyish, reserved. She wasn't, loud and out there. So it's just devastating that that me and my family have to go through this.
Is there anything else that you would like to add at this time in the interview? Anything else that I didn't ask, maybe?
I just want people to understand that family is family. And at the end of the day, don't be so eager to go against your family. Talk to your family and talk to the children. These children may be scared to talk to the parents about things that's going on or what may be going on because they feel like they may get in trouble. But make it known that to your kids that you can talk to me. Make it very open. You can talk to me about any and everything, because that's what these kids need to hear nowadays. Instead of going on social media and talking to somebody over social media about it, like he did this or she may done that. Talk to your family because they can handle. They're the adults that's supposed to handle it.
Our community is grieving alongside Kei'Mani's family right now. Many at a vigil at the home where Kei'Mani was found Monday. Steve Iwanek shares their story.
Talk to me about why this has created such a passion within you and what you want to see happen in the future for people who may be going through a situation that Kei'Mani may or may not have been going through in her own life.
The reason why I have so much passion for this, I guess it was my upbringing. It started with my grandmother. She was always telling us, if you do the right things, then you don't have to worry about anything. If you walk right, then you don't have to worry about anything. And having that upbringing, I was brought up in church. You know what I'm saying? I was not the kid that was not spared the rod. I was given the rod, okay? So I understand what discipline was all about. And I think for me is to show the love, give back to my community in a time like this, because you don't want to see it.
You see, they got nice white folks coming out too. It's not just the blacks. Okay.
I just noticed that. I didn't want to interrupt, but I just noticed that. Yep,
they got the white folks coming out, bringing balloons and praying and all of that. And this lady here, she speaks very well, but she looks like she, probably did drugs at one point or
hit
another.
a crack pipe 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, maybe 200 or 2,000 times.
Oh,
However,
man.
she seems to be on the up and up. Good for her. Good for her.
It happened to another child.
This 13-year-old girl now, some people say she has found peace. I can't say that on behalf of her family. I'm just what I've read online. What do you say to Kei'Mani right now as I'll take it through my perspective of faith, she's looking down now. What do you think she is saying to her community and her family?
Kei'Mani was never ours. She was just loaned to us. She was a vessel in a shell. She's at peace. No more hurt, no more pain, no more going through nothing. She know her Father, heavenly above, has her.
Kei'Mani was a 7th grader at Spring Elementary. Now her school is in mourning.
Yeah, Michael Stanley went to TPS to find out how the district is helping students there process her death.
So for those of you that were wondering, so her school has 7th grade at it. So She's
Oh,
not
okay, yeah.
13 years
7th grade
old. She's
sounds
not 13 years
appropriate.
old.
But
Yeah, she's
shit,
not
I was in
13
the
years
ninth
old in
grade
kindergarten.
I was in the ninth grade at 14, and I graduated high school at 17, so I was like hold up, no, I was 13 in the 7th. Well, hold up, how old was I in the 7th grade? I was 12. I was 12. So she's 2 years behind still.
Hold on, you said you were 12 in the 7th grade?
Yep, I was 12.
If she's 13 in the 7th grade,
oh yeah, she could have a late birthday, but
I think she's just a year behind. So
yeah,
she's 13, she's in the 7th grade. Typically, you're, you know what?
yeah, and it
she's
makes
actually up to
sense
13.
from it makes sense.
Oh no, because
from
her birthday is now. Her birthday is this week. Her birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so it makes sense from the type of family she was raised in. I think grandma had her problems too. Mom has her problems. And even the aunt, she's coming out to speak now, but why didn't you take her?
Yeah, that's what she said. She felt like she should have. Because her aunt actually seemed like she got a good head on her shoulder. She seems pretty, like square. Like she learned from it, and she's not with that. That's kind of what it seems like to me. But I don't know why she didn't take her. But I mean, look at her. She probably got a whole bunch of kids herself.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe she's a single mom with a whole bunch of kids, and she couldn't afford to take her. But if that's family, I don't give a damn. I would have taken.
Also, too, another thing, just because of what the grandma was saying, just to put some extra stank on it. During COVID, the kids they got mixed up a whole lot. So you're talking 2 years, 3 years. Kids, they were in the 3rd grade. COVID happens. The next time they're back at school, they're in middle school. They haven't been at school since they were 8, 9 years old. So you get back and you're in this grade and you don't know anything because of all of the
But you know
kids not
what?
being at the school. But
I'm not gonna take that excuse, Portia. I'm sorry, because when my kids,
I'm not. No. Hold on.
when
Wait.
my
So it's
kids
it's not an excuse. I don't want to make it seem like it's an excuse. It's just the way that because I could say for me, my
Right.
school, COVID. So the kids, they're gone, they come back. So it's not the kids' fault. It's not. It's when their parents bring them back to school. So I'm saying, like, we even had like kids the last time they were in school, they were in the 5th grade, and so then they come back to school, and now they're in the 9th grade. The last time I was in school, I was in elementary. I missed middle school. Now I'm in the 9th grade. So what a lot of these schools have had to do, including mine, is that you had to make the adjustments. Because
as the parent,
5th grade,
you had to teach your kids. And let me tell you something. I made sure my kids were on those tablets and doing their homework and doing their schoolwork. Okay. I got 2 sons about to be lawyers. So I don't want to hear, oh, COVID this, COVID that. I didn't even get to see, let me tell you something. I didn't get to see my sons graduate from high school because the whole COVID thing. They graduated in 2020. Okay.
Yep.
I this is how I feel. When the school fails, yeah, you can complain, but as a parent, you need to step up.
Well, but that the reality is that most parents don't. A lot of parents they treat
Exactly.
school like it's a daycare.
Yep,
And so
I'm in
like
agreement.
I'm not using COVID as an excuse for bad parenting. I'm not. I'm just, just in case, because that does happen, just to give some more context. A lot of the kids, they got mixed up, with their grades, and some of them had to be held back or whatever the case was. Like,
But
I
a
mean,
lot of
there
these
was one girl that
parents,
we got.
a lot of these parents, like, okay, is it the third grade where they have to take the test to go on and not get left back? I think it's the third grade, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So a lot of these parents were complaining about the schools, and I'm like, well, why don't you, help your kids? I got, let me tell you something. I got Scholastic books for my kids, and I got them a grade above. And every weekend.
Oh yeah, no, the parents wasn't doing all that.
Oh yes, I did that. Every weekend.
I still know. I'm saying you did, but most parents, they look at school as a daycare, but they want us to.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, I'm addressing like the policy portion. So like outside of like the parents, whatever the parents did or didn't do, this is just like a lot of the policy that was put in place, like just the rules. You know what I'm saying? So not anything on a personal level. It's just like the factual things that took place. But
every weekend they had to do their Scholastic work. And I would get them the math books, the reading books, and they would do it. And of course, it was too much for them. But as I kept on and kept on and kept on, they got it. They got it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's always nice to hear these things, but that's just not the reality. I know I've told this story here before, but for those of you that hadn't heard it, whenever the kids started to come back to school, like in full, because even though Texas, we didn't have places like Texas and Florida, we didn't have all of that, extra stuff that was going on in blue states. The gate doesn't open until 7:30. I'm not as good about it as I used to be. I guess I used to care more. However, I used to get to school. I used to get on campus at like 6:15, sometimes earlier than that, like to make sure I had everything straight. The first day back to school after this whole COVID stuff, kids were already there before I even pulled up, sitting outside the gate. Their parents just dropped them off. Sitting outside the gate.
They couldn't wait.
Like, yo, this is crazy. It was so they couldn't wait. It was so many kids, and I'm like I'm pulling up. Other cars are there because I'm not the only one that goes in super early. But my school is it's like Fort Knox. You're not getting in that thing, okay? But I pull up. I see all the kids, so I use my badge for the gates to open, and so the kids, they just start flooding in, and then you got parents dropping them off, not even pulling all the way up through the gate, like to get past the gate. They're just dropping them off before you pull in and speeding off, and then they took forever to pick them up after school. They just left them. These parents didn't want nothing to do with these doggone kids, and that's not good, but that's just kind of how it is. And unfortunately, you have this girl and her situation.
Portia.
Let's see how much time we have left on it.
Wait,
is that Jewel?
Hi. Yeah, it's me.
Hey,
I did something else. Hi. So this should be fine. We should be good now. I'm so sorry for my earlier technical difficulties, but I'm not in the chat in YouTube typing. But like, I understand. I don't make any excuses. I bought Hooked on Phonics back in the day and I did that shit. So I'm not making
I had that as a kid.
Right? So my oldest had it, and then the rest had it. But so like, I also know what it's like to be a stay-at-home mom that is forced to go back to work when you don't want to have to go back to work. And so you might have to drop them off earlier than you want to. You don't want to do that. It breaks your heart every single time. you would rather be home, you know, you would rather be with them.
Did Jewel? Did
And
she?
I know.
Did Jewel cut out? Did Jewel cut out?
Am I cutting out? Am I cutting
Jewel,
out?
can you repeat? You said the only thing I heard. You're back now. You said something. The only thing I heard was work early.
Oh, I was just saying that it sucks when you have to go back to work, when you want to be a stay-at-home mom or whatever. And those parents that drop them off early, they probably just thinking about they have to get to work. You know? And that sucks. Like, we shouldn't be put in that position, but we are.
Oh yeah.
Let me just
There's
tell you,
some parents like that.
yeah, I mean, some just, or maybe they want to go hurry up and go home and take a nap or something. But, you know, I remember one time when I was
Like they just want,
school.
some got to go to work, and then some they just like, hey,
Mhm.
bye.
I'm gonna go get my latte.
Right.
Starbucks.
Yeah. Honestly, I was gonna tell a story real quick. There was one time when I was in elementary school and my mom was dropping me off at school, and I shut the door too quickly, and my fingers, my fingers got caught in the door. And she's trying to drive away, and I'm running with the car because I'm stuck in there.
No, I said done.
And she's shooting me off, and I was like, no, you gotta stop, you know. And then when she finally realizes what happened, she goes, well, just go to the nurses, you'll be fine. Because she had to get to work. So,
And this is elephant.
that's just, they don't fucking care. Because you gotta survive.
Yeah, and then a lot of these parents too, I remember during COVID, a lot of them were so mad at the schools that they were because Florida don't play. We don't play over here in Florida. And a lot of them were getting left back because they just couldn't pass the test. And hello, why are you mad at the school? Your kid was already freaking failing. So now you want to blame COVID because your kid is getting left back? Whatever.
Yeah, you're totally right.
We had that option. So at my school, it's not like we closed or anything, but all of the people freaking out about it. So we would have these cameras, and so the kids could log in from home and receive credit, but like they're not paying attention or whatever, and their parents aren't there to make sure they're paying attention because the parents are at work, or if the parents are there, they don't care if they're paying attention or not, and then of course there's the kids that are actually physically there in the classroom with you. There's a lot of different things that happen, and some of the stuff, yes, it was out of the parents' control. There was not anything that they could do, but of course they could make sure their kids are still learning and all of that stuff like that. But as far as their kids being able to come to school, and even whenever they came back to school, it was just a mess. Like, we are still, even as teachers right now, we're still suffering from the effects of COVID, and the kids are too. You have the parents that's making the kids wear the mask, but the kids, so you're not able to see people's mouths move. So the whole pronunciation, their scores are significantly lower. They're worse off for it.
We
They're not
mask
better.
off over here. We mask off over here in Florida. That.
I mean, it's mask off too for Texas. We never had that, but the thing is that, like, just because we didn't have it, like, you still got parents that were,
Oh, you got really
the crazy
retarded parents. Yeah,
yeah.
I sent my kids.
Really, really crazy.
I sent my kids to. I sent my kids to New York, right? During COVID, so they can spend time with my mom, because my mom's retired and stuff, and my stepdad and stuff like that, and they enjoyed being there. They were like, Mom, we have to wear masks, but they loved being there. They had their little tablets, and they did their schoolwork, and everything was done. And I got to have a break, to be honest with you. But after after everything was opened back up, well, semi-open back up, they came back, but we still weren't allowed to have any graduations. And as a matter of fact, the boys had their
They ruin kids'
graduation.
lives. You know, like how you said
Yeah.
your son. No, these are what these kids lost during COVID. They'll never be able to get that back, ever.
Exactly. My boys had their
No prom? Are
graduation
you
in
kidding me?
2020.
No prom? What?
No prom. But let me tell you, Portia. Okay, so they didn't have no prom, right? But one of the parents did like a prom party at their house for the kids, which was so nice. So nice. So they got to have a prom at one of the parents' house, and the kids all went and stuff like that. But yeah, it wasn't only, I didn't get to see my daughter graduate from middle school either. So yeah, I missed out on all of that. But guess what? In May, my daughter's graduating high school, and it is gonna be a big shindig. Okay, we are gonna do it big.
Yeah, it's just, oh yeah, the stuff with the kids in school. I'm just glad that they are, you know, able to now make those memories. I guess we could finish the rest of this video and
But wait,
move
can
to
I
the
say
next
something?
topic. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's gonna be fun and uplifting, but it's another story. Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing that just popped in my mind, and I looked it up real quick, and I'm not saying we should take away people's proms, because there's way more happy proms than there are sad proms. Okay. But there's at least 1,000 kids a year that die from drunk driving accidents or whatever on prom night, on their prom night. So some of that was avoided. I'm just trying to find the silver lining, you know? So some of those deaths were avoided, at least during that. I'm not pro-COVID, nothing. I didn't wear a mask when I had to wear a mask. Like the 2 times when I went into a place where they wouldn't let you in, I had written on it, this is a mind-controlled device. You know, like, this is bullshit. But we did still save some lives during that time, I guess is.
Well, how to fix it? Rent them a limo.
For sure, I agree.
And you know, and we can say that we raise our kids well, and I'm sure we do, you know. But kids are gonna do what kids do behind your back. I sure did what I wanted to do behind my parents' back with drinking their liquor. And my parents didn't drink, but they would always get like liquor for like Christmas gifts or whatever. So I would take their like white liquor, like their vodkas and rums and stuff like that, and replace it with water. And I was drinking at what, like 15. So yeah, just rent them a limo. And I know not every parent could afford that, but I wouldn't trust my kids going to a prom with another kid driving, because you know, kids are gonna do what kids are gonna do. They're gonna want to have a drink. They're gonna do things behind their parents' back, like we did behind our parents' back. You know.
Hey, badass. Badass said Virgo was a heathen.
I was a heathen, badass, for real. For real.
That is funny. Let's see.
Jeff, today counselors and therapy dogs were brought in to help the students and teachers deal with grief. But one student tells me that didn't stop the tears from flowing. I met 7th grader Kei'Mani Fisher outside of her school holding up a sign paying tribute to her fallen classmate. With permission from her mother, Kei'Mani told me about how sweet of a girl Kei'Mani was. While Kei'Mani came from a troubled background, in and out of 5 schools before coming to Spring, both school leaders and Kei'Mani tell me she really flourished at Spring. She developed a reputation for being smart and kind and would help Kei'Mani with her schoolwork when she didn't understand it. She also loved basketball and played with the other kids whenever she could. Now, with the news of her passing spread across the school, Kei'Mani and her younger brother Keegan tell me the energy in the classroom was very different this morning.
I've seen some people crying and stuff, a lot of people crying. Sad and very quiet.
I noticed that you made the sign. Why did you decide to make the sign for her?
So everyone can have a memory of her.
How do you hope people remember her by?
About how kind she was.
Kei'Mani was set to get a kindness award from the school later this week. Her birthday was also this week. She would have been 14 years old. In studio, I'm Michael San on WTOL 11.
We talked previously with Toledo Mayor Wade Capsicavage. He says that he wants to see the legal process play out, though he wants to see the book thrown at whoever is responsible. Andre Norrells asked Toledo City Council what needs to happen next.
Several council members took the time to talk about Kei'Mani's death. Many of them called it tragic. One of those was Council President Carrie Hartman. First, tell me, what was your reaction when you first heard about this?
I mean, I heard about it last week. When she first went missing, it wasn't far from where I live. And so I know there's been a lot of commentary online, on social media, as the news was breaking. And as the news keeps rolling in, it keeps getting more shocking.
I know it's early on, the investigation is still underway, but has there been conversations on what council can maybe do, any looking at what can be introduced to try to help this?
Yeah, I mean, the news, it's all happening so fast. I think it's going to take us a little bit of time if we're going to do anything legislation wise. But I know that we've already been talking about how do we get some of these blighted buildings boarded up so that there isn't any crime or mischief going on in these blighted houses. But as one council member said, it wasn't the house that killed this poor girl. So I think it is more about the community and whether or not our community is going to tolerate violence like this.
It can be challenging for parents to talk to their kids about situations like Kei'Mani's murder. Megan Hartnett went to an expert to find out how parents can start this conversation.
So the most recent update was just a few hours ago with this story, Kei'Mani and her dad and all of that. So her dad's girlfriend, he had a girlfriend, and so she talks about what led to his arrest. So I wanted us to take a look at this.
With breaking news.
Let me make sure my volume is still okay. It should still be good. Let's see.
And that breaking new information tonight as we come on the air in the Kei'Mani Latigue murder investigation. Toledo police executing several search warrants, including where the suspect, Darnell Jones, Kei'Mani's father, lived on the east side. 13 Action News learning it was Jones' girlfriend who helped police with key evidence in the case. The woman who asked that we not show her face, telling Action News Jones called her last Friday and wanted her to turn off the cameras at the home. She got suspicious and didn't turn off those cameras. She says she was in the bathroom when a relative saw Jones move some things out of his SUV, brought them into the house, and hid them under the basement stairs. She called police, who got a search warrant, and took the evidence.
What did he hide under your stairs?
It was like a mat for the back of your truck, not a pickup, but SUV. When you lay your seat down and you put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in my basement. And his work boots, which were caked with mud, and he hadn't worked in a while.
And she tells us once Jones noticed the items were gone, she never saw him again, but that he did call her from Columbus. And that's when she told police where to find him.
We also have new details about the investigation into Kei'Mani's murder. Toledo police executed several search warrants, including where he lived on the east side. 13 Action News has learned it was Darnell Jones' girlfriend who helped police with evidence in the case. That woman, who asked us not to identify her, tells us Jones called her Friday and asked her to turn off the cameras.
He told on him, turn off the cameras. As if that's not a red flag. Turn them off for what? What you think you finna be doing over here, Darnell? I ain't turning off these cameras, Darnell. They're staying on. How about that? You know? She really, like, she had a feeling. I don't know why she was with the guy anyway. I mean, but she told on him. And whenever he called from Columbus, she was like, hey, I gotta go and get him. This is where he just called me from. So shout out to her. Shout out to her. I hope she doesn't have any kids. And that he wasn't around him. If she does.
At the home. She said she got suspicious and did not turn them off. And she adds she was in the bedroom when the relative saw Jones move some items from his SUV into the house and hide them under the basement stairs. She called police, who got a search warrant and then took the evidence.
What did he hide under your stairs?
It was like a mat for the back of your truck, not a pickup, but SUV. You know, when you lay your seats down and you put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in my basement. And his work boots, which were caked with mud, and he hadn't worked in a while.
She says once Jones noticed the items gone, she never saw him again. She also told us Jones called her from Columbus, and she told police where they could find him. As the Toledo community continues to grieve the loss of Kei'Mani Latigue, some are stepping up to help contribute to a funeral service for the young girl. Wheeling on the Rocks on Lasky will be hosting a benefit and poker run this upcoming Sunday. That's to help raise funds to properly honor Kei'Mani and celebrate her life. They said all of the money raised will go directly to the funeral home. Main event will be at Wheelin with other businesses participating in the poker run, including Kickstand Saloon just over the border, Daffy's, and Corner Saloon just over the border.
I want something.
Oops. Virgo, I believe so. I saw last night and I was like, that has to be eclectic. Because who else would it be?
Crazy bitch. I got the Pinot in me, Portia.
That's whenever your accent is really, really present. Yeah.
Brooklyn all day.
A beautiful casket, maybe a park bench or anything to help, with the memorial.
Kickstand is on Alexis in Toledo. Those hosting Sunday's event tell us that a donation to the funeral home is essentially your ticket to take part in the activity. So if you'd like to donate or if you'd like to find out more, you can go to our website, 13abc.com.
You see, sometimes these things, whenever we talk about race and racism and how much white folks are really bad and stuff like that, you see stuff like this and it's like, man, none of that really matters. We treat each other all like human beings, right? It's
hopefully
we can all come together, and stand behind this. Showing support and love, in the community when it's needed. So that is Kei'Mani. May she rest in peace, and may her father rot in hell.
Get the hell that he deserves.
Question mark. Yep. He just absolutely. Yes. Well, the next thing that I want to get into it with you guys, I don't know how many of you here know much about the Black Church. But I've talked about the Black Church
praise dance
very many times. And you know,
I went to black church once till like 3 a.m.
Yeah,
I'm not black,
and
but I went to black church once.
Yeah, I can't do it no more. You know, I go to my
Black,
nice little Anglican church, and
black churches
glory
don't
be,
play,
I
man.
get there
Let
at
me tell
8
you.
a.m. And at 8 a.m., we are out of there no later than 8:40. In and out is what I say. So
That's what I miss about Catholic church, because Catholic church mass is only like 30 to 45 minutes. When I went to Seventh Day Adventist, Lord have mercy, you was in church all day. Oh, I'm
whenever
talking about from
Mhm.
8 to 5. It was like a job. But they fed you.
I went to this Pentecostal church once, and it was on a Saturday, and I was invited, you know, and I go and everything, but they didn't say like it was the whole day. You know, it was like 16 hours, and I was very pissed. But the way that I was raised is you don't leave church. You don't just walk out because it's rude. So I didn't. I stayed the whole time, and you know, I didn't know that I couldn't wear jeans. I had on some jeans. I had on a sweater. Yep, all of the ladies, they had on dresses and whatnot, but they told me I was fine. I'm like, okay, whatever. So we ended up staying, and they didn't let me know that it was like, you know, like all day, like I'm basically spending the night here. Never again.
But didn't they feed you
these-
Portia? Didn't they feed you Portia?
Yeah, they did. They did. I thought it was good too.
Hey, you guys remember there's an old song, like my grandpa and my dad listened to it. You remember this old song called, because Portia, you made me think of it. It's like, Lord have mercy, baby's got her blue jeans on. I'm not gonna sing right now.
What song?
No? It's like baby's got her blue jeans on or something. It's like Conway Twitty or something, like, you know. But it's like just all hailing, you know, heaven help us, baby's got her blue jeans on and stuff. And you said you had your blue jeans on. I had a few beers. I'm sorry, but that you made me think of that song. Somebody's got to know this song.
I was not.
Join the club, Jewel. I got my Pinot. Portia, what you got over there?
Like to drink?
Yeah, what you drinking on over there? You got your sangria?
No, I have some sparkling water. And it has peaches in it, and it is divine.
Come on now, Portia.
Topo Chico, people.
Get Portia up out of here. No.
Yep, you gotta get me up out of here.
You need a drink. Portia needs a drink.
I'm just, you know.
We got Stanley. Stanley probably went to bed.
Oh, yeah.
In all fairness, it is a weeknight, you know. It's a weeknight.
Yeah, I don't even feel like going to work tomorrow, but it's fine. I will. So here on the screen, I know it's very tiny, but church, the black church. Now, I've seen a lot of things in church. I've never seen this. Okay, but let's take a listen. Let's take a look and a listen here.
In the east, and we have come.
Now, I'm going to start that over. We already saw Justin Pearson run up on that white man earlier today during Congress. And if you look here, again, I know it's tiny. You have old dude over here in a white t-shirt, and it's another one that's sitting down. And the pastor is preaching, and he just... You take a look.
In the east. And we have come.
Square up on him.
Give me the peanuts.
Listen. Stop. Now, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Look, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
If it's going to be anywhere else,
Look.
must it be the house of the Lord? Amen.
In the east, and we
Boom.
have come.
Yeah, they was ready. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What else is sacred? Nothing. How about nothing? Nothing is. Then you have that pastor that was just standing there on the stage. His name is Marvin Sapp. Never would have made it. Marvin Sapp.
Oh, I
Tell
know
you
that
what,
song. Yeah.
I ain't gonna stop listening to his music. I love gospel music. It's one of my favorite genres. And that is a very divine song, even though that is not my favorite Marvin Sapp song. To all you great gospel listeners out there, Marvin Sapp has more than that. And if you ever need a listen, if you need something good, praise him in advance. Amen. That's why I praise him with the song when things are right and when they are wrong. Amen. You are God alone. There's no question of your greatness. No searching for your power. His voice is beautiful. It's like an angel. Shout out to Marvin Sapp. But just because I love my gospel, that does not make Black church activity, doesn't make it go away. It doesn't make me feel like it's not an issue.
Is he related to Warren Sapp? I'm sorry, is he related to Warren Sapp, the football player? I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Okay, sorry to bother you with it.
No clue. No, you're fine. I don't know. I would have to look that up. So Marvin Sapp is in a lot of trouble these days.
Ooh,
He
child.
had this bright idea of holding these Negroes hostage. And I'm not so sure I feel like bad for them, because like in my opinion, I wouldn't have been in there in the first place. And even if I was, I am not giving you my money. At these mega churches, they do this a bit. They do this quite a bit. You'll have 50 different offerings. You have pastor anniversaries offering, got pastor's birthday, pastor's wife, whoever guest preacher. You got, what is it called? This is something that we do in the Black church. It's usually Wednesday through Friday. Revival. You got revivals. I used to love revival. Oh my gosh, I used to love revival. But they're always asking for money. But if you need something, if you need money, you understand, they tell you to wait for God. But they don't want you to wait for God on Sunday during service. They want their money now. You got homeless people hungry. They didn't, they lights off. They can't feed their kids. They didn't lost their car. They done lost their job. They down on their luck. And the only thing that they feel that they can do is go to God. And fortunately, we can't see God physically, but fortunately we have the church to go to. Hey, can you help a sister out? Oh, why would they do that? I don't know, but this is one thing that they really do. And we're going to take a look and see what Marvin Sapp did. Welcome to the Black church, everybody.
Leadership lead, and they understand the cost that is involved.
Mm-hmm. Cost.
There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors.
Close them.
Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors.
The doors.
Close the doors.
Close the doors.
We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant.
It's Mama Carol. Oh my gosh. Hi, Mama Carol. Oh goodness. Hi. It's so good to see you. It's been forever, Mama Carol. It is so good to see you. I mean, wow. This is so nice. I was thinking about you a few weeks ago, and I was like, gosh, I just really want to see Mama Carol. I want to hear from her. And there you are. I'm so glad to see you in the building, Mama Carol. I miss you too. Oh gosh, this is such a sentimental moment. I'm sorry, guys. It's Mama Carol. It's been such a long time. Oh, wow, that is just so good. I am doing great, just probably should be in the bed, but I'm not. We're talking about Black churches asking Negroes for all of their money, Mama Carol. That's what's happening. And Badass talking about me at Revival with my cookies and punch. Yes, I was. Okay. Vacation Bible School and everything. I was that kid. But Marvin Sapp, he said, hey, close the door. You only thing you finna do when you leave here, you finna go to the restaurant and eat. You're gonna spend money anyways. You might as well spend it here. Your money goes to me tax-free, even though they taking all of these taxes out of your check. Plus this 10% that you're telling me I need to give. But let me just give you some more. Let's keep listening.
Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant.
You don't know where I'm going.
There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I just think $20 is a lot of money.
I ain't got it, boss.
$20,
I ain't got it, boss.
When my late wife, Melinda P. Sapp, was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get 1 soda, 2 straws. I wasn't cheap. That's swag. I was looking in her eyes. She's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because
I ain't got it, Marvin.
It costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers.
It costs to sit up here, Marvin. Sir, says who? Don't play with me, Marvin. Don't. Okay? Don't play with me. You might have time, I don't. We have to pay to sit up here. Listen, I don't know what it is about the Black church. I do not know why they do this, let alone you see this whole church full. You see what he's doing and what they doing. Go ahead, Pastor. Preach. No, sir. Absolutely not. But do I get mad at Marvin because he's playing the game so well and he's reaping the benefits of these foolish people following him? Is he wrong or are they wrong? I don't know. What do y'all think so far before we finish? Attica says the pastor should consider getting a hair transplant with all, and you know what? I just saw the back of it, kinda. Atticus, and I was thinking it. I just didn't say it, but thank you. Yes, it's going away. It's he actually needs to just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm going to have y'all come to the altar and give it because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on the, take your phone and stick it on the bucket. Shh. Giving is worship. Giving is worship.
For who?
Giving is worship.
No, it ain't.
Giving is worship. This ain't the time to talk. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people online need to give $20. This is easy, saints. This is an easy miracle. We should be able to raise $40,000 tonight just from y'all giving.
You have to understand how much this happens in the Black church. This happens so much, it's too much. Always, always, always. This always happens in the Black church. And it's just like, dude, I don't know who you think I am, but it's not me. Marvin, I ain't got it. You know, eggs are high, gas, you know, I got bills to pay. I have bills to pay, Marvin. Bills. Not your bills, my bills. Because you got to think, okay, he's this big old church, nice church, the cars he's driving, the clothes he wears, all of this stuff. I ain't got time, Marvin. And I'm more inclined to think about, let me see really quick so I can put this up and show you guys, because we're going to talk about what happened, what he's dealing with right now. So Marvin Sapp is over here asking everybody for money, $20, 1,000 people online. He's talking about locking doors and you can't leave. Where you think you going? You ain't leaving. You gotta stay. Well, he has some expensive taste, if you will. It's not like he's wearing, you know, the Walmart version of clothing. He is dressed to the nines. And this is something that he does quite a bit. Where is this picture at? Why isn't it not pulling up? You know, this is going to irritate me. You know, you just be trying to run a show and do a story and your things just don't pop up the way you want. Let's see. I'll just do this one because I'm not about to keep on trying to make this picture come up. So if you take a look here, it looks like he has on a Louis Vuitton blazer. All right. And so what I would like to know is how much does this blazer cost? How much does the Louis Vuitton blazer suit coat cost for males? You know, men's clothes, they be always costing more than the women's. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. I don't know if you guys remember, it was one night I was going through the price of Birkin bags, and I tried to gain access to the website and it banned me. I just don't want that to happen again. And it happened live, so it was like, here, Portia, she's too broke to even look at the website. Oh, Lord. What a hot mess. Okay, it's working for me. Okay. So here's this jacket. Now, this is just, you know, just to get the price range of some of these things. So this blazer, or not this one specifically, but blazers from Louis Vuitton, $3,400, $3,100. This is $3,650. Let's see. We have another one, 3,000. Oh, that was nice. That's kind of smooth. All right, 3,400. We have 2,910. 3,150. what is the even? Okay, the tuxedo, 1,580. Is that cheap? I guess so. I don't know. Over here we have $5,600 for a blazer. Who's paying for this? You are. You congregants, you're paying for it. You see, I don't know. I don't care how much money, if I ever made, you know, if I ever became like a multimillionaire, I'm not buying $5,000 jackets. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Would y'all buy one, Jewel or Virgo? Would y'all spend $5,000 on a jacket?
I would. But I'll tell you this much. My first big purchase was a Gucci bag, and it cost me about $2,500. And I got it when I was like young and stupid, whatever. But I tell you this much, my husband has humbled me, and this is why I love this man. He has humbled me to the point where I don't have like 30,000 shoes in my, I don't need a room for my shoes and my bags anymore, because he's humbled me. And he doesn't care about, the nails, the hair, the toes. He doesn't care for that. He loves me for who I am. So with that being said, I don't spend as much anymore for clothes and shoes. Now, I must tell you this. For my work pants, I still do love to go to my Ann Taylor because I think they have the best work pants ever. So I'll splurge on that, but I'll also go on the sale. Huh?
Are they $5,000?
Oh, no. I'll still go on the sales rack and get some good quality pants, because I've noticed that if you buy something off of like Walmart, it doesn't last you too long after a couple of washes. But if you buy like a good expensive, all you need, to be honest with you, is like a couple of pair of slacks. Like you get a nice navy one, you get a nice black one, you get a nice maybe khaki looking one, or brown, or gray, or whatever. And you get you get like the name brand, and they last you forever unless you lose or gain weight, And then a whole bunch of blouses, and you can get blouses, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, So, yeah, he's humbled me. And he doesn't want all of our savings to go to waste, too.
Yeah. Virgo, I'm cheap. Yep, I'm cheap. Yep.
I like
even
quality.
when you were young. Because I think didn't we all have that young phase where we're like into like name brands and stuff? Like when I was a teenager, I stayed in like Polo, Tommy Hilfiger. I remember having like Jinko jeans.
Yeah, no, like I've always been cheap. Like I'll spend and splurge on somebody else before myself. But as far as like clothes and stuff, like if it's something like super expensive, like I usually don't buy it. Somebody else does. And so I accept things in that way. You know, I can do that, but as far as me doing it, absolutely not.
Like I'll splurge on a good gown. Like for like all my jobs, we always have like awesome Christmas parties where they would rent out like, you know, a hall. So my gowns would always be like, you know, pretty expensive. And get a nice gown or whatever.
That's one thing I would splurge on. Not saying it had to be a designer thing. And also Macy's like clearance racks could also
they do have clearance.
Some really great deals. But if I had to, I would spend decent money on a good Christmas party.
But even the clearance, sometimes I'll give you an example. Like for 2 Christmases ago, I got a beautiful, beautiful red gown. And it was like $500. And it was on clearance. That was the clearance.
Oh,
price.
Kelvin says,
I believe you.
He's saving souls. You can't put a price on that, Kelvin. Come on. Atticus says, you know you want one. Portia, no, I do not. I do not like Louis, actually. Who do I like? I used to love Coach, and I wouldn't say that I still don't. I still do. Tory, was it Tory Burch? Is that what it's called? I can't even remember.
Oh yes, Tory Burch.
But
you can go to the Coach outlet.
I love me some Tory Burch. Yes, I do. But like the thing is, like, I'm not buying that kind of stuff for myself. Somebody got to buy it for me because I ain't doing it.
$10 a day for Portia J for her Coach purse.
Yeah, Coach purse. Yeah. Oh, badass is on one.
What he's saying now? He always talking crazy.
Virgo wears her muumuus. Virgo, you got a muumuu?
You know what? I sure do. When I'm in the house, I like to be comfortable. I like to be comfortable. Let me tell you, Portia, as soon as I walk in the house, I'm stripping everything off, like nearly by the door. I'm taking everything off. I hate to be uncomfortable in the house. So I'm stripping everything off. Usually I just, as soon as I get home, I get in the shower or whatever, and I'm taking everything off. I'm just like comfortable. Titties out, everything.
Okay.
I don't like to be constricted.
I'm with you.
Well, or maybe it's
when I used to have an office job, I used to take off everything too. Like as soon as I got home, especially if you're wearing pantyhose,
bra needs to come off.
You gotta get your underwear off. You just gotta get it all. It's just too
everything.
Yes,
and then it makes it easy access.
We knew it was coming, Virgo. We knew it was coming.
Everything's coming
Atticus,
off. I can't.
No. How do you say this? Hermes? Hermes? And Chanel. Oh my gosh, Atticus. It's still the same story, Atticus. What is it with you and these kidnapping videos? It's the news. I mean, I didn't do it. The pastor did it. Let's take a listen and see what Ace is about to say about this.
Marvin Sapp, as soon as you would have said, lock that door, I need 40,000, I would have punched you everywhere up under your feet, grabbed that mic and told him, open that fucking door. I can't even see how y'all still be going to these clown churches. But I realize you a clown too. Fuck. You don't want to hear real, you want to be coddled. And that's why your stupid ass end up in debt every year after you gave your 110% to the church. Because he sure got the fucking money. That was the crazy part. He got the fucking money. But come to find out, they just arrested his ass on 1,500 charges of kidnapping. And you can't lock nobody in no motherfucking room till you get some money. Bitch ass nigga.
Alright.
Now use every dollar that you got to get your ass out of fucking jail. I don't trust these motherfuckers, bruh. I don't see how y'all still wilding y'all stupid ass up there to hear the good word. The good word is written on your heart.
Ain't it?
Most of these motherfucking pastors are just manipulating ass people who was disciplined enough to go to school to get the fucking title. Stop.
Well, breaking news, everyone. Marvin Sapp has been arrested. And what's crazy is that this video is not new. It's older. And even though we saw all those people in the back clapping and smiling and carrying on, I ain't never heard a story like this. I don't know about you guys. The Negroes done called the law on the pastor. They said he done kidnapped them, held him hostage. 1,500 charges of kidnapping. You see, Atticus, you see that?
Yes.
Talking about what's with me in these kidnapping videos. I'm trying to tell y'all stuff, you know. I'm trying to tell you.
Tell badass when I make it over to him and come visit him, I'm gonna bring his wife a muumuu too.
Badass. I'm sure you heard that on your way out.
I'm gonna bring her a muumuu. Those muumuus are so comfortable.
That is so funny.
Girl, let me tell you. So comfortable.
So Marvin Sapp, and this was probably about 12, 11 years ago, he had a stalker of sorts. And it was this huge, thing, in the news about this stalker and everything. And this was like the last time I remember him really being under fire for something. So it was this lady, she was a doctor. She was crazy about him. And let's take a look at some of that story from all of these years ago.
First tonight, a Kalamazoo doctor missing for nearly a month. Now Target A is uncovering shocking developments, an alleged obsession with Grand Rapids gospel star Marvin Sapp.
Last night, in an exclusive interview, Teleka Patrick's ex-husband in California told us he was concerned that she had mental health issues and she may be in danger. Tonight, this connection to Sapp is only adding to that concern.
24-hour News 8's Leon Hendricks is breaking the story live tonight in Grand Rapids.
Marley and Rick, good evening. This personal protection order was filed here in the Kent County Circuit Court 3 months before Dr. Teleka Patrick went missing. In it, Marvin Sapp makes some serious allegations of stalking, contacting his kids, and more than 400 pages, he said, worth of contact from the now missing doctor. The next page in a bizarre and disturbing story, a pastor's PPO. Perhaps an answer to the question some have asked, including Teleka Patrick's ex-husband, during an exclusive interview with us in California, where the couple once lived together.
When I found out she went to Michigan, you got to ask yourself, why did she go to Michigan?
Before she made the far eastward trek to West Michigan, in a personal protection order filing, gospel singer and pastor Marvin Sapp says she began contacting him, and then things ramped up. Quote, she has moved from California to Michigan, joined my church, contacts my children, and has been to my home, he wrote. I'm a national recording artist, who she has claimed as her husband. Sapp wrote that he didn't see her contact with him as a problem until Patrick moved to West Michigan and started her residency at a Kalamazoo hospital. And then, he says, she started stalking him.
But what I heard, is that there was somebody that she, maybe felt that God wanted her to be with.
Some contact between Patrick and Sapp.
You're probably like, Portia, why are you showing us this? Well, there's a reason.
these pastors are really good at what they do, and I guess it would be up to you to be better at them than what it is that they do, because you can see through the bull or fall for it. Now, he had all of those people in that church give $40,000. He wouldn't let them out. The ushers had to lock the doors. But they listen to these people. They trust these people. They think that, God is all a part of it. And then this woman, a very accomplished woman, I mean, gosh, she was a doctor. She left her husband, and I don't know what made her think that God would want her to step out on her marriage to go and see another man. But this is the type of things that they preach to me. Give me 1 second. I have to call. Give me one. Oh, great. So it's like a spell that these people fall under. And it's really crazy to me. And they just get so invested. And it's just like whatever the word is that they're preaching, obviously it's not the right word. Not to say that, honestly, I don't know what kind of stuff Pastor Sapp be preaching about, the stuff that he be saying, but they seem to take a lot of control over their congregation. There was a story last week of another big time pastor. He got killed by a girl he was having an affair with, married and everything. And he was sleeping with this woman, and he's dead now. But these are the people that's able to get into these people's heads. It's really crazy, the power of these pastors.
Sapp is evident online. She's made several posts to his official Facebook page, including one that ends, "You look great," smiley, winky face.
It's me.
Videos of Patrick recording messages to an apparent love interest have surfaced online, but it's not clear if those were directed toward the Emmy-nominated gospel star. This news only fuels concerns about Teleka's mental health. Patrick's ex-husband hopes ups the effort and urgency to find her.
Put it this way, she went to Michigan on purpose. And I don't believe it had anything to do with, Michigan has a really great psychiatric residency program. No.
They saying she's crazy, and she went to a school for the very thing that they're calling her. Now, she went missing. I don't know where she went.
A bright young doctor suddenly vanishes from Michigan. She's been missing for 3 months, and her disappearance has made headlines around the country.
Yeah, tonight's 7 Action News investigator Heather Cataldo reveals what police think may have really happened to Dr. Teleka Patrick and why some people believe she is still alive.
Hi, baby.
They are haunting images of a troubled young doctor.
If you were here, this would be your place.
Videos on YouTube made for a mystery lover.
You do your best, and I do my best, and we give each other a chance.
Among the thousands who've watched, countless cops and private investigator Jim Carlin, all searching for any clues.
It's just as if she vaporized.
What happened to Dr. Teleka Patrick?
New clues this morning and questions.
It's a mystery that's captured America's attention since the 30-year-old psychiatry resident vanished from Kalamazoo 3 months ago. Dr. Patrick's life seemed to be unraveling on the night of December 5th when she tried to check into a hotel in Kalamazoo, even though she lived nearby. Security cameras show the hotel shuttle bus taking Dr. Patrick back to her car at the hospital.
911 is that location of the emergency?
It's on I-94, the westbound lane, right before mile marker 23. There's a car off the road.
Within hours, drivers along I-94 near Portage, Indiana, reported seeing Patrick's gold Lexus.
The lights are on in the car.
The car had a flat tire. Her credit cards and ID were inside. Teleka Patrick's car drove about 40 feet off the side of the highway. Later, a bloodhound tracked her scent directly from the car to the side of the road And from there, the trail goes cold.
Something caused her to be in distress on that particular night.
Detectives quickly found many possibilities. As they backtracked from the car, they found a twisted trail online and a seemingly tormented life.
I don't know what's going on, you know, in your life and stuff.
There were videos, 20,000 tweets, and questions for two men. Patrick's tweets seemed to be directed to one man in particular, gospel singer Marvin Sapp. The Grand Rapids-based pastor got a personal protection order against Dr. Patrick last September. The 7 investigators obtained this letter that Sapp's church sent to Patrick, revoking her membership because of inappropriate emails and pictures sent to Pastor Sapp.
The pastor is nothing more than an innocent victim of an apparent stalking. The sheriff's office has been in contact with him for quite some time, and he has been thoroughly cooperative.
Another man that Kalamazoo County Sheriff's detectives interviewed is Teleka Patrick's friend, James Arthur Davis, the last person she texted. Investigators used this search warrant to examine their phone records and now believes Patrick was on her way to meet the 43-year-old in St. Louis when her car went off the road. They do not consider him a suspect.
But just know that you're in my heart.
Despite the dead ends, incredibly, there is hope.
Do you believe she's still alive?
Yes.
Carlin believes someone picked up Dr. Patrick on the side of I-94.
Maybe somebody stopped right away. She told them that she was running from somebody. People want to help others.
Even though many of Dr. Patrick's tweets have prompted some to question whether the psychiatrist in training is actually suffering from schizophrenia herself, no one knows of an official diagnosis.
It makes me sad that she may have been struggling and, you know, we were not able to help her.
Teleka Patrick's sister, Tanisha, told me by phone from Massachusetts that Teleka would never go 3 months without contacting her family, and she fears the worst.
She's not just topic of speculation and salacious gossip. She is a real loving, dear person whose family is longing for her and missing her every day.
Teleka Patrick did not have her phone with her when she vanished. If you know anything about her whereabouts, investigators want to hear from you. Please head to WXYZ.com for details on who to contact.
Teleka, where'd you go? You know, you uprooted your life from California, going up to Michigan. I don't know. All things could be alleged. She's sending Marvin Sapp all of these pictures and stuff. How did she get his number? Because y'all had to file this report to get the subpoena so you can check his phone and the other guy's phone. How did she have his number, Miss Stalker Lady? You know, you're a famous gospel singer. You ain't just giving your number out. I'm not saying he was messing with the girl. All of it is alleged. However, he does have a very interesting past. And you guys might be wondering, did they ever find her? Did they ever find her? Well, yes, they did. 3 months missing. Of course they found her. Where did they find her?
Zoo County Sheriff says the body they recovered earlier this week in Indiana is that of missing Michigan doctor Teleka Patrick. 7 investigator Heather Catallo has been following this story that has made headlines around the world, Heather. This is so sad for Dr. Patrick's family.
It really is, Glenda. The sheriff says it appears that Teleka Patrick drowned. There were no signs of trauma on her body, and their investigation has revealed that she was very troubled, but hiding it well from the world.
My heart goes out to the family and the friends, and we hope this gives them the closure that they need.
Kalamazoo County Sheriff Richard Fuller says after months of unanswered questions and searching for Teleka Patrick, his investigators now believe the 30-year-old doctor drowned in a small Indiana lake. Dr. Patrick disappeared on December 5th. Her car was found 2 hours away from Kalamazoo on the side of I-94 with a flat tire.
911 is the declaration of the emergency.
It's on I-94, the westbound lane, right before mile marker 23. There's a car off the road.
Sheriff Fuller says that night, Dr. Patrick had packed up her belongings at Borges Medical Center, almost as if she knew she wasn't coming back.
It was very quickly determined that Teleka Patrick may have been having some issues at the time. She was troubled of some sort. Additionally,
And of course, we're listening to this, and it's like, are we really gonna, we're really gonna do this? Call it suicide? Or imply it? You just say, we found her. She drowned in the lake. Her car was 2 hours away from the lake. She walked all the way to that lake, and she just drowned. Is that what? I mean, because if you just put the stories together, it's just like, yeah, I mean, he is Marvin Sapp. He is what his wife was living at the time, married, father, all of that. I mean, I'm not saying this is alleged. I'm just saying it sounds sticky to me. All right. But these people, they're very good at convincing you and making you believe that there's something, that they are something that they are really not. But let's keep going.
Teleka's behavior on December 5th could lead one to believe that she was not coming back to the Borges Medical Center.
It appears Dr. Patrick sent some 20,000 tweets and made dozens of online videos, many of them directed at a mystery man.
Oh, I never could have made it.
Gospel singer Marvin Sapp also got a PPO against Patrick, and his Grand Rapids church revoked her membership. Sheriff Fuller maintains Sapp is an innocent victim of an apparent stalking. The sheriff also says Dr. Patrick left Kalamazoo on her own to visit a friend in St. Louis. Detectives don't
Good
know
night,
how
Mama
the young
Carol.
woman got
Please
from the
come
side
back.
of I-94 to the lake, which is at least 150 yards away from the freeway, and they say neither her body nor her clothing showed any signs of trauma.
I do believe it's probably as solved as it's going to get.
Once again, the sheriff is saying Teleka Patrick drowned, but the cause of death won't be official until they get some toxicology reports back. There are still many unanswered questions as to whether she accidentally wandered into the lake in the dark or whether she tried to kill herself. But detectives may never have those answers. Glenda.
All right, Heather. Thank you.
I mean, he did say this is as solved as it's gonna get. We're not gonna look any further into this. Okay. And they didn't. They actually didn't look any further into it. That's kind of where it ends. It's just, speculation, just certain things, that that's me and my thoughts. Hey, 12th man. Hello, 12th man. Good to see you. So yeah, I just don't, I don't, Marvin, hey, listen, your past, not mine. And you holding people hostage. Now you getting arrested. You were able to skate away from Dr. Teleka's stuff. Okay. But the God that I know, the God that I serve, the God that I believe in, he may not come when he needs and whenever you want or when he should to you, but he comes right on time. I tell you what, and I don't know, some other stuff might be getting ready to come down the pipeline with old Mr. Marvin Sapp here. Scamming the congregation. You have this, I forget, what is this channel called? Was it the African Diaspora News Channel? So it's going to be whatever you expect. But let's just hear what he's saying to the situation that is going on at the church.
Issues with the black church and why a lot of black folks don't want nothing to do with the black church. Not nothing to do with God. God has nothing to do with what's going on in a lot of these black churches. So we're going to talk about that tonight.
And so that's what you have to understand. The issue is not the Lord, it's the church. I talk about the black church all the time here. We talk with Jamal Bryant and everything that's going on with the Targets, boycotts and stuff like that. I'm going to be talking about that tomorrow. But I'm telling y'all, it's something real sinister about what happens in these black churches. And I just, I can't do it. But I'm glad that, they're starting to expose themselves, get exposed. and things are happening in the way that they should. Now, we haven't heard anything about TD Jakes in a while, you know, the whole Diddy thing, but the Black church.
Night. And also, you know, we'll get to a point in the stream, we'll stop it and continue on the app. There's a story that we want to kind of get into, and we don't want to hear who has been joining as of recent on the African Diaspora News Channel. I appreciate y'all so much for doing that. Woman with a whole lot of things. We have to deal with certain rules, amended. You know, when you people hear people saying unalived, and let's get to the video that everybody's talking about with Pastor Marvin Sapp down here. Let's go ahead on and check this out, and let's review it.
Understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant.
What if I'm going to the house and my house is a restaurant? What you mean? What if I got food at the house that I'm waiting to cook? You don't know that. Marvin, you don't know. You don't know where I'm going.
There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching
See you
online.
later, Eclectic. Good night.
This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I just think $20 is a lot of money. $20, believe it or not, when my late wife, Melinda P. Sapp, was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get 1 soda, 2 straws. I wasn't cheap. That's swag. I was looking in her eyes. She's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers. That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on take your phone and stick it on the bucket. Shh. Giving is worship. Giving is worship.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now I just want you to see this in its entirety. Now let's go ahead and start this over. Several points that I just need to make with this video, because one of the stumbling blocks in the Black community is the Black church, not God, the Black church. It has been used by the Democrat Party to create a stumbling block. It has been used to siphon out resources that could be going to institutions in our community, but yet they're siphoning money from the pockets of Black people. And I told you the greatest enemies of Black people is the Black preacher and the Black politician as a collective. I'm not talking about individual ones. I'm not saying every preacher is like that. I'm not saying every politician is that way. But that's our greatest stumbling block, the Black preacher, one of the two. So let me go ahead and restart this, and let's just go ahead on and do what we do here.
Understand the cost that is involved.
Okay, right there. He said, y'all don't understand the cost that's involved. It's not for them to understand, sir. You the one, if I go on just a traditional way, I'm not going to really go in on his personality. They wasn't called to be a preacher. And it is a cost if you're going to be a preacher. But if it's a cost, last time I checked, God will provide, right? God will provide for you.
Yes.
And you don't have to use no crazy means for him to do so. You don't have to really guilt trip people, okay? You really don't have to do that. sometimes you just think about what God wants me to put out there. And what I've learned over the years is that you just put certain things out there and then you can promote it to people, sure, but the people will respond if that's what it's for them to do. So you can't start. He already started off guilt tripping people, okay, in the beginning. So let's continue.
There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors.
Close.
Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors.
Close the doors.
We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant.
All right. So if you know what you're saying is about to be BS, why you either sit up there and told the ushers go close the doors, stop people from getting up and leaving. So basically, you almost kind of de facto walking a fine line of maybe a little false imprisonment. You know, I won't say kidnapping, but just a little false imprisonment. You're preventing people from leaving a location because they say when somebody heard you say, I need 1,000 people, say, let me get my stuff together. Like that. Let me go and get on out of here. And you knew that, and you want to prevent people from leaving the church house. This is what y'all doing today? And it's not the first time I didn't heard this from these black preachers. Now, I know how some of you are. Not you in the chat, but I know how some of you are. You'll say, well, Phil, you know, the white preacher did this and the white preacher did that. I don't care what the white preacher do. If he want to run the pockets of his community, he can do so. Now, I know there's some black folks that go sit in their churches and that's their business or whatever. But I'm talking about the preachers in our community, because the majority of black people, when they go to church, they go to black churches still to this day. OK, so you knew what you were about to say was BS. That's why you told the ushers to go close the door. Now, let's go ahead and continue as he kept talking.
There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed.
Okay, so you want $40,000. He said he wanted 1,000 people in the sanctuary to give $20. He wanted 1,000 people online to give $20. And then, you know, later we'll play that. He wanted the people behind him to give 100. Okay. So the question that anybody would have, $40,000. What do you need it for? Because in the video, we played it in its entirety. He never said what he's going to do with the $40,000. He didn't say, hey, we're going to take this $40,000 because we want to break ground on a daycare center. You know, and this daycare center will be offered to the members, right? At a very, very affordable rate, not the standard rate for the members of the church. So the parents can have a safe place, a great place to leave their children, right? He didn't say nothing about no daycare center. He didn't say nothing about, you know, we need $40,000 because, you know, we want to build some affordable housing. He didn't say, you know what, we want to build a senior center. He didn't say that. He didn't say, you know what, we need $40,000 as a down payment to help break ground on a new clinic for the community or a new hospital for the community. Listen, if you're doing those things, hey, count me in. I want to support. These churches supposed to be building institutions in the black community. And black folks, you're not holding them accountable for not building institutions. What are you doing with the money? Look, straight up, you know, you're talking about with the situation with Doge and all that. All these black churches need somebody to go through there and say, hey, open up them books. Let me see that bank account. I want to know where every dime of the church people money went. Every dime. Now, you give a preacher a salary. Hey, he do what he want to do with his money. That's fine. But with the church's money, where is it going? Because this is the thing about these churches. They are tax-free. They're tax-free. So because they're tax-free, they don't have to pay no taxes. that means they could do a lot in the community. In the black community, you have a church a lot of times almost on every block. And yet we don't have institutions. We don't have daycare centers. We don't have job training centers. We don't have hospitals. We don't have youth centers. You know what I'm saying? We don't have grocery stores. A church on every corner that's tax free, and yet we don't have any of that. Then these churches supposed to be following the same God, right? But they don't even want to work together. Because it may not be just for one church to do it, but say, hey, okay, Reverend so-and-so over here, you know, we got our church and whatever, we raising funds. Hey, this for the community. So we all need to come together as all the preachers here, because we got about 10 preachers in the next 10 blocks. Let's all come together and build this grocery store. And it's gonna come from the members of this church. And then we're gonna create jobs for the community. We're gonna have good food. We're gonna find black farmers to put the produce in here.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find black people that got meat companies to put our beef in here.
Yeah, you're not.
We're gonna do everything with the community right here through the church.
Nope, it's not happening.
You know why? You know why the church is so relevant during the civil rights movement? Because the church at that time period was doing the Lord's work. Mm-hmm. See, when you're fighting for justice and strategizing and building institutions and looking out for the people are gonna respect the preacher at that point, because that's what you're doing. See, think about it. Malcolm X came through the Nation of Islam. That's still a religious institution, right? Major leader.
So it could have been a lot of different things, but I think that's really important to note. Like, hey, what is this for? What am I paying for? What is this? Huh. Do I want to pay for that? Is it going to benefit me? No, I don't think it's a good investment. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I will definitely be keeping you guys posted on Mr. Marvin Sapp and his kidnapping ways. And to wrap it up before I say goodnight, I was in no ways anticipating being with you guys for 12 hours. Haven't done one of these in a long time, but hey, here we are. This is a body cam video, and I don't know if Virgo is still here. Hopefully she is, because I would love to get her opinion. Y'all know I love my body cam videos now. Now, I saw this one the other day, and it made me so mad. I was just upset because I was just trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, what would I do if this was my child? What on earth would I do? Virgo, are you still here? Earth to Virgo. Mayday, mayday. Pinot Grigio. Okay, she's probably asleep. Anyhow, we're going to take a look at this body cam video, and for those of you in the chat, let us know if this was your kid. What are we doing? What are we doing?
So there was a text message from someone saying they were behind a car. Their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind the car.
Everything on your phone is telling me that you made a phone call 911.
I didn't talk.
Because you did something stupid.
I'm not going to the car.
On July 26, 2023, dispatchers in Volusia County receive urgent 911 text from a driver who claims to be following an armed kidnapper's van on the interstate. When they trace the phone, however, they learn the messages are coming from a residence in Port Orange, turning a plea for help into an unexpected lesson in consequences.
I'm telling you this right now. You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old, that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has mostly never been seen before until now. It's just after 9:45 a.m. when 911 begins receiving texts from someone named Lily Lee Combs. She claims to be following a kidnapper's van on the interstate, and updates are still pouring in. Volusia County deputies, multiple area police departments, and a helicopter join the urgent search. When they fail to locate the van, a deputy tries calling the phone number that's been sending the text messages.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Is this what's your name? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm trying to reach the person that called 911. Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, shut up.
Please leave your message for 3.
No, it's going voicemail. It says, RP confirming they are in a blue Jeep. Victim is in a white van. They can see they are being restrained through the windows. At the turnaround?
A new text message comes through, including a detailed description of the suspect, who's described as having brown hair and blue eyes.
How is she behind them? She's seeing this happen and she knows what color eyes he has. That's weird. Brown hair, blue eyes, but she's behind them. Like, if she saw the incident or saw witnessed the kidnapping, or how would you even be following them and know any of this? Yeah, RP confirming they were in a blue Jeep, victim in a white van.
So that's good police work starting out, Well, kidnappings and, whenever an Amber Alert goes out, like cops, they go crazy. They're trying to find your child, And she's like, I'm behind him, but I can see his eyes. He's like, maybe this is, let's look more into this. Let's see what else is going on, because something don't sound right.
Of course it's a white van. It just, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this by any means, but it's just, I've had calls like this before.
Their suspicions about the text messages are all but confirmed when a GPS trace on the phone comes back to a residence in Port Orange, indicating the texter is not traveling on the highway as they claimed. Deputies quickly head to the residence to investigate.
Hi there, how you doing? Is this your residence, sir?
This is.
Do you have a daughter or a child at the home named by Lily Lee?
No.
No? Anybody home?
Yeah, my wife, my kid. We just got home from Pennsylvania. I have an Ava and a Mikey.
Ava and a Mikey?
Yep. Would you like to see them?
The deputies follow him to his house, where he informs his wife what's going on.
There was a 911 call?
Yeah, so somebody called in, they texted.
Sorry, I'm in my pajamas.
No, it's fine.
You're fine.
Someone texted into 911 that someone was getting kidnapped and they were on the interstate, but then when they went and did a location on the phone, the address was showing up here.
As their daughter Ava steps into the garage, her phone rings. The deputy answers it, leading to a shocking conclusion.
Hello? Hold on. Who's this?
Volusia County Sheriff's Office.
All right, cool. This is Deputy Asby, the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, good. You got her.
Yep. All right.
Oh, okay. Is her dad home?
Yep. I got both her parents here.
Yeah, we're going to ask the sheriff to go away in a second.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
What happened? I'm so.
Let me see this phone.
Yeah, so all these other numbers. So there's a phone call out to 911.
There's a phone call out to
Yep.
that one? What time?
That's her
There's one
call.
right
That's
here.
her calling it.
There's 911 again right there.
This phone was called.
These numbers calling back in are no caller ID.
You did.
Well, there's 3 different times that 911 was called out from this phone.
9:30 a.m.
Yep.
That was the initial call.
Twice.
But I didn't mean to call that But you did.
Reports show that the number belonging to Ava dialed 911 at 9:30. When asked where the emergency is, a female identified as possibly a juvenile responded, "I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." The same phone number would later begin texting 911 to report the kidnapping.
I'm just so confused. I'm sorry. When did you got a message about an interstate?
So there was a text message from someone saying they were behind a car.
Could I call this back?
Was kidnapped. Their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind the car.
What time is this?
This
Today?
is this is today. This
we
actively
got
going on
home
right
at
now.
2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So we were here the whole time since 2:30. We were on the interstate coming home from
everything's showing
Pennsylvania.
Right.
You called out.
We showed up here like 2:10, 2:15.
Okay.
And we went to bed.
But these 911 calls
For this
count.
morning. You were calling 911? You were. Don't look surprised. You did. You
Did
did it on your phone.
Did they say anything to you? No one said anything to you?
Did you say, Ava, you have to explain what happened here. Something's going on. What did you know? What do you know?
Mikey, go inside. Ava, get your shoes on. Come out here.
I didn't hear anything. You're not in trouble. I just need to know what happened. I need to know and understand because this is like weird.
Because we got to make sure that there's not somebody that's being kidnapped on the interstate and we're trying to find them. And
Open your mouth if you said something on the phone.
I didn't say anything.
Everything on your phone is telling me that you made a phone call 911.
But I didn't talk.
While one deputy heads to her cruiser, she greets officers from the Port Orange Police Department who have just arrived at the scene.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh, I was just trying to make heads or tails of that damn call. There's so many notes in it, my God.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. We're with the parents and the daughter, and I guess the daughter did have. We pulled up the call log, and she did call 911.
So the whole armed kidnapping thing and all that stuff is bogus, or?
There was no text evidence when we looked through it, so I don't know if she deleted it real quick or if it's like through an app. Yeah, it seems it's probably just the swatting thing. She's like 10 years old. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
While Ava's parents demand an explanation, deputies prepare to Mirandize the 11-year-old, who has yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation.
You just lied to the police and mommy and daddy. You just lied to everybody.
You have 3 sheriffs here on stupidity.
Tell them what you just said to us.
Open your mouth. I'm telling you, open your mouth.
She's going to read you something, and then we're going to ask you some questions. What's your name? Ava?
Wait.
How old are you, Ava?
All right, Miss Ava, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have the lawyer present during any questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before my questioning if you wish.
We're reading her rights.
He did something stupid.
Right.
Let me explain something here. Okay? You can cry about this. What you've done here is a felony. Okay? It's a felony crime, and you probably had 20 law enforcement officers at least, a helicopter, and all running with lights and siren on high speed to try to apprehend or try to stop a serious forcible felony from happening. Do you know what happens if one of those officers crashes and gets killed on the way to responding to something that you did as a joke? So you better take this serious.
Under pressure from both her father and the deputy, Ava offers an excuse for her actions, which doesn't sit well with the deputy.
Ava, you need to tell the exact truth. I don't want a story. I don't care what it is. I want the exact truth.
You can't make this go away by being quiet. The only thing you're going to end up that's going to happen to you is you're going to end up in a pair of handcuffs going to our juvenile facility. I'm not going to mince any words with you. That's a very distinct possibility of what can happen here today. Don't look at your mother. She didn't have any part in this. This was all you.
Yesterday, my brother said something about my brother. Just maybe talking about it. Doing today and doing all this.
Was he part of planning this with you?
No, he just said it, and
What did he say?
he said, "Let's 911."
This is your brother?
Yeah, he said it yesterday. You want to get him?
Well, we can. When we're done, will you go wait a minute?
And I said, "No, we can't." I haven't feel this morning, and then I just.
So you're trying to blame this on your brother? Did he? Was he with you when you made this call?
No.
Okay. Was he with you when you made these texts?
No.
Okay. Then you did this. You were on your own for this. And if your brother's 7 years old, you're not going to blame your 7-year-old brother for this. This was all your decision. Okay.
To call 911 to do what? What did he say to call 911?
Just call 911.
So can I ask?
What if he told you to go up on the roof and jump off the roof? Would you do that?
So what's the difference?
Deputies will soon discover the startling truth behind Ava's fabricated story. For now, Ava's mother raises concerns about recent questionable activity on Ava's phone, but it does little to impact the situation.
So I have something really weird with that phone. When we first got that, the phone kept ringing non-stop, ringing in to me. And I was picking it up and there was like people talking and like, I'm like, hello, and like non-stop, like, I mean, every 4 seconds there was a call coming in with random numbers and I didn't know them. And I was saying, block contact. Like, as soon as we got that phone number,
Okay,
that
has nothing to do with what went on today.
Questions about her intentions lead to a harsh reality check from the deputy, who forces Ava to consider the possible consequences of the false report.
What were you planning on happening out of this? Well, what did you think was going to happen when you said somebody was kidnapped and somebody had a gun? What did you think was going to happen? Well, did you have any thoughts about how much of the law enforcement resources in this area you were going to take up by doing that? I never thought of that, right? Did you think of the men and women that have families at home that are driving 90 or 100 miles an hour with their lights and siren on, trying to save somebody who's a victim of an armed kidnapping, that they could be involved in a traffic crash and be seriously injured or killed because you wanted to make a joke? Does that seem funny to you? Would that be funny if that happened? Because I can tell you that would be even more serious than what you're looking at right now.
You physically see your father walk up to sheriffs, military, everybody, thank you for your service. And then you do like this?
Though it wasn't captured on camera, reports state that Ava admitted to getting the idea to prank 911 from a YouTube challenge, and a deputy attempts to get more details.
Where was this video that you saw? Where was it? On YouTube? Do you remember who the creator was or who the poster was, what it was about? What do you mean by all of this? This as in what? So it was a video about the Palm Coast Chick-fil-A. That's it. That's all the video was about? Gotcha. So, yep. So you saw a video that somebody made about how fun it would be to call 911 or text 911 and say that somebody's got a gun, somebody's trying to get hurt. You thought it'd be fun to recreate that. Is that what you're telling me? Okay.
However, Ava is about to realize an apology won't be enough to escape the consequences. Meanwhile, one deputy reveals that he was able to reach Ava by phone just before their arrival and got a less than friendly response from the young girl.
27 minutes, she lied to the dispatcher or the call taker over text, and then when I caught her up, she told me to F myself and stop responding.
Cut her up?
Like, got her caught up. Like, hey, you know what's up? The jig's up.
That's when she started deleting more text messages.
Based on Ava's statements, deputies decide there's enough probable cause to arrest Ava and prepare to take the 11-year-old into custody.
Here, Amanda. There, stop. Hey. Stop.
She can't sit in a dentist's office, so that's why I'm saying.
Deep breath.
Listen carefully. Don't make this.
I will say this. Can I whoop her first? Matter of fact, y'all give me a minute. I'm finna handle this, and then y'all can take her. Don't bring her back. Don't bring her back. Let her stay. Okay? Let her stay there. And that's fine enough for me. She's got to go. She has to go.
She's gonna come out there. No, she'll be out there. She is going to hurt herself right now. She's not going to. Don't provide her.
So stop. Listen to me. What's your Ava? Ava, stop struggling, okay? They're not going to hurt you. Yeah, they're not going to hurt you. Listen carefully what's going to happen.
They are not going to hurt you, Ava, but I am. Okay, I am. I am going to hurt you. Yes, I am. And it's going to be a hurt that you'll never forget. You'll never forget it for the rest of your living days. You're going to remember it forever. Up until the point at which you think about doing something like this ever again, you'll remember that whooping. Yep. It's going to stop you. You know, I'm grateful for every single whooping my parents gave me. I believe all of them kept me out of trouble. Ah, Lord. Tell you what, these kids and these challenges, you have to do this because an example must be set. A lot of these kids think this stuff is funny. It's not funny. But the pranks that these kids do today are night and day from the pranks that we did growing up. We're not calling 911 and giving an insane description about some kidnapping. And I guess call me crazy. I didn't know that you could text 911. I didn't even know that. So you're texting them, you're calling them, you're telling a cop to go F himself and don't call you back. Ava, you've got to go. You gotta go. We got to get you up out of here, okay? We gotta get you up out of here, Ava. You gotta go.
No one's going to hurt you. You're going to sit in the car for now, okay? If you go somewhere, what it's going to involve is taking pictures, taking fingerprints, and then they're going to call your parents to come and get you. So don't make the situation any worse. They'll be up shortly after that.
Go in the car?
No, you can't go in the car.
You just cuff me. Yeah.
I'm not going. Okay. I'm not going. Keep her there. Okay. She has to stay. She can't come home. I told you guys about those baby drop boxes. They don't have an age limit. You guys keep her. Okay. Keep her. I don't want her anymore.
It just can't happen.
I'm telling you this right now. You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Ava is placed into the back of the police car where her father delivers a few hard truths.
I'm just warning you, you're not going to sit here for a couple hours. They're going to be bringing you into a building, fingerprinting you, doing all sorts of stupid for your stupid. Your life just changed, kid. Over a phone call, your life just changed.
Minutes later, the reality of the situation continues to have an emotional impact on her parents.
This is the best punishment for her right now. Sucks for us, but this is the best thing for her because she's bouncing with it.
It sucks for us. I work my off with you to keep this kid doing stuff normal like we did as kids, and this is the she does.
According to a statement from the Volusia.
You see, the dad's not having it. It sucks for us. He's like, hey, I get up, I go to work every day. You see this house? Did y'all see that yard? That's a big old house. Lots of land. He was on his fancy sit and go lawnmower. You know, he had a nice cold one up there, up there with him while he's cutting the grass. He's doing all of the right things. And he's like, I do the best that I can. And this is what you're doing with her. You can't. This is what's going on. I mean, because whenever I say something, I guess, the dad's whatever, I guess it's scary or he's saying and doing too much. But little Ava, dad's pissed. He's had enough. He's had enough. He's had enough. And again, I would just leave her there, Dad. But I guess you got to go and get her. You know, you don't want to be as mean as a parent as I would be in this situation. But let's go. Let's keep going.
Sucks for us. I work my off with you to keep this kid doing stuff normal like we did as kids, and this is the she does.
According to a statement from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, 11-year-old Ava was charged with making a false police report concerning the use of a firearm in a violent manner, a felony, and misuse of 911, a misdemeanor. After being processed at the Family Resource Center, she was later transferred to the Volusia Regional Juvenile Detention Center in Daytona Beach, Florida, an experience she is unlikely to forget. We requested more information about her case from the Volusia County Juvenile Court, and they said nothing is releasable.
Well, there you have it. I said, let me do you one better. That deputy was not playing around. He meant business. He wasn't playing at all. I mean, she got to stay. That's great. You're going to jail. And that is the best news. I wish we would hear more stories like this of these kids doing stupid stuff. Playing with my time. I'm over here paying these bills. I'm feeding you. I'm doing all of the things that a parent is supposed to do. Kids do stupid stuff, but this is beyond the pale. Good job, cops. Lock more kids up like her, and we will all be better off for it. In the end, we'll all be better off for it. Let's see here. I might have one more thing. And then we will get up out of here. And then Stanley. It'll be Stanley's turn. He'll be coming up with Stanley versus the World. And after that, we'll have John Galt. He's going to be talking about Jess Hilarious going on to Club Shay Shay. Shannon Sharp. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that was crazy. I think I talked to you guys about this story. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. This police community where they were taking all of the drug money and drugs from evidence and getting high. And then one of them, the reason why they got caught is because one of them was doing drugs and he passed out in the bathroom. Just, pretty crazy stuff. You see all of this stuff going on all around. It's just like we cannot escape crazy. We talked about Jasmine Crockett earlier. We got to talk about Justin Pearson earlier. Who else did we get to talk about? It seems like I've forgotten. Oh, Marvin Sapp. Some other political stuff. We have to get into the illegals, so I can give you guys some updates on what's been happening with that. And excuse me, Trump and Elon Musk, and let's see here. Hey, Snake. Good evening, Snake. Yeah, Elon Musk and the vandalism with the cars and stuff. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff. It's like every day is a big day for news, and you just can't get away from it. It seems like it's just so much.
Let's see. I'm trying to decide on how I want to go out here. Mm, mm, mm. 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 Doctor reports. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be not so good, but Stanley, whenever I do the body cams, I always show the black ones. But it looks like we're gonna have 2 white ones tonight. I guess it's balance for all of the Jasmine Crockett stuff earlier, Oh, Snake. Oh, yeah. I definitely am. I'm just waiting for the sleepy to hit fully, and it's working right now. So I'm gonna keep going. This one is only 11 minutes, so the title of this sounds gross, and I felt like, hey, this one might be an interesting one. So let's see. My problem is that my kid is getting worse and worse every time, and they are telling me that I can't be with him. They're not taking care of him here.
But listen, if you let them do their thing and he's still sick, then that rules you out.
They said that they're going to remove me so that when he gets better, they can accuse me of being the one that did it.
It's okay.
Walk out of the hospital.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
On December 21st, 2023, an officer arrives at Primary Children's Hospital in Salt Lake City, Utah, to investigate claims about a 2-year-old boy whose declining condition allegedly coincides with his mother's visits.
Could I just kind of look through your stuff and see? Okay.
The following report is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. In December 2023, 2-year-old James contracted a serious bacterial infection and was treated at a hospital in Colorado. Doctors sent him home with a PICC line, a tube that delivers antibiotics directly into his bloodstream. Before his follow-up appointment in Salt Lake City, his condition got worse, and he was admitted to Primary Children's Hospital. There, he tested positive for E. coli and other bacteria. Hospital staff expressed concerns that the 2-year-old would get worse each time his mother, 33-year-old Kayla Barlow, visited him, and they asked her to be removed from the hospital. An officer arrives to speak with Kayla, who is already meeting with a representative from Child Protective Services.
Was it into a crib that had poop on it and somebody else's wristband taped to it? How was the crib clean? And I've been complaining about it the whole time that I won't move to a safer hospital.
What?
And they won't let me.
That crib you're talking about, was that when he first got here?
Yes, when he first got here.
Hey, Kayla, really quick.
I'm not talking to you. You're police.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to talk to me.
This is the crib he was admitted to.
We're not accusing you of anything. We're just been told, like, hey, it is a possibility that this could be happening, and we want to isolate that and figure that out. It's a possibility that something from outside his body is being introduced inside.
Yeah, it is. It's from the nurses and stuff
Okay,
here.
and we will figure that out, okay? I'm not here to say you've done this.
Speaking of insane asylums, we have to do something. We have to do something. This kid is 2 years old, and the hospital, they're doing everything they can to help this child, get him better, get his health back on track. And they're saying that the mother is putting feces inside of his IV. Listen, they need to lock her up. She's got to go. Innocent until proven guilty. But as of right now, if she is guilty, she's got to go. Got to get her up out of here.
you're going to jail. So I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm not here to do anything.
I understand that you're not specifically accusing me. My problem is that my kid is getting worse and worse every time. And they are telling me that I can't be with him. When he dies, I'm not going to be able to be with him.
And Kayla, it can be something, because I have 2 young kids. It could be something as if he's putting his hand in his diaper and playing with his poop or something. It could be he has an accident in his crib and he's rolling around in it. Like, it could be anything. Okay. But we have to look at every single possibility, even if it is a person doing this. And the only way that they can do that is isolate them, take care of them. And it's only going to be for a short time. Okay.
According to official documents, Detective Curl in Logan, Utah had been investigating Kayla for abuse against her 2-year-old son and had been informed that the hospital reported human feces in his drip line. Kayla explains that when James' PICC line was replaced by the hospital, the bacterial infection returned. She adds that the Colorado hospital trained her on how to clean the line and describes the process, claiming that staff at Primary Children's Hospital are not following the same method.
I've been watching them. Like, I have to tell him to clean his room after they've gone days without cleaning it. Like, if I'm not here, what are they going to do? They took him to a CT scan without permission and said that they didn't sedate him for it because I hadn't given them permission, but he was completely active, playful, and when I got back from after the CT scan, he slept the rest of the day.
Well, and let's look at it this way, okay? 3 things are happening, Kayla. Either the hospital's doing stuff that they're not supposed to be doing, or, they're not cleaning up the lines, whatever, okay? It's someone that's visiting them, like you, family, something like that, okay? Or neither you or the hospital are doing anything, and it's something else, okay?
When he got sick the other night, my sister was here.
Okay.
But she's got
it. And what we want
to completely trust my sister. She didn't do this either. It's not like she was here yesterday when he got sick.
And what we want to do is we want to start eliminating things. Okay, that's why we want to talk to you. Is we want to eliminate you. And now it's down to 2 things.
For several hours before he got sick, I was in looking taking him for ice cream because he was doing so good. I felt like I could sleep.
So look at it this way. If he's here in the hospital, they're taking care of him. And you let them
They're not taking care of him.
But listen, if you let them do their thing and he's still sick, then that rules you out. Okay? All right?
When he gets sick again, it's even worse.
But if he does get sicker and you're not here, then that rules you out.
Then I can get out of here and you won't ever see me again.
And if he doesn't get sick again?
Then if he doesn't get sick again, then we look at the other 2 options. It's either you or someone in your family, or it's something else that is happening.
An earlier comment from Kayla leads investigators to revisit her concerns about James' care and possible sources of bacterial exposure.
And you talked about when you first got here that they put him in what you felt was a dirty crib.
Yeah, it had poop on it. And somebody else's name tag.
Okay. You showed me a picture with that name tag on it. So, and I'll get that from you. I'll have you forward that to me. Did you happen to take a picture with the poop on it?
I have a picture from the last time he was admitted with the poop. My sister's the one that found the poop this time and immediately started cleaning it up. So I don't have a picture from this time, but
the last time, which hospital was
this hospital?
This one? Okay.
He was discharged and 12 hours later was readmitted to the same room that he had previously been in, which is super rare, I know.
Being in the same room.
And the poop was still on the crib that I had pointed out to the nurses earlier that day and had asked them to clean it up. And they said, oh, we'll do it when you get discharged. And they didn't. It was still there when we got readmitted. And the room had supposedly been cleaned for a whole new patient.
Kayla explains he was admitted with norovirus at the time and shows them an image on her phone, which she offers as proof to support her claims that his crib was contaminated.
The whole week there had been poop on his crib, and norovirus is caught by putting poop in your mouth. So he was reinfecting himself with norovirus the whole week. And then they did give him the antiparasitic so he could get over it. But it's just another example
of what you're saying. Just
This
bad.
hospital just does not take care of him here.
Despite Kayla's claims, investigators agree that the best way to move forward is separate Kayla from James to see if he shows improvement.
I don't have a search warrant, so totally asking for your permission, but could I just kind of look through your stuff and
No.
see? Okay.
I'm not going to let you look through my stuff simply because I have IVF medications.
Nope, that's fine.
I have IVF medications that can connect, and they have the same twist connection.
Okay.
But they're my IVF medications. They're for me. I'm using them for medications for myself.
Okay.
And I know that if you look through my stuff and you find them, you're going to be like, oh, this is a possibility.
Well, but see, that's the thing is I don't know any. I'm not a doctor. I have no clue.
I know, but I'm just like.
No, and that's fine. I just wanted to ask is all. Okay.
I've done this before. They
Okay.
claimed that I was abusing my son and that I had cut him in utero, and they went through all of my stuff, and I had crochet hooks and things like that to keep me busy in the hospital. And they totally blamed that I was using those to hurt.
No, and like I said, I don't have a search warrant, and all I can do is ask permission. You say no, it's 100% okay.
They didn't determine that I was at fault or not at fault. They
Okay.
determined that they couldn't say that it was child abuse
Yeah.
because it was before he was born.
Official documents state that James was born prematurely at 28 weeks, and investigators noted concerns about the circumstances surrounding his birth. Investigators explained to Kayla it's time to leave, and she calls her sister to pick her up from the hospital.
They said that they're going to remove me so that when he gets better, they can accuse me of being the one that did it. That's not exactly what they said, but that's what
I was just going to say
what I heard.
They're ready to escort you out.
I am not
So then she can take you to go wherever you need to go.
I am not ready to leave the place where my son is with me.
Okay.
I never see
Unfortunately, that's not a choice right now, Kayla. Okay. So
My sister wants to talk to you.
Can I come to where she is so that I can help assist?
Kayla's sister is allowed to help her gather her belongings. Kayla is also informed that she won't be permitted to return to James's room.
It's okay. Out of the hospital.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, we've talked about that the hospital doesn't have a plan, right? Right? If this is what they have to do to force good care, that is what it is.
I don't even have to touch him or anything. I just wanted to see it.
I understand. We should have gotten the water days ago. This is ridiculous. It's okay.
And he was this all Christmas tree crap. And he couldn't close.
This is all diarrhea crap.
Please ask them. Tell them that if I could just have 1 minute to just see him and say goodbye without even touching him. Just 1 minute. I will walk out of the hospital. I will not put up a scene or anything.
they've already given that answer. I'm sorry.
Though we have no records confirming whether 2-year-old James showed improvement in Kayla's absence, court documents show that 33-year-old Kayla Barlow was arrested and charged with aggravated child abuse. She remained in custody without bail until February 21, 2025, when she was granted supervised release with an ankle monitor. At a pretrial hearing on March 14, 2025, a motion to dismiss her case was denied. However, her ankle monitor restrictions were removed, and she's allowed to travel to Arizona. A protective order was issued barring Kayla from being near James, along with an order prohibiting her from purchasing firearms. We were unable to confirm the current status or condition of the child.
Jeez. Dude. They got her up out of there. She can't see him. She can't get a firearm. She can't do nothing. That is so crazy. Why would you? Ew. You know? Was it her poop? Ew. Ew. That's so. Jeez. Atticus says E. coli. Don't shake her hand. Civil sweet skin.
but risking the kid for it. Just thinking, oh my gosh. Yeah, that was wild. Okay. So she's taking IVF. She has her son, and it seems as though she's trying to have another child. Who, you know what? There's somebody for everybody, okay? No matter what you may think. Someone got that woman pregnant, and they're going to get her pregnant again. I just don't get it. These people with their children, it's like, why would you? Like, what is wrong with you? Why would? They say that Gypsy Rose case, like how her mom was making her sick, but she really wasn't. It's like Munchausen or whatever it's called. So she could be, very well trying to make her son sick. That's crazy. And then she's trying to get pregnant. She's trying to have another baby. So I guess we will be on the lookout for her in the future with her next kid, because it seems like that might be a thing. And I guess everything is on Twitter. I don't really like that. Twitter is just kind of out of control. You just never really know what you're gonna scroll and see. You never know what you're gonna scroll and see. I think John showed this a few weeks ago. What is this? Why does Twitter show all of these things? Oh my gosh, it's just so inappropriate. Like, you type in one thing and it's just, my Lord. All right, so we were talking about, John was talking about this a few weeks ago, and this seems to be some new news that's coming down the pipeline. Apparently, Vivica A. Fox, whenever John brought it up a few weeks ago, whenever it was, she got a BBL. Yeah, let's take a look. Vivica Fox and her BBL and things. Ill is correct. And apparently she regrets it, and she's having issues with it. I should probably do a show on BBLs and all of the women that have gotten them, and what happened to them and the ones that got it removed. I can't even believe. Imagine being 60 and this is what you're doing to celebrate turning 60. You have a party to show off your BBL. And on one end, like, I can say I'm really not mad at her for it, you know what I mean? Because a lot of these girls, they act like they just went to the gym and now all of a sudden they got a butt, like a real big old butt. It doesn't match anything else on their bodies, but like for them, let's trust this one, let's trust her. Yeah. But she, gosh, at least she's honest, but 60, I guess it's not too far off the pale, is it really? Because we did talk about that woman that married the dude in prison, knowing that he has 4 life sentences, and he killed her. You know, I guess it's not. Oh my gosh. So apparently they're saying that like it popped or something. One of them popped, or could you imagine that? I mean, just you know, I don't know. I just can only imagine this being something inappropriate. But she, I mean, gosh, she is this a whole? She had dancers and stuff. This is a hot mess. Jesus, we're gonna have to go ahead and watch this one. I'm just gonna move it ahead a bit to where it's not playing the music. So she had a whole little party. She had a BBL party.
I see you do my show. Today I am yours for us to have some fun together, take pictures. I'm not one of those celebrities that stand off that doesn't buy you in a hug. To say hey to the kids. Hey Shrew, how you doing? And you too, hot baby? She said, oh Lord, take me back.
Oh, guys, you know, man. At the beauty supply, Vivica? Is this your store or something? Because I know she sells like weave or whatever, but at the beauty supply, Vivica. Gosh. The babies, who do they have to do with this? Oh God. Yo, you have the babies with you at your BBL party. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The mothers that brought their daughters out for this. Wow. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff today, guys. Oh God.
So warm up to the after a little while. And then we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do some giveaways, right? We got giveaways, right? Yeah. Okay. What's up, DJ?
What's up, baby?
How you doing?
Good, I'm good.
Now, have the ladies done the performing yet?
No, not yet.
Hey, Corn Pop.
So, do we want to start with the ladies performing?
Yeah, we'll do one more performance now, and we'll do one in like 30 minutes.
Okay. So, where are the ladies? Our lead team. Okay, hey, stretch it. Come on, So, I'd like to hear, what's your name, sweetheart? Natalia. I'd like for you to tell us a little bit about the girls, introduce them, and show them.
Okay. Hi, y'all. Hi. I'm here with Defund Dance Academy. I'm so sorry, I'm not talking. We are a community-based dance team. We are a dance studio, and we also house 2 competition teams. Our teams that we brought today are our majorette team and our academy team. Our academy team is a traditional team. And since we're with our people, our majorette team is the HBCU South. So today I'm gonna let
Y'all see all of those people? That's a lot of people there. And so I guess the little girls are getting ready to dance, and she said HBCU style. I hate whenever they have videos of little girls dancing online. I don't like it. I am not a proponent of that at all. Let's see what she's saying right here.
Those celebrities that stand off that doesn't buy you in a hug.
Okay, so it's just repeating it. Let's see.
I don't understand why she has these kids here at this BBL party and they have a red carpet inside of a beauty supply. I'm just gonna want to hope that, you know, she is celebrating a grand opening or something. I have no clue. It looks terrible. It really looks really bad, Vivica. I just think that you're beyond that. You're too old for this. Jesus. So apparently one of them popped or something. I thought that it was like fat transfer, but I don't know. Something's going on with her butt. Something is going on with her butt. Just pray for her. Pray for Vivica. And keep her BBL in your prayers. And let's hope that she doesn't get sick or anything like that. Shout out to Vivica A. Fox. I don't think that I've heard this yet, and not to say that they haven't covered it, but just because there's been so much over the top degenerate things that we have talked about today. Did you guys hear about what happened in Miami? Sometimes you wish that you could make these things up, but unfortunately you can't. Miami has some very, very interesting things going on there. And they're passing very important legislation. You can't overlook it because, again, it's very, very important what it is that they are doing there. And, you know, we don't want to leave out the city girls or anything of the sort. So I'm trying to, give me 1 second. 1 second. Pulling that up now for you guys. Oh, goodness gracious. Lord have mercy. All right. You know what? I would like to tell you, but I'd rather her tell you instead. Miami, everybody.
East Calvin, 24 actually street signs all along. East Calvin, 24 actually street signs all along here on 18th Avenue. Think of this, R&B and hip hop and soul and all of the people who actually made those songs from right here. And it's more than street cred. This is to make this the next entertainment district and an economic success story.
More than street cred, lady? Really? Really? Let's keep going.
Welcome to the MIA Terrace, coming soon to 18th Avenue and 62nd. You guys understand Trick Love the Kids. Trick Love the Kids Street at 69th. 22 other corners along 18th Ave, soon to be co-named with songs that define Miami because of the homegrown musicians who made them.
Flowrider.
What? Trick Love the Kids Street. Oh God. Trick Love the Kids Street. Let me go back. Okay. We got Act Up Street. We got Soul Tie Street, Post and Delete Street, Chase This Money. Now listen now, they didn't say this. Chase This Money Street, Born and Raised Street, Big Money Baller Street, We the Best Terrace, DJ Khaled, Trick
Love the Kids Street, still the baddest street. It's Your Birthday, 2 Chainz Street. Poor Little Rich Girl Street. Welcome to the MIA Street. I Love My Dog Street. Oh, wow, let's see what else we got here. Tunnel Vision Street. I Deserve It All Street. Closer to My Dream Street. My House Street. Lum Lum Street. Oh, God. Grind With Me Street. Pretty Ricky. Trenches Street. Peace in the Hood Street. Run the Yard Street. Imagine giving someone the directions to your house. From Grind On Me, you gotta make a left on Act Up and then make a right on Trenches Street. Yeah. And then keep going. You'll pass We the Best Street. It's Your Birthday Street. Post and Delete Street. And if you see Lum Lum Street, you went too far. You went too far.
Wow. Because of the homegrown musicians who made them.
Flow Rider, Rick Ross, from DJ Khaled, We the Best, to Uncle Luke.
It's your birthday. Go, Birdie. It's your birthday.
It's too long that we have to sit in squalor and in pain and in the conditions that these neighborhoods are sitting in without trying something dramatic to actually change the neighborhood.
The commissioner carried the torch here to add to 18th Avenue street improvements underway to spark interest, bring people, entertainment, restaurants.
Economic. Oh gosh, Black people. I don't know. I don't know. I just 2025 and what are y'all doing? What's going on? What's going on? I think we need to have a Negro meeting nationwide. Something has got to give. Okay, we have seen Jasmine Crockett all over the place, just cussing and fussing and carrying on. You got Justin Pearson running up on that white man, and that white man didn't move. He didn't move. He was unbothered. He like, what you finna do? What you finna do? Nothing. We just talked about the girl whose dad killed her. He cut her hands off. Jesus. And then the family in and out of the system. God. Vivica Fox and her fake booty. And now this. You think that it's going to change these people? Has he not listened to these songs? Has he not listened to them? He don't know the words. Just imagine. They've been, for years now, shooting each other left and right over t-shirt colors and street signs. Why is it that I'm not from the hood, didn't grow up there, don't live there now, and I know that. That hasn't gone away, Commissioner Sir. It hasn't. T-shirts and street signs. T-shirt colors and street signs. Just imagine it, y'all. Just think about it. On a t-shirt. Whenever Pookie
or Ray Ray is set to be laid to rest. And it says that he got killed on Grind With Me Street. R.I.P. I can't, okay? And Humble, this is your fault. I see you in the chat. This is your fault, Humble. We're blaming this on you, okay? These Negroes think that changing the name of a street, act up, or you can get clapped up. If you act up, I'm spinning the block with my Uzi, okay? That's what's going to solve the problem of crime, violent crime, and dangerous criminal activity. You know, I don't make the rules, and you literally cannot make this stuff up. Let's keep going.
Economic development brings economic opportunities.
A great win for my commissioner. It's been a great thing that he had the balls to stand up and fight and actually make this happen.
Miami soul icon Betty Wright gets a no pain, no gain street, but most are hip hop and rap songs, and there was a little bit of a lyric issue.
The only one that worries me as a woman is Grind With Me Terrace.
Just grind with me, baby, grind with me.
I'm not married to any of the songs on this list.
I ain't gonna hold none of y'all. Whenever Pretty Ricky came out, myself, it got to me too. Myself and every other girl that I knew. I don't know what it was, but we all loved Pretty Ricky. And looking back at it, whenever Humble first mentioned this story and I'm starting to look it up, I was like, wow, why did we even, buy their CDs, trying to go to a concert and see them? And, it's just, I look back at it now and